In the dead of night, on the taxi ride home from the airport, Chen Luo took out his phone and once again gazed at a text message. Your bank account ending with 9527 has received a deposit of 3,631,258.12 with a balance of 98,105,569.58. Upon seeing the figure, Chen Luo smiled faintly. He could now comfortably rest for the remainder of his life. For years prior, Chen Luo discovered that the jade pendant he had carried since childhood possessed the ability to create a personal storage space, prompting him to seek advice on various forums. If one had such a space, how could one amass wealth? Ultimately, Chen Luo opted to transport domestic vegetables abroad. Though the risks were considerable, the profits were substantial. He set a goal to cease operations upon making 100 million. Now he was less than 2 million shy of that original target, merely one more shipment away. Just one final deal remained. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo decided to withdraw. Misfortune often strikes with the last transaction. One must practice prudence in life. As he approached home, the taxi could not navigate the narrow alley, forcing Chen Luo to alight. He resided in a tranquil community near the university town of Mingzhu City, where the air was fresh, and he could occasionally indulge in the experience of university life. Just as he was about to enter his home, a bright light from the heights to the east caught his attention. It seemed a construction project was underway. Chen Luo found it perplexing, as that area had been vacant before he left home. Why the sudden activity? He thought little of it, glanced around, and a key unexpectedly appeared in his hand, allowing him to unlock the door. With the key on his person, there was a risk of losing it. Placing it in his personal storage space eliminated any worry of misplacement. His residence was a two-story building with a courtyard, decorated in a somewhat classical style, where Chen Luo lived alone. After a long day of bustling about, having concluded his career as a vegetable vendor, he felt exhausted and soon succumbed to sleep after a refreshing shower. By 9 in the morning, Chen Luo awoke, unable to drift back to sleep yet reluctant to rise. He lay in bed, indulging in a novel for over 2 hours. Recently, he had developed a fascination for post-apocalyptic fiction. Upon encountering a certain plot, he sprang up exclaiming, "What a foolish protagonist!" knowing full well that releasing this hostile entity would lead to trouble. Yet still playing the savior. If it weren't for a lucky twist, they would have been done for long ago. Noticing the time, he realized it was past 11, and his stomach growled in hunger. Chen Luo dressed and ventured out for a meal. As he reached the mouth of the alley, he cast another glance at the construction site to the east, still bewildered. There stood 4 large trucks parked at the entrance, laden with bags of rice, unloading their cargo onto the site. While this was not particularly odd, what struck him as strange was that the construction site's surrounding wall had already been completed, towering at a height of approximately 10 meters and nearly half a meter thick. The darkness of the previous night had concealed this detail from him. At 22 years of age, Chen Luo had never encountered such a wall before. Local residents also seemed curious about the structure. Chen Luo overheard someone say, "I wonder what the owner is thinking. If it's just a warehouse, why such a wall?" A warehouse? Chen Luo was taken aback. Were they storing nuclear weapons there to warrant such fortifications? He murmured, "How peculiar to build such a warehouse and stockpile mere rice." Rice was notoriously low in profit margins. Why does it feel like they're constructing a shelter, hoarding supplies for the apocalypse? Chen Luo chuckled to himself. Having read so many apocalyptic tales lately, it was easy to draw such connections. Surely, the scenarios depicted in novels could not manifest in reality. After observing for a while, Chen Luo made his way to a nearby restaurant named Xiangmenlu. Whenever he was home, this establishment served as his go-to dining spot. Upon seeing Chen Luo, the proprietress greeted him with a beaming smile. "Handsome lad, it's been ages. Where have you been?" Chen Luo responded with a grin. "Just out enjoying myself. Is the private room still available?" In the small private room, it wasn't long before the dishes he ordered began arriving one after another. 6 dishes and a soup. Dry pot cauliflower, pork stewed with vermicelli, stir-fried shrimp with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, beef with bean sprouts, spicy fish, and seaweed egg soup. Alongside 3 large plates of rice. Chen Luo frequented this restaurant primarily for its proximity, generous portions, and delightful flavors. Though the portions were substantial, he had ordered quite a feast for himself. This was his standard. He typically consumed this much. Given his regular visits, the proprietress had grown accustomed to his appetite. After all, how else would he require a private room? Chen Luo's personal storage space resided within his jade pendant, which not only possessed storage capabilities but, having been worn for years, seemed to enhance his physical condition, rendering him extraordinarily fit. The downside was that his body expended energy at an alarming rate, turning him into something of a glutton. After studying some Bajiquan with an elderly Chinese man abroad 2 years ago, his appetite had only increased. Half an hour later, the table was nearly cleared of dishes. Chen Luo, satisfied, rubbed his belly, content with being Seventeen's full overindulgence could be detrimental to health. Wiping his mouth, he stood to settle the bill. At that moment, he overheard the proprietress' enthusiastic voice from outside the private room. "Mr. Qi, welcome. It's an honor to have you here. Your visit truly graces our establishment. Today, we're offering a 20% discount. Should you require any banquets in the future, we will certainly provide special rates." There were hardly any warehouses nearby. If there were, it would have to be the one Chen Luo had just seen. Was the man outside the owner of that peculiar warehouse? Chen Luo felt a surge of curiosity about the individual behind such an odd construction. A youthful, flippant voice chimed in. 20%? That feels a bit insulting. Let's make it 50, that the proprietress responded awkwardly. Oh, you do have a way with words. A deep, steady voice interjected. In the future, we can arrange everything through you, but it must be on credit, settled monthly. Chen Luo pushed open the door and found 5 or 6 individuals congregated at the restaurant's front desk. From their attire and demeanor, it was clear they were individuals of the streets. Among them, 3 were shirtless, their arms adorned with tattoos, and at the back stood a blond fellow, swaying his head rhythmically. Chen Luo approached, saying, "Proprietress, I'd like to settle my bill." His words drew the attention of the front desk group, and he glanced at them in return. To his surprise, the blond fellow exploded in anger, shouting, "What the hell are you looking at? Try looking again." What a display of intellect. Chen Luo preferred to avoid conflict and chose to ignore him. "Best not to provoke me, or I might just make your warehouse disappear." The proprietress quickly interjected, "Let's keep things amicable. A harmonious atmosphere fosters prosperity. Chen Luo, you can settle the next time you visit." Among the group stood a man in a black shirt, in his 30s, with a stern expression and a composed demeanor, carrying a black briefcase. He was likely the warehouse owner, Mr. Qi. Chen Luo regarded him, and he returned the gaze. Their eyes locked. Chen Luo offered a friendly smile that to his astonishment. Mr. Qi stared at him, his eyes slowly reddening, and his expression turned menacing. With gritted teeth, he pointed at Chen Luo, exclaiming, "It's you, Chen Laolu." Chapter 2. The Reborn. A fortnight ago, an incredible event transpired, leaving Qi Haonan in disbelief. He had inexplicably been reborn, returning to a month and a half prior to the apocalypse that had unfolded a year later. After coming to terms with the reality of his rebirth, Qi Haonan immediately commenced preparations to stockpile supplies. These provisions were not merely essential for survival, they were also a prerequisite for gaining strength. After careful consideration, Qi Haonan chose a community near the university town as the site for his stockpiling efforts. Ordinary warehouses would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught of zombies and various mutated flora and fauna. Drawing upon his background in construction, Qi Haonan resolved to build a fortress-like storage facility, which would also serve as a sanctuary. In the time following his rebirth, Qi Haonan dedicated himself almost entirely to the construction of this warehouse. Today, upon the arrival of a substantial supply of rice, he visited the warehouse. Recognizing that every human being requires sustenance, he ventured to a nearby restaurant known for its delectable offerings. However, to his astonishment, he encountered Chen Luo there. The moment Qi Haonan laid eyes on Chen Luo, memories of his past life during the apocalypse surged to the forefront of his mind. One fateful evening, 3 months into the apocalypse, he had ventured out in search of supplies, returning triumphantly with a bountiful haul. Yet, unexpectedly, a shadowy figure had leapt from the darkness, delivering 2 resounding slaps to his face. The pain was excruciating, as an ice elemental ability user. He found himself on the brink of death from those 2 brutal strikes. Had it not been for the timely arrival of his comrades, he would have surely perished at the hands of that assailant. Though he survived, he was left incapacitated, rendered weaker than an ordinary person without awakened abilities, suffering from intermittent bouts of pain inflicted by Chen Luo. His existence during the apocalypse had become nothing short of miserable. Had it not been for Chen Luo's assault, Qi Haonan could not claim to have thrived in that chaotic world. At the very least, he would have lived a more fulfilling life. Everything had come to an abrupt end with those 2 slaps. Do you have any idea of the damage those slaps inflicted upon me? Qi Haonan thought bitterly. Fate has granted me a second chance at life, and I was already seeking you out. Yet here you are before me. He swore that he would not rest until he avenged this grievance. With that thought, Qi Haonan's expression darkened as he glared at Chen Luo. It is you. Chen Luo. Chen Luo, bewildered, wore a face filled with confusion. Chen Luo, are you referring to me? Qi Haonan pointed vehemently at Chen Luo and bellowed, hold him down. Once they had restrained Chen Luo, Qi Haonan intended to personally deliver several slaps to him, allowing Chen Luo to experience the taste of his own medicine. Qi Haonan's subordinates were momentarily taken aback. Their leader, who had recently reformed, had always been amicable, yet today he seemed utterly unhinged. Nevertheless, Qi Haonan's word was law, and they complied without question. Although they were perplexed as to why their boss sought to harm this pretty boy. Did they truly need a reason to strike? Qi Haonan's subordinates were seasoned fighters, and they showed no sign of apprehension at the prospect of violence. Their eyes sparkled with excitement and mockery as they regarded Chen Luo. One burly man cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing ominously as he stalked towards Chen Luo, a newcomer. Eager to impress Qi Haonan, seized a nearby stool, intent on bringing it crashing down upon Chen Luo. Misfortune has befallen me, an unwarranted disaster. What a calamity it is to be assaulted while simply enjoying a meal. The surrounding patrons hastily rose from their seats, retreating to the edges of the establishment to avoid becoming collateral damage. While eagerly observing the unfolding spectacle, the restaurant owner, visibly alarmed, interjected, Mr. Qi, I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Xiao Luo is an honest lad. Qi Haonan scoffed, him? Honest? Yet, despite the chaos, Chen Luo remained remarkably composed. Though these men were all grown, muscular adults, had his 2 years of training in Bajiquan been for naught? Was the remarkable physical prowess bestowed upon him by his jade pendant merely ornamental? A single slap from him could easily incapacitate them for months. However, violence was against the law, and they lived in a harmonious society. Chen Luo shouted, wait, I'll call for help. The newcomer mocked, call for help? Go ahead, it won't do you any good. His audacity stemmed from the fact that Qi Haonan held considerable influence in their district, being a wealthy businessman with connections in both the black and white markets. Chen Luo promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Those present assumed he was indeed calling for help, but they were taken aback by what they heard. Hello, is this Yao Ling? I am being threatened and told I may be killed. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, I suspect they are involved in a nearby missing persons case, possibly hiding in the warehouse they are constructing. Please hurry, the location is addicts, missing persons. The faces of those present contorted in disbelief. He truly dared to say such things. Is this the kind of help you're summoning? The restaurant owner stared at Chen Luo in shock, her perception of him undergoing a radical transformation. An honest lad would not possess such cunning. The newcomers glanced towards Qi Haonan, gauging his reaction. Upon hearing the word warehouse, Qi Haonan's demeanor shifted abruptly. Though he harbored a deep desire to eliminate Chen Luo, he understood the gravity of the situation. It was still a harmonious society. Should he harm or kill Chen Luo? No matter his influence, he would inevitably face serious consequences, jeopardizing his plans to stockpile supplies. He could always deal with Chen Luo after the apocalypse arrived. Instead of wasting time searching for him, fate had conveniently placed him before Qi Haonan. A cold smile crept across his face as he thought, Chen Luo, I will ensure your demise is most tragic when the time comes. With a sudden epiphany, Qi Haonan slapped his forehead and boisterously declared, My apologies, my apologies. I mistook you for someone else. It was a misunderstanding, and why, young brother, please forgive me for any offense caused. He turned to the restaurant owner and added, This young man's bill will be on me as a means of apology. With that, Qi Haonan flashed a disarming smile at Chen Luo, uttering no further words, his demeanor now calm and composed. As though he had genuinely made an error, the restaurant owner quickly responded, Mr. Qi, allow me to escort you to a private room. The impending conflict seemed to dissolve under the guise of a misunderstanding. Qi Haonan ascended to the second floor, entering the private room, while Chen Luo turned, narrowing his eyes as he observed Qi Haonan's retreating figure as he exited the restaurant. Chen Luo, idly fiddling with his phone, found it difficult to believe that Qi Haonan had genuinely mistaken him for someone else. The animosity in Qi Haonan's gaze moments ago had been unmistakable, filled with a chilling intent to kill. As Chen Luo meticulously recalled their encounter, he pondered whether he had encountered this Qi Haonan before and, if so, how he may have offended him. In truth, he had never seen him. Yet how could this Qi Haonan know his surname? Chen. If the restaurant owner had never mentioned it, it's you, Chen Luo. But Chen Luo was not the sixth child in his family. He was a solitary figure. The world perceived him as a congenial and sunny youth. Yet only he understood the darker aspects of his nature. Qi Haonan had accurately unmasked him. This is truly bizarre, Chen Luo murmured to himself. How could such an absurd situation arise? Was it truly a misunderstanding? Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Luo. Chapter 3. I must be insane, accompanying you in a farce before dining. Chen Luo had muttered to himself. Could it be that the warehouse serves as a refuge? Is the stockpiled rice for the impending apocalypse? If he were to extend that line of thought, could it be possible that this Mr. Qi was a reborn individual? Knowing that the apocalypse was approaching, he might have built that peculiar warehouse. After all, Chen Luo had recently immersed himself in apocalypse literature. Moreover, he was not Qi Haonan's enemy from this time, but rather an adversary from the post-apocalyptic world. Under normal circumstances, even if there were grievances between individuals, one would not regard another with such murderous intent. If they were indeed enemies forged by the trials of the apocalypse, then it all made sense. Having been an avid reader for nearly 8 years, Chen Luo's imagination was boundless. As for why Qi Haonan had suddenly backtracked and claimed it was a misunderstanding, it was not difficult to deduce. Before the apocalypse, killing was illegal. Only a fool would choose to act violently before the world descended into chaos. It was all part of the game. I understood. Chen Luo had arrived at a reasonable and logical conclusion. The only implausible aspect was the idea of rebirth and the apocalypse. It was all rather ridiculous. Perhaps it was merely coincidence, yet a deep sense of vigilance began to stir within him. There are always schemers lurking in the shadows, he thought. I must remain wary of this Mr. Qi. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, I need to observe him closely. Upon entering the private room, Qi Haonan unleashed his frustration by delivering a slap to Huang Mao, partly as a means of venting his anger and partly due to Huang Mao's foolishness. Huang Mao, bewildered, asked, Brother Haonan, why did you hit me? Qi Haonan pointed at Huang Mao, struggling to recall his name, before dismissively huffing, Finish your meal and get lost. You fool, I have no need for you. Huang Mao, oblivious to the gravity of the moment, failed to grasp the situation entirely. A short-haired man inquired, Brother Nan, did you really have a dispute with that young man? If so, just let me know in front of everyone. The short-haired man was hesitant to be too direct. If there truly was a conflict, he would ensure Chen Luo received a proper beating, though the idea of murder was out of the question. He lacked the audacity for that. Qi Haonan understood the unspoken implications behind the short-haired man's words. After contemplating the situation, Qi Haonan recognized that stockpiling supplies for the apocalypse was of utmost importance, and he could not afford any mistakes or disruptions. Chen Luo was no mere figure of idle threats. If he were to sabotage Qi Haonan's plans, it would not end well. Deeming it wise to postpone any confrontation with Chen Luo until after the apocalypse, Qi Haonan noted Chen Luo's familiarity with the restaurant owner, suggesting that he lived nearby. Leaning closer to the short-haired man, he whispered, he likely resides in this vicinity. Investigate this lad's background. Find out where he lives, but do so discreetly. Avoid inquiring with the restaurant owner to prevent him from catching wind of it. The short-haired man nodded in agreement. Leave it to me, in a twist of fate. While Qi Haonan sought to uncover Chen Luo's secrets, Chen Luo was equally intent on discovering the truth behind Qi Haonan. An hour ago, an incident occurred that was quite extraordinary, leaving Chen Luo feeling unsettled. It is now noon, and the workers in the warehouse have emerged to take their lunch break. Chen Luo observed 3 workers entering a supermarket and decided to follow them. The trio leisurely sipped chilled mineral water in the shade outside the supermarket, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Chen Luo approached, offered them cigarettes one by one, and curiously inquired, Gentlemen, may I ask what you are constructing? One of the older workers wiped the sweat from his brow, accepted Chen Luo's cigarette, and chuckled. We are building a warehouse. It's quite a peculiar warehouse. Isn't it? After all these years as a laborer, this is my first encounter with such a thing. Chen Luo, having overheard others refer to Qi Haonan as Boss Qi, was still unaware of his full name, so he asked, what kind of person is the boss? One worker took a deep drag from his cigarette and replied, his name is Qi Haonan. He has been in construction for several years. Chen Luo nodded with a smile, beginning to validate his next hypothesis. Following the usual patterns of stockpiling supplies, it was evident that Qi Haonan must be deferring all payments until after the apocalypse. The money saved could then be used to hoard more resources. A strategy he was beginning to comprehend. Chen Luo feigned curiosity and asked, "I'm also interested in working on the site to earn some living expenses, but I wonder if the warehouse settles accounts punctually. Do they pay daily or monthly? I'm concerned I may not be able to work if payment is only settled after the project concludes." One worker laughed and pointed at Chen Luo, saying, "Young man, you look too delicate for this kind of work. It's quite grueling." The pay was notably high, at 1.5 times the market rate, but required meticulous labor, with wages settled precisely after a month. Chen Luo was taken aback, realizing his guesses were accurate. Previously, Qi Haonan had insisted on monthly settlements with the restaurant owner. After exchanging a few more casual words with the older workers, Chen Luo took his leave, but his mind was filled with profound doubt. The scenario resembled a plot straight out of a novel, so uncanny, it seemed almost surreal. Were it not for the possibility that Qi Haonan's adversaries might include himself, Chen Luo would have simply dismissed it with a laugh. Without clarifying the situation, he could not find peace. Chen Luo made a phone call. "Qi Fei, I need your help to investigate someone." Qi Fei was one of Chen Luo's few friends, his family being a minor player in Mingzhu City. Yet he wielded a bit of influence in Chen Luo's district due to his extensive network of acquaintances. Likely still groggy from sleep, Qi Fei grumbled, "Who do you want to look into?" "There are plenty of people at your university." Chen Luo chuckled. "I'll send you the details shortly. Please hurry, and I'll treat you to a meal afterward." That evening, Qi Fei called Chen Luo. "I found the information you were looking for." Chen Luo perked up. "Go on," Qi Fei explained. "Qi Haonan is 33 years old. After graduating from high school, he started as a laborer on construction sites. He is quite capable, having transformed from a mere worker to a contractor. His net worth is likely over 100 million, but his earnings are tainted with illegitimacy. It is said that after he took on a project in the Lin district, he subcontracted it to someone else, who then absconded after the project finished, leaving the workers unpaid for an entire year. In fact, this subcontractor was merely a scapegoat for Qi Haonan, who deprived over 100 workers of their hard-earned wages. The workers likely suspected Qi Haonan was behind the deceit, as he often evaded them. Even if they confronted him, they had no evidence to hold against him. Chen Luo scoffed at the heartlessness of it all and swiftly devised a method to ascertain whether Qi Haonan was indeed a reincarnated individual. He would gather the workers cheated by Qi Haonan to block the warehouse. If Qi Haonan was truly hoarding supplies for the apocalypse, he would certainly not tolerate the warehouse being obstructed and would find ways to disperse the workers. Conversely, if the warehouse held no significance for him, it would indicate that Chen Luo had misjudged the situation. Mental illness, Chen Luo muttered to himself. What a farce I'm indulging in. The following morning, Chen Luo positioned himself near the warehouse, keeping watch for Qi Haonan's presence. Should he spot him, he would immediately instruct Qi Fei to notify the aggrieved workers to confront Qi Haonan. Around 9 o'clock, a series of small trucks entered the warehouse. Chen Luo peered inside one of the trucks, noting it was filled with barrels of purified water. He cursed under his breath, realizing his suspicions were becoming increasingly credible. If Qi Haonan were genuinely operating a warehouse not for the sake of stockpiling supplies for the impending apocalypse, why would he need such a massive quantity of purified water? Was he out of his mind? Investing substantial resources in a warehouse only to hoard rice and water? Qi Haonan emerged from a luxurious black vehicle and entered the warehouse, prompting Chen Luo to notify Qi Fei. "I truly cannot comprehend your motives. You've really drawn the short straw with Qi Haonan," Qi Fei remarked. Over an hour later, 2 vans, seemingly neglected for ages, pulled up to the warehouse entrance, and a dozen poorly dressed men disembarked. "Jin, you must speak to your son about settling our wages. I say this a betrayal of our fellow villagers. My wife is awaiting this money for her medical treatment," lamented an elderly man with graying hair and a face resembling tree bark. This old man was Qi Haonan's father. Chen Luo was taken aback. These workers were indeed tenacious, even bringing Qi Haonan's father into the fray. According to the information provided by Qi Fei, Qi Haonan hailed from humble beginnings, so having such a father was not surprising. However, one would expect that after achieving success, he would share the fruits of his labor with his parents. The group of men strode purposefully into the warehouse. Upon seeing them, a crew-cut man displayed irritation on his face and approached Qi Haonan, saying, Brother, those bumpkins are back asking for money. Qi Haonan paused, bewildered. Money? What money? The crew cut man elaborated. It's about the wages for that Lin project. Qi Haonan took a moment to recall, his expression darkening. Do I have any money to spare for you? I'm all tied up in stockpiling supplies. Simultaneously, Qi Haonan pondered why his memory seemed to be faltering since his rebirth. Initially, he had deliberately employed workers from out of town to evade the very workers now demanding payment. He had remembered this matter, but how could he forget it after just half a month? If not for Changzi's reminder, he might have completely overlooked the Lin project. His past memories seemed to blur, and had it not been for Chen Luo's deep betrayal, perhaps he would have also forgotten them. Qi Haonan resolved to set aside time to document important events post-apocalypse. Missing out on those could render his rebirth meaningless. In the past, upon hearing demands for payment from workers, Qi Haonan would have fled without a second thought. However, that was no longer an option. First, if he did not confront them, they would undoubtedly continue to harass him, making his life increasingly troublesome. Second, their demands would disrupt the current workers he had hired. It would be troublesome if they began clamoring for cash payments. A sigh escaped his lips. Haonan, it's me. Qi Haonan looked at the elderly man before him and furrowed his brow. Dad, why are you here? The workers seeking payment were not fools. They allowed Qi Haonan's father to speak first. Chen Luo hid behind the construction site's wall, eavesdropping on their conversation. Qi Haonan's father suppressed his tears. Nan, I've never done anything wrong in my life. Our family has always been honest farmers, never harming anyone. We cannot tarnish our ancestors' reputation, can we? Among these people are your fellow villagers. If you truly owe money, can we settle it? I know you've grown up and become successful, and my old words may fall on deaf ears, but I implore you, please. He then shocked everyone by kneeling before Qi Haonan. In that instant, Qi Haonan's thoughts crystallized. Previously, he had shifted the blame to others. What could these workers do if they knew he was the one refusing payment? It wouldn't matter if his ancestors rose from their graves. Do you know how much the total wages amount to? Over 10 million. Right now, the warehouse is my priority. I'll pay. But only a month later, Qi Haonan helped his father to his feet. Dad, I'll repay this money. Truly, although that scoundrel absconded with it, it was earned through hard work. They're all fellow villagers, and I will pay. Qi Haonan's father's parched face blossomed into a smile. A hint of color returning. Really? The workers' faces lit up with joy upon hearing this. An impatient worker asked, Will you pay us today? Qi Haonan shook his head. A month from now. The workers' expressions darkened. Was he employing the delay tactic? Qi Haonan had anticipated their reaction. I'll write you an IOU. If I fail to pay, you can sue me. With the IOU, what do you have to fear? Previously, the workers had attempted to sue Qi Haonan but had failed due to a lack of evidence. Now, with an IOU, it represented a significant advancement. As Qi Haonan had asserted, with an IOU, they had something substantial. They could not press Qi Haonan too hard. What would they do if he refused to write the IOU? Qi Haonan publicly pinned the IOUs. Contemplating the payment date, he settled on June 26. The workers clutched the IOUs as if they were treasures, their faces radiant with hope. As Qi Haonan gazed at his father, he was reminded of his parents. Should he bring them to the warehouse to ensure their safety post-apocalypse? The thought crossed his mind but was swiftly dismissed. In his previous life, Qi Haonan had no idea whether his parents had survived the apocalypse, as he had never sought them out in this life. He had no intention of keeping them close. Who knows whether they will turn into zombies after the apocalypse? Given their age, it is highly probable that they have already succumbed to such a fate. Even if they haven't, with their frail limbs, what could they possibly contribute? Aside from being a burden on resources, what purpose do they serve? No, they still have their uses, albeit as potential leverage against oneself. Considering they are one's own parents, utterly useless, merely dragging one down. Qi Haonan's gaze towards his father was starkly devoid of warmth. There is a saying, to ascend from the depths, one must first sever ties with those dear. My apologies, father. Qi Haonan remarked with a feigned smile. Father, eat whatever you desire. Indulge yourself, for good times are fleeting. Qi's father, misinterpreting his son's words as genuine concern, beamed with joy. Qi Haonan continued, Father, my work at the construction site is demanding and perilous. It would be best for you to return home quickly. I'll come to see you in a month. Qi's father readily agreed. Eager not to disturb his son, he left with the workers, cheerful and content. Qi Haonan watched their retreating figures, disdainfully spitting on the ground, a bunch of mud-stained laborers, forever unable to rise, toyed with at my whim. In a month, they would return seeking money. Chapter 5. The Apocalypse. First, eliminate the saintly Qi Haonan orchestrated a grand performance, believing he had manipulated everyone. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was merely an actor in a play directed by Chen Luo, who had surreptitiously informed the workers about Qi Haonan's intentions. The outcome of this spectacle was anticipated by Chen Luo, yet it defied logic, as it nearly confirmed Qi Haonan's status as a reincarnate. Qi Haonan, in his malevolence, had found a scapegoat, absconding with over 10 million of the workers' hard-earned money. Would they so readily accept this debt? It was Qi's father who, in a moment of submission, softened his resolve. Let us not kid ourselves. If Qi Haonan truly possessed such filial piety, his father would not still be toiling in the countryside. Without expending much effort, Qi Haonan readily accepted this debt, promising to repay it in a month. Aligning with Chen Luo's conclusions, without a cataclysmic event, Qi Haonan would certainly not part with this money so easily. Should he have willingly settled this debt, Chen Luo would suspect himself of delusion. Upon acquiring the answer he sought, Chen Luo felt a tumultuous mix of emotions. Had Qi Haonan genuinely been reborn? Furthermore, based on the date Qi Haonan promised payment, Chen Luo surmised the impending apocalypse would likely erupt around June 25th. Certainly not later than the morning of June 26th. It might very well occur at some point on June 25th. Chen Luo squinted, needing just a bit more concrete evidence. The towering walls before him were formidable, and he believed the warehouse within to be fortified like a bastion. Such strength also implied significant peril. What if Qi Haonan found himself besieged by countless dangers, such as zombies, trapped within the warehouse, or faced with formidable creatures capable of breaching it? What then of the escape route? Would he truly remain trapped within, forsaking any chance of survival? Had Chen Luo been in Qi Haonan's position, he would undoubtedly have created an escape tunnel leading to the surrounding area. Being in construction, Qi Haonan should have considered this too. It was still May 28th, with ample time until June 25th. Chen Luo was uncertain whether Qi Haonan had constructed an escape route. He decided to investigate. Observing the surroundings of the warehouse, the east was a road, making it an unlikely choice for a tunnel due to its visibility. To the south lay a lake, and it was improbable for a tunnel to traverse through water. The most likely locations were to the west and north. The north held a small grove, which Chen Luo deemed the most probable site. He meticulously scanned the ground for signs of disturbance, kicking at patches of grass and foliage to uncover any concealed entrances. After half an hour of searching, he stumbled upon the western side and gasped. It was not a tunnel he discovered, but a sight that stirred his emotions. A stone weighing about 50 kilograms had been propped up on one side. The small plant supporting it, of a variety unknown to Chen Luo, had grown through the earth, its growth stunted by the stone above, deprived of sunlight and fresh air. If it did not strive, it would remain forever in darkness, unable to thrive. It must have exerted all its strength to lift the stone, finally reaching the light of day. Kneeling down, Chen Luo marveled at this resilient little plant. It was a miraculous testament to life. He could hardly fathom how such a frail being could hold up the stone, especially for such an extended period. Even an adult would struggle under such weight. Effortlessly, he moved the stone aside, and the plant straightened its bent form. "You must be malnourished," he mused. Looking around to ensure he was alone, he unzipped his bag and nourished the plant with some fertilizer. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the plant to sway, as if thanking Chen Luo for his care. He chuckled softly. No need for thanks. After all, it was merely a grass. He did not linger, nor did he find the anticipated tunnel. Likely still in the planning stages. The warehouse had been constructed over 10 days ago, and only the ground floor was complete. The basement was still under construction. Qi Haonan contemplated commencing the secret passage once the basement neared completion. Otherwise, should danger arise within the warehouse, there would be nowhere to flee. Every step he took was meticulously calculated by Chen Luo. After lunch, Qi Haonan purchased a notebook and 2 pens at the supermarket. He found his memory increasingly unreliable since his rebirth. Was this a side effect of reincarnation? Or perhaps, in his past life, he had sustained a head injury from Chen Luo's hefty blows. And even now, it plagued him. Gritting his teeth, Qi Haonan vowed, "Chen Luo, just wait until the night of the 25th. I will finish you off." Entering the first-floor warehouse, Qi Haonan locked the door to a rudimentary break room. Sitting at a table, he opened the notebook, pondering what to document. In the apocalypse, resources are paramount. Nothing surpasses their importance. Having watched numerous apocalyptic films, such as Resident Evil, he understood that resources were merely to stave off hunger and ensure survival. Yet, in the apocalypse he had experienced, resources were far more complex. He began by noting which supplies to stockpile. While rice holds minimal energy, it remains essential. Water, the essence of life, is irreplaceable. Meat is indispensable, consuming substantial funds. Cigarettes serve as mental sustenance, beneficial not only to survivors but also alcohol. Qi Haonan meticulously recorded each item, contemplating their significance and utility. He refrained from explicitly labeling the supplies needed for the apocalypse, simply jotting down their names for his understanding. Suddenly, he tore out the first page of the notebook, where he had previously documented everything, crumpling it into a ball and setting it ablaze with a lighter. His expression was cold as he inscribed anew in the notebook, Apocalypse, first eliminate the saintly. Chapter 6. Qi Haonan's plan in the apocalypse. The first step is to eliminate the saintly. Although Qi Haonan had been grievously injured by Chen Luo, rendering him weaker than an ordinary person, he did not perish at Chen Luo's hands. He vividly recalled an incident where a superhuman had benevolently rescued a gravely injured survivor, leading to the obliteration of their base. He had perished in that calamity. At that moment, he had wanted to shout, "Do not save him." But as a lowly servant, he had lacked the standing to offer such counsel. Throughout his year in the apocalypse, Qi Haonan encountered many self-proclaimed saints. They were terrifying. One could never predict the calamity they would lead one into. Saints rarely acted alone. They often commanded teams or even bases into destruction. Steering clear of saints is paramount. Cherish life. If avoidance proves impossible, eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. Qi Haonan recalled his first encounter with a saint, a woman he had taken in post-apocalypse, beautiful and kind-hearted. Though he himself was not kind, he enjoyed feigning benevolence. While scavenging for supplies, he cautioned the woman hiding in the room, "No matter who it is, do not open the door." Tragically, the saint could not withstand the desperate pleas of the survivors outside and opened the door. Upon Qi Haonan's return, she was battered and bruised, bringing with her a deadly threat. 2 men had lurked within, plotting against him. Had Qi Haonan not been vigilant, he would never have encountered Chen Luo. He solemnly recorded in his notebook, "In the apocalypse, first eliminate the saintly." His thoughts were interrupted as he recalled the supplies he needed to stockpile and the reasons behind it. Around 8 o'clock on the evening of June 25th. The exact time slipped from his memory. A peculiar magnetic storm, akin to an electromagnetic tempest, unexpectedly descended upon the blue planet. An hour prior to its arrival, the blue planet detected its presence, but it was too late. Or rather, even the awareness of it proved futile. The storm first obliterated the global electrical grid, plunging the entire blue planet into an abyss of darkness. All communication signals were rendered inoperative. Simultaneously, an astonishing explosion erupted in the outskirts of Mingzhu City. And days later, Qi Haonan would learn that it was the detonation of a nuclear weapon. This electromagnetic storm possessed the terrifying capability to trigger nuclear armaments even in a secure state. Such occurrences were not confined to Mingzhu City. They unfolded globally. Given that nuclear weapons are typically stored within military installations, a significant portion of the armed forces was annihilated in an instant. This was an unparalleled catastrophe, yet it was merely the beginning. The tempest-like electromagnetic storm assaulted every living being on the blue planet, rendering even those hidden deep underground powerless. A horrifying phenomenon transpired as it seemed to disrupt the genetic structures of organisms worldwide. Individuals lay prostrate on the ground, writhing in agony, awaiting the celestial decree. As the scythe of fate descended, within mere minutes, over 30% of humanity inexplicably transformed into insatiable, ravenous zombies. The strength of these zombies far surpassed that of ordinary humans, and their speed was not to be underestimated. Some even manifested extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, the surviving humans experienced no physical enhancements, although a fortunate few would awaken their own powers in the days that followed. Yet they were exceedingly rare. The probability of zombies exhibiting abilities far outweighed that of the survivors. Even more terrifying developments unfolded. The long period of complacent existence appeared to have stripped humanity of its capacity for evolution. Other life forms on the blue planet, under the tidal assault, underwent massive evolutionary changes at a pace that humanity could not hope to rival. Animals, plants, creatures soaring through the skies, crawling upon the earth, swimming in the waters, and burrowing through the soil all evolved. In both quantity and quality, humans could not compete with flora and fauna. After acquiring their abilities, the energy expenditure of these individuals surged dramatically, rendering each ability wielder and evolved creature a veritable drain on resources. Particularly upon awakening their powers, they required copious amounts of sustenance to replenish their energy. Qi Haonan vividly recalled that after awakening his ice-based abilities during the apocalypse, he felt an insatiable hunger, as if he could consume 2 whole cattle. Without sufficient energy replenishment, newly awakened ability users risked starving to death. Each subsequent enhancement of their powers demanded an abundance of food as bodily sustenance. Daily maintenance of their physical condition and the energy required for evolution necessitated a steady supply of resources. Much like a child requires nutrition to grow, Qi Haonan resolved to amass a substantial stockpile of provisions. These supplies were not merely a guarantee of survival, they were essential for growth and strength. Qi Haonan meticulously catalogued the various items he needed to stockpile in his notebook. Salt. Salt is a vital component for the human body, and various evolved creatures, such as mosquitoes, flies, and even zombies, seem to develop an aversion to certain elements in salt. Stockpiling salt would yield remarkable results. As for meat, beef was preferable, though it came at a higher price. Qi Haonan pondered that if he lacked sufficient funds, he could always borrow. Having worked in construction, he knew many who could facilitate such loans. High interest rates did not deter him, for what mattered was securing the funds. Should he instruct his underlings to engage in online scams? Each could easily rake in hundreds of thousands. After some consideration, he dismissed the idea, knowing that unless he warned them of the impending apocalypse, no fool would accompany him in his madness. Qi Haonan planned to reveal his identity as a reincarnated individual once the apocalypse unfolded. This was a deviation from the conventional approach. Why disclose it? Qi Haonan had pondered this deeply. In the days following the apocalypse, he awakened his abilities, which were decent but not extraordinary. Qi Haonan harbored ambitions of achieving great things. Yet, lacking exceptional talent, he recognized that even if he knew of some renowned individuals in the future, there was no guarantee they would follow him. Would the allure of being a reincarnated individual suffice? Moreover, there was a more pressing concern. He had stockpiled a vast amount of resources, undeniably acquired by him. After the apocalypse, would others refrain from seizing them? If there remained any semblance of moral order, it would not be an apocalypse. The storage of resources in his warehouse was not a secret. The neighboring residents were well aware that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the conspicuously stocked warehouse would appear as a prize to many. Countless survivors would swarm to seize it. What right did he have to defend his supplies? Only by leveraging his identity as a reincarnated individual could he swiftly rally a formidable group, dissuading others from attempting to seize his possessions. With the combined allure of his reincarnation and resources, would not the elite flock to him? The subordinates he had amassed over years in construction would serve as his initial force. Compared to others, this group was decidedly more trustworthy. The previous recruit, Huang Mao, had proven to be utterly foolish. With a solid foundation, recruiting additional members would be more manageable. Otherwise, as a lone commander, even a reincarnated individual risked being swiftly eliminated. In truth, Qi Haonan did not wish to be so ostentatious. But without such a strategy, he had no choice. The warehouse was far too conspicuous. Unless he possessed a spatial pocket to conceal all his supplies, alas, he did not. Chapter 7. The Saint of Reality Weapons. Particularly modern firearms were certainly on Qi Haonan's list of items to stockpile. However, he lacked the necessary channels. Even if he did, he would not dare to acquire them audaciously. Contemplating his options, he resolved to gather some composite crossbows and similar weaponry. After completing his inventory of necessary supplies, Qi Haonan began to reflect on the notable ability users in Mingzhu City. The first name that came to mind was unexpectedly Chen Luo. Chen Luo, with her formidable prowess, had dealt Qi Haonan a grievous injury, undeniably aided by an element of surprise. Yet her strength could not be dismissed. Qi Haonan's gaze hardened as he inscribed strength type Chen Luo in his notes. Yet, it was impossible, absolutely impossible. Qi Haonan could never accept Chen Luo. Setting aside the personal grudges, he simply could not trust someone like her. Who would be comfortable placing a person of her caliber among their ranks? Chen Luo had to perish. She must die on the night of the apocalypse. On the surface, she appeared to possess strength-based abilities capable of incapacitating a relatively powerful Qi Haonan with just 2 strikes. Yet he would later learn that Chen Luo was far more complex than merely a strength user. However, the specifics of her abilities remained elusive to him. Qi Haonan smirked. Regardless of her abilities, they were of no consequence. He rubbed his temples, grappling with his inability to recall many details regarding people. After considerable thought, he managed to remember a few nearby powerful individuals. Wei and Qi Haonan marked this name with an asterisk. Zhang Xiaoyang, Li and I. With a sigh, Qi Haonan lamented the decline of his memory. He simply wrote down names, believing that even if others obtained his notebook, they would not discern their significance. Qi Haonan then began to recall any fortunate encounters he might have had. Around July 15th, though he could not recall the exact date, he remembered an intense battle between 2 formidable mutated creatures in the Sunshine community, resulting in 1 death and 1 severe injury. This was indeed an opportunity. Naturally, Qi Haonan would never detail every aspect. He merely recorded brief notes for his own understanding. 715, Sunshine Community, Fisherman. 730, Nanhushan Slope, Honey. 820, East Suburb, Skin. A smile crept across Qi Haonan's face. If he shared these notes, others would be unable to comprehend them. Unable to understand, right? Because he himself did not fully grasp them. These opportunities that arose following the apocalypse were not all experiences Qi Haonan had encountered firsthand. Many were merely rumors he had heard. He did not know the precise locations either, but as long as he arrived nearby at the appropriate time, he might just secure an opportunity. As he thought of this, Qi Haonan's breathing quickened, and he noted down, 930, grass, treasure. He did not specify a location, as it was in the vicinity. Why had Qi Haonan chosen to locate his warehouse in the university town? Did he truly believe it was a random decision? While it was somewhat suburban, the presence of the university ensured a considerable population. A larger population meant more zombies. With only about 30% of humanity transformed into zombies, many survivors remained. Provided his plan was executed smoothly, he could shelter numerous young students. Zombies also represented resources, accelerating development. Furthermore, this location was distanced from the nuclear explosion, essentially on the opposite side, thus minimizing exposure to radiation. The most significant reason was that there existed a major opportunity nearby. Should he seize it, he would soar to great heights. Hence, Qi Haonan had chosen this location for his warehouse. He believed this decision to be the most prudent, as fate had conspired to bring him face to face with his greatest enemy from his previous life, Chen Luo. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to track down the elusive Chen Luo. Qi Haonan rose from his seat, temporarily unable to recall anything else, intending to supplement his notes once further thoughts emerged. He tucked the notebook into the deep pocket of his trousers, keeping it close, and fetched a needle and thread to partially seal the pocket. Having come from humble beginnings, Qi Haonan possessed decent sewing skills. In the afternoon, Chen Luo lay on her bed, her mind wandering. The neighbor not far from her was quite possibly a reincarnated individual. This world had become utterly insane. If the apocalypse truly transpired, the first thing she would do upon discovering how close she was to Qi Haonan would be to eliminate him. Chen Luo gritted her teeth. Damn it, if you want to compete. Do you have the strength for it? My first order of business will be to take you out. In that case, everything you've stockpiled will belong to me. Chen Luo murmured, I might be ill. And quite severely so. Despite various speculations being validated, a trace of disbelief lingered deep within her heart regarding the existence of a reincarnated apocalypse. Just as she was lost in thought, a loud crash echoed nearby as an iron gate was forcefully struck. Bang, bang, bang. Such noise was particularly jarring in the afternoon. Chen Luo resides here and has a penchant for tranquility, yet this serene ambience has been disrupted, particularly at a time when he yearns for peace. The iron gate is incessantly battered, accompanied by the furious tirade of an elderly man. Open the door. I know you're inside. Hiding won't do you any good. You promised to care for me in my old age. Is this how you fulfill that promise? After approximately a minute, the individual inside the gate can no longer bear it, and a young man's voice erupts in a desperate wail. I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously? I've been preparing your lunch for 2 years. Isn't that enough? I flee here, and you still want to leave me alone? After listening for a while, Chen Luo begins to piece together the situation. The old man, without family or kin, has received free meals from the compassionate young man for 2 years. The elderly man's gratitude has turned into increasing demands, while the young man, overwhelmed by the moral obligation imposed upon him, struggles to escape the situation. The old man, having no ties to the young man, has effectively ensnared him. The young man, seeking refuge near Chen Luo, inadvertently draws the old man's attention to their vicinity. The old man, emboldened by his shamelessness, asserts, "As long as I'm unashamed, you can do nothing to me." Chen Luo, internally exasperated, thinks the young man is undeniably naive. It is not that he is entirely at fault. Rather, he has underestimated human nature. In these apocalyptic times, one must be cautious about offering food to others. While they may express gratitude, they may also become leeches, clinging to you and draining your vitality. Should they find themselves unsatisfied, their resentment can turn ferocious. The old man continues to pound on the iron gate, and while Chen Luo might disregard such disturbances in other circumstances, the incessant noise disrupts his midday rest. He is still contemplating how to deal with Qi Haonan. Chen Luo steps onto the balcony and impatiently calls out, "Old man, take a break? I still need my nap. Can you come back in the afternoon?" To his surprise, the old man seems invigorated by Chen Luo's offhand remark, tilting his head and responding in a sarcastic tone, "Young man, how can you sleep at such a young age?" Chen Luo's expression darkens. Has he truly overstepped? Chapter 8. Chen Luo's malice. What Chen Luo did not foresee was that the old man would approach the very location of Chen Luo's residence, relentlessly banging on the door. "Old man, I haven't even slept. How can you rest?" Noticing Chen Luo's fluctuating expression through the door crack, the old man remains unfazed. He points at Chen Luo. "Are you planning to strike me? Come on. I have high blood pressure, diabetes, and heart disease. Go ahead and try." How does one deal with such a person? Would you dare to hit him or even reprimand him? Neither approach works. The more you strike him, the more exhilarated he becomes, ensuring he clings to you for life. Reporting him to the authorities is futile. Chen Luo swiftly relents. "My apologies, old man." The old man scoffs and turns back to resume his furious knocking at the young man's door. Chen Luo, expressionless, muses, "Am I truly the type to suffer such indignities?" He then exits through the back door, taking a detour to arrive at a dilapidated residence. Soft singing wafts from the yard. "I want to fly higher." "Fly even higher," Chen Luo chuckles. For Jang Wei'an is home. He pushes aside a small iron plate in the middle of the gate and peers into the yard, spotting a robust young man in his 20s performing gestures of flight. Wei'an, Chen Luo calls softly. The young man in the yard pays Chen Luo no mind. Chen Luo pretends to be puzzled. "Wei'an, why are you ignoring me?" Jang Wei'an responds with irritation. "I am a bird now. How can a bird pay you any heed?" Chen Luo is taken aback. This person is truly eccentric. Not that Chen Luo is insulting him. He genuinely has a few screws loose. Chen Luo mysteriously adds, "There's an old man out front calling you insane. You should go check it out." Jang Wei'an, though eccentric, is like every madman who never believes himself to be ill and becomes furious when accused of such. If you insult him in any other way, he remains unfazed. The only intolerable offense is to challenge his sanity. Indeed, Jang Wei'an erupts. Who dares to say that?" Jang Wei'an drops the pretense of being a bird and storms out in a rage. Chen Luo embellishes. "If you confront him, he will surely deny it, claiming he never insulted you." Jang Wei'an, face darkened with fury, sets off to find the old man, shouting, "Who insulted me?" Before long, the sound of the old man banging on the gate catches Jang Wei'an's attention, and he spots the old man. Pointing fiercely, he shouts, "You filthy old man! Why did you insult me?" Chen Luo presents himself as a charming young man, appearing benevolent. In contrast, Jang Wei'an, tall and imposing, exudes a fierce demeanor. The old man, who typically preys on the weak, falters under Jang Wei'an's intimidating presence, responding in a feeble tone, "When did I insult you?" To his astonishment, the old man's reaction mirrors Chen Luo's predictions exactly. Chen Luo hides around the corner, stifling laughter. The old man, under the impression that Jang Wei'an would let him be, is oblivious to the fact that Jang Wei'an raises his voice. "Ah, you indeed insulted me." The old man, bewildered, retorts, "Are you out of your mind?" Jang Wei'an, instantly enraged, cannot believe someone would dare insult him to his face. He seizes the old man's collar and pins him against the wall. His expression fierce as that of a beast. The old man's anger flares in response. He genuinely does not believe a young man would strike him. Since turning 50, he has relied on his ailments to intimidate others, always walking with an air of superiority. "Come on, hit me," the old man taunts, raising his right cheek. With a resounding slap, the old man's right cheek receives a heavy blow. The old man, taken aback, cannot fathom that someone would truly dare to strike him. In the next moment, a torrent of punches rains down upon his face. The pain is excruciating. He acknowledges this as the most brutal beating he has endured in many years. In no time. He is left bruised and battered, his eyes resembling those of a raccoon, and blood streaming from his nose. After venting his pent-up frustration, Jang Wayan declares, "Don't let me see you again. If I do, I will hit you again." The old man desperately clings to Jang Wayan's clothing, unwilling to let go without compensation, adamant that he will not release him without a hefty sum. He has encountered a benefactor. With his shirt grasped tightly, Jang Wayan angrily commands, "Let go." The old man, slurring his words, threatens, "You're done for." The tighter the old man clutches, the harder Jang Wayan retaliates. Their commotion has drawn the attention of neighbors, who, despite their disdain for the old man, remain silent. Eventually, one neighbor, unable to bear it any longer, tactfully advises, "This man just came out of Qingshan Hospital, and he lives alone. Hitting him is futile." Qingshan Hospital? The old man's mind goes blank. Isn't that a mental institution? It's not just that he is being beaten. He could be killed, and no one would care. And indeed, Jang Wayan is hitting him with all his might. Ultimately, the old man relinquishes his grip. But not before Jang Wayan delivers 2 final kicks, leaving the old man sobbing as he limps away, unwilling to linger any longer. "Sometimes, it takes a villain to deal with a villain," Chen Luo scoffs. "Who told you to provoke me?" Chen Luo is unperturbed about the possibility of Jang Wayan's actions being exposed. After all, only Jang Wayan knows. If he were to speak out, would the words of a madman ever be taken as evidence? Chen Luo is not concerned about the old man returning. Jang Wayan has made it clear that he will strike him every time they meet. After dealing with the old man, Jang Wayan returns to his usual self. For the most part, his mind is functioning normally, and he can manage his daily life independently. He approaches Chen Luo. "I don't quite understand. That old man doesn't even know me. Why did he insult me?" Chen Luo chuckles awkwardly. "Look at you. Your mind seems quite sharp." Jang Wayan scratches his head, then requests, "Give me 50 cents. I want to buy a pack of Snow Lotus." Chen Luo responds with a casual, "Sure," as he digs into his wallet, only to find no coins, just stacks of 100 yuan bills. He generously hands Jang Wayan a 100 yuan note. Jang Wayan, grinning, rushes off. Arriving at the small shop, he hesitates between flavors of Sprite and Coca-Cola. Ultimately deciding to take both, he returns the change of 99 yuan to Chen Luo, sheepishly admitting, "I spent 50 cents more than I should have." Chen Luo laughs, "No worries. We're buddies, right?" Jang Wayan pulls out a Snow Lotus candy, offering, "Here, buddy, have some. It's a rare occasion for Jang Wayan to share willingly." So Chen Luo graciously accepts it, popping it into his mouth. While not particularly delicious, it is a gesture of goodwill. After all, the price hasn't increased in over 20 years, unlike others who have lost their sense of integrity. Jang Wayan thumps his chest, declaring, "From now on, if you have any issues, just mention my name. It'll work." Chen Luo observes the young man who has been selflessly aiding the old man, his youthful visage prompting a shake of Chen Luo's head. Youthful innocence. I was out on the streets at 15, encountering myriad individuals, enduring hardships and suffering indignities. Have I not experienced enough? He chuckles to himself. Oh, and let us not forget about selling vegetables. Chapter 9. Should I stock up on some provisions? The following morning, the phone rings. "May I speak to Mr. Chen, please?" The caller ID indicates that the delivery service is on the line, confirming that Chen Luo's package has arrived. There are 3 parcels in total. After signing for them, Chen Luo eagerly opens one. Inside lies a sleek, black, technologically advanced monocular telescope. This is no mere trinket. It cost him over 50,000 yuan. With 16x high definition and night vision capabilities, this telescope allows Chen Luo to observe objects up to 160 meters away, as if they were a mere 10 meters distant. As for those astronomical telescopes claiming to see billions of kilometers away, well, those who purchased them know the truth. The other 2 parcels contain another telescope, which Chen Luo bought as a backup. Fearing the first might be damaged in total, He has spent just over 100,000 yuan, but Chen Luo is not concerned about money. He is not to be underestimated just because he sells vegetables. What does he need a telescope for? To spy on beautiful women? Of course not. He intends to observe Qi Haonan's warehouse from the comfort of his home. The rooftop of Chen Luo's small building is adorned with a railing. Serving as a terrace where clothes can be dried and miscellaneous items stored. It is situated not far from Qi Haonan's warehouse, merely 400 meters away. Standing atop the roof, there are no high buildings to obstruct the view, allowing for an unobstructed gaze at the happenings at the warehouse entrance and the vehicles that arrive. However, the interior of the warehouse remains concealed from sight, as Qi Haonan has constructed a wall that is excessively high. This arrangement proves sufficient, sparing Chen Luo the need to crouch in a corner to observe, which would be undesirable if Qi Haonan's subordinates were to take notice, in the event of an apocalypse. This telescope could indeed prove to be of great utility. Chen Luo muttered a curse under his breath. Regardless of whether the apocalypse is imminent, idleness is not an option, so he decided to engage in a little diversion. He moved a chair to the terrace and, while holding his phone to read a novel, occasionally glanced through the telescope to check for any developments. During the morning, no delivery trucks arrived, nor did he spot Qi Haonan. As noon approached, Chen Luo, chewing gum, made his way to a tree not far from the warehouse's exterior, where he spat out the gum and affixed it to a button-shaped object. After applying a bit of glue, he tucked it into a hole in the tree, angling the button's eye towards the warehouse's main entrance. He repeated this operation on another tree. These were miniature cameras, the contents of which were sourced from a delivery box that Chen Luo had procured through certain channels. This way, he would no longer need to vigilantly monitor the warehouse at all times. While atop the small building around 10 o'clock, Chen Luo endured the sun's relentless rays. He had considered placing cameras within the warehouse to ascertain the events occurring inside, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Firstly, it was not immediately necessary, and secondly, the warehouse was still under construction. Should a worker discover the cameras, it could lead to complications. Once the warehouse was completed, he would find an opportunity to install them inside. Humph, Qi Haonan, who do you think you are to challenge me? In the afternoon, 2 delivery trucks entered the warehouse. The truck compartments were tightly closed, preventing Chen Luo from discerning their contents. He hastily approached the warehouse entrance, seeking a concealed position to observe his surroundings before taking out his monocular telescope. After a moment of scrutiny, he noted Qi Haonan's subordinates carrying boxes into the warehouse. Upon closer inspection, he saw the boxes were labeled with the words edible salt. 2 trucks of salt. Chen Luo was taken aback, astonished at the sheer quantity of salt being hoarded. Yet, it was not entirely unfathomable. If an apocalypse were to occur, salt could prove to be more valuable than food, as humanity cannot survive without it. Up to that point, Chen Luo had not witnessed any vegetables or meat entering the warehouse. He slapped his forehead in realization. Qi Haonan's cold storage was certainly not yet operational. And in this weather, any stockpiled goods would spoil within 2 to 3 days. After observing for a while, Chen Luo began to stroll. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. If his suspicions were correct, Qi Haonan might take action against him on the very day of the apocalypse. The following day, or perhaps even a day in advance, Qi Haonan would undoubtedly be aware of his proximity, and the location of Chen Luo's home was hardly a secret. With a little effort, it could easily be discovered. Chen Luo was not Qi Haonan's confidant, so how could he possibly predict when Qi Haonan would strike? While he was prepared to defend himself against Qi Haonan, who could say how Qi Haonan intended to deal with him? What if he had buried several kilograms of explosives in Chen Luo's home? Chen Luo's expression turned grave, and he resolved to prepare for the worst. He immediately rushed back home, installing cameras in several key locations throughout his residence. There would always be miscreants plotting against him, and he must remain vigilant. Furthermore, the best course of action would be to vacate his home for a few days leading up to June 25th. Since Qi Haonan had issued a promissory note to the workers dated June 26, Chen Luo surmised the apocalypse might occur around the 25th, or possibly as early as the 20th. Would be prudent to find a different place to hide during those days, ensuring that if Qi Haonan sought to harm him, he would be unable to locate him. Chen Luo arrived at the community bulletin board, where various rental advertisements frequently appeared. He selected a rental property situated approximately a mile from his home. Chen Luo contacted the landlord. "Hello, I hear you have a property available for rent. Is it still available? If not, could I possibly view it?" The landlord responded, "It was just listed and hasn't been rented out yet." I have time to show it at 6 this evening. At the agreed time, Chen Luo arrived, finding the landlord to be a bespectacled gentleman in his 30s. This gentleman did not recognize Chen Luo, and it was not surprising. Even though Chen Luo lived merely a mile away, he was not well known among the neighbors, likely only familiar to them in passing. The property was a 2-story building, well-kept and aesthetically pleasing, and Chen Luo was quite satisfied. So, what is the rent? He inquired. The landlord adjusted his glasses and replied 2,000 per month, with a 3-month deposit required and a minimum 6-month lease. Chen Luo instinctively blurted out, "Can I pay after a month?" He quickly realized that such a proposition was impractical. Renting a property without paying up front was not customary, especially given that they were unfamiliar with each other. Moreover, it was a small sum, under 10,000. Having come to this conclusion, Chen Luo promptly paid 8,000 yuan and signed the lease agreement. Feeling a bit sheepish, he said, "This house is for me and my girlfriend. I would prefer if you kept this matter confidential." The landlord gave him a knowing look. "A hidden gem. I understand. I was initially going to list it with an agency, but your call was fortuitous. Rest assured, I will be out of town for work tomorrow." With the rental secured, Chen Luo pondered an important question. Qi Haonan was expending significant effort hoarding supplies. He had the means, and so did Chen Luo. He had his own modest goals too. Given Qi Haonan's wealth, even if he were to hoard for a month, it was likely he would accumulate supplies worth billions. Chen Luo understood that in the aftermath of an apocalypse, currency would hold little value. Who would turn down an abundance of resources? Should he consider stockpiling something himself? Chapter 10. Unexpected windfall. Chen Luo also contemplated the necessity of hoarding supplies. Firstly, no one would ever complain about having too many resources. Money left unspent would become worthless. Secondly, the items Qi Haonan was hoarding may not align with Chen Luo's preferences. For instance, he relished stewed pig's trotters. If Qi Haonan had not stocked up on them, it was likely that he would never have the chance to enjoy fresh stewed trotters again. He also had a fondness for cola, which Qi Haonan had presumably not stored either. Thus, Chen Luo concluded that it was imperative to amass a significant supply of his favorite items. Nevertheless, he harbored some doubts. Although various indications suggested that Qi Haonan was hoarding supplies in anticipation of a rebirth, it all seemed rather absurd. In recent days, he felt akin to Jang Wei'an, who fancied himself a bird. While Chen Luo grappled with apocalyptic delusions, gritting his teeth, Chen Luo resolved to stockpile. Even if the apocalypse did not materialize, the supplies he gathered would not vanish into thin air. At worst, he could engage in some resale. Selling his hoarded goods at a premium. It was a risk worth taking. Upon returning home, Chen Luo procured a small notebook to strategize what he should begin hoarding. "Hello, Mr. Qi. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." "Hello, Mr. Li. It's an honor." That evening, in a private room of a 5-star hotel, Qi Haonan entertained a guest for dinner. After consuming half a gin of liquor, Qi Haonan revealed his intentions. Leaning in companionably, he said to Mr. Li, "I invited you here to discuss a business opportunity." Li laughed heartily. "Speak freely, my friend." Qi Haonan continued, "I wish to procure a batch of beef from you, of this quantity." He extended his hand, palm up. Li smiled knowingly. 5 million? Qi Haonan shook his head. 50 million, Li sat up straighter, the alcohol momentarily forgotten. "Are you joking?" Qi Haonan chuckled softly. "Do you think I would jest with you, my brother? This shipment must arrive at my warehouse by the 22nd. No later than the 23 RD. Qi Haonan was intent on amassing a considerable quantity of beef, but he knew that contacting Li on the 22nd would likely be too late. He was not seeking a small order. Mr. Li's expression turned serious. "The goods are not an issue. I can source you 1 billion worth if that's what you need. But how will you handle the payment?" Qi Haonan had anticipated this query. "A 20% deposit, with the remaining balance due on the 26th. A mere delay of a few days. It was inconceivable for Qi Haonan to expect anything for nothing. No one would dispatch goods without an upfront payment. Regardless of whether they were newly acquainted or had a long-standing partnership, I require a fair price for a substantial order. 30 yuan per jin. Li lowered his gaze in contemplation. "But why, my friend? Would a contractor suddenly need such a large quantity of beef?" Qi Haonan offered a mysterious smile. "No need to pry, my brother. I have my own channels." Li replied. "Let me think it over. I will get back to you tomorrow." The following day, Mr. Li responded, "My friend, we can collaborate. but I will need a minimum of 70% upfront. Why goods do not magically appear. They are procured, and I cannot afford to front the costs. That evening, Mr. Li discreetly investigated Qi Haonan's background and discovered his dubious reputation, characterized by unscrupulous dealings and a less-than-stellar standing in the community. After years in the meat wholesale business, he understood the various avenues to success, and he doubted Qi Haonan's claims. Had it not been for the fact that Qi Haonan would pay on the 26th, he would have declined the deal altogether. With a smile, Qi Haonan said, "Brother, when the time comes, I will ensure you receive an additional 3 million for your assistance." After much negotiation, Qi Haonan finally managed to lower the deposit to 50%, though this was still far from his initial expectations. Once off the phone, Qi Haonan's expression darkened. He felt disrespected and vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would ensure Li regretted his underestimation. With a heavy sigh, Qi Haonan acknowledged that his notorious reputation was indeed a hindrance, one that would follow him like a shadow in a city. A prepayment of 50% is required, and for those from other cities who would dare to extend credit to a stranger, the goods are not unsellable. Qi Haonan estimated that he could muster around 2 billion, enough to stockpile approximately 4 billion worth of supplies. That would suffice. 4 billion in resources is no small feat, ample enough to facilitate significant development and endure the early days of the apocalypse. In the morning, Chen Luo observed the warehouse through surveillance while preparing to stockpile supplies. He murmured to himself, "Is it possible for me to also pay a month later?" With a bitter smile. He shook his head, realizing it was unlikely. He only knew vegetable vendors, not meat sellers. Furthermore, he always settled his payments immediately upon receiving the vegetables. Now, requesting credit would likely meet with reluctance from most. As for meat, who would trust a stranger asking for a month's extension? On the surface, Chen Luo was merely an ordinary handsome man, not a renowned wealthy individual. The protagonists in the novels he read about stockpiling supplies were major shareholders of large corporations, whose reputations allowed them to secure credit. And who was he? Never mind. 1 billion could still procure a considerable amount. Yet, with raw materials, the dishes produced would last a lifetime. That moment, his phone rang. Displaying an international call, most would likely hang up, but Chen Luo, accustomed to dealing abroad, answered in Mandarin. The voice on the other end said, "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Luo?" "Yes, it is. Who are you?" "It is regarding a legacy of $20 million from the United States that requires your presence for inheritance procedures." Chen Luo's expression darkened. It was undoubtedly a scam call. The average person would have hung up, but Chen Luo raised his voice. "Wasn't it 40 million? How did it turn into 20 million? Just passing the time." "Playing with you," was the quick reply from the other side. "So Mr. Chen is aware. However, you may have forgotten that there is a 50% inheritance tax here in the United States." Chen Luo was taken aback. "Clever indeed." The voice continued, "Mr. Jiangzhen passed away 2 days ago, and you are his designated heir. Please come to the United States as soon as possible to handle the procedures. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." Chen Luo trembled. Jiangzhen? When Chen Luo sold vegetables in the United States, he occasionally explored and met the Grandmaster of Bajiquan, Jiangzhen. He had learned a bit of Bajiquan from him. This was genuine skill. The news of Jiangzhen's passing surprised Chen Luo, but even more astonishing was that the old man had left his inheritance to him. Though they were friends across generations, they were not particularly close. Chen Luo was dazed for a moment at a windfall. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly called Jiangzhen and messaged him through a communication app, but there was no response. Had he truly passed? A twinge of sadness crept into Chen Luo's heart. After all, he was one of the few friends he had. Should he go abroad? He still needed to keep an eye on Qi Haonan, who was likely a reincarnator. After a brief deliberation, Chen Luo began packing, preparing to depart that very night. Chapter 11. A Grand Gamble in the United States. Jiangzhen was one of Chen Luo's few friends and could be considered a mentor. Having taught Chen Luo Bajiquan.it was unthinkable for him not to attend. Besides, it was only June 2 ND. There was ample time before June 25 TI. Chen Luo stood before Jiangzhen's tombstone alongside the lawyer handling Jiangzhen's will. He lamented the unpredictability of life. The robust Jiangzhen had succumbed to illness without notifying him, perhaps not wanting to cause him worry due to a terminal prognosis. Chen Luo placed a bouquet of flowers at the tombstone and bowed deeply. The lawyer handed Chen Luo an envelope. "Mr. Chen, this is a letter left for you by Mr. Jiang." Upon opening the letter, Chen Luo read, "In this lifetime, I have always despised the parting of life and death, which is why I did not inform you. After I pass, you may pay your respects, do not grieve. Who among us can escape death? I merely departed a bit earlier, surprised that I left my inheritance to you. Huh. I had no choice. If I did not bequeath it to you and had no heirs, according to the laws of the United States, all my assets would be confiscated. Damn it, I can endure this? Not even for a dog, Chen Luo sighed. Fine, since you're gone, I'll let it slide. I have no children and no close relatives left. The few old friends I have are aging, and money holds little value anymore. I can only leave it to you. Only then did Chen Luo realize why Jiang Zhan had left his inheritance to him. Most of my cash has already gone towards paying the inheritance tax, but there remains 2.6 million US, 2 shops, and a standalone villa. Additionally, there are some of my collectibles. You may dispose of the shops and the house as you see fit, but do not sell those collectibles. You lack the channels and ability to do so. If you have a conscience, take good care of my collectibles. You cannot bring them back to your country, but do come regularly to maintain them. Signed, Jiang Zhan. Collectibles? What could they be? Chen Luo pondered, wondering if they were antiques. It was unexpected that the old man had considerable wealth. After paying his respects to Jiang Zhan, Chen Luo and the lawyer proceeded to handle the inheritance paperwork. The lawyer transferred the property titles, keys, and the US dollars left by Jiang Zhan to Chen Luo. Instantly, Chen Luo's net worth surpassed a modest target and exceeded expectations. With a self-deprecating smile, he thought to himself that after 4 years of diligent and cautious work as a vegetable vendor, he had not accumulated as much as what Jiang Zhan had left him. Sighing, he mused, "You treated me so well, yet did not leave behind a beautiful granddaughter for me to care for. All I have are these collectibles to look after." In the evening, Chen Luo arrived at Jiang Zhan's villa. He had visited the villa a few times and even spent a night there. He recalled that the room contained no valuable antiques. Jiang Zhan's letter mentioned that his collectibles were in the basement. As he entered the basement, darkness enveloped him. Upon switching on the lights, Chen Luo was astonished. The basement was expansive, roughly 200 square meters, lined with rows of neatly arranged shelves. Upon those shelves lay an array of firearms. Chen Luo's lips twitched. Was this truly what the old Jiang considered collectibles? It was far from the antiques he had imagined. Dazed, Chen Luo wandered through the basement, feeling as though he were in a dream. After a while, he regained his composure and scrutinized the firearms on the shelves. All were well maintained by Jiang Zhan, and he could discern that some were antique firearms. Of course, there were also modern, advanced weapons, handguns, rifles, assault rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles. An entire miniature armory. 2 rows of shelves were filled with various ammunition. Upon reaching the innermost shelves, Chen Luo nearly lost his balance. He could hardly believe his eyes. Rocket launchers? For rocket launchers, each of a different model, unlike the other firearms, where there were multiple copies of some types. The ammunition for the rocket launchers was also present. Chen Luo never anticipated that Jiang Zhan was a military enthusiast, possessing such a cache in the basement. He must have spent quite a fortune. These firearms required regular maintenance to prevent rust, and Jiang Zhan, who cherished these collectibles, naturally wished to keep them in pristine condition, hence requesting Chen Luo's assistance. It was no wonder Jiang Zhan stated that even if Chen Luo wished to sell them, he had no means to do so. In the United States, firearms are legal for ordinary citizens to purchase but not to sell. Some, like the rocket launcher, are not easily acquired. Jiang Zhan had his channels. Chen Luo was not a military enthusiast and could hardly differentiate between the various weapons. A sense of confusion and mild panic washed over him, but more notably, an unexpected thrill coursed through him. Yes, excitement. A portion of that excitement stemmed from a man's inherent fascination with weapons, but the greater source was Qi Haonan. Weren't you stockpiling food? I will stockpile guns instead. With these weapons at hand, not only could he confront Qi Haonan, but also defend against potential zombies, thus improving his chances of survival in the apocalypse. Chen Luo slapped his forehead, questioning why he felt so certain about the impending apocalypse as if it were an undeniable reality. Jiang Zhan had asked him to visit regularly to maintain these treasures, not to take them home, as it seemed impossible in his view. The circumstances in both countries were vastly different. If Chen Luo dared to take them back, he would likely find himself imprisoned. Ordinary individuals certainly lacked the capability to transport such items. Yet, Chen Luo was different. He possessed a personal space that allowed him to bring them back with ease. Sitting on the floor, Chen Luo began to clean a sniper rifle, the silky texture becoming somewhat addictive. A thought arose in his mind. Fear stems from insufficient firepower. These weapons would undoubtedly be effective against Qi Haonan. Without them, Chen Luo was confident he could handle Qi Haonan, but sustaining that confidence for long was unrealistic. Could he slay 1,000 zombies? Did he not also wish to stockpile something for himself? His own funds, combined with what Zhang Zhan had left him, amounted to over 2 billion summer coins. When converted to US dollars, that was over 30 million. What if he simply converted it all into military arms? It seemed rather enticing, and a hint of madness flickered within Chen Luo. Yet, a sudden realization doused his excitement like a cold shower. What if all of this was merely a figment of his imagination? A delusion of an impending apocalypse that would never come? Earlier, when stockpiling supplies, even if the apocalypse did not arrive, he could still find ways to sell them off after some effort. But if he stockpiled solely weapons and the apocalypse did not materialize, those arms would merely rot away in his personal space. Attempting to sell them as if they were supplies was not entirely impossible, yet the likelihood was slim. Chen Luo was not an arms dealer. He had no qualifications to sell such items. Attempting to do so would entail considerable risk. The usually prudent Chen Luo would never take such a gamble. Should he miscalculate, the hard-earned gains of 4 years could vanish overnight. However, a piece of news arriving the day after set Chen Luo on the path to a grand gamble. Chapter 12. Our discussion on the pin business. Qi Haonan, having returned from rebirth, sought to hoard supplies and devised every conceivable method to accumulate more resources. What options remained after playing for a month? Naturally, borrowing money was the answer. He intended to exhaust all available loans. No matter the interest rate, with the promise of repayment in a month, Qi Haonan had just secured a considerable online loan, with a deposit of 200,000 yuan into his bank account. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he realized that he had already amassed 3.2 million yuan. Qi Haonan was no ordinary individual. On the surface, he appeared as a wealthy tycoon with a fortune exceeding 100 million, enjoying a status that far surpassed that of the average person. He estimated that with these resources, he could barely scrape together 10 million, as anything beyond that was implausible. 10 million. Qi Haonan was engaged in construction and had numerous connections with loan sharks. As long as he could borrow, he would not overlook any of them. Today, he sought out a particular lender. Long Gu, your life seems quite comfortable, sipping tea and flirting with the ladies every day. By the way, who is this young man? The man referred to as Long Gu was a middle-aged individual with a rotund physique and a genial smile, currently enjoying tea with a spirited young man of slightly tanned complexion, Li Qifei, a friend of Chen Luo. Not long ago, Chen Luo had enlisted Li Qifei's assistance to investigate Qi Haonan's background. Long Gu stood up, a smile gracing his face. Ah, it's Haonan. What brings you here today? He gestured toward the young man. Allow me to introduce my little brother, Li Qifei, who hails from a well-connected family. And this is Qi Haonan, a prominent figure in the construction industry. Qi Haonan warmly shook hands with Li Qifei. Understanding that the latter's family had influential ties, he viewed him with a certain disdain, pondering how insignificant he would be once the apocalypse arrived. Li Qifei, though smiling, felt a sense of astonishment. Just a few days ago, Chen Luo had asked him to look into Qi Haonan, and now they were meeting face to face. After a few pleasantries, Qi Haonan took a drag from his cigarette and revealed his intentions. Long Gu, I wish to borrow a sum of money, and you're well aware of my situation. Long Gu maintained his jovial demeanor. You know the rules. How much do you need and for how long? 30 to 50 million for 1 month, Qi Haonan replied. He refrained from asking for a full 100 million. Knowing that was unrealistic, he understood the capabilities of these lenders well. Their interest rates were steep. Li Qifei listened intently, his mind racing at the thought of such a substantial amount. At least 3 million in interest for 1 month. What business was Qi Haonan involved in that warranted such a loan? Long Ji's expression shifted slightly. That's quite a sum. What project requires such extensive funding? Qi Haonan replied with a mysterious smile. I've recently made the acquaintance of a benefactor with a significant project. I cannot divulge the details at this moment. Long Gu pondered for a moment. All right, give me a few days to assess how much I can secure for you, Qi Haonan grinned. I look forward to your response. Long Gu, the more, the better. After concluding their meeting, Li Qifei sent a message to Chen Luo, informing him of Qi Haonan's recent activities. It seemed he had approached a lender, requesting an astonishing 30 million to start. Li Qifei was perplexed. Why would Qi Haonan dare to borrow such a sum, especially at such exorbitant interest rates? Chen Luo's expression fluctuated as he contemplated the implications of Qi Haonan's actions, which seemed to confirm his suspicions about the latter's plans for resource hoarding in anticipation of the impending apocalypse. Initially, Chen Luo had hesitated to gamble his entire fortune on stockpiling firearms. But upon receiving news of Qi Haonan's dealings, he resolved to act. Clenching his fists, he declared, "This will be the greatest gamble of my life. Should I lose, I will be reduced to selling vegetables across borders. Should I win, I shall be prepared for the end times. If only the apocalypse could be avoided and peaceful times, would it not be better to live as a wealthy man?" Chen Luo found himself wishing for a loss. With his resolve to accumulate arms solidified, he commenced his actions. First, he decided to list Zhang Zhan's 2 shops for sale. Selling Zhang Zhan's villa was out of the question, as it had been his residence in life. But he could consider mortgaging it. If the apocalypse truly arrived, he could not possibly guard the house with his life. If the end never came, he could always redeem it later. For the house? Chen Luo enlisted the services of the lawyer who had handled Zhang Zhan's will in America. Firearms are legal but come with restrictions on quantity and require registration. Chen Luo discovered that purchasing weapons was not as simple as he had imagined. Furthermore, powerful arms were unattainable for the average person. Zhang Zhan had channels to procure heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, but Chen Luo was unaware of these connections, he sighed, accepting that if he couldn't buy them, that it was not for lack of desire, but rather a matter of availability. Chen Luo did not rush back. He needed to wait for the sale of Zhang Zhan's shops and the conclusion of the mourning period. On June 6th, an unexpected visitor arrived, an expatriate who greeted Chen Luo in Chinese. "Hello, Mr. Chen. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hank." With a bright smile revealing his pearly white teeth, Hank continued, "You must have seen the treasures in Zhang Zhan's basement. I helped him acquire those." Chen Luo was taken aback. Hank was Zhang Zhan's channel? He invited Hank to sit down, and Hank wasted no time, stating Zhang Zhan was a die-hard military enthusiast, and he collected many antique firearms. While these items may hold little value in the hands of those who do not appreciate them, they are worth a fortune to collectors. Hank smiled subtly. "Mr. Chen, as Zhang Zhan's heir, I presume you do not have an interest in those antiques. I came to see if you would consider selling them." He raised 2 fingers. "I'm offering $2 million for the lot, excluding those from distant eras. $2 million? Chen Luo was uncertain of the antique firearms' worth. But even if offered $2 billion, he would not sell. Zhang Zhan had instructed him never to part with them, and he had his principles. "I'm sorry, but I am also a military enthusiast, and those items are Zhang Zhan's legacy. I will not sell them for any amount." Hank shrugged in disappointment. "What a pity." Chen Luo then suggested, "How about we negotiate a different business deal?" Chapter 13. Chen Luo's list. Negotiate a different deal? Hank inquired with keen interest. "What business are you proposing?" "I am open to any profitable opportunities." Chen Luo smiled, realizing that Hank was indeed a professional broker. Zhang Zhan had shared a deep bond with him, which is why he left his estate to Chen Luo. Hank nodded in agreement, gazing at Chen Luo with envy. His intelligence network was extensive, and he couldn't help but feel envious of Chen Luo, who had inherited a fortune of $20 million. Why hadn't he been the lucky heir? Chen Luo continued, "Zhang Zhan had such a passion for firearms, and as his heir, I feel compelled to honor that legacy. Since you have approached me, I intend to use all of Zhang Zhan's inheritance to purchase arms, placing them in his room to keep him company." With a sigh, he added, "This is the only way I can pay tribute to him." Zhang Zhan must have felt that his inheritance had gone to waste. Chen Luo's desire to acquire a vast arsenal might prompt Hank to question his intentions, so he crafted this rationale. Hank gave him a thumbs up. Hank, admire your dedication." His eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a lucrative opportunity. "As long as you can afford it, I can procure retired fighter jets for you." "Fighter jets?" Chen Luo pondered. He quickly dismissed the idea. Not only would the price be exorbitant, but he also lacked the skills to pilot one. Should anything go awry at several thousand meters, it would spell disaster. In the days that followed, Chen Luo diligently studied weaponry and tentatively asked, "Can you procure 3 complete sets of the most advanced combat suits?" After all, having weapons also necessitates protective gear. He prioritized defense. Valuing his life above all, Hank patted his chest. "How about the HT2 combat suit? Only elite special forces are permitted to wear this. I can arrange it for you." Chen Luo's eyes lit up. The HT1 was the most advanced combat suit from 2 years prior, and he never expected Hank to have such impressive connections. "What is the price per suit?" Chen Luo inquired. $70,000. Hank replied. Chen Luo was taken aback. That's rather expensive. Hank shrugged. The T1 model is only 100,000. You could opt for that. Chen Luo had seen online that the T1 suit typically retailed for around $80,000. However, individual and institutional pricing differed. Wholesale prices were not the same as retail. Eager to secure the best, Chen Luo countered. Could you lower the price on the T2? Hank shook his head. You may inquire in the black market. My offer is already fair. He added. As someone from Xia country, you might not understand, but in our line of work, taxes are mandatory. Even in the gray areas of America, taxes were an obligation, irrespective of one's dealings. It was a universal truth. Chen Luo bit his teeth and declared, then I shall require $2.2 million just like that. Damn it, dealing in arms is indeed the most lucrative venture. Chen Luo continued, do you have Barum and Satron? Hank gazed at Chen Luo with a peculiar expression. After all, these two were the kings of individual heavy firepower. He never expected Chen Luo to demand such items, assuming he would only ask for ordinary goods. Nevertheless, Hank nodded and replied, yes, Barum is 200,000, and Satron is 250,000. This was within Chen Luo's expectations, and he stated, I'll take 5 of each. That should suffice. I merely wish to arm myself, not to equip a multitude. Why would I need so many? Next came the substantial part. Chen Luo cleared his throat and said, just having guns isn't sufficient. I need ammunition as well. How much do the bullets for those 2 cost each? Hank chuckled and replied, they are $6 each. If you order in bulk, there are discounts. Chen Luo responded, then let us have 100,000 rounds. A deathly silence ensued. Hank stared at Chen Luo in disbelief. Did he think they were rice? 100,000 rounds? If Chen Luo had only requested 20,000, that would have been within Hank's psychological limits. Hank shook his head repeatedly. No, that's far too much. I can't accommodate that. It did seem a tad excessive. Chen Luo cleared his throat again. If you can manage it, how about $7 per bullet? Hank still shook his head. I can't do that. The more firepower, the better. Otherwise, when the bullets run out, the guns become mere useless objects. Chen Luo spoke softly. I'll increase the price. He then stated directly, 100,000 rounds at $10 each. Hank replied, deal. Indeed, money talks in any situation. Chen Luo continued, I also want 3 RPG rocket launchers. What is the price for the shells? He requested 200 rounds. Under the influence of money, Hank agreed to sell them at $30,000 each. In Hank's dazed gaze, Chen Luo added, cough, and I'll also need 300 P6-15 grenades. This was akin to acquiring small bombs. Hank offered the grenades at $20,000 apiece. Thus, a transaction amounting to $26 million was solidified. Initially, Hank had trusted Chen Luo's words, but now he was deeply skeptical. However, if this deal went through, after taxes, he could earn at least $10 million. Though the risk was considerable, the profit was enticing. After the transaction, he would keep a close eye on this fellow. If anything seemed off, he would report him immediately. Hank concealed his excitement and said, Mr. Chen, according to the rules, you need to pay a 30% deposit first. To be honest, Chen Luo did not trust Hank at their first meeting. What if he absconded with the money? Yet, he was familiar with Zhang Zhan, and knowing Zhang Zhan's character, Hank at least had some credibility. Since he had decided to stockpile arms, who else could Chen Luo find apart from Hank? Even if he sought others, would they not require a deposit as well? Chen Luo nodded. All right, how long until delivery? Hank pondered for a moment, about a week to 10 days. After all, you are ordering quite a bit. Today was the 6th, and 10 days later would be the 16th, leaving ample time before Chen Luo's anticipated date of June 25th. Chen Luo calculated the timeline and found it more than adequate. Hank stated, at that time, I will deliver the goods to you, and you will need to pay the remaining balance in one lump sum. Chen Luo blinked, contemplating whether he could request to pay a month later. However, it was better not to voice that thought, as it would likely invite scorn. Those in Hank's line of work would never allow themselves to grant a month's credit, especially not in a business such as this. Chen Luo felt quite frustrated. In novels, there were so many instances of easy credit, and Qi Haonan seemed to navigate it effortlessly. Why was it that they could do so, yet he could not? Perhaps it was because they lacked a conscience, while he considered himself a person of integrity. Yes, that must be it. Chapter 14. Hank's shock. Zhang Zhan's shop was well located, and with a slightly reduced price. Someone had already contacted Chen Luo, but no sales had been finalized. and the money had not yet arrived. Chen Luo took the cash left by Jiang Zhen and combined it with his savings to exchange for US dollars. Transferring the deposit to Hank, Chen Luo muttered to himself, "Hank, if you dare to default on my money, I will do whatever it takes to end you in 3 days." 2 shops were sold, and the villa was mortgaged. Since the villa was mortgaged, it could not be fully pledged, and the shops were sold at a slightly lower price. In total, Chen Luo received 18.2 million US dollars, which was somewhat below the market price of $20 million. With this money combined with Chen Luo's savings, he had a total of 30 million US dollars, while his transaction with Hank was merely for $26 million. Chen Luo did not intend to spend it all on arms. He needed to reserve some funds for food, as he was quite the foodie. Additionally, he needed to keep some funds to ensure the safety of the transaction with Hank. What if Hank decided to pull a fast one? Foreign vegetables were expensive, while meat was relatively cheap. At this moment, a truck was parked outside Jiang Zhen's villa. Chen Luo directed the movers to transport the beef into the storage room. Chen Luo did not purchase much, only 10 tons, but all of it was fresh and of high quality. Even in the United States, it cost $55 per kilogram. This was all for Chen Luo's consumption. Why buy beef that was solely fed with feed? If one is to buy, it should be of better quality. One should never compromise on food. Chen Luo also bought some lamb and chicken legs, ensuring they were of good quality and freshness. When returning to the country, he could consider purchasing more vegetables. In his spare time, Chen Luo diligently studied weaponry knowledge. He certainly couldn't buy them without knowing how to use them, could he? While he was at it, Chen Luo placed some smaller orders with Hank, such as his preferred sniper rifles. 7 days passed, and Hank called, "Mr. Chen, we can conduct the transaction the day after tomorrow in the evening. I will contact you with the specific time." Chen Luo replied, "All right." 1 crucial issue Chen Luo had to consider was how to ensure his safety during the transaction with Hank. Just because Hank was acquainted with Jiang Zhen did not mean he could lower his guard. Setting aside the fact that there are few in this industry who are not unscrupulous, even if Hank had an excellent reputation, Chen Luo still needed to take precautions to ensure his own survival. The jade pendant had bestowed upon Chen Luo extraordinary physical capabilities, and although he practiced bagwazang, that alone was not sufficient. Chen Luo was exceptionally cautious. Having not spent all his funds on arms, the money he had set aside came in handy. In the United States, there were numerous renowned security companies, and one could even hire them for battlefield protection. Chen Luo arrived at the Greywater Company. A supervisor greeted him. "Our security services are divided into 5 levels, R1 to R5. May I ask what level Mr. Chen requires?" "R5 would be the best, comprising the elite of the elite, but that is not necessary." Chen Luo contemplated. "Perhaps R3 would suffice." The supervisor inquired further, "What is the specific security environment like? And for how long?" The pricing for ordinary bodyguards differed significantly from those deployed to combat scenarios. Chen Luo replied, "Just to maintain appearances, though if a confrontation arises, I will offer additional compensation." For 3 days, the supervisor considered and replied, "In that case, an R3 level is $1,500 per day. If combat does occur, it will be charged separately. Rest assured, we pride ourselves on our integrity and will not charge exorbitantly. If you do not trust us, Mr. Chen, you would not have come to us." "Correct?" Chen Luo smiled and nodded, "Of course." The supervisor enthusiastically asked, "Lastly, how many personnel would you like to hire, Mr. Chen?" Chen Luo stated, 20. No, 100.20 would only cost $30,000 a day. Was Chen Luo's life worth that little? 100 would amount to only $150,000 a day, totaling $450,000 for 3 days. Were it not for the limited space of Jiang Zhen's villa, he might have hired 1,000. Unfortunately, these security personnel would not remain loyal to Chen Luo in the event of an apocalypse. Otherwise, he would have seriously considered long-term hiring for protection. 100 security personnel would have half patrolling around the villa and the other half stationed inside and outside to safeguard Chen Luo. Hank called again. "Tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, the vehicles will arrive at the villa. Mr. Chen, please prepare." Chen Luo replied, "Tomorrow evening at 8, is it? Let me see. All right, I will wait for you." The next evening, around 7, Hank was already on his way, and of course, he was not alone. He brought along a dozen of his associates, driving 3 trucks. Hank's assistant whispered to him, "Normally, a deal like this would earn us 10 million, but if things go awry, we could make $30 million. That buyer's wealth might exceed 30 million. Hank shook his head. "No, we are men of integrity. Without credibility, how can we operate in this line of work?" The assistant replied, "Such opportunities are rare. If we could encounter an unexpected windfall, the profits would suffice for our retirement. Why bother with integrity? Hank's eyes flickered as he said, enough of that. Let us not speak further on this. Hank did not outright refuse, and the assistant understood that they would assess the situation as it unfolded. Upon reaching the perimeter of the villa, Hank spotted several burly men clad in black suits and sunglasses. Communicating via walkie-talkies, Chen Luo had indicated that they were merely for show, and these bodyguards certainly presented a formidable appearance. Hank squinted his eyes, not overly concerned. The garden of Jiang Zhan's villa was spacious enough to accommodate 3 trucks. At the entrance stood over 30 muscular men in black suits, lined up, all eyes fixed on Hank's convoy, in a state of bewilderment. Hank entered the garden. Chen Luo awaited him there. I have finally been expecting you. Within the garden, everywhere he looked were the security personnel hired by Chen Luo. Hank's assistant whispered, Hank, didn't you say he was just an ordinary person? Hank was equally astonished but felt compelled to conceal his shock. He muttered under his breath, fool, what kind of ordinary person needs to purchase such an arsenal? Any malicious intent he harbored evaporated in the presence of Chen Luo's composure, with a beaming smile. Chen Luo exuded an air of confidence. The $26 million worth of arms was no trivial amount, yet it was not as excessive as one might imagine. For instance, the 300 grenades merely occupied the space of 2 large safes. At Hank's signal, his associates began transporting the crates one by one into Jiang Zhan's villa. Chen Luo had meticulously organized the basement, 200 square meters with a ceiling height of 3 meters, offering ample room for these items. Clenching his fists, Chen Luo realized there was no turning back. This truly was the greatest gamble of his life. Qi Haonan, you must not let me down. Chapter 15. Is it too much to be prudent? In the basement of the villa, Chen Luo inspected the goods one by one. First came the combat suits, each valued at $700,000. The complete ensemble included helmets, visors, protective gear, boots, belts, knives, tactical vests, gloves, and backpacks. Hank remarked, wearing this combat suit, even a standard handgun poses no threat to you. Furthermore, this protective gear boasted insulation and heat resistance, suitable for various environments. Chen Luo nodded in satisfaction. The suit was surprisingly lightweight, allowing for unimpeded movement. He then examined the rocket launchers, grenades, and heavy machine guns. The bulk of the shipment consisted of ammunition, occupying the most space. Chen Luo could only estimate the quantity of bullets. Unable to count them individually, regrettably, conditions were not ideal. Otherwise, Chen Luo would have liked to detonate a grenade to test its efficacy. Hank stated, if there are no issues, it's time to settle the remaining payment. Initially, Hank had harbored a sense of treachery, but now he seemed concerned that Chen Luo might turn the tables on him. Stockpiling arms was already Chen Luo's greatest gamble. He dared not contemplate double-crossing Hank. First, there were still 10 days until the anticipated apocalypse, and second, should the apocalypse fail to materialize, he would be left with nowhere to run. Chen Luo sighed inwardly. The tales and novels were deceiving. Easy profits were a myth. After settling the final payment, a look of excitement spread across Hank's face. He cheerfully declared, the transaction is complete. I shall not trouble you further, Mr. Chen. Let's share a cup of tea sometime in the future. Chen Luo nodded, not wishing to prolong their interaction, feeling a touch of melancholy as he realized he was left with less than $3 million, rendering him a pauper. Once Hank departed, Chen Luo closed the basement door. It was time to store all the arms in his personal space. He did not rush. Instead, he first retrieved a detector, meticulously scanning through all the crates. After all, if Hank had concealed a surveillance device in one of them, it would be disastrous. Once satisfied that there were none, the prudent Chen Luo activated the signal jammer he had purchased. With confidence in his precautions, he produced his personal space talisman, a purple jade pendant he had worn since childhood. The pendant was not particularly attractive, possessing a rather cheap appearance that made one worry it might shatter with the slightest pressure. Growing up in an orphanage, Chen Luo was fortunate that the pendant looked so unremarkable. Otherwise, some might have stolen it upon seeing it. Using his mind, Chen Luo commanded the pendant, and a beam of light suddenly emanated from its center. The radius of the glow expanded, enabling Chen Luo to store any object enveloped by it into his personal space, provided it was entirely covered by the light. The beam resembled that of a flashlight, reaching approximately 12 meters in height and 18 to 19 meters in width. A tall building could not be accommodated within this space. Chen Luo recalled when he first discovered his personal space. The The light's radius was only a third of its current size, indicating that the space could indeed grow. A shelf was drawn into the personal space, vanishing from sight, followed by subsequent shelves. Chen Luo held the pendant tightly, continually adjusting the direction of the light until the entire basement appeared empty. Carefully controlling the pendant, he hung it on the wall and positioned himself within the illuminated area. In an instant, Chen Luo vanished, entering his personal space. Within this realm, he could store living beings, albeit seemingly limited to himself. During his experiments with a live chicken, he found that it simply could not be accommodated. Perhaps as the space continued to develop, it might eventually hold other life forms. Inside the personal space was a dim, grayish world, roughly the size of a small village. While that may not sound large, the volume of items it could contain exceeded one's imagination. In this space, Chen Luo could manipulate the positions of the items with his mind, though not with precision. He placed several grenades, a combat suit, 2 rocket launchers, a few handguns, and some ammunition in a convenient location within the space. This arrangement was akin to storing them in the most accessible part of a backpack, allowing for swift retrieval in case of combat. The space also contained beef and lamb from his recent purchases, along with some scattered vegetable scraps left by previous vendors. Satisfied with the meat, Chen Luo was unconcerned about spoilage. After all, maintaining freshness was a fundamental function of the space. Food could remain unspoiled for days, though it would not retain warmth. Hot meals would cool over time, but they would not go bad. Chen Luo exited the space, ensuring the pendant remained outside. He was not worried about others discovering the secret of his personal space. He had tested it and found that even if someone obtained the pendant, they could not utilize its powers, as it was bound solely to him. With the pendant hanging around his neck once more, Chen Luo stepped out of the basement and locked the electronic door behind him. Hank would remain oblivious to the fact that the arms had entirely vanished from the basement. Checking the time, Chen Luo noted it was 10:38 p.m. He had booked a flight back home for 2:30 a.m. As he walked into the garden, a hired bodyguard inquired with his eyes if Chen Luo had any instructions. Chen Luo replied, "If I haven't returned by morning, your mission is complete." Without anyone accompanying him, Chen Luo drove to Jiang Zhan's gravestone. After a moment of silence, he knelt down. With a self-deprecating smile, he said, "Let me bow 3 times before I leave." He earnestly performed 3 bows. "Do not misunderstand. My bowing is not because you left me an inheritance. Such a small sum is hardly worthy of mention. I grew up in an orphanage, unaware of my parents' identities and indifferent to knowing them. I escaped from the orphanage at the age of 15. You may be the only person in this world who has cared for me. With no children of your own, you have no one to bow to, so it falls to me to grant you a dignified farewell." Chen Luo grinned. "I've bowed for you. You've truly hit the jackpot." Old man. There was something he could no longer conceal now that he was gone. "While my mastery of 8 extremes fist may not surpass yours, if it came down to a real fight, I could certainly make you cry with a single punch." He picked up a stone the size of a fist nearby, gripping it tightly. The stone began to fracture before being crushed into powder by Chen Luo's extraordinary strength. "See, I am not deceiving you. It is not that I intended to keep this from you. Rather, I feel I am no longer human. My body does not resemble a human's anymore. If it came down to it, I would hit you and make you cry, fearing it would be embarrassing for you. Furthermore, this secret is known only to me. I have never shared it with anyone. Consider it. I am merely an ordinary person. If I were to make an enemy, the most that could happen is some local thugs would be sent after me. If they knew of my incredible strength, they might dispatch professional assassins instead. You might scoff and ask, are you insane? Who would send assassins after you? But I am that cautious. Is it too much to be prudent? The setting for the apocalypse has been slightly altered in Chapter 6. In simple terms, a peculiar electromagnetic storm will trigger nuclear explosions, eliminating troublesome military forces, while the weapons stockpiled by the protagonist will become rare commodities, proving invaluable in the early stages. Chapter 16. The golden needle mushroom bug. Qi Haonan silently vowed to eliminate Chen Luo on the very day the apocalypse struck. On the flight back to Mingzhu City, Chen Luo gazed at the starry sky outside the airplane window, contemplating that if the apocalypse truly arrived, he would need to take out Qi Haonan on the same day. Why was Chen Luo so determined to eliminate Qi Haonan? Why not simply find another city to avoid him? The world is vast. It would not be easy for Qi Haonan to locate Chen Luo. Chen Luo murmured softly, "Rebirth is a staple for protagonist. If I don't kill you when you're weak, what will happen when you grow stronger? wouldn't I, Chen Luo, be forced to flee for my life? Chen Luo felt akin to a villain. No matter how well a villain hides, they will eventually be found by the protagonist. Hiding would be futile. Eventually, the protagonist would cross paths with him. Unlike other villains who are unaware of the protagonist's identity, Chen Luo knew that Qi Haonan was indeed the protagonist. Just wait. Once the apocalypse truly arrives, I will eliminate you at the first opportunity, denying you any chance to grow. On June 17th, after a 2-week absence, Chen Luo returned once more to the vicinity of Qi Haonan's warehouse. Although he had been away during this period, he was well informed through the surveillance cameras he had set up, which revealed that Qi Haonan had continued to stockpile a considerable amount of supplies in the warehouse. The specifics of these supplies remained unknown to Chen Luo, though he was aware that a portion consisted of bottled water. In comparison to his departure, there had been no significant alterations to the warehouse, save for the completion of 2 layers of above-ground storage. His immediate intent was to ascertain whether Qi Haonan had constructed any tunnels, should the warehouse be obstructed by some peril, such as a horde of zombies. The exit of such a tunnel could not possibly lead to a location merely 100 meters from the warehouse, as it would surely attract the attention of the undead. Nor could it extend too far. Chen Luo surmised it would likely be situated between 300 to 500 meters from the warehouse. He had previously searched for it, but had found nothing. A patch of grass, over a meter tall and entirely green, swayed gently in the breeze, its tip adorned with a small bud. Not being a botanist, Chen Luo could not identify this grass species. Beside the grass lay a large stone. Chen Luo gasped softly. Could this be the resilient little grass that had been trapped beneath a stone some time ago? It bore a resemblance, and the stone served as a point of reference. Had it truly grown this tall in just 2 weeks? Approaching it, he noticed a tender bud at its apex, still unbloomed. Chen Luo chuckled to himself, marveling at how effectively his fertilizer had worked. He decided to indulge it once more. With his zipper secured, Chen Luo meticulously searched the area. A thick wooden plank came into view, and it appeared rather unpleasant. Aside from some dirt and dust, there was also a lump of undried feces. Were it not for this unsightly mess, a passerby might have been curious enough to lift the plank for a closer inspection, but its presence would deter anyone with a modicum of sense. Next to the plank were clear signs of disturbed earth. Chen Luo's expression was impassive. This must be the exit of the tunnel, right? The dirt was likely a result of digging the tunnel, while the wooden plank was presumably blocking its entrance. Suppressing his nausea, he crouched down and gently lifted the plank, revealing an opening before him. The hole was not large, just sufficient for a person to squeeze through. Peering into the darkness, Chen Luo shone his flashlight, but it revealed an abyss that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Based on the freshness of the dust, he deduced that this tunnel had been excavated only in the past few days. Without a doubt, this was Qi Haonan's handiwork. Chen Luo refrained from entering the tunnel. There was no immediate need. Taking a deep breath, he thought to himself, Qi Haonan, everything you are doing can only be explained by your status as a reincarnator. I can think of no other rationale. Which ordinary person would construct a tunnel? I certainly did not discover this tunnel during my last visit. It must have been crafted by Qi Haonan. And that lump of feces on the plank is highly likely to have been left by him. Just the thought of it is revolting. Returning to the side of the warehouse, he noticed workers emerging. An idea sparked in his mind. Seizing the opportunity, he approached 2 workers smoking under a tree. With a casual demeanor, he asked, "Excuse me, when will this warehouse be completed?" It was merely idle chit-chat. Not everyone suffers from paranoia. One of the workers responded, "Soon, just a few days. The basement is almost finished." Curious, Chen Luo inquired, "How many levels will the basement have?" "Just 1. But it's quite spacious." A look of intrigue crossed Chen Luo's face as he asked, "What kind of supplies are being stored inside?" As the 2 workers finished their cigarettes, he quickly produced some fine cigarettes, offering one to each. One worker, appearing somewhat disheartened, remarked, "It's strange. Boss Qi is stockpiling only common items, mostly water, rice, and a large quantity of salt. These things have very low profit margins." The other chimed in, "But there's also alcohol, dozens of barrels of it in the basement. Just smelling it tells me it's good stuff. Each barrel likely weighs around 300 jade, and a few days ago, there were some packaged roasted duck, saltwater duck, and roasted chicken as well." The other worker, savoring his cigarette, added, "But who cares? Boss Qi said he'd pay by the end of the month. If we work for a month, we could earn over 20,000. With a bit of savings, I could buy a marriage house for my son. Chen Luo thought to himself, you might not live to see that day. Was Qi Haonan merely hoarding rice, water, and salt, along with a bit of alcohol? Had he stocked up on any meat? Surely he should have gotten some vegetables and fresh meat as well. Chen Luo pondered that even if Qi Haonan were to stock vegetables, he wouldn't hoard much. Meat could be frozen for decades, but have you ever heard of vegetables lasting that long? Vegetables don't preserve well. Many simply cannot be frozen for extended periods. Chen Luo reflected that Qi Haonan was somewhat lacking. If he had space, he wouldn't need to build a warehouse. I can't be without vegetables, he concluded. With that thought, he bid farewell to the workers and called a vendor he had met during his time as a vegetable trader. Hello, Laoli. I need a large batch of goods, very large. Please deliver it to my warehouse in Huangsheng. I'll send you a list shortly. By the way, do you know anyone who sells fruit? Chen Luo considered 50 tons of potatoes, 50 tons of green vegetables, tomatoes, green beans, cucumbers, eggplants, cauliflower, and most importantly, chili peppers. He also needed to stockpile some mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, and enoki mushrooms. He realized he must also gather some fruit. Qi Haonan likely wouldn't be able to stockpile this either, as it doesn't preserve well. Resting his chin on his hand, he mused, if I stockpile enough enoki mushrooms, theoretically, I should never go hungry, since enoki mushrooms can exploit a loophole. Chapter 17. The chicken soup is here. How did Chen Luo operate as a vegetable trader? It was hardly feasible to store vegetables in front of others. The solution was simple. Chen Luo rented large warehouses in several cities. He arranged for wholesalers to deliver vegetables to these warehouses. And then he hired trucks to transport some of the produce to other cities for sale. Profit margins were minimal, but this served as an excellent cover. Some sales were legitimate, while others were directly transferred into Chen Luo's personal space. Upon reaching foreign shores, he would rent another warehouse to store the vegetables. Each time, he only earned around 2 million, which was a modest sum that did not arouse suspicion. Had the profits reached tens of millions or over 100 million, it would surely raise eyebrows. Chen Luo would flit between several countries, remembering that his first venture as a vegetable trader had resulted in significant losses due to pesticide violations. After sending the list to the vendor, Chen Luo paid a small deposit. He still possessed 2.6 million US dollars, but intended to keep over $1 million on hand. This money was not meant for spending, it was set aside. No matter what he undertook, Chen Luo preferred to leave himself some leeway. After all, if the apocalypse did not arrive, he would have capital to restart, wouldn't he? The vendor loudly replied that he would need about 3 days. Time was on Chen Luo's side. He contemplated installing surveillance in the warehouse to better understand what supplies Qi Haonan had hoarded and, more importantly, to monitor any happenings within the warehouse. If, on the day of the apocalypse, Qi Haonan stormed in with his men, he would be forewarned. But how to install surveillance in the warehouse? The next day at noon, Chen Luo visited his favorite restaurant for a meal. The proprietress greeted him with a smile. The private room is ready. What would you like to eat? Chen Luo ordered 6 dishes and a soup, indulging heartily. Much to his surprise, he encountered Qi Haonan again. Qi Haonan's voice rang out, Madam, please have the meals delivered to the warehouse today. I have some matters to attend to. The proprietress quickly replied, Certainly, Mr. Qi. I've noted it down. Today's meal costs 326. Let us round it to 300. Qi Haonan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Through the window, Chen Luo observed Qi Haonan driving away in a luxury car, accompanied by several underlings, heading in the opposite direction of the warehouse. What kind of meal costs 300? After finishing his meal and wiping his mouth, Chen Luo exited the private room only to find the proprietress and another woman packing a large quantity of food. Madam, you really extend credit to him? Chen Luo inquired. The proprietress sighed, Business has been tough these past 2 years. Mr. Qi is involved in substantial transactions, and a monthly food bill of several thousand ISN is something he would shirk. Besides, she continued, he treats his subordinates quite well, ensuring they have lavish meals every day. Chen Luo scoffed internally. Of course, Qi Haonan would be generous with free meals. Suddenly, the woman packing food clutched her stomach and exclaimed, I have a sudden pain. I need to use the restroom. The proprietress responded quickly, Come back to deliver these dishes to Mr. Qi's warehouse. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Was this not the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the warehouse? However, Qi Haonan recognized Chen Luo, and he could not simply masquerade as a stranger to gain entry. If he were to appear uninvited, it could land him in trouble with Qi Haonan. Quickly, Chen Luo offered, I'm free. I can help deliver. The proprietress hesitated. Is that appropriate? It's not right to ask a customer for help. Chen Luo replied cheerfully, we're old acquaintances, you're quite busy right now, and I'm genuinely curious about the warehouse. I'd like to take a look. After pondering for a moment, the proprietress smiled. All right, we're old friends, so it's not a problem. Since it's mealtime, I really can't leave. Just a moment. The chicken soup for Mr. Qi is almost ready in a minute. The chicken soup was prepared. Chen Luo loaded the meals onto a small electric tricycle belonging to the proprietress and rode it into the warehouse. Previously, he had refrained from entering out of fear of raising Qi Haonan's suspicions, but now, with a legitimate purpose and Qi Haonan absent, he felt emboldened. This marked Chen Luo's first foray deep into the warehouse. The warehouse is indeed quite spacious. In addition to the main warehouse, there are two smaller ones adjacent to it. The primary structure is divided into 3 levels, 2 above ground and 1 below. Surrounding it are imposing walls, and the walls of the warehouse are solid and robust. The doors and windows, as well as the fittings, are evidently made of sturdy alloy metal. Upon entering the first floor of the warehouse, one is greeted by stacks of rice occupying a significant portion of the space, leaving only a few aisles clear. The sweltering midday heat finds the workers taking a break in the eastern section of the warehouse, where several rest areas are located. Chen Luo, carrying a meal, calls out loudly, "Chicken soup is here." A man clad in baggy shorts opens the door to a rest area and shouts, "Over here, hurry up. I'm starving." Chen Luo strides into the rest area, where 6 men are enjoying the air conditioning. After placing the food down, one of them selects a few dishes and instructs, "Send these to the 2nd floor, and make sure to close the door tightly when you leave." Chen Luo nods repeatedly and exits with a few dishes in hand. This scene is entirely different from what Chen Luo had anticipated. He expected a more regimented atmosphere with someone overseeing the operations, but it appears quite lax. However, this makes sense, as the warehouse currently contains nothing of significant value, just rice, water, and salt. Who would dare steal such items? Qi Haonan is unlikely to confront his underlings at this moment. As Chen Luo leaves the rest area, he scans the vicinity and notices the absence of surveillance cameras. A coin slips from his pocket and rolls across the floor. Pretending to pick it up, he discreetly pulls out a pinhole camera and places it within the seam of a rice bag. Securing it in place, he manages to install 2 cameras on the 1st floor. These cameras are equipped with audio capabilities. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Chen Luo overhears a conversation between 2 individuals. One remarks, "I wonder what the boss is doing with this warehouse, hoarding all this stuff." The other responds, "Hey, the boss went from a small worker to a big shot. There's surely a reason behind it. As long as we make money alongside him, who cares?" From another rest area, sounds of moaning and groaning emerge. Chen Luo curses under his breath. In broad daylight, the 2nd floor, sprawling over several thousand square feet, is nearly filled with barrels of purified water. Chen Luo widens his eyes at the sight. So much water hoarded? Under the scorching summer sun, the warehouse is hot, and Qi Haonan's underlings are resting in the air-conditioned areas, leaving the outside deserted. Chen Luo effortlessly installs surveillance on the 2nd floor as well. As he suspected, the basement is indeed a cold storage. Seizing an opportune moment, he sneaks in and sets up 2 more cameras. While the cameras may have some blind spots, Chen Luo is confident that he can monitor most areas of the warehouse. Just as he is about to leave on his small tricycle, a tattooed thug with bare arms yells, "Hey, you! Take out the trash for me." Chen Luo retorts, "If you can't speak properly, don't say anything. Call me handsome instead." He forces a smile and heads back upstairs to grab a trash bag, which contains a fresh condom. What a disgrace, he thinks, clenching his fist. When have I, Chen Luo, ever suffered such indignities? Just wait. Chapter 18, Day 25. With the surveillance cameras installed, Chen Luo no longer needs to keep a constant watch over the warehouse. Currently, it only stores some inexpensive items, likely costing less than 10 million. He finds it hard to believe that Qi Haonan's wealth is merely tied up in such trivial goods. He will keep a close eye on when Qi Haonan begins stockpiling meat. Chen Luo decides to amass some of his favorite items, 30,000 bottles each of Coca-Cola, Sprite, and Fanta. That should last me a lifetime, he muses. Fearing that Qi Haonan might not stock such things, he purchases them himself, along with chips, cookies, jelly, peanuts, milk drinks, sunflower seeds, wafers, and other snacks, racking up over 1 million in expenses. "Hey, need any cumin?" the vendor asks. "Yes, give me a ton." "No, 3 tons. The vendor replies, "Big customer. I'll make sure you get wholesale prices." Chen Luo adds, also, bring me 3 tons of chili powder and 3 tons of barbecue seasoning. He buys a vast array of condiments, including 10,000 packs of spicy hot pot base, with 2,000 packs each of tomato and mushroom varieties. In the event of an apocalypse, he need not worry about lacking hot pot. Chen Luo then visits the electronics market, purchasing a dozen phones, 2 laptops, and 2 desktop computers. Most importantly, he acquires a plethora of USB drives preloaded with a vast collection of films and games. He buys whatever catches his eye. After some contemplation, he also purchases 3 diesel generators along with a batch of diesel fuel. On the morning of June 19th, a crane arrives at the warehouse entrance. Drawing a crowd of onlookers, Qi Haonan has specially ordered a grand door for the warehouse. This gate, constructed entirely of metal, towers at an impressive 8 meters and boasts a staggering thickness of 30 centimeters. It is clear that conventional means could not install such a door, leaving the spectators in awe. This boss is insane. Why would he need such a door? He must be extremely worried about theft. I can't shake the feeling that this is becoming less and less like a warehouse. Even Qi Haonan's underlings are perplexed. He coldly observes the crowd, thinking to himself, "You may laugh at my madness now, but soon you'll see who the real fool is." After the apocalypse, Qi Haonan has no intention of concealing his identity as a reincarnated being. Let them marvel as they will, he is quite pleased with the iron door, as it would be impossible for even stronger zombies to breach such a barrier. Newly awakened zombies would find it nearly impossible to break through unless they were exceptionally unlucky. With the door installed, the warehouse is finally complete, and a steady influx of substantial supplies begins to flow in. Previously, it merely contained rice, water, and salt. Now, significant materials are arriving. In the afternoon, truckloads of supplies begin entering the warehouse: cured meats, sausages, hams, smoked meats, and beef jerky, all delivered not in boxes but by the ton. Each of the dozen large trucks carries at least 30 tons of long-lasting meat, totaling nearly 20 million in the name of the company. Qi Haonan prepays 50%, with no obligation to pay the remaining half. The dry goods are neatly stored in the 2 smaller warehouses. Qi Haonan chuckles softly, pondering how long this stash of dry goods could last. While he may not know who will go hungry, he is certain he will not be among them. His only frustration lies in the difficulty of securing loans. He managed to borrow 60 million from several sources. Not just one, the lenders in Mingzhu City are communicating among themselves, and Qi Haonan's requests are substantial, prompting caution. His repeated borrowing has raised concerns, resulting in him not acquiring as much as he had hoped. Qi Haonan has liquidated his entire fortune, amounting to a little over 80 million. Although he is said to be worth over 100 million, that is merely public perception. With 60 million from the lenders and 10 million from online sources, he cannot obtain any more from the bank. His fixed assets cannot be sold off quickly. In total, he has 150 million, significantly less than the 200 million he initially envisioned. While he can defer labor costs for the warehouse, materials and equipment cannot be acquired without expenditure. He has already paid over 8 million in advance. A plan begins to form in Qi Haonan's mind. On the day of the apocalypse, he will have goods delivered and pay upon unloading, pushing the payment deadline to the moment of the apocalypse, allowing him to pay nothing. While prepayment is customary, he can assure them, "I'll pay you after unloading. What do you have to fear?" Not only will he withhold payment, but he could also have them eliminated. He recalls a certain Mr. Li, who had promised a 30% prepayment while drinking, only to backtrack the next day. By the evening, another batch of dry goods and various canned foods arrives at the warehouse. Since the afternoon of the 19th, trucks have been continually delivering supplies. On the 20th, large quantities of purified water and salt are brought into the warehouse, stored under a large canopy constructed by Qi Haonan. Ice blocks are also delivered to the basement. The basement is equipped with refrigeration units. But with the power outage following the apocalypse, even generators will fail due to the electromagnetic storms. As temperatures rise, raw meat will spoil, which is why Qi Haonan uses ice blocks to cool the meat, along with some liquid nitrogen. While this solution is temporary, he knows he will awaken ice-related abilities, and with his considerable talent, he will eventually be able to maintain the required temperatures. Once he has built a larger faction, recruiting several ice manipulators will eliminate any concerns about preservation. On the 21st, fresh meat begins arriving at the warehouse, with half of it being beef and the remainder chicken, duck, and pork. Qi Haonan orders 2,000 tons of beef from 3 suppliers. Having negotiated in advance, the suppliers are well prepared, and as soon as Qi Haonan places his order, they promptly deliver the beef. That day, a special batch of equipment arrives at the warehouse, specially designed axes and knives. Essential tools for battling zombies. After all, one cannot face zombies barehanded. Compound crossbows, which Qi Haonan had been seeking, are finally acquired, with over 30 powerful ones purchased. The axes and knives will be distributed to the average underlings and future survivors. While the crossbows are reserved for his most trusted subordinates. As for vegetables, Qi Haonan has no intention of stockpiling them, opting instead for canned varieties. Concerns about nutritional balance are laughable. Who worries about such matters in the apocalypse? He does, however, stockpile some easily preserved apples. Chen Luo travels to a distant location, bringing back the fruits and vegetables he ordered. While he doesn't have every variety, he certainly has all of Chen Luo's favorites. Watching the influx of supplies into Qi Haonan's warehouse, Chen Luo wonders if his predictions about the apocalypse will prove accurate. He will find out tomorrow. The 26th is the day Qi Haonan promised to pay the workers, who will undoubtedly come demanding their wages, leading Chen Luo to suspect that the apocalypse will likely occur on the 25th. Having quietly moved from his home to a rented place, Chen Luo finds that the day has finally arrived, the 25th. Chapter 19. The Fantasies of Qi Haonan. Old man Chen, ha 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 ha, you have finally fallen into my grasp. Behold my grand scheme, I in the dead of night. As he slumbered, Qi Haonan dreamt of capturing Chen Luo. Surrounded by his loyal subordinates, their eyes glinting with hunger, Chen Luo knelt before him, trembling in terror as he gazed upon Qi. I shall strike. I shall strike, Qi Haonan murmured in his sleep, his arms flailing as though to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Luo. His hands collided with the wall beside his bed, the force causing him to awaken with a jolt of pain. Gasping for breath, Qi Haonan grabbed his phone to check the time. It was 2:30 in the morning on the 25th. A cold smile crept across his face. Tonight the apocalypse would commence, and it would also mark the demise of you. Chen Luo. No, I shall not allow you such an easy death. I shall sever your hands and feet, gouge out your eyes, nose, and ears, all while you live, and then I shall place your remains into a jar. Unable to sleep from the excitement, Qi Haonan reminded himself of the tasks awaiting him once the apocalypse began, compelling him to force himself back into slumber. Upon awakening in the morning, Qi Haonan surveyed the warehouse, checking the status of the supplies. With each item he encountered, a satisfied smile graced his face. With these resources, he would surely thrive amidst the chaos. However, a rare shadow crossed his features. The difficulty of the impending apocalypse weighed heavily on him. As humanity found itself at the bottom of the food chain, around 8 in the morning, his phone rang. Boss Qi, the cigarettes you requested are ready. Bring them to my warehouse at 7 tonight. Qi Haonan instructed. Sure, but remember our agreement, payment upon delivery. If I don't see the money tonight, I may have to take them back. Rest assured, I, Qi Haonan, keep my word. Bring them over, and the money will be transferred tonight. Several more calls came in, all regarding small but costly cigarettes and spirits, fine cigars and fine wines. Qi Haonan chuckled softly. I am indeed a genius. Free of charge, these 30 million worth of goods come at no cost to me. During the day, another batch of fresh meat arrived in the warehouse's basement, now filled to capacity with 5,000 square meters of space and a height of 4 meters. Qi Haonan ventured outside the warehouse to ensure nothing had been overlooked. With fortified walls, he could hardly conceive how zombies might breach his sanctuary, even with a bustling university town nearby. He scanned the area, pondering the location of that precious herb. Qi Haonan had chosen this site as his stronghold primarily for the sake of that herb. Otherwise, selecting a less populated area would have been the safer option. He remained silent, knowing that the herb was a treasure, worth any risk. Qi Haonan yearned to build a formidable force. Rebirth and resources were his trump cards. Yet, he faced a significant flaw. His talent was merely above average, far from the pinnacle in the post-apocalyptic world. Strength reigned supreme. Lacking power, how could he command respect? But obtaining that herb would resolve the issue of his aptitude. He referred to it as a treasure for a reason. Its effects would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Conventional methods would render it nearly impossible to acquire, even if he were reborn, yet with sufficient manpower. He could amass it through sheer force of will. Presently, he did not seek the herb, as he had no knowledge of its appearance. After the apocalypse, its extraordinary nature would surely reveal its location. On a scorching summer day, a group of university girls appeared nearby, clad in light attire, their fair legs igniting a spark in Qi Haonan's heart. Should he hire some beautiful students to celebrate the completion of the warehouse? Under the pretense of a festive gathering, all at no cost to him, a delightful prospect. Stuck within the confines of the warehouse, calling for help would be futile. A smirk crept across his face as he imagined the scenario. After some contemplation, Qi Haonan ultimately abandoned the idea. To recruit people, he needed a modicum of reputation. There were plenty of women in the post-apocalyptic world. At the onset of the apocalypse, he did not wish to squander energy on women. Once he established himself, he could have as many as he desired. The phone rang again, causing Qi Haonan to frown as he answered. A tremulous voice came through. It was his father. "Haonan, have you prepared the workers' wages? You must honor your promises." Annoyed, Qi Haonan replied, "It's ready. They'll come to collect tomorrow." His father answered meekly, "Good, that's good. Your mother misses you. It's been a while since you last visited. Can you find time to come home?" Qi Haonan replied flatly, "I'll return tomorrow night." His father's voice brightened, "Then let your mother prepare a feast of your favorite dishes for you." After hanging up, Qi Haonan muttered to himself, "It's not that I am unfilial. I simply have no choice." A while later, a buzzcut man approached. This was Qi Haonan's trusted aide. "Jiangzi, boss, the brothers are all here at the warehouse as you instructed. What shall we do for lunch?" Qi Haonan glanced at his watch. It was 11:30. "Order from that restaurant in shifts. Tell the brothers to order whatever they desire." Having mingled with Qi Haonan and recruited some additional members, he had amassed a total of 43 subordinates. All seasoned fighters unafraid of bloodshed. Qi Haonan did not regard these men highly. He merely saw them as tools. 1. To guard the warehouse, and 2. Having a substantial crew made it much easier to recruit more manpower. Far superior to being a lone commander. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, with an icy gaze, Qi Haonan summoned Jiangzi. "Have you located Chen Luo's residence? Now go find him and bring him to the warehouse. Tell him it's to celebrate the completion of the warehouse and offer him a red envelope as an apology for the previous incident. Be courteous." Jiangzi, puzzled, asked, "A red envelope? Why?" Qi Haonan waved his hand dismissively. "Just go and do as I say, no questions." Jiangzi nodded, "Understood. I will go now." Returning to the warehouse's lounge, Qi Haonan retrieved an electric baton, a sinister grin spreading across his face. When Chen Luo arrives, he would deliver a jolt. Could a person vanish for a few days without cause? What if he was merely out for a few hours? Would it be too late to seek him after the apocalypse began? What if Chen Luo was out enjoying himself and not at home? Jiangzi arrived at Chen Luo's residence and knocked on the iron gate. "Is Mr. Chen at home?" No matter how much he knocked, there was no response. Scratching his head, Jiangzi pondered whether Chen was out. He called Qi Haonan to report. "Boss, it seems he is not home," Qi Haonan instructed. "Do nothing else, just wait nearby for him to return." Jiangzi waited until 5 o'clock, yet Chen Luo's figure remained absent. Chen Luo had moved out days prior, thus he could not be found. Chapter 20. 3 Lives. Qi Haonan called to inquire, "Still not back?" A sense of urgency crept into Qi Haonan's heart. Why was he not home? If the apocalypse struck and he was still absent, where would he search? An idea struck him, and he personally went to the restaurant. The proprietress greeted him warmly. "Boss Qi, what would you like to eat? Since the warehouse has been completed, I wish to celebrate with the neighbors. Recently, I had a clash with Chen Luo's younger brother and would like to invite him over to apologize." "You have his number, right?" The proprietress smiled. "Chen Luo? Yes, I have it. Here, write it down." When Qi Haonan mentioned treating Chen Luo to a meal, the proprietress thought nothing of it and readily provided the number. After expressing gratitude, Qi Haonan immediately dialed. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was intently monitoring the surveillance around Qi Haonan's warehouse and his own home, observing the buzzcut man who had been waiting all afternoon, even knocking on his door. What were his intentions? When the phone rang, it was an unfamiliar local number. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo answered. "Is this Chen Luo's younger brother?" Chen Luo's pupils dilated. It was Qi Haonan. "Yes, it is. Who are you?" Qi Haonan laughed heartily. "I'm Qi Haonan. My warehouse is finished, and since we are neighbors, I got your number from the restaurant owner. I would like to invite you to dinner. Everyone else is receiving red envelopes as well." "I've already dealt with that troublemaker with the yellow hair. An invitation? Surely this isn't a trap." Chen Luo mused before replying. "I'm currently out and can't return right now, but I will definitely come by tonight." Qi Haonan maintained his cordial tone. "What time should I expect you? Please arrive early." Chen Luo chuckled. "I can't say for sure, but I will definitely be there tonight." especially since you mentioned red envelopes. Qi Haonan refrained from pressing further, ending the call with a cold smile. I'll be waiting for you. As Chen Luo hung up, a similar coldness graced his expression. The apocalypse was likely to begin tonight. I will keep my word and show up tonight, he thought, and I shall bring my weapons with me, hoping to surprise you. At 7 o'clock that evening, a news report trended online. An unidentified magnetic storm was predicted to strike Blue Star at approximately 2025. A multitude of comments followed. Let me explain what a magnetic storm is, from the perspective of a layperson. In truth, I have no idea what it is. After all, I did say I am a layperson. Will it affect my $3,000 monthly salary? All I want to know is if I can skip work tomorrow. Minutes later, Chen Luo noticed the news. He speculated. Before the apocalypse strikes, might there be some unusual signs? Cold air, meteorites, earthquakes, magnetic storms? Is this phenomenon related? Meanwhile, within the warehouse, crates of cigarettes and alcohol were being unloaded alongside some beef. A stout middle-aged man grinned. Boss Qi, as we agreed, payment is due upon unloading, of course. Payment will be rendered once the unloading is complete, Qi Haonan replied with a smile. Moreover, there was a woman in her late 20s, possessing a gentle demeanor, alongside a shrewd-looking middle-aged man. The astute middle-aged man remarked, Mr. Qi, you hoarding these cigarettes and alcohol, could it be that you anticipate their prices will rise? Qi Haonan gave a thumbs up. Nothing escapes your keen perception, my friend. That is indeed my intention. The others were somewhat bewildered. Apart from this, they could fathom no other purpose for Qi Haonan's accumulation of these supplies. As time swiftly passed, it was soon 10 minutes past 8, and all the goods had been unloaded. The group looked at Qi Haonan with eager anticipation, silently urging him to pay. The truck driver departed, while several suppliers arrived, each accompanied by 1 to 3 close acquaintances. Qi Haonan, feeling anxious within, maintained a calm facade and suggested, Why don't we retire to my lounge? Surely, we cannot conduct our transactions here. The three settled onto the sofa in the lounge, engaging in casual conversation with Qi Haonan. Internally, he was growing increasingly impatient. Where was Chen Luo? The apocalypse was fast approaching. Damn it, wasn't he supposed to come? Why was he not keeping his word? Unable to restrain himself, Qi Haonan sent a text to Chen Luo. Little brother, when will you arrive? After waiting a few minutes without a reply, Qi Haonan grew frantic. If you don't return soon, the world will end, and how will I find you then? The urgency was palpable, shared by the suppliers as well. The gentlewoman cleared her throat. Mr. Qi, we had our tea, yet you haven't given a single deposit. We had an agreement. Isn't it time for payment? Qi Haonan glanced at the time, his expression darkening. It was now 8:20, and the end times were nearly upon them. The thought of Chen Luo's absence only heightened his agitation. He never intended to keep these people around, let alone pay them. Who had the money for such trivialities? The dead would surely not require payment. It was time to act. He could eliminate them. If someone called the police, there would be no time for regrets. Li, the beef vendor, looked at Qi Haonan with a grin, saying nothing. Just seeing his face irked Qi Haonan. They had made promises over drinks only for Li to retract them the following day. Qi Haonan stepped to the entrance and retrieved a hatchet he had prepared earlier from behind a protective panel. The hatchet was approximately 50 centimeters long, its blade glinting ominously. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Haonan surged forward, swinging the hatchet down hard onto Li's head. Li, caught off guard by the sudden violence, stood frozen, forgetting to evade. With a sickening thud, Li's skull split open, blood gushing forth as he let out a pained wail and collapsed. Unconscious or worse, the remaining two were equally paralyzed with fear. They knew Qi Haonan had a notorious reputation and a dark heart, but they could hardly fathom that he would dare to take a life. The shrewd man raised a trembling hand to point at Qi Haonan, but before he could utter a word, Qi Haonan turned and struck him with the hatchet as well. The man attempted to flee, yet was struck in the neck, and Qi Haonan followed up with 2 more vicious blows, leaving him lifeless on the ground. The gentlewoman screamed in terror, her face contorted with fear, her body shaking uncontrollably. Having dispatched the 2 men, Qi Haonan felt no fear. Instead, a rush of exhilaration coursed through him as he advanced towards the woman. She fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. Mr. Qi, please spare me. I have a 3-year-old daughter at home. I'll forego the money, I beg you. The door was blocked by Qi Haonan, leaving her no chance to escape. Struggling to regain some semblance of reason, she dared not call out to her companions outside. It was far too late. With a twisted smile, Qi Haonan replied, "I never intended to pay. Your daughter will also meet her end. I'll send you on your way to await her below." Mere seconds later, the gentlewoman's eyes widened in horror as she collapsed into a pool of blood. In less than half a minute, 3 lives had been extinguished by Qi Haonan's hand. As if nothing had happened, Qi Haonan poured himself a cup of tea, taking a hearty sip and casting a casual glance at the lifeless bodies before him. He then opened the door and walked toward the warehouse. Chapter 21. The Apocalypse Descends. Sister, are you all right? Let me in. The gentlewoman's brother, who had accompanied her, had not entered the lounge but was outside the warehouse when he heard his sister's screams. He rushed toward the lounge, only to be intercepted by Qi Haonan's underlings. The companions of the other 2 suppliers also wore expressions of panic, attempting to enter but were similarly blocked. Blood stained Qi Haonan's face and clothing. Yet he walked out with an air of indifference, his demeanor cold. His underlings, even those closest to him, regarded him with uncertainty. What had transpired in the lounge? Qi Haonan turned to Qiangzi and asked. "Qiangzi, is the warehouse door locked?" Qiangzi nodded cautiously. All eyes in the warehouse were fixed on Qi Haonan. The gentlewoman's brother, eyes reddened with rage, demanded, "Qi Haonan, what have you done to my sister? If anything happens to her, I will not let you off easily." Qi Haonan responded with a chilling smile, surveying the first floor of the warehouse where everyone had gathered. "It is time to face the truth. The apocalypse is upon us. Have you seen the movie Resident Evil? Zombies. Some of you will soon transform into them. I just killed 3 people, yet I am not the least bit worried, for chaos will ensue. Do you understand why I have hoarded these supplies at any cost? They are the greatest wealth in the coming world. You are all with me, and I will not shortchange you." The incredulity on the faces of his subordinates, including the gentlewoman's brother, was palpable. A robust young man, muscles bulging, stammered, "Brother Nan, how do you know all this?" Qi Haonan smiled slightly, "Because I am a reincarnator. No one can guide you through the apocalypse better than I." His words struck the crowd like a thunderclap, the concepts of apocalypse and reincarnation seeming absurdly far-fetched. Qi Haonan dragged a wooden crate containing the hatchet closer, scrutinizing each person. When the apocalypse struck, a portion of those present would indeed become zombies, roughly 30%. This meant that soon, around 15 zombies would arise within the warehouse. But was Qi Haonan worried? Not in the slightest. He possessed weapons and ample experience in combat. And what did 15 zombies amount to? Moreover, would they all converge on him? They would scatter among the crowd. Even without assistance, Qi Haonan could effortlessly dispatch 15 zombies, unbeknownst to Chen Luo, who was monitoring from afar. The events in the lounge had gone unnoticed due to the lack of surveillance. However, everything happening in the warehouse was within view, including the sounds. Chen Luo, watching intently from his rented room, gasped in astonishment. Every suspicion he had harbored was now confirmed by Qi Haonan's own admission. Chen Luo was taken aback that Qi Haonan had openly revealed his identity as a reincarnator. Having read countless novels, he had never encountered anyone who laid bare such a truth. Why was he deviating from the norm? What could his purpose be? Just as Chen Luo pondered this, the lights in the room abruptly went out, and the phone he held to monitor the situation also powered off. Immediately thereafter, an inexplicable pain coursed through his body, akin to a mild electric current, causing a persistent numbness. The pain was not severe, but the sudden onset left Chen Luo bewildered as to its origin. In the warehouse, however, the others were not merely experiencing mild discomfort. Qi Haonan, too, wore an expression of unbearable pain, crouching down to endure the agony. Internally, he exhaled deeply. The apocalypse, just as in his previous life, had arrived. If it had not, Qi Haonan, having endured much and well prepared, was in a different situation from the others. Even the physically robust young man lay on the ground, wailing, drenched in sweat. Nearly 50 individuals in the warehouse cried out in pain. Qi Haonan silently bore the torment. This was a magnetic storm forcibly impacting all biological genes. A new era was about to dawn. Under this violent influence, some would transform into zombies, while others would remain largely unchanged from their pre-apocalyptic selves, and a fortunate few would awaken extraordinary abilities. In the future, there would be discussions among the awakened regarding their circumstances and the magnetic storm. This storm bore both benefits and drawbacks. It catalyzed evolution among all living beings, but did so in a manner akin to forceful childbirth, often leading to unforeseen side effects. Had the magnetic storm been gentler or shorter in duration, it could have greatly benefited humanity, possibly preventing the emergence of zombies altogether. Qi Haonan pondered this, knowing full well that no one could evade the magnetic storm, no matter how deep they hid underground. With a deafening explosion and a brilliant flash of light, even from 100 miles away, the event was unmistakable. Following this, several more astonishing explosions occurred, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Qi Haonan barely managed to lift his head. This magnetic storm had ignited all nuclear weapons, seemingly stirring certain elements to extreme activity. This had been within Qi Haonan's expectations. The genetic alterations caused Chen Luo little discomfort, far less than what Qi Haonan and the others endured. As the ground shook, Chen Luo's rented apartment trembled gently. The pain within him was manageable, but the tremors of an earthquake filled him with terror. An earthquake? An explosion? Where could he hide? In a panic, Chen Luo quickly removed the jade pendant from around his neck, trembling as he tucked it beneath a corner of his blanket and activated his spatial storage. 3 seconds later, he entered his personal space. Letting out a sigh of relief, deeming himself safe, he soon realized that the electric-like numbness that had coursed through him had also vanished. The magnetic storms generated by solar tides have the potential to obliterate various electrical devices while simultaneously affecting genetic structures. A fact that Chen Luo is acutely aware of. Could it be that the recent pain he experienced was a consequence of the magnetic storm's influence on his genes? Chen Luo hesitated to exit his spatial realm, opting to remain concealed for the time being. To his dismay, he discovered that his previously reliable mobile phone had transformed into a mere brick, its screen blackened and unresponsive. Earlier, he had employed it as a display. It was likely that all mobile phones outside had suffered the same fate, with power now ceased. Within his spatial confines, he still possessed over a dozen phones and several laptops, as well as a desktop computer. Leaving him uncertain if they too had become useless bricks, he knew he could not rush to retrieve them, lest he find himself deprived of any means of communication. After 3 minutes, Qi Haonan was the first to regain his composure. Though his body still ached, he was now able to move. With a deep growl, one of Qi Haonan's subordinates clumsily rose to his feet, his eyes wide and bloodshot. Simultaneously, his once vibrant skin had taken on a pallid hue. And with his mouth agape, he lunged at a nearby individual. He had transformed into a zombie. The apocalypse had officially arrived. Chapter 22. Tonight, one must die. This particular zombie, aside from its ashen skin and the alarming number of blood vessels visible in its eyes, appeared remarkably similar to a normal human. It had not developed any sharp teeth or claws. The only truly terrifying aspect was its inhumanly grotesque expression. Should it take on the role of an antagonist? It ought to temper itself a bit, as the zombie lunged to bite into the flesh of a young man. Qi Haonan approached swiftly, wielding an axe and maintaining a stoic demeanor. From the moment the zombie emitted its guttural roar, Qi Haonan had already prepared to close in. Instinctively, the zombie sought to tear into its target's flesh, while the young man beneath it, despite still experiencing pain, struggled to fend off the creature's attack. Driven by a primal instinct for survival, however, he soon realized that his strength paled in comparison to that of the zombie, as his arm was swiftly overpowered. Terrified by the zombie's menacing visage, despair washed over him. In that moment of hopelessness, Qi Haonan swung his axe with precision, delivering 2 swift blows to the zombie's neck. His technique was impeccable, and the zombie's head was severed in an instant. The creature was dispatched. Qi Haonan understood the nature of zombies well. They possess a sense of pain yet behave like deranged beings, continuing their assault regardless of injury. They resembled the most courageous warriors. Unafraid of death, to vanquish them, one must strike at their weaknesses, the most effective method being a blow to the head, the simplest means to eliminate a zombie. The young man was saved. The transformation into a zombie was not instantaneous. It varied in speed, but the difference rarely exceeded 3 minutes. As one after another succumbed to this fate, Qi Haonan methodically dispatched all the emerging zombies with an air of nonchalance. "Thank you, Brother Nan. You are truly remarkable, Brother Nan." With the magnetic storm seemingly dissipated, the individuals within the warehouse gradually regained their ability to move, their gazes towards Qi Haonan filled with awe and gratitude. Just moments ago, he had rescued them from the jaws of death, and he had foreseen this calamity before it struck. The only ones who refrained from expressing gratitude were perhaps the companions of the three suppliers Qi Haonan had previously eliminated. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Qi Haonan smiled. A total of 14 zombies had emerged. Fortune was on his side, as he had not suffered significant losses among his subordinates. The situation had unfolded smoothly, and the zombies had inadvertently bolstered his standing. In that moment, Qi Haonan felt an overwhelming sense of ambition. He had allies, resources, and with this second chance at life, he was destined to achieve greatness. With a slight smile, Qi Haonan declared, "Do you now believe in my words? I can guide you all to thrive." Upon hearing this, his loyal subordinate Chang and several others eagerly affirmed, "We have always stood by our brother, at this moment." The remaining individuals also expressed their loyalty. Some had been with Qi Haonan for over a decade, having followed him since his days as a small-time boss. Even without provisions or a rebirth, they would have remained steadfastly at his side during the apocalypse. In a previous life, they had simply failed to stay by his side when the catastrophe occurred. Most of the subordinates chosen by Qi Haonan were of this ilk, with only a few being temporary recruits. The brother of a gentle woman bowed his head, concealing his hatred. After his sister's murder, he vowed to kill Qi Haonan. Though Qi Haonan remained oblivious to the murderous intent directed at him, he had never intended to allow the young man to live. Among the 5 individuals brought by the suppliers, only one had turned into a zombie, leaving 4 remaining. Qi Haonan rested his chin on his hand and instructed the newly joined subordinates. "You 4, eliminate the remaining individuals." One rotund man, upon hearing this, was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he knelt in supplication, pleading, "Brother Nan, spare my life. I am willing to follow you." Qi Haonan ignored him completely. Those singled out by Qi Haonan were not fools. They understood this was a test of loyalty. Having witnessed the zombies and the distant explosions, coupled with Qi Haonan's words, they began to believe in him. After a moment of silence, each of them gripped their axes and savagely struck down the 4 individuals. Accustomed to brawls, they did not struggle with the brutality of the act. The 4 were slain by their frenzied blows. Qi Haonan watched coldly. He was no saint and could not afford to leave any potential threats alive. "I will now share with you the key points to survive the apocalypse. Although I have not ventured outside, I am well informed about the world beyond, as well as our next course of action." A young man, adorned with tattoos on one arm, interjected, "Brother Nan, I am grateful for your timely rescue from the zombie. But I have one question." Qi Haonan's expression darkened slightly. "What is it?" With a quivering voice, the young man continued, "Why did you not inform us sooner? My wife and child are still at home, and I have no idea how they are faring. I want to return to save them." Qi Haonan's gaze turned icy as he regarded him. "Are you accusing me? Very well, you may go back." Gritting his teeth, the young man dashed towards the warehouse's entrance. To Qi Haonan's surprise, 2 other subordinates followed suit, one of whom had been with him for over 3 years. 3 individuals raced towards the exit, while the rest remained motionless. Qi Haonan scoffed. "3 of you make no difference," he commanded. "Those who remain are my loyal brothers. Eliminate the 3. Chang cursed vehemently. "Traitors!" Brother Nan saved him, and yet he shows no gratitude. "Damn it, they could spill Brother Nan's secrets. We cannot let them escape." "Brother Nan, I've just arrived. Grant me a chance to prove myself. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together." Qi Haonan was clearly no virtuous character, and neither were his subordinates. They were, for the most part, scoundrels. The 3 who sought to return home reached the warehouse in trance only to find the door locked, unable to escape. What a farce! If it were so easy for anyone to open the warehouse, what was the purpose of Qi Haonan constructing such high walls? As the group armed with axes and knives descended upon them, the 3 met their end amidst their horrified gazes. Well, now only the dregs remain. Chen Luo lingered within his spatial realm for 10 minutes before emerging, prepared to retreat back inside should anything seem amiss. The distant explosions had ceased, and there were no earthquakes or collapsing buildings as he had anticipated. It appeared to be safe. A series of unsettling sounds sent shivers down Chen Luo's spine as he stepped out of his room and gazed towards the 2nd floor next door. In the darkness, he discerned a figure hunched over another, voraciously gnawing on something, occasionally lowering its head to tear at its prey. Chen Luo's hands trembled. Were the zombies consuming humans? A wave of dread washed over him. The horrors depicted in novels and films paled in comparison to the stark reality he now faced. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Luo took a moment to collect himself. After finishing the smoke, he felt considerably steadier. He cast his gaze towards the warehouse, resolute in his belief that with the onset of the apocalypse, Qi Haonan would soon meet his demise. Chapter 23. Are you looking for me? Qi Haonan ignited a candle and summoned everyone to gather around. Come closer. I shall enlighten you about the characteristics of zombies. The crowd perked up, their spirits lifted at the prospect of understanding the unknown and terrifying entity they faced. Even now, they struggled to believe Qi Haonan's claim of having been reborn. It seemed utterly absurd that Qi Haonan began. Zombies are not slow. They can unleash the same speed and death that they possessed in life. Their strength surpasses that of an ordinary human, approximately 1.5 times greater. They are fearless, possessing a sense of pain, yet they are a horde of mindless monsters, utterly impervious to suffering. Even if their intestines were to spill forth, they would continue their assault without hesitation. For them, there is no concept of minor or severe injuries, only fatal wounds that rob them of their vitality, such as when I severed their heads just now. An ordinary person encountering a zombie, without a weapon, would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. With speed and strength, they are a formidable threat. One subordinate swallowed hard. If they are so powerful and devoid of fear, wouldn't a multitude of zombies spell disaster? Chang struggled to steady his nerves. If zombies are merely this, I believe exterminating them is only a matter of time, especially with firearms at our disposal. We should be able to manage this apocalypse. Right? Qi Haonan scoffed. Take out your phones and check if they have all turned to bricks. Fighter jets and tanks have become nothing more than scrap metal. You heard the explosions earlier, did you not? That came from the military district. While not all soldiers perished, at most only a few hundred survived, and the majority are injured. Their ammunition is strictly controlled. Typically, only 10 to 5 rounds are kept for emergencies, while the rest is stored in the armory. Even if the armory remains intact, without power, they cannot access it. No one possesses firearms, so there is no need for concern. In a couple of days, even if there were guns, a small pistol would be ineffective in my presence. Xiangzi was the first to pull out his phone, but regardless of how he pressed the buttons, the screen remained black and unresponsive. The others were in the same predicament. Qi Haonan seemed to shatter their illusions. In truth, no one wished for the apocalypse to arrive. Qi Haonan continued, Next, let us discuss the shortcomings of zombies. While they possess great strength, they are exceedingly foolish and incapable of utilizing tools. The primary method of attack for zombies is biting. However, a single bite does not result in death, nor does it lead to infection. We are equipped with machetes and axes. What is there to fear? Now, I will assign tasks. Qi Haonan pointed at Xiangzi. You take a dozen brothers and head to Chen Luo's place first. See if he is at home. If he is, bring him back, but be careful not to kill him. The mere mention of Chen Luo made Qi Haonan's teeth itch with resentment. Xiangzi grimaced but acquiesced. Qi Haonan was uncertain if Chen Luo had returned home. What if he had? Qi Haonan opened the massive iron door of the warehouse, watched Xiangzi and his team leave with their weapons, and immediately locked it tight. He then commanded, The rest of you, take out the salt and spread it both inside and outside the warehouse. Though salt poses no threat to zombies or various mutated creatures, it is something they detest. Given the option, low-level zombies and mutated beings would never approach large quantities of salt. Qi Haonan coldly gazed in the direction of Chen Luo's home. I am a reborn individual, aware of how to better navigate this apocalypse, cognizant of numerous opportunities, and knowing that some possess supplies. Even if I cannot locate you for now, once I have established my power, what right do you have to contend with me? I shall repay you 100-fold for the grievances you have caused me in my previous life. Chen Luo stepped out of his rented apartment, clad in T2 combat gear, his body and head completely covered. Clenching his fists, he was prepared for bloodshed. Beneath the tranquil night sky, the air was pierced by intermittent screams. As Qi Haonan had stated, zombies cannot kill survivors with a single bite. However, this is far more terrifying, as some survivors must watch helplessly as their flesh is devoured by zombies. The fear of death is infinitely prolonged. Chen Luo took a few steps when he saw a woman atop a man inside a house, voraciously gnawing at him. The man appeared to have lost consciousness. With his night vision goggles, Chen Luo could see clearly. Truth be told, it was the first time he had witnessed such a scene, and it filled him with immense discomfort, almost making him want to vomit. Upon noticing Chen Luo, the zombie let out a low growl, abandoning its meal to lunge at him. In an instant, a silenced desert eagle materialized in Chen Luo's hand. As the zombie closed in within 2 meters, he fired, obliterating its head. Although the silencer muffled the sound, it was still audible at a distance. The gun made it easy to dispatch the zombie, and Chen Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially feared the creature to be invincible. Chen Luo did not look back at the decapitated zombie, pondering whether this apocalypse resembled that of a biochemical crisis or one infused with supernatural abilities. If it were the latter, could there be a unique energy core within the bodies of the zombies? Chen Luo chose not to search the zombie's corpse. It was unnecessary, if such a core existed. Killing zombies would be exceedingly simple for him. He could take as many as he desired. After dealing with Qi Haonan, he would hunt zombies. For now, he needed to find Qi Haonan as quickly as possible. Chen Luo sprinted with remarkable speed, not pushing himself to the limit, yet his pace far exceeded 10 seconds for 100 meters. With the enhancement from his jade pendant, he could cover 100 meters in just over 4 seconds. At this speed, the zombies would be unable to see him, and even if they did, they could only trail behind, powerless. Chen Luo's home was quite close to the warehouse, and as he passed by, he spotted Xiangzi and his group searching for him. Hidden in the shadows, Chen Luo easily observed them while remaining unseen. Xiangzi and his companions had just engaged 2 zombies in combat. Although the zombies were powerful, they were swiftly dispatched by their coordinated attacks. Zombies were not so fearsome after all. Was that all there was to it? As long as they did not encounter a horde, there was no need for panic. The thrill of killing was intoxicating. Xiangzi whispered, "I remember there are 2 quite beautiful college girls in that small building. Let's take them for Brother Nan to show our filial piety. After Brother Nan has eaten, we can have our share. First, we must check if Chen Luo is home. That is the most important thing." One of them questioned. "I wonder why Brother Nan specifically wants him." Chen Luo watched coldly from the shadows. "Damn it, Qi Haonan is dead set on killing me." He resolved to eliminate this group first. However, the maze-like alleys posed a challenge. If he opened fire, they might escape, and allowing even one survivor to live would be problematic. Shooting here might alert the warehouse. Chen Luo stepped into view and called out from a distance, "You aren't looking for me, are you?" Chapter 24. I hoard food. You actually hoard guns. Xiangzi had seen Chen Luo before and recognized his voice. As soon as he heard it, he spotted a dark figure not far away. Although he could not see who it was, he assumed it was Chen Luo. Upon finishing his sentence, the shadow turned and fled. "That's Chen Luo. Capture him," Xiangzi shouted. Chen Luo scoffed, "You won't catch me even if you tire yourselves out." He ran, with them in pursuit. "Stop, don't run." Chen Luo deliberately toyed with them, never expecting that the first to chase him after the apocalypse would be survivors. He sprinted toward the grassy area by the lake, where it was open. 2 minutes later, Xiangzi and his group cornered him by the lakeside. They thought they had caught Chen Luo, unaware they were pursuing death itself. "What is he wearing?" Xiangzi strained to see. Chen Luo appeared to be clad in strange attire, possibly with a helmet. Suddenly, Xiangzi noticed Chen Luo drawing out something substantial. With an expressionless face, Chen Luo produced a machine gun, the 20-pound weapon seeming weightless in his hands. The bullets were already loaded, and he unleashed a hail of fire. The few overeager ruffians who charged forward were instantly turned into a mass of holes. "He has a gun! He has a gun!" The piercing screams of terror erupted. They never anticipated that Chen Luo would possess a firearm, let alone a machine gun. How could they proceed? No matter how many of them there were, they were merely delivering themselves to their demise. With no time to ponder further, the remaining members instinctively fled in different directions, exerting every ounce of strength. Chen Luo, wielding the machine gun, ran far faster than they could. Bang bang, Chen Luo counted. There were 14 in total. 2 remained, one of whom was Xiangzi. Xiangzi tripped over something and fell to the ground, with Chen Luo right behind him, scaring Xiangzi to tears. "Spare me, I'll tell you a secret. My brother is." Without hesitation, Chen Luo ended him. What secrets could he possibly know? Qi Haonan was the one with the most secrets. Pursuing the last remaining person, all of Xiangzi's companions lay defeated. This was Chen Luo's first time taking a life. But not with a knife or fists. He used a gun, feeling no fear. In the words of the previous ruffians, it was simply exhilarating. Chen Luo immediately dashed toward the warehouse. Suddenly, Xiangzi tripped over something, and Chen Luo too stumbled mid-stride. Chen Luo was perplexed. There had been no obstacles on the path. Just then, A rope-like object ensnared his foot. His pupils dilated in shock as he quickly focused on the ground. It was a long vine. The vine writhed and slithered like a snake, attempting to tightly coil around Chen Luo and drag him away, but it could not manage it, following the direction of the vine. He discovered that the culprit was a tree 5 meters away. He distinctly remembered installing a camera there to monitor the warehouse. Chen Luo could hardly believe it. Had the tree come to life? Under different circumstances, he would have blasted it with a rocket launcher, but being so close to the warehouse, that would create too much noise. Drawing a military knife, he sliced through the vine with force. You just wait. For the moment, he ignored the tree and approached the outer wall of the warehouse. Standing outside, Chen Luo contemplated how to enter. The nearly 10-meter-high wall was, to be honest, no obstacle for him. He could easily scale it. But since Qi Haonan was looking for him, he would deliver himself to the door, hoping to trick him into opening it. Qi, open the door. It's Chen Luo. Help me. A zombie is chasing me. Meanwhile, Qi Haonan, leading his subordinates, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Chen Luo's voice, before a sinister smile crept across his face. So, Chen Laolu has come to beg for my help? No need to search. He has delivered himself right to my doorstep. Regardless of how others pleaded with Qi Haonan, he would never open the door. However, for Chen Luo, Qi Haonan was willing to make an exception. Narrowing his eyes, he instructed 2 of his subordinates, gather at the front door and subdue whoever comes in. The subordinates quickly assembled by the entrance. Qi Haonan took out his key, preparing to unlock the door. Xiangzi should be returning shortly, he thought. Just as the key was inserted into the lock, a realization struck Qi Haonan like a bolt of lightning. Would Chen Luo dare linger at the door if there were zombies outside? He must have shaken them off first. Most importantly, based on his understanding of Chen Luo, he would not plead for help in such a manner. If he appeared, it would undoubtedly be a trap. Qi, please open the door. I'm begging you. Chen Luo's voice was filled with desperation, nearly breaking into tears. Qi Haonan raised the torch and activated the small switch on the iron gate, peering outside, yet saw nothing. He dared not extend his head beyond the threshold, for the small switch was inadequate in a hushed tone. He instructed, You, ascend the ladder and ascertain the situation outside. To his surprise, he had not managed to deceive Qi Haonan into opening the door. Qi Haonan believed his voice was barely audible, unaware that Chen Luo possessed excellent hearing. Using a ladder, it seemed deception was no longer an option. While Chen Luo could infiltrate, he would not resort to such means. Who could foresee the traps that awaited below? Unable to trick him, the only option was to force the entry. Chen Luo quickly distanced himself, a rocket launcher appearing on his shoulder. He aimed and fired. The recoil from the rocket launcher was substantial. An untrained individual would surely tremble violently. Yet, Chen Luo remained as steady as an old hound. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted. One must concede, the wall crafted by Qi Haonan, boasting a thickness of half a meter, was remarkably sturdy. A single rocket failed to obliterate it, though it did compromise 30 centimeters of its integrity. Chen Luo muttered, truly quite robust. The individuals within the warehouse were utterly terrified. One thug exclaimed in panic, What on earth? Qi Haonan was equally bewildered, questioning, What is this? What has Chen Laolu brought? He had anticipated this individual would not adhere to conventional methods, having faced several life-and-death situations. Qi Haonan promptly reacted, sprinting into the warehouse. Just as he turned, another explosion resonated, creating a gaping hole in the wall. Dust billowed into the air. Chen Luo did not charge in immediately but instead tossed a grenade into the warehouse. With a resounding boom, several thugs near the wall were instantly obliterated. Now, no one dared to ambush him by the wall, or so Chen Luo thought, while the thugs had already lost all composure. Donning a helmet, Chen Luo dashed into the warehouse, wielding a machine gun, and commenced a sweeping assault. He resolved to spare Qi Haonan's life for the moment, hoping to extract information before any potential killing at 23:59. Like a harbinger of doom, Chen Luo unleashed chaos within the warehouse. Qi Haonan had intended to retrieve a compound crossbow, but upon glimpsing an armed individual with a machine gun, he fell into a stupor. It was Chen Luo, a man with an array of firepower. Was this a makeshift arrangement? It was evidently stockpiled. Qi Haonan ground his teeth in frustration. While he hoarded provisions, this man had stockpiled firearms? Chapter 25. Your supplies are mine. Qi Haonan had never envisioned that the warehouse he constructed would be breached by heavy artillery and by none other than Chen Luo. A multitude of questions flooded his mind. How had Chen Luo amassed such weaponry without drawing attention? What channels had he utilized to stockpile arms? If it were merely handguns, Qi Haonan might not have been so astounded. But look at what was present. Heavy machine guns, grenades, and what had shattered the warehouse. Most perplexing of all, his plan to eliminate Chen Luo at the onset of the apocalypse stemmed from a personal vendetta from his previous life. Why, at this very moment, had Chen Luo sought him out? Could it be that Chen Luo had also been reborn? Had he set his sights on the resources within Qi Haonan's warehouse? Indeed, in his past life, the man had attempted to seize his supplies. With bloodshot eyes, Qi Haonan seethed. You are deliberately targeting me. Amidst the flames, he beheld Chen Luo clad in distinctive battle attire. Initially, Qi Haonan aimed to retrieve the compound crossbow, hoping for a covert opportunity to eliminate Chen Luo. But now he abandoned that plan. A mere sweep of Chen Luo's weapon could transform him into a sieve. The warehouse's construction was too formidable. The breach created offered no escape. Qi Haonan's anger was palpable. Yet despair had not yet seized him. Within the basement of the warehouse lay a secret tunnel, originally crafted for emergencies, excavated by Qi Haonan himself. Its existence was known to none. With a subordinate to act as a decoy, Qi Haonan swiftly made his way to the warehouse, successfully reaching the basement. He opened a hidden door, revealing a narrow tunnel. This passage was explicitly designed for escape. Without hesitation, Qi Haonan crawled inside, sealing the hidden door behind him. As he ascended through the tunnel, he seethed inwardly. Chen Luo, you wait. When I awaken my powers in a couple of days, it remains to be seen who prevails. You covet my supplies, but I refuse to believe you can guard them all alone. You cannot possibly transport everything. In the end, my resources will remain mine. Qi Haonan felt a surge of frustration. After all his efforts and schemes to amass supplies, they had fallen into Chen Luo's hands. The tunnel was somewhat constricted, forcing Qi Haonan to crawl at a pace akin to that of walking. It was indeed rather vexing. Meanwhile, Chen Luo, armed with a machine gun, reveled in the adrenaline. Prior to this moment, he had never taken a life. Had it been a matter of cold weapons, he would have felt considerable discomfort. However, firing a machine gun felt akin to engaging in a real-life shooting game. As he swept his weapon, he delivered finishing shots to the thugs already sprawled on the ground. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, he ensured they received a few more rounds. Remarkably, one attempted to feign death, trembling as he pointed weakly at Chen Luo. Chow. Chen Luo had no interest in listening to his last words. In less than 20 seconds, every standing figure in the warehouse had been eliminated. The decision not to eliminate Qi Haonan first was a deliberate choice on Chen Luo's part. After scanning the area to confirm no survivors remained, he ventured deeper into the warehouse, on the ground outside. He observed circles of white granules, salt or sugar. For the moment, he disregarded it and proceeded into the warehouse, only to find no sign of Qi Haonan. Was he hiding in a lounge or amongst the stacks of supplies? The warehouse was divided into 3 levels, and with so many resources, locating Qi Haonan would not be an easy task. Chen Luo smirked. There was no need to search. He knew precisely where Qi Haonan had fled. Regardless of how well he hid in the warehouse, there was always a chance Chen Luo would uncover him. Qi Haonan had specifically constructed a tunnel. If it allowed for an escape to the outside, would he not use it? Qi Haonan was undoubtedly crawling through the tunnel right now. If he knew what Chen Luo was currently contemplating, he would undoubtedly curse out loud. Chen Luo was aware of the tunnel's exit, though he remained uncertain of its entrance. His thoughts raced. For now, he would allow Qi Haonan to escape a little longer, focusing on gathering supplies from the warehouse, in the aftermath of the apocalypse. With the university town just 2 miles away, it was certain survivors would flee towards the outskirts, in a few minutes. Those with speed might reach this location. It would not be just 1 or 2. By then, collecting resources would be rather late. Seizing the current opportunity, he hastened to gather. Chen Luo activated his spatial storage. Within 3 seconds, a radiant glow illuminated the area. Any item within reach that could be stored vanished in an instant. Wherever the light shone, resources disappeared. In a mere 9 seconds, he cleared the entire first floor. He swiftly ascended the stairs and collected all items from the second floor before heading to the basement. Chen Luo then darted into the other two small storerooms, confiscating everything within. The supplies Qi Haonan had hoarded had now entirely entered Chen Luo's spatial storage. He directly positioned himself near the tunnel's exit. Waiting for Qi Haonan as Chen Luo emerged from the warehouse, he suddenly halted. The sight before him sent chills down his spine. Several black rats were voraciously gnawing on the corpses of the thugs he had just dispatched. Whether by illusion or reality, Chen Luo felt that with each bite, one of the rats grew larger. Perhaps sensing Chen Luo's approach, a few rats turned to glance at him, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light in the darkness. After a brief moment of observation, the rodents resumed their gruesome feast. What the hell? Are they eating humans? Chen Luo maintained his composure, too preoccupied to concern himself with them. The tunnel lay to the north. Taking the route through the main entrance would waste considerable time. Thus, he opted to traverse the northern wall instead. Without resorting to the rocket launcher to breach the wall, Chen Luo took a running leap. Propelling himself over 5 meters high, he landed against the wall, leveraging the momentum to jump again. Soaring over 3 meters and grasped the top of the wall with a slight exertion, he vaulted onto the wall. If it were 20 meters high, I might truly struggle to scale it. Chen Luo glanced down. The ground was level, devoid of any obstructions. He promptly leaped down, landing gracefully with a tactical roll, emerging unscathed. The tunnel's exit was near a small grove to the north, surrounded by abandoned land overgrown with weeds. Not long ago, a tree had ensnared Chen Luo with its vines, and having learned his lesson, he remained vigilant for any anomalies underfoot. The wild grasses retained their vitality, some even growing over a meter tall. Chen Luo had initially intended to be cautious, fearing they might have mutated, but he was taken aback to find that all the nearby grass had withered. Lying limp on the ground, devoid of any life, in the stillness, distant groans of zombies echoed, while the nearby insects chirped incessantly. Unease stirred within Chen Luo, yet the thought of Qi Haonan awaiting him propelled him to move forward with purpose. Chapter 26. You actually want to escape strangely. The nearby grass and several trees had all withered, as if completely drained of life. Chen Luo pondered, what could have drained their vitality? As he hastened onward, he noticed a faint purple glow ahead. Drawing closer, he squinted, revealing a slender figure over 2 meters tall, not particularly thick, comparable to his pinky finger. From a distance, it resembled an elongated, glowing stick, pulsating with purple light. Chen Luo's expression soured. What on earth is that? Curiosity flickered within him, yet he understood that curiosity could be perilous in the face of uncertainty. It was best to maintain a safe distance, promising himself to investigate further by daylight. Is the wilting of nearby plants related to it? After taking a detour, Chen Luo arrived at the exit of the tunnel he had previously explored. The wooden planks covering the tunnel remained in place, with the excrement on top having dried in the wind. Chen Luo, suppressing his disgust, pried open the tunnel and strained to listen. Hearing the sound of fumbling growing closer from within, Qi Haonan had yet to emerge from the tunnel. Chen Luo scoffed softly, so slowed I've already gathered all my supplies, and you're still not out. Now you know just how fast I am. He replaced the wooden planks. Of course, it was impossible for him to enter the tunnel to capture Qi Haonan. The tunnel was rather cramped. Wouldn't it be better for Qi Haonan to crawl out by himself? Patience was a virtue. Chen Luo stepped back a few meters, concealing himself in the shadows, waiting for Qi Haonan. After a while, the wooden planks trembled, and a hand pushed them up. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. Oh, look who's finally here, brother. Qi Haonan emerged, covered in dirt and grime, struggling to climb out of the tunnel. He brushed off the dust from his body, feeling a surge of resentment. Chen Lao Lu, you must have been looking for me in the warehouse, right? Even if you discovered the tunnel, it must have been quite some time later. By then, I would have long since fled. Just wait for my revenge. I am lurking in the shadows. Qi Haonan scanned his surroundings, feeling somewhat lost. Where could he escape to now? Perhaps a house a bit farther from the warehouse. Somewhere deserted, where he could observe discreetly. Suddenly, Qi Haonan's pupils constricted, and his heart raced. Did he just see a shadow? In the pitch darkness, encountering a person so unexpectedly could be terrifying. Chen Luo stepped closer. Locking eyes with Qi Haonan, they stared at each other, wide-eyed. Chen Luo grinned. You came here to take a dump, didn't you? At this moment, Qi Haonan should have turned and fled immediately, but he froze. Wasn't he Chen Lao Lu supposed to be searching for him in the warehouse? He figured it would at least take 5 minutes for him to realize he was gone. Even if Chen Luo found the tunnel in just half a minute, he should have been crawling through it, not waiting at the exit for him. Qi Haonan was certain that this was no mere coincidence. Chen Luo had been lying in wait for him. The abandoned grass at the exit was seldom visited, and he had intentionally left a pile of excrement there. Qi Haonan's mind roared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It had been said that every step he took was meticulously calculated by Chen Luo. Chen Luo, wielding a desert eagle, aimed it at Qi Haonan. Brother Nan, don't move. If you try to run, we'll see whether you're faster or my gun is. Qi Haonan's face turned ashen. He truly dared not move. The bad news was that Chen Luo was clad in conspicuous combat attire, presumably acquired from somewhere, and was armed. Qi Haonan was baffled. Hadn't Chen Luo been wielding a machine gun before? Where had it gone? Discarded? The good news was that Chen Luo hadn't shot him immediately, which meant there was still a chance. Qi Haonan softened his expression, adopting a gentle tone. Chen Luo, we can consider ourselves friends. I don't understand why you would bring a weapon to kill me. After all, during their first meeting, he had settled Chen Luo's debts. Chen Luo had no time for idle chatter and smiled slightly. Hello, reincarnator. Qi Haonan was taken aback. How did Chen Luo know he was a reincarnator? Only shortly before the apocalypse had he revealed this to his subordinates. Qi Haonan began to speculate. Perhaps Jiangzi had gone to find Chen Luo? But unexpectedly, Chen Luo had weapons and had retaliated, revealing Qi Haonan's secret of reincarnation just before his demise. This must be how Chen Luo learned of his status. Chen Luo was aware that Jiangzi was one of his subordinates. So after taking Jiangzi down, he had come armed to confront Qi Haonan. Qi Haonan believed the error lay here. It was nothing significant, but who knew Chen Luo had stockpiled firearms? Qi Haonan calmly replied. Indeed, I am a reincarnator, and I know many secrets. Engaging in a duel with Chen Luo was not an option, but he could buy time until his abilities awakened or until he found an opportunity to retaliate. When Chen Luo was unarmed, that would be his moment. Chen Luo chuckled softly. If it weren't for my desire to learn about the apocalypse from you, I wouldn't need to waste so many words. The grassland felt rather eerie. Chen Luo did not wish to linger here. He planned to take Qi Haonan to his home for a thorough interrogation. Chen Luo aimed his gun at Qi Haonan. Move, let us head to my house. Qi Haonan replied softly. All right, since you know I'm a reincarnator, we can collaborate. It will benefit you. With Qi Haonan in the lead and Chen Luo following behind, they proceeded at a measured pace. Chen Luo pressed the gun against Qi Haonan's back. I warn you, don't look back. Recalling the rats and the purple glowing plants he had seen earlier, Chen Luo could not help but ask, what kind of apocalypse is this? Qi Haonan replied, you're aware of the solar tides, right? The magnetic storms they emit occasionally sweep into Blue Star, damaging electronic devices and affecting the genetic structures of living beings. What caused the apocalypse was a similar, yet exponentially more powerful magnetic storm. Chen Luo realized that just over an hour before the apocalypse, a trending topic had mentioned an approaching magnetic storm, but at the time, few took it seriously. Qi Haonan continued, living beings on Blue Star can be classified into 3 categories. One type resembles zombies, mindlessly consuming everything. Another resembles us, seemingly unaffected. And the third consists of the fortunate few who will awaken their abilities over time. However, no survivors could actively awaken their abilities without a trigger. In his previous life, he had no abilities and had awakened them through special means. The third point Qi Haonan mentioned was a deception. If he claimed he could awaken abilities, it would raise Chen Luo's suspicions. It was best to avoid mentioning abilities altogether, but if Chen Luo saw someone awaken abilities in the next couple of days, wouldn't he realize Qi Haonan had lied? Chen Luo was taken aback. There are really abilities. Without hesitation, Chen Luo fired 2 shots, hitting Qi Haonan in both legs. What if you awaken right now? Let us incapacitate your legs first. Qi Haonan let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, turning to glare at Chen Luo with intense hatred. Why did you shoot? Chen Luo, playing the role of the wronged party, replied, I didn't intend to shoot, but you were thinking of running. I warned you not to run. You can't blame me if you try to flee again. I'll break your 3rd leg. Chapter 27. The first ability user's sweat beaded on Qi Haonan's face, the pain overwhelming him. He yelled in fury, Are you insane? When did I ever think of escaping? Chen Luo raised the gun stock to strike Qi Haonan's face. Am I giving you face? But recalling that he still needed to inquire about the secrets of the apocalypse, he softened his demeanor towards the nearly dying man. Why apologies? I misjudged, I'll bandage you up when we get home. However, Chen Luo suspected Qi Haonan's leg would never heal. This wasn't a wound inflicted by an ordinary handgun. It was from the high-caliber, powerful Desert Eagle. He would likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. No? How could he have a second life? Only a new life awaited him. A normal person would feel despair at Qi Haonan's leg injury, but he was still catching his breath, not yet defeated. If he awakened his abilities, there was still a chance to stand up again. Since Qi Haonan couldn't walk, Chen Luo grabbed the back of his shirt and dragged him along. Qi Haonan gazed at the ground. His eyes filled with cold indifference and hatred. A zombie approached, and Chen Luo easily dispatched it with a silenced shot, the sound minimal. Qi Haonan claimed he hadn't awakened his abilities but had done so through special means. Chen Luo had initially been skeptical. Was there a way to actively awaken abilities? Chen Luo was intrigued. He asked, "How does one awaken abilities?" Qi Haonan replied in a low voice, "It's not something that can be explained in a few words." Chen Luo snorted, "No problem. I have plenty of time. By the way, do zombies possess abilities? Is there some sort of energy core in their brains, hearts, or other parts?" Qi Haonan looked up, astonished. "How do you know that?" Chen Luo glanced at him, deducing from Qi Haonan's expression, "You're out of touch with the times, old man. Young people almost all know this." After dispatching 2 more zombies, Chen Luo took out his keys and unlocked his front door. Placing Qi Haonan on the sofa in the living room, he retrieved some bandages, like a veterinarian, and briefly tended to Qi Haonan's wounds. Sitting across from him, Chen Luo twirled the Desert Eagle in his hand, casually blowing on the barrel. "All right, continue. Let us start with how to awaken abilities." Chen Luo's intent was evidently threatening, and after a moment of silence, Qi Haonan spoke. "There are 3 ways to awaken abilities. The first is self-awakening. The magnetic storm seems to have unlocked certain shackles within the biological makeup of Blue Star. Every living being has a chance to awaken abilities. Not long ago, did you not feel intense pain in your body? That was the impact of the magnetic storm on living beings." Chen Luo rubbed his head. He had indeed felt a slight discomfort when the lights had flickered out, but it wasn't the severe pain Qi Haonan described. Qi Haonan continued, "This type of awakening could occur any time from now until a year later, but the vast majority of self-awakeners will awaken within the first month of the apocalypse. The proportion of survivors who self-awaken isn't high. Around just over 1%. Chen Luo blinked. "So there's a chance for 1 out of 100 people to have abilities." The second method of awakening abilities is the most common and the one that significantly increases the number of ability users. As you previously mentioned, within the minds of zombies exists a peculiar kind of crystal, albeit only those endowed with extraordinary powers possess such a crystal. Ordinary zombies do not have this feature. Qi Haonan spoke in a somber tone. Consuming this crystal could potentially awaken an ordinary person's latent abilities. Here, Qi Haonan was ensnaring Chen Luo in a trap. The moment the crystal makes contact with any part of the human body, it emits energy automatically, and absorption could indeed lead to the awakening of extraordinary powers. It is not strictly necessary to consume this ploy to discuss Chen Luo. After all, the crystal is extracted from the brain. However, the second method does present an opportunity for awakening abilities, albeit with significant risks. There is a slight chance of awakening powers, yet a greater likelihood exists that the survivor may transform into a zombie. The difference lies in the fact that if one absorbs it while holding it in their palm, they can cease if discomfort arises, whereas consuming it leaves no option to stop, with a high probability of directly becoming a zombie. Should Chen Luo attempt to awaken his abilities in this manner, he would likely meet his demise without Qi Haonan needing to intervene. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Luo inquired, "Isn't it possible to absorb it while holding it? Must it be ingested?" Qi Haonan gazed at Chen Luo in utter disbelief, thinking to himself, "I have been reincarnated. Are you also reincarnated and continuing to bully me? Otherwise, how could you know so many secrets?" Qi Haonan exclaimed. Chen Luo stood up, gun in hand, aimed between Qi Haonan's legs, and coldly stated, "This is your last chance. If I hear another lie, I shall shatter it." With his legs incapacitated, Qi Haonan had some confidence in recovery. But should the third leg be shattered? Chen Luo let out a cold snort. "Be honest and speak again." That moment, an unidentified object was flying above in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was, astonishingly, a person. Without aid from any external force, they were soaring through the air. "Ha ha ha, phew. Ha! I truly am a bird. I am flying." The figure in the sky was none other than the mentally unstable Jang Wei'an. Before the apocalypse, he always believed himself to be a bird, attempting to fly, and now he was indeed soaring. As Jang Wei'an drifted above Chen Luo's home, he thought, I've told you before, I am a bird. You didn't believe me? Now I shall take you flying and we shall see if you believe. Jang Wei'an gradually descended, simultaneously shouting, Chen Luo, are you home? Look quickly, I can fly. Chen Luo's expression shifted. Was that Jang Wei'an? How absurd, how could he possibly fly? Wait, the voice seems to be coming from above. Chen Luo exited the living room and entered the yard, only to be astounded to find Jang Wei'an actually flying in the air. Chen Luo was genuinely astonished. How could this be? Jang Wei'an laughed heartily. Come, Chen Luo, climb on my back. I'll take you flying, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Let us show off. Chen Luo scrutinized Jang Wei'an, noticing he had not sprouted wings. How on earth was he flying? Chen Luo asked, Wei'an, how are you flying? In the living room, Qi Haonan was taken aback upon hearing Chen Luo's address. Wei'an. Jang Wei'an laughed heartily. I am a bird. Why do you ask how I can fly? Are you foolish? Hurry up, stop dawdling. I'll take you flying. Chen Luo, uncertain of how Jang Wei'an was managing to fly, resolutely refused to let him take her into the air. What if they soared thousands of meters high, and this fool suddenly lost the ability to fly? She would be left to merely shout in disbelief. Jang Wei'an scoffed, you chose not to come. Don't say, I'm not a good friend and I'm off to fly by myself. Jang Wei'an ascended once more. Fly, fly. After soaring over 200 meters, Jang Wei'an suddenly lost control, crashing into a garbage heap in the community from a height of over 100 meters. He emerged from the wreckage, disheveled but unharmed, and continued to fly. I'll take you flying. I'll take you flying into the garbage heap. Chapter 28. Chen Luo's abilities? How could a normal person possibly fly without external assistance? Chen Luo speculated that Jang Wei'an had undoubtedly awakened some extraordinary powers. Damn it, the first Esper I encounter is a fool. But what kind of powers could he have awakened that enabled him to fly? Did awakening powers guarantee flight? Chen Luo was perplexed. Upon entering the living room, he overheard Qi Haonan murmuring, it's actually him. He's really here. Chen Luo's heart stirred, prompting him to ask, do you know him? Qi Haonan pondered for a moment before responding honestly, I don't know him personally, but I've heard of him. In the future, he will become a remarkably powerful Esper. Chen Luo could hardly believe it. Glancing skyward at a strong Esper? A fool. This world is truly insane. Chen Luo inquired, what type of Esper is he? Do you know why he can fly? Chen Luo was genuinely curious. If he asked Jang Wei'an why he could fly, and he claimed to be a bird, believing such nonsense would make Chen Luo a fool. Qi Haonan replied, he belongs to the psychic category, utilizing powerful mental energy to levitate and subsequently fly. Chen Luo's understanding dawned. So that was it. If one's mental power is sufficiently strong, they can manipulate objects and even control themselves. Chen Luo clicked his tongue, realizing that the thoughts of the mentally unstable are indeed expansive. As it seems, Qi Haonan continued, psychic abilities are quite rare, but if he can do it. Yes, his name is Jang Wei'an, correct? To be able to achieve such psychic abilities on the very day of the apocalypse. There must be very few like him globally. Chen Luo was astonished. Does this mean this fool is truly defying the odds? Qi Haonan stated, the strength of an Esper upon awakening is not uniform. Just as some possess innate strength while others are weak, each individual's power, speed, intellect, and immunity varies. The vast majority of Espers at the time of awakening possess the strength of a level 1 Esper. With such strength, ordinary people, when united, might stand a chance against an Esper. Level 2 is much more challenging, requiring at least dozens or even hundreds of ordinary people, unafraid of death, to have any opportunity. Level 3, to be honest, I have never seen an ordinary person manage to contend against one. Theoretically, it is possible, but the casualties would be immense, and ordinary people do not possess the courage or self-sacrificial qualities to do so. Most are level 1. Those with exceptional talent may start as level 2, while those with top-tier talents might achieve level 3, Chen Luo exclaimed, understanding that the strength of an Esper at the time of awakening varies. Akin to the different ranks of talents in novels, such as F, A, S, and SSS levels. What would his own talent be? What level would he awaken at? As he had yet to awaken, he could not possibly know. But Qi Haonan was a reincarnator. Surely he must know. Chen Luo held his breath, feeling tense as he asked, what type of Esper am I? How is my talent? Qi Haonan glanced at Chen Luo. Harboring resentment in his heart, You are of the canine category. Chen Luo was filled with anticipation, hoping to be an extraordinary esper. Surely, he could not be inferior to that fool Jang Wei'an. Qi Haonan slowly replied. To be honest, I do not know your background. We have only met once, and in my past life, you slapped me twice, which made me quite angry upon seeing you again. However, upon reflection, I realize I was narrow-minded. We could easily cooperate. With your weaponry combined with the supplies I hoarded due to my reincarnation, and my understanding of the apocalypse, we could thrive together, perhaps even save humanity. Initially, Qi Haonan had intended to deceive Chen Luo, aiming for him to meet his demise, but he was surprised that Chen Luo saw through the lies. Qi Haonan realized that even if Chen Luo believed that consuming the crystal might awaken his powers, with his cautious nature, he would likely use others as test subjects. If he discovered that they turned into zombies, he would surely face dire consequences. It was better to speak the truth, to articulate the dangers involved. Thus deterring Chen Luo from attempting to awaken his abilities, he could awaken his powers first, and who would meet their demise remained uncertain. Perhaps he could convince Chen Luo of his trustworthiness and find an opportunity to eliminate him. Chen Luo's expression was peculiar. Had he truly slapped Qi Haonan twice in his past life? Yet, he was more concerned about his own abilities, pressing on. What exactly are my powers? Qi Haonan replied. You should belong to the strength category. 3 months post-apocalypse, I possessed peak level 3 strength. When you suddenly appeared and struck me twice, I subsequently lost consciousness. Your strength is immense, aligning with the characteristics of the strength category I had previously inquired about you. Your combat style relies primarily on physical prowess, thus you should be a strength-type esper, and a remarkably powerful one at that. Otherwise, you could not have effortlessly dispatched me, who possessed considerable strength. Chen Luo felt a wave of disappointment. He was the brawny type of strength esper? How utterly lacking in flair. How could he possibly be a strength esper? He then heard Qi Haonan continue. However, much later, I heard someone mention that your palms emitted a radiant glow, indicating you possess other abilities, though I am unaware of the specifics. After all, fire, lightning, ice, and the like can all emit light, making it impossible to discern. Chen Luo was taken aback. Did he genuinely not know? Or was he feigning ignorance? But after some contemplation, he concluded that Qi Haonan likely was indeed unaware. Cough, cough. If Chen Luo had awakened his abilities, he would never let the world know. Why would he disclose such information? To reveal his trump card? Chen Luo envisioned a scenario. If he awakened lightning abilities and engaged in combat, he would certainly feign being a strength esper initially, then seek an opportunity to eliminate his opponent with the lightning powers. He would pretend to be a strength esper in daily life, projecting an image of weakness. Indeed, Qi Haonan's assumption of him being a strength esper was quite rational. If he were to learn his true abilities, it would be rather peculiar. I shall endeavor to provide more updates this weekend. Chapter 29. The Breeding of Humanity. Something seems amiss. Qi Haonan claimed to belong to the power system, yet it was evident that there was more to him than met the eye. He concealed another extraordinary ability. Could it be that he could master multiple powers? Can one possess various abilities? Chen Luo inquired. Qi Haonan gazed at Chen Luo in astonishment, momentarily unable to discern whether Chen Luo had also been reborn. It was remarkable how Chen Luo had extrapolated so much from a few of his statements. Qi Haonan nodded, stating, indeed, most individuals possess a singular ability, while a minority may have two. I have encountered someone with as many as 4 abilities. However, having multiple powers does not equate to strength. The individual with 4 abilities was quite weak, only at level 2. It's akin to someone holding certifications in electrical work, carpentry, and masonry. They may have a plethora of skills. Yet when it comes to earning a living, they may not surpass someone who specializes solely in electrical work. Chen Luo nodded in understanding, though he was not entirely clear on the matter. Qi Haonan continued, I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Now, let us proceed to discuss the second method of awakening abilities. Within the minds of zombies, there exist crystals. Absorbing these may grant one the chance to awaken their powers. However, this method carries significant risks. Firstly, one must possess innate talent for abilities. Without it, utilizing this method will undoubtedly result in becoming a zombie. Even with the talent, there remains a considerable chance of transformation into a zombie. You possess the talent for abilities. Chen Luo, if you are bold enough and wish to awaken your powers swiftly, you may consider trying it. Qi Haonan spoke a portion of the truth, yet withheld the entirety. convinced that Chen Luo would not dare to proceed. The highest level of deceit lies in mingling truth with falsehood, and Chen Luo found it challenging to discern which of Qi Haonan's words were genuine and which were not. Qi Haonan was correct. The risk of becoming a zombie was substantial, and Chen Luo simply could not bring himself to utilize such a method. Even with a mere 0.1 chance of failure, Chen Luo was unwilling to take the gamble. "Let me try. I fear that a trial would lead to my demise." Qi Haonan scoffed. "This method is indeed perilous. Let me tell you, within 2 to 3 months of the apocalypse, many people were clamoring to employ this method. The gap between ordinary individuals and those with abilities is immense. Ordinary people can only scrape by, becoming mere vassals of the ability wielders, living lives worse than that of dogs. Currently, zombies constitute approximately 30% of the population, but this is merely a temporary state. In the future, an increasing number of individuals will succumb to zombification." Chen Luo solemnly asked, "What then is the third method of awakening abilities?" Qi Haonan replied, "The third involves stimulating the body's potential under the threat of life and death, which can also be considered a form of the first method, actively awakening one's abilities. Normally, humans would not awaken their powers no matter the stimulus. But under the magnetic storm, conditions for awakening abilities are met." Chen Luo contemplated silently, reflecting, "Under the threat of life and death. In which situation did I awaken?" He quickly dismissed the second method from consideration. Qi Haonan observed coldly, "I know that I awakened my abilities on the third day. That is rather swift. I wager that I will awaken before you." Chen Laolude, "I bet you would never dare to use the crystal to awaken." The hidden truth that Qi Haonan withheld was that Chen Luo belonged to the power system, meaning he could absorb a crystal of the power system without danger of awakening. But who could know what type of abilities one possessed? Qi Haonan was a reborn individual, and while he revealed to Chen Luo his type of abilities, he concealed this particular information. Chen Luo then asked, "How are the levels of ability wielders classified?" Qi Haonan explained, "Some are categorized numerically from 1 to 7, while others use letters from F to S. However, the numerical system is more prevalent." Chen Luo nodded, intrigued. "So what is the highest level of ability wielder you know of?" Qi Haonan pondered for a moment. "The most powerful ability wielder is level 7. But this is not the limit of humanity, for I died a year after the apocalypse began. So, does this mean that in just a year, there will be level 7 ability wielders?" Chen Luo mused, struggling to envision the sheer strength of a level 7 wielder and the vast differences between levels. At this juncture, Qi Haonan's expression darkened as he stated, "Chen Luo, I must tell you, do you think the apocalypse is merely about zombies? They are merely a group of failed evolutionary remnants, and zombies do not pose a substantial threat." Chen Luo sat up straight. Regarding Qi Haonan intently, "What do you mean?" Qi Haonan spoke in a hushed tone. "The magnetic storm does not solely affect humans. It impacts all living beings. It remains uncertain whether the magnetic storm benefits flora and fauna or if humans are gradually losing their capacity for evolution. The rate of evolution among plants and animals far surpasses that of humans, and the proportion of those developing abilities is significantly higher. There exists an irreconcilable conflict between humans and them. Do you know why I established the warehouse and exhausted all my efforts to stockpile resources? Ability wielders require a substantial amount of food to replenish the energy consumed during their evolution, and they also need a continuous supply of energy to maintain their bodily functions. Every ability wielder is a voracious eater, consuming several times more than before awakening. The higher the level of ability, the more they consumed. To enhance their strength, ability wielders must continually provide energy to their bodies, and the simplest method is, of course, through food. Thus, I stockpiled a great deal of beef, as it is highly nutritious and energy-dense." Chen Luo interjected, "Isn't it the crystals that enhance strength?" Qi Haonan looked at Chen Luo in disbelief, puzzled by how much Chen Luo knew. After some thought, he responded, "Crystals do indeed aid in enhancing strength. Ability wielders can absorb crystals to accelerate their evolution and strengthen their powers. However, just like during the initial awakening, for each increment of evolution, food is required to replenish energy. One must prepare food in advance before absorbing crystals. Otherwise, if food cannot be found, the most critical factor is resources. Without them, merely absorbing crystals will lead to starvation." Noticing Chen Luo nodding in understanding, Qi Haonan continued, "Now, the problem arises. Resources on Blue Star are finite. As flora and fauna undergo massive evolution, many herbivorous creatures have turned carnivorous, with their appetites increasing several-fold, even dozens of times. The ecological balance of nature has been disrupted, leading to a severe food shortage. So, what will they consume? What type of meat is most abundant on Blue Star? Naturally, it is humanity, with a population exceeding hundreds of billions. Chen Luo could not help but recall the scene he had witnessed earlier in the warehouse, where rats were consuming humans. In truth, the rats were not specifically targeting humans. They would consume whatever they could catch. If they ran out of food and found no corpses, would they attack the living? Qi Haonan then asked, "Do you have any cigarettes?" Chen Luo handed him one and lit it. "Nan gu, fire," he said. Qi Haonan took a deep drag, the smoke swirling around him, and remarked with a shiver, "Just a year after the apocalypse, humans are already struggling to find enough to eat. The number of surviving individuals is less than 1%, and some plants and animals have even begun to cultivate humans." Chapter 30. Qi Haonan awakens. Chen Luo also lit a cigarette, fully aware of what Qi Haonan had mentioned about the enormous appetites of ability wielders. Ever since the jade pendant began to transform his body, Chen Luo's appetite had gradually increased. Now, he needed to consume at least 30 large meat buns each morning, costing 3 yuan each. An ordinary person would be full after 2 or 3 for lunch. He required a hearty meal of 6 dishes and soup, accompanied by 3 large bowls of rice, and even then, he would only feel 7/10 full in the evenings. He craved beer, barbecued meat, and crayfish, and without several pounds of meat in his stomach, he would be unable to sleep from hunger. If he were to work a job, his entire salary would barely suffice for bread. Thus, working was out of the question. Failing to consume a substantial amount of food would not meet his body's needs. If the jade pendant continued to modify him for another 2 or 3 years, his appetite would likely double. Earlier, when the vine leaves had ensnared him, were they attempting to consume him? Chen Luo took a deep drag of his cigarette just as hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A man's anxious voice called out, "Cousin, open the door. Is anyone home? We are students from the area. There are zombies outside, and we have nowhere to hide. Please let us in for a moment." Outside stood 3 male students. Having fled to the schoolyard upon encountering zombies during the apocalypse, and they had randomly arrived at Chen Luo's location. According to Qi Haonan, only 30% of humanity had turned into zombies. And considering some had been devoured, there were still at least 50% remaining. With over 30,000 individuals in the entire university town, it was likely that more survivors would seek refuge near Chen Luo's community. As Chen Luo questioned Qi Haonan, he had no intention of letting them in. He glanced at Qi Haonan, who remained discreetly silent. How could a few students hope to contend with a formidable opponent armed with military weapons? Chen Luo approached the door, speaking through the iron barrier. "I'm sorry, but the outside world is perilous right now. I cannot ascertain whether you are good or bad people. For my own safety, I will not open the door. Should you attempt to force your way in, I will take action against you." He refrained from mentioning that this decision was also for their safety. Those who dared to enter would only leave horizontally. One of the students cursed, "Do you have any humanity left?" turning a blind eye to those in peril. After uttering these words, the 3 hurriedly departed, with Chen Luo refusing to open the door. They had no choice but to seek refuge elsewhere. Chen Luo shrugged, muttering, "I possess a modicum of humanity, but not much." He resumed his seat across from Qi Haonan, lost in thought, having gained a clearer understanding of the nature of the apocalypse. Qi Haonan spoke softly, "Chen Luo, you cannot kill me. I have been reborn and possess extensive knowledge of the post-apocalyptic world. With my presence, humanity can continue to thrive. Let us collaborate. With my assistance, you can also become a powerful being." Chen Luo chuckled lightly. "By the way, I discovered some white objects around your warehouse earlier." "What were those?" Qi Haonan whispered softly. "Salt. The vast majority of mutated creatures, including zombies, detest salt. By scattering a generous amount of salt around, one can avert numerous disturbances, such as mice, flies, and mosquitoes. However, I recall seeing mice feeding on humans in the warehouse earlier." After contemplating, he realized that salt had only been sprinkled in front of the warehouse. The courtyard within remained untouched, leaving a considerable distance between the salt and the rodents. Previously, he had pondered why Qi Haonan had stockpiled such an excessive quantity of salt, far surpassing normal consumption. Now he understood. Chen Luo inquired, "Why did you choose to construct a warehouse here? Wouldn't it be wiser to build it in a less populated area?" Qi Haonan maintained his composure. The answer was obvious. There was a treasure hidden here. He replied, "A few students came by earlier. I established the warehouse here because there are plenty of strong young men around, and the number of zombies is relatively low as long as we work together. With my sturdy warehouse, zombies won't pose much of a problem. I intend to recruit some students to form a base. Is that so? It seems reasonable enough. Chen Luo lit a cigarette for Qi Haonan and asked with a smile. Brother Nan, I still find it hard to believe you're a reborn individual. Could you share some fortuitous encounters from the apocalypse to prove your worth? Chen Luo refrained from killing Qi Haonan immediately, not only to learn about the apocalypse, but also to uncover some opportunities. After all, isn't it normal for a reborn individual to possess knowledge of many fortunes? Qi Haonan gazed at Chen Luo with loathing in his eyes. You are truly insatiable. If I divulge everything, what would be left for me? He continued. You may not believe it, but there are some things I cannot recall. Furthermore, having already demonstrated my sincerity to you, it's now your turn to prove yours. Find some crystals to help me awaken. In my past life, I relied on crystals for my awakening, so I am unafraid of becoming a zombie. As long as I awaken, everything will be negotiable. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can wait for you to awaken first before you assist me. Chen Luo scoffed. Brother Nan, it seems you've forgotten your current predicament. He raised his desert eagle, aiming it at Qi Haonan's third leg. You have 30 seconds. If you remain silent, I will shatter it. You wouldn't want to end up worse off, would you? Qi Haonan's face twitched as he slowly replied. There's no need to intimidate me. The hardships and suffering I endured in my past life are beyond your imagination. Until I awaken, I shall say nothing more. Indeed, Qi Haonan had suffered greatly when Chen Luo had shot his legs, and any normal person would have been in utter agony. Yet, apart from a single scream of pain, Qi Haonan maintained his composure while conversing with Chen Luo. Bowing his head, he thought, the suffering I endured in my past life was all thanks to you. Chen Luo coldly snorted, declaring, tonight, Qi Haonan must die. Being a reborn individual, Qi Haonan possessed considerable knowledge, and what if he employed some unknown means to turn the tables? Or perhaps he held some extraordinary spatial or temporal abilities? Just because he lacked them in his past life did not guarantee the same in this one. One cannot treat a reborn individual with ordinary logic. Chen Luo raised his hand, his expression fierce. First, let me see one. Qi Haonan observed Chen Luo's hand, preparing to strike. It triggered a traumatic memory from his past life. It was precisely due to Chen Luo's slaps that he had plummeted into the abyss. Hatred consumed him, and he thought, Chen Lao Lu, I wish to carve you into pieces. I fell victim to you in my past life, and now I find myself ensnared by you once more. I cannot accept this. I cannot accept it. The mere gesture Chen Luo made sent Qi Haonan's psyche into turmoil. Qi Haonan had previously mentioned that one of the third methods to awaken abilities was under the threat of life and death, sufficient external stimulation. Chen Luo's gesture was undoubtedly a nightmare for Qi Haonan. He was meant to awaken on the third day of the apocalypse, yet he experienced his awakening at this very moment. Suddenly, Qi Haonan felt a mysterious transformation occurring in his mind. A surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. This sensation left him in awe. Have I awakened? The pain from his previously broken legs, treated with Chen Luo's crude bandaging, had dulled significantly. The familiar strength was returning. Qi Haonan felt ecstatic. While his talent might not be exceptional, it was certainly not lacking. He couldn't awaken with a strength level of 3 like a prodigy, but a level 2 was within reach. If not for Chen Luo, Qi Haonan was confident he could have thrived in his past life. Do you understand what level 2 strength entails? I am a level 2 ice ability user. While I may not be able to completely freeze you, Chen Lao Lu, I can certainly slow your movements in the frost, preventing you from firing your weapon. Then, you'll discover what my slaps truly feel like. At this moment, Chen Luo certainly had yet to awaken his abilities. The tides were turning. In fact, I might awaken with even greater strength than in my past life. A grin involuntarily spread across Qi Haonan's face. Chen Luo, observing Qi Haonan closely, suddenly felt a drop in temperature around them and, upon seeing Qi Haonan smile, a sense of alarm pierced his heart. What does this mean? Does he possess some unknown means? Chen Luo dared not underestimate the situation. Having spared Qi Haonan's life when he captured him was already a considerable risk. Now, seeing Qi Haonan smile, he instinctively acted, delivering a powerful slap. The impact sent Qi Haonan crashing against the wall, leaving him bloodied and dazed, with his nose, ears, and mouth bleeding. With just one slap, Qi Haonan's consciousness began to fade. life hanging by a thread. In those final moments, disbelief flooded his mind. I possess at least level 2 strength. And yet I was struck down by Chen Luo? Did he awaken his powers beforehand? This time was different. In my past life, it took 2 slaps, but now it was just one as his consciousness waned. Qi Haonan was filled with regret. What was the purpose of my rebirth? I perish before my mission is fulfilled. His body convulsed slightly before he lost all awareness. Chen Luo, unperturbed by the outcome, considered this his first true exertion of strength against another. Was Qi Haonan truly dead? He needed to ensure. Chen Luo valued the opportunities Qi Haonan knew of, but he valued his own life even more. Qi Haonan could not remain a threat. If he remained silent, Chen Luo would end him. Grabbing his Desert Eagle, Chen Luo aimed at Qi Haonan's head and unleashed a flurry of shots. I will eliminate you. The bullets rained down mercilessly. Qi Haonan's body jerked violently from the power of the shots, leaving Chen Luo momentarily uncertain if he had truly perished, prompting him to fire again. After a barrage of bullets, Chen Luo panted heavily. Surely, Qi Haonan must be dead now. Earlier, Qi Haonan had emanated a chilling aura. Had he awakened his abilities? That was far too dangerous. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly. Yet, even after all this, Chen Luo found himself uneasy and resolved to ensure Qi Haonan's ashes would be scattered to prevent any resurrection. He decided to find a place to incinerate Qi Haonan, of course not at home. Dressed in combat attire, Chen Luo cautiously lifted Qi Haonan's body, wary of any chance of resurrection. To his surprise, he felt an object resembling a notebook in Qi Haonan's pocket, which was curiously sewn shut. Intrigued, Chen Luo thought, who sews their pockets shut? I've heard that some migrant workers stitch their money into their clothes to prevent theft on trains. This indicates Qi Haonan placed great importance on the contents of his pocket. With a military knife, Chen Luo carefully sliced open the seam of Qi Haonan's pocket, retrieving a small notebook. Upon opening it, he read the words, "In the apocalypse, eliminate the virtuous first." Was this Qi Haonan's diary? He resolved to incinerate Qi Haonan first and then examine the notebook thoroughly. With Qi Haonan's body laid to rest, Chen Luo remained uneasy, fearing a sudden revival. He placed the notebook into his spatial storage and carried Qi Haonan's body outside. Suddenly, a faint cry for help echoed in the distance, accompanied by terrified screams. Rushing to the alleyway's entrance, Chen Luo's pupils constricted. He beheld a figure hanging from the tree that had ensnared him earlier, now lifeless. Though powerful, Chen Luo's courage faltered in the face of such an eerie sight. Leaving him drenched in cold sweat, a tree had claimed a life. Damn it, I will find time to deal with you later. Chen Luo sprinted away. Even if someone glimpsed him, they would merely perceive a ghostly shadow in the night. His speed unmatched. Reaching the wall of the warehouse Qi Haonan had constructed, he poured diesel over Qi Haonan's body, preparing to ignite it. Just then, a thought struck him. Had Qi Haonan awakened abilities? Did he possess crystals? Chen Luo began searching for them in his brain or heart, or perhaps elsewhere. He surmised that the brain was the most likely hiding place. Taking out his military knife, he made a precise incision at Qi Haonan's temple. The sight of blood gushing forth was overwhelming, leaving Chen Luo feeling intensely queasy. What exactly did crystals look like? He had no idea. After several bouts of vomiting, Chen Luo finally discovered a cold, bluish object about the size of a soybean. He pinched it. It felt somewhat like a grain of rice. Soft and not hard. Is this it? It must be, otherwise, how could there be a bluish soybean in my head? Even if it isn't, Chen Luo was too nauseated to continue searching, merely curious about what the crystal looked like. He had no intention of awakening any supernatural abilities by absorbing the crystal. Qi Haonan's corpse immediately began to blaze fiercely, the acrid stench wafting toward him as Chen Luo squatted nearby. Determined to witness Qi Haonan turn to ash, he added more fuel to the fire, and Qi Haonan burned violently. After about 5 minutes, only a few bones and ashes remained. Still uneasy, Chen Luo kicked the bones around and soaked the ashes in water. Breathing heavily, he muttered to himself, "You reincarnator, I've given you enough face. If you're still alive, then I have no choice." Chapter 32. A bit of humanity, but not much suspended from a tree were 2 individuals. Chen Luo observed from several dozen meters away. Prior to the apocalypse, he had heard of man-eating flowers, but he never expected that an ordinary tree could become a killer after the world fell apart in the night, equipped with night vision goggles. Chen Luo's sight was somewhat enhanced. He saw that the two figures hanging from the tree were intact, without missing limbs, yet their bodies appeared emaciated, as if their blood had been drained, leaving their faces withered and frightful. This tree startled Chen Luo. It seemed to have offended Chen Laolu. However, Chen Luo bore no grudges and typically retaliated on the spot. If he did not take revenge, it would only signify a lack of confidence in his ability to do so. The tree's vitality must be astonishing, yet Chen Luo dared not strike it up close, uncertain of where its vulnerabilities lay. Silently, he summoned a rocket launcher. Didn't he expect this, did you? I possess long-range explosive power. If you can withstand my firepower, I shall refrain from revenge. He positioned the rocket launcher on his shoulder and began to aim. Using weapons, especially something like a rocket launcher, would leave traces and might even attract attention during use. Fearful of being discovered, he hesitated to fire. After all, what was the point of hoarding weapons if he couldn't utilize them? Naturally, it was best if no one knew. Dressed in combat gear, others could not discern his appearance. Even if, one day, his secret of using military arms were exposed, he would remain unfazed. The truth, the arms, rests in my hands. With a whoosh, a shell flew toward the murderous tree, landing 2 meters from its trunk and causing a thunderous roar and a burst of flames. Chen Luo cursed under his breath. He had missed. Who could blame him for being unskilled? Reloading, he aimed once more. This time, he struck the tree squarely. The murderous tree was obliterated, its splintered remains scattering to the ground. Its branches quivering like the antennae of a mantis shrimp before slowly vanishing in the firelight. Regrettably, Chen Luo had only 300 rounds for the rocket launcher. Otherwise, he would have certainly fired more. Only this tree had offended Chen Laolu. Otherwise, it would not have merited such a fate. With plentiful ammunition, he would prefer to use a gun in the future. Not far away stood another tree. Yet it seemed unmutated. Chen Luo would neither approach nor waste a shell on it. With a scoff, he thought, I'll deal with you later. I always keep my word. You know my prowess now. Chen Luo mused. I am ridding the world of evil, killing a man-eating tree. Does that count as doing a good deed? While burning Qi Haonan, he heard several groups of footsteps. They were likely nearby students, but soon, no one else arrived. Surely, there must be more than just this few. A cacophony of voices drifted faintly from the direction of the southern university town. Not the growls of zombies, but survivors gathering there. Contemplating, Chen Luo decided to venture closer to observe what transpired. A female zombie lurched toward him, and Chen Luo frowned. His attire concealed him well in the darkness. Had this zombie locked onto him by sight or scent? He refrained from firing, not out of fear of the noise, but rather to test the combat capabilities of the zombie. In his heart, he reasoned. This is uncharacteristic of Lalio's cautious nature, but first-hand experience with zombies is indeed necessary. This particular zombie seemed somewhat familiar. It had transformed from a nearby resident. Its throat emitted muffled growls as its hands reached out, attempting to pin Chen Luo down for a bite. Chen Luo waited silently for it to draw near. And in the moment it lunged, he delivered a punch that felt both slow and swift. He used only 50% of his strength to gauge its resilience. Unsurprisingly, the zombie's face met Chen Luo's fist. And regardless of whether the zombie possessed any dodging instincts, it would undoubtedly be incapable of evading Lalio's blow. Chen Luo's speed was remarkable. Even a normal young person would struggle to react in time. The zombie's face caved in as if struck by a truck, blood gushing forth as it was sent flying several meters away, collapsing without a sound, lifeless on the ground. Chen Luo shook his head. This was too pathetic. Without firearms, even a multitude of such zombies posed no threat to him. If there were thousands or tens of thousands of zombies, he could easily escape. These zombies could never catch up to him. One must remain vigilant and never be reckless. These were merely ordinary zombies, passing by a restaurant where he often dined. Chen Luo paused. Inside, he heard a series of loud banging against the door, accompanied by the frightened exclamations of the owner. He had a good rapport with the owner and, without jeopardizing safety, did not mind alleviating her crisis. After observing, he noted that the zombies had yet to consume the owner, indicating their weakness, as they had not breached the door. Others might choose to enter, but what if a Laolu zombie lurked within? After some thought, he cleared his throat and coughed a few times. Upon hearing the noise, the zombies rushed out from within. There were not many, only 4. One was the owner, destined to be widowed. One was a staff member, and the other two appeared to be customers. As the zombies emerged one by one, Chen Luo concealed himself in the blind spot at the restaurant's entrance. With each zombie that appeared, he dealt a powerful blow. These zombies were rather foolish. Seeing their companion fall, they continued to emerge one after another to meet a similar fate. There was no Lao Lu zombie here. Only Chen Lao Lu. After delivering 4 decisive blows, the faces of the 4 zombies became grotesque as they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Inside, a tense silence prevailed, broken only by the trembling voice of the owner. Who saved me? Chen Luo ignored her, clapped his hands, and walked away. With the matter resolved, I shall retreat into the shadows, concealing my merits and name. He had no intention of revealing himself, fearing that the owner might take advantage of the situation and demand his protection. Assisting in eliminating the 4 zombies was already Chen Luo's limit, not due to physical constraints, but rather the limits of his humanity. Taking the owner along would only make her a burden, which entailed trouble and danger. I apologize. I, Chen Luo, am not that noble, nor do we share such a bond. I possess a modicum of humanity, but not much. Chapter 33. Chen Luo's support. The distance between the university town and Chen Luo's community was 2 miles. Separated by a lake. Chen Luo stood by the lakeside, across the bridge, observing a group of survivors in the darkness. They appeared to be students who had fled from the school, judging by their numbers. There were likely thousands, as few had transformed into zombies. Initially, Chen Luo thought help had arrived and considered going over to take a look, but the situation that unfolded was beyond his expectations. The students exhibited some courage. Though he could not see clearly, he could hear their voices. Everyone gather around. Let me speak. One prominent voice called out. I don't know if it's due to some virus, but the legendary zombies have indeed appeared. The incident was sudden, and we were all terrified, fleeing outside. However, now that we are gathered, we must begin considering a counterattack. Many of our companions are trapped within the school, perhaps someone's boyfriend, someone's girlfriend. Can we just watch them face the threat of zombies? I have observed that the primary attack method of zombies is biting. Their claws are not sharp, and while they possess some strength, they are not impossible to kill. I personally crushed one with a bench. A tall, steady male student stood at the center of the crowd, speaking loudly to rally everyone to fight against the zombies. I have also observed that zombies do not seem very intelligent. We have our wits. However, I cannot allow everyone to confront a horde of zombies. On my plan is to select a few faster students to lure out individual zombies, and then we can rely on our numbers to take them down in groups. Chen Luo felt a sense of admiration. Some of the university students displayed commendable qualities, remaining composed in the face of danger. The apocalypse had not rendered them helpless. However, while the plan was commendable, had they considered human nature? Who would attract the zombies? One person spoke up. I agree, but I don't believe this is the right time. It is completely dark now. There are no lights and visibility is severely impaired. When I first escaped, the zombies were devouring my companions, yet they did not pursue me. Those still alive and trapped, as long as they hide well, protected by obstacles, and with some sacrificed companions to distract the zombies, the remaining students can hold out through the night. Therefore, I suggest we wait until tomorrow to act, the girl added. Yes, I also propose we wait until tomorrow. During the night, or even by tomorrow morning, the government may send people to rescue us, so there is no need for us to take risks. Someone else chimed in, but we are currently unarmed. How can we fight the zombies? These zombies seem impervious to pain. Even if we can kill them, our efficiency would be lacking. I suggest we first find some weapons. Across the way lies a community, where one could perhaps procure some kitchen knives and wooden sticks. However, it is also infested with zombies. The sparse population there, coupled with the presence of the undead, presents an opportunity for practice. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "More zombies are coming!" Instantly, chaos erupted among the crowd. The boy who had initially suggested counterattacking the zombies proclaimed, "Let those with courage step forward and eliminate them." While most remained silent, a number of boys bravely stood up. There were only 4 or 5 zombies. How could a school harbor so few? The majority of the undead were preoccupied with feasting upon the living. Once satiated, they would not exert themselves to wander aimlessly unless disturbed. As per the usual strategy, 2 individuals would each seize a zombie by one arm, while another would strangle it, careful to avoid bites, as I took responsibility for the assault. Chen Luo could not see how they dispatched the zombies. Only hearing a sudden gasp. Zhang Chao's arm had been slashed by a zombie. Would he become infected? The crowd instinctively recoiled from him. Zhang Chao bitterly remarked, "Bind me up and observe me for a few days." A boy from the organization called out, "Is there anyone else injured? Step forward and let us check each other for the sake of everyone's safety." After a moment, a hesitant voice spoke up. "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I saw a zombie spitting fire. It terrified me, and I didn't dare linger. A wave of incredulous murmurs followed. Could it be a supernatural ability? The group of students eventually decided to temporarily seek refuge in Chen Luo's community, hoping for rescue. If none arrived, they would also search for weapons to combat the zombies. As night fell, it was indeed unwise to venture forth. Daylight would allow them to gather more companions and meet with others from different directions. However, Chen Luo knew that rescue was unlikely. If the authorities were capable of providing assistance, the apocalypse described by Qi Haonan would not exist. Stroking his chin, Chen Luo was surprised that this group of students dared to organize themselves to resist instead of running about like headless chickens in panic. "You wish to find weapons? Do you?" Chen Luo recalled that during the acquisition of supplies from Qi Haonan, he had also stockpiled some cleavers and axes. Chen Luo walked leisurely, ever vigilant of his surroundings. Upon reaching the exterior of Qi Haonan's warehouse, he glanced around and retrieved the stash of cleavers and axes. If these students merely searched a bit, they would inevitably discover this conspicuous cache of weapons. Why assist them? Chen Luo had no need for these cleavers and axes. Wouldn't it be beneficial to support them? The light ignited by the brave pioneers would similarly illuminate Chen Luo. Their vanquishing of a few zombies could hardly pose a detriment to him. Chen Luo was merely a pragmatic survivor, not a villain devoid of all morality. Yet, why not leave some arms for them? After all, they could become a threat to him. It had been stated that he possessed a modicum of humanity, albeit limited. What troubled Chen Luo was that when he had departed from the warehouse, only a few rats were feasting on the remnants of the thugs. Now, however, there was a swarm. Additionally, there were dark creatures, resembling ants, gnawing at the remains. Qi Haonan's assertion seemed to ring true. Zombies were not the greatest threat. Chen Luo returned home, intending to review the notes left by Qi Haonan and to assess the supplies that he had allocated for himself. After a moment's thought, he decided to visit Jang Wei'an's residence, uncertain whether Jang Wei'an had returned to his nest. Was there any issue with a bird returning to its nest? Chen Luo gently knocked on the door. "Wei'an, are you there?" Half a minute passed without a response. It seemed Jang Wei'an was not home. Chen Luo frowned. Hadn't Qi Haonan mentioned that newly awakened abilities left the individuals exceedingly hungry? Had Jang Wei'an already eaten? Chen Luo was curious to ascertain Jang Wei'an's capabilities, how strong he was, and how he compared to himself. It was said that Jang Wei'an would one day become a formidable force. At this thought, Chen Luo felt a mix of emotions. A strong individual, a fool? In truth, Jang Wei'an was currently famished, his stomach growling with hunger. Yet he felt he could die of starvation but not let his dreams of flight be stifled. Chapter 34. Guess who runs fast? A portion of the students from the university town quickly resolved to seek temporary shelter in Chen Luo's community for the night. Surely, they could not spend the night outdoors? Not to mention the zombies, even mosquitoes would teach them a lesson. Several corpses of zombies littered the ground, and someone proposed, "I've read many apocalyptic novels. It's quite possible that there are energy cores within the bodies of the zombies. Didn't someone mention seeing a zombie that spewed fire? The brain or the heart seemed the most likely places." Many students who read novels eagerly agreed, "Yes, let us investigate," and no one opposed. After all, there was nothing to lose. However, when faced with the corpses, they were at a loss for how to proceed. It was easy to suggest opening the skull or extracting the heart, but executing such tasks was far more daunting. Who among them possessed the mental fortitude to dissect a corpse? A frail, bespectacled girl volunteered. "I'm from the medical school. I've performed dissections before. I'll do it." Following the suggestion of the boys, she meticulously searched the zombie's brain and heart. The gruesome scene caused many to retch violently. Yet, despite the frail girl's efforts, she found nothing resembling an energy core. While there were indeed crystals within the zombies, only those with awakened abilities possessed them. Ordinary zombies did not. One boy muttered. Perhaps only those with powers, like the one that spat fire, have crystals. Time was of the essence, and they marched onward toward the community. One boy suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, there's a large warehouse nearby, the peculiar one with 10-meter-high walls. It's stockpiled with supplies. We should head there. It will protect us from zombies, and the supplies will keep us from starving. A robust boy in a white t-shirt slapped his thigh. Damn, you just reminded me. I had been wondering about those walls, but now, thinking of the apocalypse, the person who built that warehouse must have foreseen it, right? Those walls were meant to keep out the zombies. The group was momentarily dumbfounded. Did someone truly know the apocalypse was coming? In the darkness, they soon arrived at the warehouse. Had Qi Haonan still been alive, he would have seized the opportunity to reveal his identity as a reborn individual, gathering brave students to bolster his strength. Alas, he had perished. The silent warehouse, under the night of the apocalypse, exuded an eerie aura. An impatient soul banged on the iron doors. Open up, is anyone there? Someone gasped. This door is so thick. It must cost a fortune. Hey, there's a big hole in the wall over there. We can enter through there. Chen Luo had merely blown a large hole in the warehouse's wall, not demolished it. How could there be a hole? It appeared to have been forcefully breached. There was a faint scent of gunpowder. Had heavy artillery been used? The boldest among them ventured into the warehouse first, immediately spotting several large crates left by Chen Luo in the corner. One boy exclaimed, "There are weapons here, cleavers and axes." "We have weapons now." The crowd quickly gathered around. There were many weapons, over 2,000 in total, more than sufficient to arm this group of students. Though they were puzzled as to why weapons were found here, they swiftly equipped themselves, with weapons in hand. A sense of security washed over them. As they ventured deeper into the warehouse, they found dozens of corpses reduced to bones and remnants of flesh in the courtyard. The rats had feasted and departed. A multitude of small insects crawled over the corpses, leaving all who beheld the scene pale with horror. Had all the people in the warehouse been devoured by insects? Someone trembled and suggested, "Let us check the supplies in the warehouse. Trust me, even if the apocalypse is under control by the authorities, resources will remain crucial for some time." The group paired off and proceeded into the warehouse. Apart from the few corpses of suppliers slain by Qi Haonan in the lounge, there was nothing else. Impossible. I personally witnessed truckloads of supplies being delivered to the warehouse, and I had seen no trucks taking goods away today. Could it be that the builder of this warehouse was merely using it as a facade, and when the apocalypse struck, he utilized some spatial ability to store the supplies within? If Chen Luo were present, he would surely be dumbfounded. Goodness, how imaginative are the readers of these novels? Though not entirely accurate, it wasn't too far off. The interior of the warehouse was quite spacious, ample enough to accommodate the students whether they lay down or Saturday. Although there was a hole in the wall, it was the only entry point, making it a decent place to spend the night. However, it was midsummer, and the warehouse was already stifling. With so many people crammed together, it became unbearable. The smells of sweat and feet mixed with the concrete floor. These students, unaccustomed to hardship, quickly grew restless. Someone, clearly frustrated, remarked, "I want some water. Is anyone willing to accompany me to the nearby residential area to find some? We have weapons. What is there to fear?" The weapons provided by Chen Luo had instilled confidence in them, and they were reluctant to spend a night on the concrete floor. They were aware of the situation in the community. The number of survivors, combined with the zombies, was likely fewer than their own. Soon, familiar faces paired off and hurried toward the residential area. Having found Jang Wei'an absent, Chen Luo turned back toward his home. This community housed around 1,000 residents. According to Qi Haonan, there should be over 300 zombies. Although survivors outnumbered the undead, apart from Chen Luo, few possessed the courage to confront the zombies. The echoes of zombie howls intertwined with the desperate cries of survivors. Chen Luo, indifferent to the chaos, understood that saving someone for a moment would not guarantee their survival for eternity. If he wished to endure, he must rely on his own strength. Moreover, confronting zombies was fraught with peril. What if he encountered a mutated one? Upon returning home, he did not immediately retrieve Qi Haonan's notebook, as he was yet unaware of its significance. Chen Luo sat on the sofa, lost in thought. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. The sound of footsteps approached, followed by a series of sharp knocks at the door. "Is anyone there? Open up, we are students from the area, and we can help you fight off the zombies," a boy whispered. "If we hear the zombies roar, we'll rush in. If no one is around, we'll climb in." After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo resolved to open the door. First, any remaining survivors would likely welcome this group of students, especially since they claimed they would assist in slaying zombies. Refusing to open would render one an outcast, which was contrary to his instinct for survival. Second, although Chen Luo was strong and had a general understanding of the apocalypse, he lacked first-hand experience. What if there were unknown, terrifying dangers lurking when a crowd gathers? And danger strikes, who do you think would flee the fastest? Chapter 35. A disorganized mob. Chen Luo opened the door to reveal a dozen youthful faces. He was about to force a friendly smile, but then questioned himself. What right did he have to smile? Instead, he managed a somewhat bitter expression and anxiously asked, "There are no zombies outside, right? Hurry in." Each of them wielded a weapon. Even the girls clutched machetes tightly for a sense of security. Chen Luo counted. There were 9 boys and 6 girls. To his surprise, one girl stood out amidst the others. She was strikingly beautiful, with a fair, delicate face and strikingly bright eyes. Han Qianxue? Chen Luo recognized her, though she did not know him. Why did he know her? During his idle moments, he would sometimes wander to the nearby school to experience a taste of university life. As the students filed into the room, one boy quickly inquired, "Hey man, do you have any water?" "Tap water won't do. It has to be mineral water." Chen Luo nodded. "Yes, there is some in the living room." Upon hearing there was water, the group hurried into the living room to search. No one was foolish. Most apocalyptic scenarios stemmed from a virus. Had they never seen a pig run before? Few dared to drink untreated water without a test. While the others entered the living room, a slightly chubby girl with pleasant features hesitated before entering. Instead, she closed the door and, with an apologetic tone, said, "Sorry to intrude, but could we stay here for a night? Perhaps a few days? In exchange, we will help ensure your safety." Chen Luo, taken aback, waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Your presence makes me feel safer." Upon receiving Chen Luo's consent, she displayed a relieved expression and forced a smile. "I am Yu. Chen Luo replied. "I'm Chen Luo." Lacking disposable cups at home, he retrieved a bowl. "You can use this bowl for water. Since the water has stopped, I don't have many bowls to spare. So you'll have to share one, considering I can't wash it." A boy eagerly took the bowl and filled it, then drank it all in one go. The water cooler still had about half a barrel left, and as this boy finished, the visible quantity diminished slightly. The second boy took the bowl without hesitation, filling it to the brim as well. Observing the shared bowl, Han Qianxue's eyes reflected disdain and disgust. Though she was thirsty, she had no desire to share a bowl with others. "Why?" Yu quickly interjected. "Everyone, drink a little less. We should leave at least half for our host. After all, the water belongs to him." Chen Luo mused silently. "This girl has a good heart." A short, stout boy scoffed. "What are you afraid of? We have weapons. Whatever water we drink, we can repay him double once we scavenge for supplies." Except for Han Qianxue, everyone else drank, reducing the mineral water to only a third of its original volume. Having quenched their thirst, they agreed to join forces in battling zombies and temporarily exited Chen Luo's home to begin their assault. Armed and emboldened by their numbers, they charged forth to slay the zombies, assisting one household after another. Chen Luo observed from a distance, chuckling softly. They indeed displayed some courage. Good, clear the zombies, and I'll be safer." Suddenly, the unmistakable roar of a zombie erupted from a nearby house. The front door remained ajar, allowing the group of students to cautiously enter. With axes and machetes raised, they launched a concerted attack on the zombie. This particular zombie, unlike the others, was a hefty woman in her 50s. Faced with the onslaught of blades, she astonishingly evaded their strikes, leaving the group momentarily stunned. The matronly zombie wasted no time. One of her hands shot out, clawing at a boy's face. Her speed surpassed that of an ordinary person by a third, and she swiftly tore a chunk of flesh from his face, stuffing it into her mouth. The boy let out a piercing scream, collapsing in agony as he clutched his wound. The matronly zombie, undeterred by the attacks, seized another student by the arm and swung him like a weapon against the others. This group had never encountered such a formidable zombie before. Panic ensued as they abandoned their 2 companions and scattered in fear. The matronly zombie, satiated for the moment, began feasting on the still living student, ripping flesh with her teeth and swallowing it down. Blood splattering across her face, a terrifying sight under the cover of night. The others, trembling with dread, secured the doors and windows without needing Chen Luo's prompting. He stated, "The bedroom on the south side of the 2nd floor is mine. As for the other rooms, you may allocate them as you see fit. Do not disturb me unless necessary." Chen Luo had just intended to ascend the stairs when a boy called out, Your bedroom must be the best. Why not let the girls have it? Be a gentleman, landlord, and stay with us on the first floor. Damn, what a desperate flatterer. Chen Luo scoffed. You should go to Les Han and have the great Buddha rise up to let you sit. The boy retorted indignantly. What kind of nonsense is that? I merely made a suggestion. Chen Luo coldly huffed. Your suggestion is unwelcome. Indeed, humans are creatures that always seek more. I let you in, and now you wish to claim my room. What's next? To drive me out? You, displeased, interjected. Sun Hao, you're being a bit too much. The landlord has already been gracious in allowing us in. One must not overstep. Sun Hao complained. How am I being excessive? We're not taking advantage of him for free. We're living in his house and are responsible for his safety, aren't we? Moreover, I'm merely advocating for you. Why am I being blamed? In the dim darkness, Chen Luo turned to look at Sun Hao. You're quite audacious, aren't you? Returning to his room, Chen Luo locked the door behind him and let out a sigh. If there's any danger, let those on the first floor handle it for now. A chilling howl pierced the night. Echoing unsettlingly, it was that zombie ant, leaning against the wall after a hearty meal, occasionally letting out her distinctive wail, which irked the usually quiet Chen Luo. Soon, the group of students had sorted out their rooms, boys on the first floor and girls on the second. Sun Hao shouted. Han Qianxue, if the landlord bothers you, just yell, and I'll come up and deal with him. Han Qianxue ignored him, as she found him quite detestable, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. You lack even the right to curry favor with me. Chen Luo overheard this and thought, damn, you'd better not wander off alone. Though his intention in letting them in wasn't entirely innocent, he hadn't wronged them either. Did he not provide them water? And disturb Han Qianxue? Tisk, am I that kind of person? On the second floor, there were 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms and Chen Luo's gaming room, which was not large and specifically designed for gaming. Han Qianxue stated, I want this room to myself, if that's all right. Her tone was calm yet left no room for dissent. The other girls knew Han Qianxue's background. Her father was a billionaire, undoubtedly a rich heiress. No one dared to offend her at school. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, many minds had yet to adjust. Why you interjected. This bedroom has a bed. It's enough for the 5 of us. If Han Qianxue wants to be alone, so be it. Chen Luo did not immediately lie down. Instead, he took out a candle and lit it, instantly illuminating the room. He had heard Qi Haonan say that salt could effectively repel mutated creatures, even zombies. Chen Luo promptly sprinkled a circle of 20 packets of salt along the corners, as well as some on the windowsill and bed edge. Feeling uneasy, he wondered if that was enough. He then took out another 40 packets and began to sprinkle them. After a long sigh, he felt somewhat secure. He had no idea how long this layer of salt would last. Perhaps he should sprinkle it daily. After all, he had plenty of salt, thousands of boxes. For dinner, Chen Luo didn't eat much, as the critical moment to verify whether the apocalypse was indeed upon them had arrived, leaving him without much appetite. Now, however, he felt a bit hungry. He had prepared in advance, pulling out 5 buckets of fried chicken. His spatial storage ensured the food would not spoil, but it couldn't keep it warm at this point. The fried chicken was already cold. Chen Luo sighed. Well, I'll have to make do. He then retrieved a bottle of cola. Unfortunately, it wasn't chilled. It lacked soul. In less than 10 minutes, he had finished all 5 buckets of fried chicken but still felt unsatisfied. Feeling a tad greasy, he focused his thoughts in his spatial storage to see what else he had to eat. Braised chicken legs, pig's head meat, soy sauce beef, roast duck, roasted goose. Chen Luo felt somewhat disheartened. Wasn't there anything lighter? There were plenty of vegetables, but he decided to grab some cucumbers and apples. He also took several large bags of beef jerky and pork jerky, eating them slowly. Sigh, even in the apocalypse, one shouldn't be too picky. The only downside was the noise outside. Ordinary zombies rarely made sounds unless in special circumstances, but that zombie ant was quite bothersome, constantly wailing. Whenever she howled, the other zombies would join in, akin to a rooster's crow prompting the other chickens to cluck. Chen Luo pondered, if zombies have awakened their abilities, what about me? Surely I must have some power. When will I awaken? What would my ability be? Chewing on the beef jerky, Chen Luo took out Qi Haonan's notebook to see what he had recorded. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. Chen Luo felt a bit irritated. Hadn't he said not to disturb him unless necessary? He approached the door and coldly asked, Who is it? A soft voice replied from outside, It's me, Han Qianxue. Chen Luo was taken aback. Han Qianxue? What could she want? At this hour, could she be here to bother him? Well, he hadn't troubled her, yet she was now troubling him. Chapter 37. Where's the treasure? Han Qianxue felt somewhat thirsty, but she absolutely refused to share that bowl with anyone. Other bowls were not an option, as Chen Luo hadn't permitted it. Most importantly, that bowl had been used by Chen Luo. With her cleanliness obsession, she could not accept anyone else's saliva. Certainly not Chen Luo, as Han Qianxue was not overly thirsty at the moment. She could endure until the next day, but she had to consider the upcoming days. While observing her companions drinking, Han Qianxue noticed that Chen Luo displayed no signs of concern. A meticulous Han Qianxue speculated that perhaps Chen Luo had stocked some bottled water in his room. It was quite normal for young people to keep a few boxes of mineral water or beverages at home. Thus, Han Qianxue decided to ask Chen Luo for some water, or rather, to purchase some. When Chen Luo opened the door, Han Qianxue stood there, charmingly poised. Han Qianxue was indeed attractive. Long legs, and aside from being less than ample in certain areas, had no discernible flaws. Chen Luo did not let her in and inquired, "What is it?" Han Qianxue, surprised to see a candle, quietly said, "Do you have bottled or other packaged water, or drinks like milk? I'd like to buy some. Whatever it is, it's 10,000 a bottle." Han Qianxue pulled out her wallet, retrieving a card and presenting it to Chen Luo. Han Qianxue's family was indeed affluent. Her pocket money alone amounted to millions. One is a deity, able to clearly discern what this apocalypse entails or whether it can be controlled. The vast majority believed it could be contained or were simply holding on to hopes that it was manageable. In that case, money would still hold value. 10,000 a bottle, Han Qianxue thought, was already exorbitant. Chen Luo felt somewhat disappointed. Water for sale. Wasn't the water downstairs drinkable? Why complain at such a time? Chen Luo replied, "It's not about the money." Han Qianxue's eyes brightened instead. "Is there really? If it's not about the money, then you must be short on cash." Han Qianxue said, 50,000 a bottle. "I want 10 bottles. This card has 500,000 on it. 10 bottles should last for 3 to 5 days if consumed sparingly, by which time, help should have arrived." For Han Qianxue, 500,000 was hardly an issue. Chen Luo still insisted, "Not possible." Han Qianxue found it hard to believe. 50,000 a bottle wasn't acceptable. She lowered her voice, mildly irritated. 50,000 a bottle. Is that not enough? 10 bottles is 500,000. Do you even know how much 500,000 is? Not even a suitcase could hold it. Chen Luo scoffed, "It's not about the money." Han Qianxue turned to leave, thinking it was truly too greedy. It wasn't as if only Chen Luo had water. She could always find someone else tomorrow. Chen Luo watched her retreating figure, stroking his chin, pondering the implications of his words. He misjudged her. What a proud girl she was. Beautiful and well-off in normal society, she would undoubtedly be a goddess. In the apocalypse, however, such traits would only bring her calamity. Chen Luo mused whether, after some time, Han Qianxue might be compelled to abandon her dignity and sell herself for a glass of water or a piece of bread. Shaking his head, Chen Luo lay back on his bed and retrieved Qi Haonan's notebook. In the apocalypse, first eliminate the saintly. Qi Haonan had written just those 6 words with no further explanation. Chen Luo silently contemplated. In truth, he bore no ill will towards saints. What he detested were the saintly bitches. The saint might say, "That person is so pitiful. Let us go save him." The saintly bitch would say, "That person is so pitiful. You all go save him." The distinction was glaringly obvious. Chen Luo did not dislike saints, but he would not draw near them. Moreover, if a saint beckoned, would Chen Luo simply comply? TSK. Turning to the next page, he found a list of names. Zhang Xiaoyang, Li Anai, Lin Yuan, Weiyan, Truth, Thunder, Red Sunday. The first 3 were normal names, but Zhang Xiaoyang and Li Anai were not marked with asterisks. The remaining names all had asterisks following them, presumably indicating their significance. If Chen Luo were unfamiliar with Jang Wei'an, he might not have known what Weiyan meant. Qi Haonan had mentioned Jang Wei'an would be a renowned powerhouse in the future. Thus, this Wei'an should refer to Jang Wei'an, as Qi Haonan likely did not know the full name and could only denote him by Wei'an. Chen Luo suddenly realized this was Qi Haonan's record of future powerhouses. But what did Truth signify? Surely no one was named Truth, was there? Could it be a nickname? Some nicknames eclipsed actual names, leading to many being unaware of true identities. For instance, many internet celebrities are known by their stage names, while few know their real names. Who was in Tianjin? Surely you remember the white-browed Eagle King. As for the latter names, Truth, Thunder, Red Sun, They were likely codenames Qi Haonan used to record those he did not know by their real names. Chen Luo was uncertain whether the order of this list was arranged by strength or based on Qi Haonan's memory. Frankly speaking, he had never considered subjugating these formidable individuals. If they could defeat him, then let them. If not, they could resort to underhanded tactics. The significance of this notebook had exceeded Chen Luo's expectations. Upon flipping to the third page, his pupils abruptly contracted. Was this a record of opportunities? July 15, Sunshine Community, Fisherman. Without the preceding list of powerful individuals, Chen Luo might have felt perplexed at first glance. However, the meaning now seemed quite clear. On July 15, at a location in Sunshine Community, the clam and the snipe contend, and the fisherman benefits. Surely, the fisherman could not simply be an old man selling fish, could he? Yet why would Qi Haonan document such details? Chen Luo recalled that during his interrogation of Qi Haonan, the latter had said, "You may not believe it, but I have forgotten many things." Was he afraid of forgetting? July 30, Nan Slope, honey. Was this honey from bees or honey itself? Chen Luo was no oracle. He could not possibly deduce everything. He stroked his chin, pondering that July 15th, merely a fortnight away. If conditions allowed and safety was assured, he could take a look. Wait, hadn't Qi Haonan claimed to have a poor memory? How could the timing be so precise? Some reborn individuals possessed astonishingly good memories, yet Qi Haonan was clearly not one of them. This date was likely just an approximate time frame. Around that date, it might occur on July 14th or July 15th. August 20, East Suburb, Skin. This was too vague. The East Suburb was vast, and what did Skin refer to? September 30, Grass, 3 asterisks. Jang Wei'an had only 1. Jang Wei'an had become a unit of measurement. Qi Haonan hadn't directly recorded. September 30, Grass, Supreme Treasure. By adding Supreme Treasure, his vague notation would become comprehensible to others. Chen Luo focused intently on September 30, Grass. This grass, emphasized by Qi Haonan with 3 asterisks, held an undefined significance. The others, such as July 15, the Fisherman, and Sunshine Community, were simply recorded addresses. However, this grass lacked a specified location. Chen Luo was certain that this grass was of utmost importance, but where was it? It was impossible to guess based solely on blind speculation. Chen Luo contemplated quietly, as if a thought flickered in his mind, only to elude him moments later, leaving him in a state of frustration as he sought to recall that fleeting inspiration. Howl, howl. The elderly zombie's voice pierced the air, grating on Chen Luo's nerves. He was genuinely irked. What was all this barking about? Just when he had a glimmer of insight, it was interrupted. Was it seeking trouble? Sometimes inspiration vanished suddenly, yet could just as swiftly return. Chen Luo suddenly awakened to the realization of the grass's location. It must be nearby. The proximity of the grass negated the need for a recorded location. Furthermore, Chen Luo was confident in his deduction. Why? Because he had always struggled to comprehend why Qi Haonan had established a warehouse here, amidst the abundant zombies of the nearby university town. Qi Haonan's rationale was that he aimed to attract students from the vicinity. Nonsense. Could he not attract them from a farther distance? Allow the apocalypse to toughen the students and return at a more opportune time to gather them. He possessed resources as a reborn individual. Risks were not absent. More people signified more zombies. What if a level 3 zombie appeared right at the onset? Could Qi Haonan withstand that? Despite the sturdy walls, there was no need to tempt fate by constructing a warehouse in a zombie-laden area. However, if something of great importance lay nearby, it would then make sense. Would one feel secure with something vital close at hand, or in a more distant location? Though Qi Haonan did not specify a location, Chen Luo was convinced it was somewhere in the vicinity of a blade of grass. Chen Luo couldn't help but recall the moment Qi Haonan emerged from the underground tunnel, encountering a luminescent purple grass. Chapter 38. You call again. Could that purple grass be the one Qi Haonan documented? A sudden, wailing cry jolted Chen Luo from his reverie. His expression remained impassive. Was this zombie truly intent on provoking him? Chen Luo opened the window, preparing to dispatch the elderly zombie. He had no desire to act, but it was simply too noisy. If left unresolved, its cries would echo throughout the night. Chen Luo preferred tranquility. The zombie called out once more. Would it continue to mutate? How terrifying. Let it call. What alternative did he have to silence it? Someone spoke with a quavering voice. I'm so worried it will break through the door. Chen Luo leaped from the second-floor window to the ground below, landing softly, and coldly approached the position of the elderly zombie. Upon observation, he noted that this zombie's strength was rather mediocre. Had he not witnessed its attack firsthand, its capabilities would remain uncertain. Let it call if it wishes. The elderly zombie crouched in a corner, head raised, seemingly pondering the meaning of life, occasionally emitting shrill cries. Its face was smeared with blood, not its own, but reminiscent of a person who had buried their face in a bowl while eating, covered in remnants of food. Having recently feasted, its abdomen was uncommonly distended. Nearby lay two mangled corpses, blood pooling on the ground. The elderly zombie, having gorged itself, seemed disinclined to attack unless someone approached. However, Chen Luo had appeared. He did not draw his weapon, wishing to gauge how he measured up against a zombie and its resilience to blows. Qi Haonan had awakened but perished from a single slap. Chen Luo remained oblivious to Qi Haonan's true strength. When he first entered society, he had fought often to avoid being bullied, and had engaged in numerous bouts with Zhang Zhan, accumulating ample combat experience. Chen Luo was not averse to fighting. He simply refrained from engaging in battles where he lacked confidence. The elderly zombie let out a low growl, momentarily unable to rise due to its overindulgence. Chen Luo lit a cigarette. Here it came. Chen Luo raised a hand, aiming for its face with a powerful slap. Indeed, his fists were formidable. 2.5 years of practicing Bajiquan had not been in vain. Yet, at present, no opponent had emerged to warrant his skills. The slap was destined to meet the elderly zombie's face, which, despite knowing to evade, stood no chance against the swiftness of his strike. The slap landed squarely on the elderly zombie's head. Its bloodied visage was utterly grotesque. Chen Luo exerted all his strength into that blow, for his opponent was an awakened zombie. Just as the zombie's hand reached out toward him, its head was struck with a resounding impact. A distinct cracking sound echoed, crisp and clear. Its head was not entirely shattered, but it was certainly fragmented. The elderly zombie's body crumpled to the ground as if struck by a pile driver. When Qi Haonan had been slapped by Chen Luo, he bled from all 7 orifices. The elderly zombie fared far worse, its head resembling a crushed watermelon, oozing red juices. The elderly zombie collapsed without a sound. Utterly devoid of life, there was nothing a single slap could not resolve. If there were, another slap would suffice. Surely, zombies could not feign death. Chen Luo, still uneasy, delivered a kick, stomping down heavily on its abdomen. The elderly zombie's swollen belly deflated instantly, blood and flesh spilling onto the ground. Chen Luo took a drag from his cigarette. You call again. You dare to call, and I dare to run. The elderly zombie had awakened its powers and likely possessed a crystal in its mind. After some contemplation, Chen Luo decided not to collect it. Its body would surely be discovered by the students. Upon returning home, he had barely smoked a quarter of his cigarette. Now, the world had grown significantly quieter. Chen Luo's bedroom included a bathroom, which was convenient. However, to his annoyance, there was no water. The electricity had ceased, and so too had the water supply. Chen Luo frowned, realizing the downstairs bathroom would likely suffer the consequences. Well, what would be, would be. Reclining back on the bed, he did not glance at the purple grass. It was there, it wouldn't he run away, and he would wait until dawn to examine it. With the apocalypse upon them, Chen Luo felt somewhat lost. However, he quickly formulated a plan in his mind. He must strive to enhance his strength as much as possible. According to Qi Haonan, humanity would descend into a state of being farmed within a year. Chen Luo could not fathom how humans could be farmed, given the lengthy growth cycle I want to survive. To live well, not just to scrape by, he wished to live with dignity, not just to exist. Only with formidable strength could he ensure a good life. Currently, Qi Haonan believed that Chen Luo had awakened his power. Yet Chen Luo understood that his physical attributes were a gift from the jade pendant. He had long speculated about the miraculous ability of the pendant to create a spatial pocket and enhance his physical capabilities. Humans nurture jade, and jade nurtures humans. His prolonged wearing of the pendant had allowed it to regain some function, thus benefiting him in turn. Continuing to carry it would undoubtedly yield even greater advantages. However, the timeline was uncertain. It could take 10 or 8 years, or perhaps 3 to 5 based on the current enhancement rate of the pendant. The increase in physical attributes after a year would barely reach twice the level. This was certainly insufficient. He still needed to rely on extraordinary abilities. Chen Luo closed his eyes, hoping that after a good night's sleep, he would naturally awaken his powers. He felt a sense of anticipation. On the second floor, a girl held a thermos, one she had brought herself, carefully navigating the darkness in an attempt to go downstairs. A companion queried, "What are you doing?" The girl had been prepared, going to the bathroom. She reached the first floor, where most of the boys remained awake. Chen Luo's home was far superior to the warehouse, yet in the sweltering summer heat, the nights still felt somewhat stifling, coupled with the onset of the apocalypse. Anxiety about the future kept many from sleeping soundly. The boy's wakefulness surprised the girl, but after a moment of silence, she approached the water dispenser, filled her cup with water, drank heartily, and then filled her thermos. One of the boys voiced his discontent. "What are you doing?" The girl whispered softly, "I am thirsty. I shall not drink the remaining water, but leave it for you as if you could reserve it." Someone retorted, "There is hardly enough left." The other boys, unable to sleep due to the oppressive heat, had already consumed a considerable amount. The girl's actions prompted the others to hastily join the queue for water. Fearing they might be left without, if this water belonged to an individual, that person would certainly ration it. However, in a group setting, there was a fear of depriving others, ensuring one's own share. After finishing his drink, Sun Hao let out a burp and glanced at the meager amount of water left, rushing upstairs. "Han Qianxue, drink quickly, or there will be nothing left." Han Qianxue, too restless to sleep, intermittently attempted to restart her phone in the darkness, trying to reach her family, but to no avail. Upon hearing Sun Hao's words, her thirst intensified, and she wrestled internally with the decision to use that bowl. Before she could settle her thoughts, the other girls had already risen and drained the water. Chapter 39. The strength of a level 3 ability user not far from Chen Luo's residence. A short, pudgy boy with a face full of acne suddenly sprang to life. His name was Wang Lei. He felt an unfamiliar surge of power within him, almost uncontrollable, as a ball of red flame erupted from his palm. Stunned, he soon wore a face of pure elation. "I've awakened my abilities. Haha, individuals like me are always the protagonists in novels." Not only could he conjure flames, but he also sensed a significant increase in his physical strength, feeling lighter on his feet. However, almost immediately, Wang Lei was struck by an intense hunger, his entire body screaming for sustenance. "I'm starving, so very hungry." Unfortunately, he had no food on hand. Yet, he was aware that the owner of the house he resided in had stashed all the food in their bedroom, refusing to share it with them. Unable to withstand his hunger, Wang Lei instinctively crashed into the bedroom door. Panic ensued inside. "Who is it?" The door burst open, revealing a young woman inside who looked horrified at the shadowy figure in the doorway. Wang Lei entered the room, quickly adjusting to the darkness as he rummaged through the woman's hidden supplies. Spotting some eggs, he carelessly squeezed one, crushing it before shoving it into his mouth, devouring it raw. Wang Lei couldn't wait for the eggs to be cooked. The woman, realizing he was not a zombie, quickly intervened. "Do you know that's illegal?" Wang Lei ignored her, quickly consuming several eggs, yet it did nothing to quell his ravenous hunger. "Stop! Those are mine!" she exclaimed, grasping Wang Lei's arm. But she was no match for his strength and was easily thrown aside. In no time, Wang Lei had devoured all the eggs and moved on to the potatoes. Seeing her supplies being ravaged, the woman frantically clawed at him. In his desperation and fury, Wang Lei kicked her several times, inadvertently knocking her unconscious against the bedpost. As she lay there, lifeless, Wang Lei felt a twinge of fear. "Have I killed her?" He returned to the food, consuming 2 pounds of potatoes and a few tomatoes, yet still feeling unsatisfied. His gaze shifted to the uncooked rice. Grabbing a handful, he stuffed it into his mouth, eventually managing to swallow over 20 pounds of rice before feeling slightly better, though he was still somewhat hungry. The others looked on in astonishment at Wang Lei's actions. He, in contrast, chuckled, "Brothers, I've awakened my abilities. From now on, I'll protect you, and I didn't mean to harm her. We're all friends here. If anyone asks, just say it was a zombie." Fearing the woman was not yet dead, Wang Lei delivered a final blow. At the moment of awakening, a significant amount of energy was indeed required for replenishment. What about Jang Wei'an? Unlike others, Jang Wei'an possessed psychic abilities, which primarily induced mysterious changes in the brain. His hunger was not as intense as that of other types of ability users, so he managed to hold on for a while. However, as time passed, the hunger became unbearable, prompting Jang Wei'an to venture into the wilderness. Coincidentally, he stumbled upon a tree infested with cicadas. As he approached, the cicadas swarmed toward him. Boldly, Jang Wei'an seized one and stuffed it into his mouth. Am I not a bird? Is it wrong to eat insects? An indescribably foul taste filled his mouth, and his stomach churned. Yet in his desperation, he consumed several more. The other cicadas began to bite him. How dare they bite a bird? In a flurry, Jang Wei'an realized he had been bitten numerous times and then remembered to use his psychic power. Miraculously, as he concentrated, the swarm of cicadas fell to the ground, struggling yet unable to take flight. With a grin, Jang Wei'an gathered several large leaves to wrap them up. Upon returning home, he was met with a group of uninvited guests, who stared in disbelief at the sight of Jang Wei'an descending from the sky. One boy, incredulous, asked, "Dude, how can you fly?" Jang Wei'an scoffed, "Fool, I'm a bird. How else would I fly? Now get out of my house." After receiving a couple of slaps, the students complied and vacated the premises. Jang Wei'an hummed a tune as he entered the kitchen, skillfully retrieving a frying pan. He added oil, ginger, garlic, and chili, sautéing them before tossing in the cicadas. Ideally, he would have marinated the cicadas first, but his hunger could not wait. The cicadas, still alive, willingly leaped into the hot oil under Jang Wei'an's command. He inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma. After devouring over 60, he finally felt satiated. With a substantial amount still remaining, he thought of delivering some to Chen Luo. However, it was dark, so he decided to wait until morning. As dawn broke, Jang Wei'an picked up the packaged cicadas and flew to Chen Luo's window. Perching on the sill, Chen Luo, startled by the noise, nearly jumped out of her skin upon seeing him. Jang Wei'an beamed with pride. "Brother, I've brought you something delicious. These cicadas are truly delightful." Jang Wei'an sometimes referred to Chen Luo as brother and at other times simply as Chen Luo, depending on his mood. Their camaraderie was strong, as Chen Luo often treated him to meals and outings. Keeping a mentally unstable individual around could prove beneficial one day. Upon seeing Jang Wei'an, Chen Luo felt a wave of relief. Fearing he might fly away, Jang Wei'an, despite his mental quirks and belief that he was a bird, had no other issues. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been released from the psychiatric hospital. He reciprocated kindness with kindness. His thoughts pure and uncomplicated. Wasn't he the perfect henchman and sidekick? In Qi Haonan's notebook, Jang Wei'an was marked as a formidable force in Qi Haonan's former life. Jang Wei'an likely surrounded himself with him as well. Chen Luo opened the window, inviting Jang Wei'an inside. He pointed to the cicadas, exclaiming, "They're incredibly fragrant. Hurry and eat. I couldn't bear to finish them myself. They're so crispy." Chen Luo's eyes fell upon the dark, golden cicadas, their hue indicative of oil. They varied in size, with some as large as an adult's palm and others merely the length of a finger. Chen Luo was astonished. Could cicadas grow to such a size? Jang Wei'an believed he was a bird, and the cicadas, frogs, and toads in the vicinity were certainly unfortunate. While Jang Wei'an relished such creatures, Chen Luo found them repulsive, especially considering the possibility that these cicadas had mutated. Waving his hand, Chen Luo chuckled, "Wei'an, how about we have a contest?" If Qi Haonan hadn't mentioned it, Chen Luo would have never fathomed how Jang Wei'an could fly, nor would he have realized that Jang Wei'an was an exceptional psychic ability user. Particularly, few could achieve the level Jang Wei'an had upon awakening. Qi Haonan had noted that some ability users could exhibit the strength of a level 3 ability user right from the start. Jang Wei'an was undoubtedly one of those who awakened with such prowess. Level 3. Ordinarily, a mere human could overpower them, yet Qi Haonan had never witnessed this. What exactly was the strength of a level 3 ability user? How did he measure up against one? Chapter 40. Swift Retribution. Chen Luo suggested a contest, to which Jang Wei'an blinked in confusion. Are we competing to see who can urinate the farthest? Chen Luo's expression darkened. Who would want to compete in that? Let us see who is stronger. Strength served as a benchmark for evaluating power. Jang Wei'an's physical abilities couldn't possibly remain unchanged from before his awakening. Could they? If that were the case, it would be quite advantageous. One bullet could still take down a level 3 ability user. However, this was unlikely. The level 1 zombie from yesterday had evidently been much tougher. Jang Wei'an shook his head. Strength? I have no interest. Chen Luo had his own strategies. If you win, I'll treat you to spicy strips for a week. Jang Wei'an's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Then let's do it. Those who cheat are like puppies. The two half squatted at a table, placing their hands atop it to begin an arm-wrestling match. Their palms pressed together, Chen Luo did not exert force. Merely testing Jang Wei'an's strength in pursuit of those spicy strips, Jang Wei'an summoned all his might. His face contorted in a fierce expression as he pushed down on Chen Luo's arm with all his strength. A surge of power emanated from him, and Chen Luo was taken aback. Jang Wei'an's strength is substantial. He seems to possess about 10% of my own power. A typical person with half of Chen Luo's strength would already be considered extraordinarily powerful. Jang Wei'an's face turned crimson, yet Chen Luo's arm remained steadfast. Sweat dripped from Jang Wei'an's brow as he grew increasingly anxious. What should I do? I don't have any spicy strips. Am I to become a puppy? Chen Luo chuckled. Feel free to use any tricks you have. Jang Wei'an had yet to employ his psychic abilities. Upon hearing Chen Luo's encouragement, he exerted both arms in a tug-of-war fashion, his face flushed with effort. Chen Luo sighed, this foolish child. Still, Chen Luo's arm did not budge. Clearing his throat, he advised, use your mind. Jang Wei'an's eyes lit up as if awakening from a dream, an unseen. Intangible force began to press down on Chen Luo's arm. This force continuously intensified, ultimately requiring Chen Luo to exert 50% of his strength to suppress it. Jang Wei'an possessed the strongest mental fortitude, yet his physical abilities were rather mediocre among the third tier. Nearly at the bottom, Chen Luo was profoundly astonished. This so-called third tier was unexpectedly formidable. What if the fourth tier was equally powerful, or even stronger than me? This was undeniably perilous. A sense of crisis enveloped Chen Luo, compelling him to swiftly enhance his strength. Fortunately, he still had armaments at his disposal, which alleviated his fear of being overwhelmed by numbers. Jang Wei'an, his face flushed, exerted all his might as Chen Luo's hand gradually descended under the pressure. In the end, Chen Luo conceded defeat. He had purposefully held back. What pride could be found in defeating a fool? Jang Wei'an, overjoyed, exclaimed, I won. A week's worth of spicy strips. Chen Luo turned around, saying, let me show you a magic trick. Abruptly, a packet of 3 yuan spicy strips and a bottle of cola appeared in Chen Luo's hand, which he handed to Jang Wei'an. Jang Wei'an's entire focus shifted to the food, completely oblivious to Chen Luo's magic. With delight, he tore open the spicy strips and, recalling something, presented a bowl of fried cicadas that had already gone cold to Chen Luo. Brother, you eat this? It's really delicious. Chen Luo replied awkwardly. Wei'an, this might be mutated. Best not to eat it. It could be toxic. Unfazed, Jang Wei'an retorted, have you ever heard of birds dying from eating bugs? Don't worry. With that, he paired the spicy strips with cicadas and cola. Wearing a blissful expression, after taking a sip of cola, he weakly said, brother, lend me 50 yuan. We're out of oil at home. I'll pay you back once my living expenses come in. Jang Wei'an was a welfare recipient, receiving 600 yuan monthly, barely enough to get by. Chen Luo chuckled, you see, no one in my family is around. Just take it, no need for payment. You won't have to pay for anything in the future. Jang Wei'an immediately shook his head. If I don't pay, it's like stealing. I'm a good bird. I can't harm my neighbors or I'd become a bad bird. Chen Luo laughed softly, intending to explain the current situation to Jang Wei'an, regardless of whether he could comprehend it. What if he did understand? Just then, a chilling scream erupted from the courtyard below, followed by a chorus of gasps. Many students had already awakened early, and few had slept well. They were deeply disappointed. They had waited all night for rescue, unsure if help would arrive today. Sun Hao, having consumed a considerable amount of water, made his way to the restroom, only to discover that someone had neglected to flush. It wasn't due to negligence, but rather a lack of water. Feeling nauseous, he rushed to Chen Luo's yard and urinated in the flower bed near the corner. A male student remarked, Sun Hao, isn't that a bit inappropriate? You're making the yard smell. Sun Hao nonchalantly replied, what does it matter at this point? No worries, the landlord will thank me. I'm helping him water the flowers. No one wished to confront Sun Hao over such triviality, allowing him to relieve himself in peace. As he was in the midst of his business, a sudden chattering noise from above startled him. He looked up, and with a jolt, he inadvertently urinated on his pants. 2 blackened rats were staring at him. Not only were they perched on the wall, but they were also quite large, nearly the size of adult cats. Sun Hao was terrified and attempted to flee into the house, but to his horror, the 2 rats leapt onto his head and began to gnaw. Not just 2, but 7 or 8 more rats followed suit. Climbing up the wall, albeit smaller than the first two, they jumped into the courtyard, attacking Sun Hao collectively. His exposed genitals were the first to be bitten off. The rat's teeth were razor-sharp, and Sun Hao let out a heart-wrenching scream, rolling violently on the ground. The boys inside the house were equally horrified, rendered immobile as they witnessed Sun Hao being assaulted by the rats. By the time Chen Luo and Jang Wei'an arrived, Sun Hao was already battered and bloodied, his body barely intact. Chen Luo's expression changed. The door hadn't he opened? How did the rats get in? It seemed that hiding indoors was not an absolute safeguard. A girl screamed, "Quick, go save Sun Hao." Chen Luo shot her a glance, thinking, if you want to go, then go. Even if they killed the rats, there would be no saving Sun Hao, unless they reached a hospital in the next moment. Ah, wasn't he Sun Hao, the pathetic-looking dog from last night who claimed he would castrate me if I harassed Han Qinshui? It was ironic that he faced his retribution the very next day, suffering a literal castration at the hands of the rats. Sun Hao wanted to cry for help, but his mouth was obstructed by the rats, leaving him to emit only weak whimpers, as the remaining girls from the second floor arrived. They too were struck with terror at the sight. Jang Wei'an gaped, "What fat rats, I wonder if they're tasty." Jang Wei'an, foolish yet bold, stepped forward and grabbed the two largest rats with both hands. The rats, furious, attempted to bite him but could not lift their heads, kept down by his grip. Jang Wei'an then kicked away the smaller rats. The rats, somewhat intimidated, scurried away. In the subsequent chapter, around 9 o'clock. Chapter 41. You really are quite bold. Jang Wei'an, holding two lively and oversized rats, wore an expression of excitement. Chen Luo, speechless, asked, "You don't actually intend to eat them, do you?" Jang Wei'an nodded, "Of course. Rats are on the menu for birds." "Didn't he, you know?" Chen Luo's mouth twitched. He truly would eat anything. Previously, he had pondered how Jang Wei'an could sustain his progression in ability levels. Now, it was becoming clear that there was nothing he wouldn't consume. Any bizarre delicacy found its way onto his menu. He wondered if he would even eat dung beetles. Wei'an, I really wouldn't recommend eating those rats. They just feasted on a human. If you eat them, it's equivalent to. Jang Wei'an paused, looking dejected. I'm a good bird. I don't eat humans. Well, humans weren't on Jang Wei'an's menu. With a forceful throw, Jang Wei'an smashed the rats against the wall, killing them instantly. Chen Luo observed, evidently, these rats posed a threat to ordinary people, but not to ability users unless in large numbers. Despite their mutations, they were not particularly powerful. Perhaps the truly formidable rats had yet to be encountered. Casting a glance at the pitiful Sun Hao, who was beyond saving, bleeding profusely and slipping into unconsciousness, Chen Luo noted the shock in everyone's eyes at Jang Wei'an's audacity. He was undoubtedly a formidable individual, and the others regarded him with a mix of awe and trepidation. They had all dined the previous evening and were not particularly hungry, yet the early morning hours had left them famished. Watching Jang Wei'an indulge in spicy strips and cola, they couldn't help but feel envious. Jang Wei'an huffed, "Why are you all staring at me? I don't know any of you. Sharing is out of the question." Han Qinshui glanced at the cola, biting her lip. Unlike the others who had drunk water the previous night, she hadn't had a drop. Not only was she hungry, but she was also exceedingly thirsty. She thought to see if anyone was selling water later. Jang Wei'an, curious, asked, "Brother, why are there so many people in your house?" Chen Luo glanced at the crowd. "They're homeless, with nowhere else to go. So I took them in. Clearly, they had some utility. This time it was rats, but who knew what might come next?" Jang Wei'an marveled. "I knew it all along. You're a good person." Why you chimed in. "Yes, the landlord is a good person. But what good is being a good person? Does it extend one's lifespan?" Chen Luo pointed at Sun Hao. "This is your classmate. Find a place to bury him." Sun Hao was lifeless. His remains couldn't be ignored, yet the boys present were too intimidated to dispose of the body far away. After some deliberation, they decided to toss him at the doorstep of another house. After all, there were already zombies and corpses of survivors outside. One more wouldn't make a difference. Chen Luo sneered. "Sun Hao wasn't my classmate, so why should I care where you throw him?" A girl who had stealthily gone downstairs for water last night timidly asked, "Landlord, do you have anything to eat?" Chen Luo, expressionless, replied, "No, figure it out yourself." A boy, skeptical, said, "Who doesn't have some food at home? Don't hoard. We should help each other in times like this." Chen Luo, dismissive, retorted, You all said you'd help me kill zombies. That's why I opened the door. There's a supermarket 300 meters to the east. If you want food, go get it yourselves. They feared that the grandma zombie might still be alive and dared not venture outside. A boy, clutching his stomach, said, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I want to be going out today. A heavily made-up girl shamelessly remarked, if anyone goes out, bring something back for me. The grandma zombie, dressed in red, lay in a pool of blood. Initially, everyone was unaware that it was dead, but from a nearby house. A brave boy climbed to the rooftop to check if the grandma zombie was nearby. To his astonishment, he discovered its corpse. He couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, the terrifying zombie from last night is dead. Everyone, come see. His voice carried far and wide, soon reaching Chen Luo. Chen Luo mused, have they discovered it? Students have quite the imagination. They should know that there might be crystals within the zombie's skull. In no time, a throng of students surged toward the grandma zombie, trembling with fear as they cautiously navigated their way, wary of encountering any other zombies. Chen Luo followed closely behind. Before long, the area around the grandma zombie was swarming with people. How had it met its end? Did its formidable strength come at the cost of its lifespan? Nonsense. Didn't they see that its head had sustained a severe blow? Lin Yi arrived. Lin Yi was the medical student known for dissecting zombies. And the crowd parted for her. Lin Yi, please dissect this zombie and see what makes it different. I suspect that only these powerful zombies possess crystals in their brains, whereas ordinary ones do not. Chen Luo scratched his head. You also read novels, right? Lin Yi nodded, adjusting her glasses as she squatted down and pulled out a scalpel. Chen Luo gazed at Lin Yi, who was somewhat frail yet delicate. Daring to perform a dissection was indeed a remarkable feat, Lin Yi observed, saying, its head appears to have been crushed by some heavy object, which likely caused a fatal injury. However, the wound doesn't seem to be from a blunt instrument. How strange. Didn't we all refrain from attacking it last night? Who could have killed it? Brother Lei, was it you? Wang Lei, who had awakened his abilities last night, was now regarded as Brother Lei among the crowd. Wang Lei shook his head. No, unfortunately, I had planned to come out at dawn to eliminate it for everyone's safety. It may have fallen to the hands of a more formidable zombie. Wang Lei refused to believe it was the work of any individual. Even he, having awakened his powers, was hesitant to act recklessly. Brother Lei awakened his powers last night, exclaimed one of his companions. The news of his awakening was even more shocking than the death of the zombie. The onlookers regarded Wang Lei with disbelief and awe. Wang Lei maintained a calm demeanor while feeling elated inside. Brother Wang, you truly awakened your powers? A sycophant beside him immediately scolded. From now on, address him as Brother Lei. Anyone who disrespects him will face my wrath. A girl tentatively asked, Brother Lei, what kind of abilities did you awaken? Can you show us? If it were Chen Luo, he would never disclose his abilities, let alone showcase them publicly. However, Wang Lei, being showy, conjured a small flame at his fingertips. The flame was modest, merely a few centimeters in size. Chen Luo observed, noting that aside from Jang Wei'an, Wang Lei appeared to be the only one who had awakened abilities. According to Qi Haonan, only a little over 1% of survivors awaken their powers autonomously. The vast majority within the first month of the apocalypse. Given that there were over 1,000 people present, it was not surprising that only Wang Lei had awakened. Zombies, too, would continuously emerge with awakened abilities. With a higher probability than that of survivors, suddenly, the flame at Wang Lei's fingertip extinguished. He was taken aback, reigniting the flame once more. Jang Wayan beside Chen Luo blew gently, causing the flame to be snuffed out again. Jang Wei'an chuckled quietly among the crowd. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile at the situation. After 3 attempts, Wang Lei's flame extinguished entirely. What was supposed to be a demonstration of his powers turned out to be quite underwhelming. Wang Lei's sycophants felt embarrassed, quietly asking, Brother Lei, are you feeling weak? Wang Lei snorted, undeterred by the extinguished flame, asserting that he was still destined to be a wielder of powers, far beyond the likes of them. Regardless, the fact that he could produce fire was still astonishing to all. The crowd's attention shifted back to Lin Yi, who was dissecting the female zombie. Chen Luo leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Watching with keen interest, Lin Yi first dissected the head of the female zombie, and soon, a crystal slightly larger than a cooked grain of rice, yet smaller than a soybean, appeared in her hand. This transparent crystal confirmed to Lin Yi that such a thing could not exist in the brain of a normal human being. Chen Luo mused that the colors of crystals must vary by type. Though these students may lack practical skills, being university students, they had some intellect, as they had indeed discovered this crystal. Qi Haonan had shared some knowledge about crystals with Chen Luo, but he could not discern its authenticity. Let us see how these students fare. With their intellect, they would undoubtedly attempt to absorb the crystal. Is a matter of fate. I possess a modicum of humanity, but not much. The crowd stared wide-eyed at the crystal Lin Yi held. Equally filled with curiosity, one voice broke the silence. Lin Yi, may I take a look? As he reached for the crystal, Lin Yi instinctively withdrew, saying, hold on, I can feel something unique while holding it. Lin Yi couldn't quite articulate the sensation. There was a mix of pain and a more pronounced feeling of excitement and trembling within her. It was rather extraordinary. Someone voiced their displeasure. Lin Yi, why are you acting like this? You dissected it yourself. Wang Lei called out loudly, let me see. I'm an ability user. Perhaps I can uncover the secrets of this crystal. He attempted to push through the crowd to seize the crystal from Lin Yi. In a reflexive action, she pushed Wang Lei away, causing him to stumble. Had there not been anyone behind him, he would have fallen. Wang Lei, incredulous, thought, although I have awakened fire abilities, my physical strength has increased as well. How could the frail Lin Yi possess such power? Lin Yi, confused, remarked, I suddenly feel my body has changed. My strength has increased significantly. Could it be that absorbing the crystal truly awakens abilities? Lin Yi was not an avid reader of novels. She had only inquired about it the previous night. Her dissection of the corpse stemmed from an invitation to see if there were any crystals within the zombie's body. What is a crystal? She had specifically inquired about it last night. Someone gasped. Could it be that Lin Yi, holding the crystal, has truly awakened her abilities? At that moment, all eyes were fervently fixed on the crystal in Lin Yi's hand. Let me try, a boy exclaimed as he lunged to grab it. Lin Yi, not resisting, replied, all right, give it a shot. The boy snatched it and held the crystal tightly in his palm. Why should you have it? Let me see. Others protested, eager to snatch the crystal from him. As if the opportunity to awaken their abilities was within reach, causing a frenzied that moment, class distinctions were forgotten. Even a father would not hesitate to compete with his son. The boy who secured the crystal clutched it fiercely. But when he was knocked down, he instinctively placed his hand over his abdomen, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his face. Yet, no one noticed. The crowd pushed forward to seize the crystal, while others sought to shove their way through to grab it, creating chaos as the crystal remained in the boy's grasp. Wang Lei bellowed, the crystal is mine. Anyone who disrespects me will face dire consequences. Filled with jealousy, he glared at Lin Yi, who now shared the distinction of being an awakener alongside him. What right does a mere woman have to compete with me? Lin Yi turned and dashed toward the supermarket to the east, suddenly feeling ravenous, an overwhelming hunger gnawing at her. Suddenly, the boy holding the crystal, his eyes bloodshot and skin growing ashen, lunged and bit into the thigh of a nearby person. He had transformed into a zombie. Chen Luo observed coldly, recognizing Lin Yi's fortune in successfully awakening her abilities, while another had become the unfortunate victim. Was Lin Yi a power user of strength? Had she absorbed a strength crystal to awaken her abilities, or could anyone with the potential for powers awaken by absorbing any type of crystal? The crystal naturally fell from the hands of the now zombie, and it was snatched up by the frenzied crowd. Only when the zombie bit another person did they realize something was amiss. A second zombie was born. It was at this moment that the students began to grasp the gravity of the situation. How could both individuals who had grabbed the crystal turn into zombies? Fortunately, both were ordinary zombies, easily dispatched by the armed students. However, facing the crystal that lay on the ground, the crowd hesitated, as if confronted by Pandora's box, fearful to retrieve it. Wang Lei, bold in his audacity, picked it up without hesitation. Chen Luo chose to remain indifferent, curious to see if this fire ability user could enhance his strength by absorbing a strength crystal. Wang Lei cast a disdainful glance at the crowd before turning to pursue Lin Yi. With some following in tow, Lin Yi arrived at the supermarket on the eastern edge, where a few zombies lurked. Although she felt a twinge of fear, her newfound abilities, coupled with her ravenous hunger, allowed her to easily dispatch several zombies with her weapon. Grabbing a loaf of bread, she devoured it hungrily. She then snatched a sausage and wolfed it down. In mere moments, 2 pieces of bread disappeared into her stomach. Wang Lei arrived, casting a venomous glance at Lin Yi. What right do you have to awaken abilities besides me? There can only be one ability user. Concealing flames in his hand, he approached her. Lin Yi, unaware and focused solely on her food, did not sense the threat. Wang Lei pressed his hand against Lin Yi's back, prompting her to scream in pain. In retaliation, she swiftly turned and delivered a stinging slap to his face, sending him flying 2 meters away. What was that for? Lin Yi seethed. Wang Lei, clutching his face in pain yet grinning mischievously, replied, no worries, just testing your strength. Lin Yi, we are both ability users. How about we team up? Together, we can conquer any foe. Lin Yi, munching on bread, shot him a cold glare. Go away. Wang Lei was nothing more than pure malice. She was not foolish, and impulse to retaliate against him surged within her. But it was only the second day of the apocalypse. While she was unafraid of killing zombies, taking a life was another matter entirely. Chapter 43. The grass trampled by stones. After Lin Yi dealt with the zombies in the supermarket, a throng of students rushed over to compete for supplies. This supermarket was more akin to a convenience store, measuring less than 100 square meters. There was a fair amount of supplies, but given the number of students, it was hardly sufficient, leading to a scramble for the quickest hands. Lin Yi took some items but did not hinder others from doing the same. Chen Luo observed from the sidelines as Wang Lei awakened first. Seemingly of lesser talent than Lin Yi, it appeared that the order of awakening bore no relation to innate ability. Chen Luo felt a twinge of regret for his own unawakened state, yet found solace in the thought that it was not a deficiency in talent, but merely that his time had yet to arrive. Wang Lei could serve as a test subject, should the absorption of crystals enhance his strength. He could hoard some crystals himself, awakening his powers and rapidly augmenting his capabilities. Such thoughts were perhaps only feasible for Chen Luo. As for an ordinary individual, acquiring a single crystal was a formidable task. Before long, the supplies in the supermarket had been ravaged. A rather handsome young man approached Han Qianxue, cradling a few provisions, and cheerfully presented her with a bottle of water, a can of 8 treasure porridge, and 2 chicken feet. Qianxue, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Here. Han Qianxue hesitated to refuse, though words failed her. Her thirst was undeniable. She softly replied, thank you. A fleeting glance at Chen Luo seemed to convey, I have food without needing to buy it. Chen Luo scoffed, thinking to himself that if she didn't accept it, he would think less of her. A group of individuals carrying a sack of rice passed by, prompting someone to inquire about its origin. The owner of the Xiaomenlu restaurant at the intersection is distributing supplies. You should hurry. Indeed, the restaurant had a substantial stock of provisions, as the owner had been doing well in business, consuming a significant amount of rice daily and had stored about 1.5 tons. Vegetables were scarce, typically procured fresh each day, but there was still plenty of meat. The owner had endured a night of terror from zombies and, learning that these students were here to combat the undead, did not wish for them to suffer hunger. Thus, she distributed her supplies. By the time Chen Luo arrived, the owner had already given away most of her stock. A group of students expressed their gratitude with beaming smiles, repeatedly praising the owner as a good person. The owner forced a smile in response. Upon spotting Chen Luo, her expression shifted from bitter to pleasantly surprised. Chen Luo, Jang Wei'an, you two are still alive. She beckoned them over, whispering, wait a moment. She ascended to the second floor, returning shortly with a paper bag containing 3 large bottles of beverages, about 2 pounds of cooked beef, and a dozen potatoes. In a hushed tone, she remarked, I still have a bit left. If you run out of food, come to me. I won't concern myself with others, but we're neighbors after all. Chen Luo contemplated for a moment before responding, all right, if you run out, I have some supplies too. Should anything arise, feel free to seek me out. It seemed the owner was not foolish either, having retained some provisions for herself. Jang Wei'an patted his chest, declaring, you can come to me as well. I'm just as reliable, and I'm even tougher than Chen Luo. A boy carrying rice approached Chen Luo, glancing at the bag in his hand. His earlier cheerfulness now replaced with dissatisfaction. Owner, why do they get drinks and not me? I want some too. I saw you had more upstairs. Jang Wei'an bristled. The owner can give her things to whoever she pleases. It's none of your business. If not for Chen Luo's intervention, Jang Wei'an would have given him a couple of hard slaps. Chen Luo chuckled. Let us share, brother. Come to my place and I'll split it with you. Jang Wei'an, still disgruntled, replied, "Why should I share with him? It's a miracle I don't beat him up." The boy beamed. "All right, you said it." Chen Luo turned to the owner, suggesting, "What about staying at my place? We can look out for each other." The owner waved her hand. "No need. I have a group of students protecting me here." Chen Luo nodded, not pressing the issue, and led the boy seeking drinks toward the northern part of Qi Haonan's warehouse to check on that peculiar grass. The boy, puzzled, asked, "Is your home around here? You're not trying to lure me to a deserted place for a beating, are you?" With no one in sight nearby, Chen Luo swiftly grasped his neck. Snapping it, the boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he perished. Was it worth it? All for a drink? Chen Luo coldly regarded the scene, realizing that merely giving him a beating would breed resentment and lead to trouble for the owner. Unlike others, he never acted without purpose. If he did, it would be with lethal intent. Jang Wei'an was initially taken aback, then gave a thumbs up. "You really are the ruthless one, big brother. But honestly, keeping such trash alive is a waste of resources." Chen Luo slung the boy's body over his shoulder as if he were still alive, discarding him in a corner. Jang Wei'an handed the rice to Chen Luo. "Here, take this. I'm off to have some fun." He spread his arms wide, as if to take flight, shouting, "Justice soars high." And with that, he dashed away. Chen Luo opened his mouth, wanting to call Jang Wei'an back for company in case of danger. But pride held him back. He shouted after him, "Remember to come back for lunch." As Chen Luo stroked his chin, he mused that while Jang Wei'an may not possess strength greater than his own, he seemed to have many unique abilities that Chen Luo could not match. It was all thanks to their powers. Alas, he had concealed too much in his past life, leaving Qi Haonan unaware of his abilities. Approaching the peculiar grass, Chen Luo noted that not all plants had mutated. Only a scant few had. The grass nearby showed no signs of mutation and appeared wilted, as if already dead, before the apocalypse. Chen Luo had visited this place, and it had not looked like this. There were two possibilities. Either they had not mutated at all and had instead perished, or a powerful plant had siphoned the nutrients from the surrounding soil, causing their decay. Chen Luo inclined towards the latter theory. Perhaps it was that very grass. Once again, he laid eyes upon the purple grass, observing it from 30 meters away. Its blooming form was starkly different from the other grasses. Compared to last night, it appeared even more robust. Under the morning light, its vibrant purple stood out strikingly. It was rare for plants to exhibit such a hue. Its roots had thickened slightly, branching out into several blades halfway up its stalk. At the very top, a single blade cradled a purple bud was not far from Qi Haonan's warehouse, with the tunnel he had crafted positioned right beside it. The 930 grass recorded by Qi Haonan, marked with 3 stars, likely referred to this very plant, especially since the surrounding grass had withered. Trees farther away also looked limp. Chen Luo quietly observed, wondering if this was the treasure Qi Haonan had spoken of, and what its true function might be. Could it be the bud it was nurturing? He noticed a stone nearby and froze. That stone, in this location, was this the very purple grass that had been crushed by it before the apocalypse? Chapter 44, Purple Grass. Chen Luo had a vivid memory of the grass that could support the weight of a stone. Such plants were exceedingly rare. Using the stone as a reference point, he concluded that it was indeed the same. Before the apocalypse, it had been green, yet afterwards, it had transformed into a striking purple, a considerable change. Chen Luo rested his chin on his hand, pondering why Qi Haonan had awarded it 3 stars. What was its purpose? The most plausible explanation was that either its body or the flower it would produce would have extraordinary functions upon use. However, Qi Haonan had noted it as 930. And it was only June 26th, leaving 3 months until its bloom. A rather long wait. 2 bees danced around, alighting on the bud, wiggling their abdomens, yet the purple grass remained motionless. After a while, the bees departed. Chen Luo continued to fixate on the purple grass, curious about its vitality. The murderous tree from the previous night had extended its vines autonomously. As he concentrated, a black beetle, roughly the size of an infant's fist, with antennae on its forehead and a sharply pointed mouth, gently settled on Chen Luo's back. At first, he failed to notice it, but once it landed, its prickling sensation drew his attention. Startled, he hastily reached to swat it away. But it was too late. Through his clothing, the beetle bit down hard on his back. The beetle's teeth sank into Chen Luo's skin, leaving an indentation where it pressed, yet it failed to pierce through. "Damn it, your skin is so thick. I can't break it," it seemed to think. Chen Luo felt a slight itch on his back before swatting it away, discovering it to be a strange bug. He promptly crushed it against the ground, stomping repeatedly until it was dead. Sweat broke out across Chen Luo's brow. Were these insects now attacking people? And silently at that, if not for his thick skin. Who knew what might have happened? His skin was notably resilient. It was like the difference between slicing through tofu and sponge with a knife. An ordinary person wielding a knife could not pierce Chen Luo's skin. Though with Chen Luo's immense strength, a normal knife could indeed cause him harm. My skin is even thicker, he mused with a stern expression, realizing he needed to be more cautious moving forward. After observing for a while longer, if the purple grass showed no signs of movement, he would return home and check on it daily. Approximately 3 minutes later, the exit of Qi Haonan's tunnel emerged, with a head appearing first, followed by a figure, and then 2 more. These were several students, naturally drawn to Qi Haonan's warehouse, which had become the focal point of their search in the basement. They had discovered the secret door to the tunnel and were curiously crawling through to see where it led. Perhaps supplies lay hidden somewhere within. Ultimately, they arrived at Chen Luo's location. Upon seeing him, one of the students inquired, "Hey, what are you doing here?" His companion muttered, "Maybe he is here to take a dump." "Oh, look, there's a purple grass here." The purple grass towered over 2 meters, its entire form a vivid purple, making it impossible to go unnoticed. They approached the purple grass, marveling at its peculiar appearance. Yet it remained completely still, showing no signs of aggression. One of the boys, curious, reached out toward the purple bud. Chen Luo cautioned, "Don't pick it." The boy scoffed, turning back, "Why should I not? Is it yours?" "Mind your own business." Chen Luo regarded the scene with a cold gaze, dismissing the advice offered to him and choosing not to intervene in the boy's reckless actions. The flower bud before him likely harbored extraordinary powers. Why would Chen Luo intervene? The blossom, which appeared to be blooming for the first time at 9:30, radiated an alluring charm that could easily attract many, if the bud could be plucked with ease. It suggested that the true wonder lay not in the bud itself. Should the bud indeed possess such miraculous properties, it would undoubtedly draw countless curious souls eager to harvest it. How had it survived until now? Observing quietly, he pondered that in its past life, this plant had thrived on its own. It was best for him to refrain from interfering and let nature take its course. The boy placed his hand upon the flower bud, pulling with all his might, yet the bud remained steadfast, showcasing its resilience. He then employed both hands, one gripping the stem and the other clutching the bud, to exert even greater force. The stem of the purple grass tightened under his grip. Suddenly, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before Chen Luo's eyes. As if sensing impending danger, a vibrant purple flash coursed around the stem of the purple grass. The boy, intent on plucking the bud, trembled violently. In an instant, he was transformed into a charred figure, collapsing to the ground. His body, now blackened and emitting the scent of burnt flesh, lay lifeless without a sound. Not a single part of him remained intact. He had become a mere husk, devoid of any chance of survival. This shocking scene terrified not only the boy's companions but also Chen Luo himself. The grass possessed the power of lightning, a force so potent that it could claim lives. Chen Luo had witnessed the lethal effects of electric shocks before, but the sheer horror of this incident was unparalleled. It indicated that the purple grass wielded formidable electrical capabilities. Chen Luo swallowed hard, realizing that should the electricity come into contact with him, he too might meet a grim fate. Moreover, this was merely a glimpse of the grass's power. If it were to unleash a continuous barrage of electricity, or perhaps it had not even tapped into its full strength yet. Though it appeared innocuous, it was profoundly terrifying. This was the most fearsome plant Chen Luo had ever encountered. The other boys, filled with dread, quickly distanced themselves from the purple grass, which did not retaliate. Chen Luo instinctively stepped back as well, his scalp prickling. Thankfully, he had refrained from touching the bud, let alone plucking it. A realization dawned upon him. The purple grass seemed to lack a proactive aggression. When the boy first touched the bud, the grass did not retaliate. It was only when he exerted all his strength to pluck it that it struck back. Initially, even 2 bees that landed upon it were unharmed. Chen Luo was uncertain if his deductions were accurate, But he certainly had no intention of approaching the Budat first. He had considered safeguarding the purple grass, allowing it to flourish naturally, yet it seemed he had already interfered long ago. Before the apocalypse, had he not been searching for the exit of Qi Haonan's tunnel, he would never have found himself in this abandoned patch of grass. He would not have discovered the grass trapped beneath the stones. Nor would he have moved the stones away or fertilized it twice. In both Qi Haonan's past and present lives, it had enjoyed a vastly different beginning. Might it surpass its former self? Could its exceptional growth be attributed to the aid he had provided in fertilizing it? After all, his physique was quite unique. However, the thought of assisting it further in fertilization filled Chen Luo with trepidation. As Chen Luo approached his home, he spotted Yu carrying a bucket filled with murky water. The bucket, along with its contents, likely weighed over 20 pounds, and Yu struggled to carry it. Chen Luo inquired, "What is that water for?" Yu replied, "It's lake water from over there." "What do you need that water for?" "To flush the toilet," she stated matter-of-factly. Chen Luo was at a loss for words. The lake was over a mile away, and Yu had made the arduous journey alone, seemingly unbothered by the danger of encountering zombies. Was it worth risking so much just to flush a toilet? Yu offered a wry smile. "It'll have to be flushed eventually. If your place stinks, no one would want to stay here. Besides, we're out of water. I figured I could boil it, and if it comes to it, I might just drink it." The water dispenser had run dry the previous night, and in the sweltering summer heat, cooking also required water. Who could endure a day without drinking? 2 days? 3. Although these college students were well aware that natural water in such situations might be contaminated, they would undoubtedly try it before succumbing to thirst. The supermarket had a fair amount of water, but clearly, Yu had been unable to secure any due to the overwhelming crowd. Chen Luo recognized that the sheer number of humans turned into zombies constituted a disaster. It seemed that a greater number of survivors posed an even more dire threat. With resources limited and no means of production, the speed at which supplies were consumed was alarming, and it would not be long before conflict erupted among them. Upon arriving home, Chen Luo was greeted by a cacophony of bickering. "Damn it, Wan Tao! You stole my water when I wasn't looking. Give it back." "What water? You stole it from the supermarket. Besides, we're friends. What's wrong with sharing a bottle? Are you going to return it or not? Try pushing me again." Ignoring the commotion, Chen Luo entered the room, thinking it might be better to let them fight it out. He called out, "Yu, could you come to my room for a moment?" Yu nodded, a bit hesitant. Chen Luo was good-looking and had taken them in, sharing his resources. In her eyes, he was a kind person. Without overthinking, she followed him inside. Once in the room, Chen Luo leaned against the wall and lifted his shirt. "Don't misunderstand. I just need you to check if there's anything unusual about the spot where I was bitten by a bug." Yu examined the area closely. "There's nothing wrong, landlord. Your skin looks great." Relieved, Chen Luo planned to wait for Jang Wei'an to return for a second opinion. "What good is having nice skin if I don't make a living off my looks?" He mused. Chen Luo invited Yu to sit on a chair and asked, "By the way, what do your classmates think about Lin Yi awakening this morning?" After a moment of thought, Yu replied, "Everyone believes that absorbing the crystal carries risks. Among the 3 of them, only Lin Yi has awakened her abilities, which seems rather dangerous." They inquired, and aside from her significant physical changes, she hasn't awakened any powers like fire or ice. Her attributes resemble that of the zombie lady. It seems that only those with a power-type talent can absorb that crystal without risk of awakening abilities, Chen Luo pondered. Reflecting on what Qi Haonan had told him, he had suggested that as a power type, absorbing a power-type crystal would lead to awakening abilities. While this was meant to be a secret, it was only a matter of time before others caught on, especially with tangible examples present. University students, endowed with vivid imaginations and broad experiences, would quickly connect the dots. However, few dared to experiment at this juncture, hoping to awaken abilities like Wang Lei had. Those who dared lacked access to crystals. "I must confess, I wish to awaken my abilities as well. Can you help me gather information on any developments regarding the exploration of abilities?" Chen Luo stated as he retrieved a bottle of mineral water, a piece of bread, and 2 sausages from his bedside cabinet. He felt that if he were to ask Yu for assistance, he ought to offer something in return. He appreciated her straightforwardness and found her quite attractive. Yu hesitated. "Is this really appropriate? Food is scarce right now." Chen Luo chuckled. "I don't have much. This should last us 2 or 3 days. I see your good nature, which is why I'm sharing. But if you tell anyone else about my supplies, don't blame me for turning my back on you. If others come asking, am I supposed to give it to them?" If I do, I'll go hungry myself. Here, take it. I need your help to gather information on abilities. Why Yu, though tempted, remained silent for a moment before nodding. I'm not too hungry right now. I'll just have the sausages for now. I promise I won't say a word. Yu had a kind heart but was not naive. There would never be enough food to satisfy everyone. She nibbled on the sausage and drank half the bottle of water, leaving the remainder with Chen Luo. Chen Luo recalled something and asked, by the way, didn't you all say you were going to hunt zombies? Why haven't you taken action yet? Yu sighed. Everyone thinks that rescue might arrive in the afternoon. So we're going to wait until then. Chen Luo scoffed. Unless they were pushed to the brink, they would likely hesitate to confront the zombies. I was too young to believe their empty promises. If help doesn't arrive this afternoon, they'll probably just wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow and tomorrow again. Such is human nature. As he exited the room, Yu pondered, having eaten Chen Luo's sausages and assisted him. She wiped her mouth with her hand, removing any traces of water. Coincidentally, Han Qianxue emerged from her room and noticed Yu standing at Chen Luo's door, wiping her mouth with a satisfied expression. Did Yu sell herself out for food and drink? A flicker of disdain crossed Han Qianxue's eyes as she descended the stairs, using the bathroom that Yu had just cleaned. What a filthy restroom. It was now 8 in the morning, roughly 12 hours since the apocalypse had begun. Chen Luo devised a plan. First, to observe situations like Wang Lei's, who had absorbed a fire-type crystal to see if it could enhance his strength. If it proved safe, he would wait until there were more zombies with abilities, then initiate a hunt to acquire their crystals, preparing himself for his own awakening. Would Wang Lei, this self-proclaimed proactive awakener, be willing to become Chen Luo's guinea pig? This matter is beyond his control. One large bag is insufficient, so let it be two. He will inevitably acquiesce. I should seize an opportunity to reason with Wang Lei. Lin Yi appears to be quite agreeable, so I shall exclude her from consideration. I still possess a modicum of humanity. Securing the door tightly, Chen Luo, feeling acutely bored, retrieved a mobile phone from his spatial pocket. The other phones, having endured the magnetic storm, had been rendered mere bricks, yet the one within the spatial pocket remained unscathed. Unless the magnetic storm could penetrate into the space, which it evidently could not. As Chen Luo felt a complete numbness upon entering his spatial refuge. This indicated that the magnetic storm could not invade his personal space. This new phone powered on successfully, yet its screen flickered before it too succumbed to becoming a brick. Pondering this, Chen Luo realized it suggested lingering effects of the magnetic storm, albeit diminished in intensity, still perpetually affecting all life on Blue Star. Chapter 46. Proper usage of crystals with the magnetic storm still unabated. Chen Luo dared not produce a new phone. It would likely take a month for the storm to dissipate entirely, as Qi Haonan had mentioned that the majority of ability users awaken within the first month of the apocalypse. The energy contained within the crystals should equate to highly concentrated or even materialized magnetic energy, enabling gifted survivors to awaken directly. Chen Luo thought of Li Qifei, his closest companion, and wondered how he fared now. Chen Luo knew where Li Qifei lived, but he was rarely home by 8 in the evening, instead roaming about the city. Hopefully, he had not met with a grim fate. Chen Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was a scorching summer morning. Damn it, he had forgotten to stock up on supplies. He never anticipated that this apocalypse would obliterate all electrical devices, rendering his generator useless. Perhaps in the future, he should seek out an ice-type ability user for some relief from the heat. Suddenly, Chen Luo's consciousness delved into his spatial pocket, recalling that Qi Haonan had stored some ice blocks to keep meat fresh, which he could utilize to cool himself down. Upon inspection, Chen Luo could only manage a wry smile. His spatial pocket did not maintain temperature, and the ice had melted. Shortly thereafter, Yu knocked and entered. Yu appeared flustered. Landlord, I just overheard someone saying there is a purple plant behind a nearby warehouse that electrocuted one of our classmates. Moreover, a student who escaped last night mentioned there is a tree that can kill. This plant has mutated, so you must be cautious and avoid approaching any strange flora. Why Yu hesitated before adding, however, it seems that the killer tree was destroyed by some heavy firepower, along with a section of the warehouse wall. Classmates speculated about the absence of heavy artillery, guessing it might have been obliterated by some formidable fire-type creature, akin to that electrifying grass. Chen Luo nodded. Thank you for the warning. I too suspect that a monster was responsible for the death of that murderous tree. Yu replied, I'll inquire further and return with any news. Why Yu diligently undertook her tasks. In truth, The matters Chen Luo had entrusted her with were equally of great interest to her. Even if Chen Luo remained silent, she would seek answers. Any discovery she made would essentially be shared with him. Meanwhile, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lin Yi continued to consume snacks voraciously, devouring over 30 pounds of various treats. The crowd could scarcely believe that the seemingly frail Lin Yi had transformed into a bottomless pit. Yet only Lin Yi knew she was still far from full, merely less hungry than before. Despite the quantity consumed, it was primarily junk food devoid of substantial nutrition and energy. No matter how many snacks one might consume, it could not compare to the benefits of beef. It was not that Lin Yi wished to stop eating. Rather, there was simply nothing else available. The other supplies in the supermarket had been completely looted. Lin Yi pondered what to have for lunch. There were still some household zombies that needed to be cleared. Dispatching them could yield a significant haul of resources and potentially rescue some trapped survivors. If she encountered zombies with abilities, Lin Yi felt she possessed the capacity to fight back. Help! A boy sprinted ahead. Pursued by zombies, their speed astonishingly swift, surely under 10 seconds for 100 meters. It wasn't long before the boy was tackled to the ground. This particular zombie bore skin that was not only dull but also rough, as if encased in a rocky layer. Lin Yi hefted her axe and charged forward. Despite her slender appearance, Lin Yi had studied medicine and frequently faced corpses, endowing her with psychological fortitude and courage beyond the average person. In fact, when Lin Yi awakened her abilities, she had been a level 2 ability user, which allowed her to instinctively push Wang Lei off balance. This zombie was also a level 1 Earth-type zombie. To Lin Yi's surprise, her axe could not penetrate the zombie's neck and became lodged instead. Initially flustered by the zombie's grasping hand, Lin Yi quickly regained her composure and produced her scalpel. A surgical knife made from special materials, exceptionally sharp. Under the watchful eyes of the trembling crowd, Lin Yi plunged the scalpel into the zombie a total of 18 times, each thrust precise and targeting vital areas. Panting, she felt a mix of fear and nausea, yet predominantly an unexpected thrill. Lin Yi speculated that this zombie might also possess abilities. Indeed, upon cleaving open the zombie's skull, she adeptly located a yellowed crystal. Had it not been for the earlier unfortunate transformation of 2 individuals into zombies, the crowd might have shamelessly demanded it from Lin Yi. Clutching the crystal, Lin Yi examined it closely at that moment. A boy approached, his face pale. May I give it a try? Lin Yi recognized him as Zhang Chao, a classmate who had participated in the zombie hunt the previous night but had been scratched by a zombie. The risk of turning into a zombie after such an injury was high, causing others to avoid him. Zhang Chao had endured a torturous night, regretting his bravado in confronting the zombie, while others had secured resources without considering his plight as an injured party. Although he had not yet transformed into a zombie, the constant anxiety of awaiting fate's judgment had grown tiresome. Perhaps awakening an ability could free him from the threat of becoming a zombie, prompting him to approach Lin Yi for the crystal, daring to risk death for the chance to become an ability user. Without much thought, Lin Yi nodded. I wish you success. Zhang Chao, like Lin Yi before, held the crystal in his hand, feeling a wave of pain surge through his body. What did it feel like for you? Lin Yi replied. It was somewhat painful, but more so exhilarating, akin to a certain tremor. Tremor? Exhilaration? Why am I only feeling pain? Zhang Chao faltered, sensing a stark difference between his experience and Lin Yi's. Thus relinquishing the crystal, Lin Yi, prepared with her axe, waited. Yet 5 minutes passed without Zhang Chao transforming into a zombie. Lin Yi exclaimed, I have discerned how to differentiate between awakening abilities and becoming a zombie. The onlookers exchanged glances, one hesitantly suggested. So, like you, those who feel exhilaration can awaken abilities, while those who feel only pain and grasp the crystal forcefully will become zombies. Lin Yi nodded. Observing Zhang Chao further, he still showed no signs of transformation. A bruised boy murmured, Let me try as well. His injuries were inflicted by Wang Lei, stemming from a prior grievance before the apocalypse. Lin Yi was preoccupied with dispatching zombies, while Wang Lei busied himself with dealing with those he found displeasing. This boy had been bullied by Wang Lei precisely because he lacked abilities. What if he awakened powers? He sought to regain his dignity and volunteered as the second test subject. Ultimately, like Zhang Chao, he felt only pain without any exhilaration, thus avoiding transformation. The correct method for utilizing crystals seemed to be unfolding before their eyes. Yu stood nearby, wide-eyed, pondering if this was the secret. She dashed back to inform Chen Luo of this revelation. Today, I encountered a bit of writer's block, dismissing a plot point. If there is no second update tonight, I shall make amends over the weekend. Chapter 47. Making do with some beef. Upon hearing Yu's account, Chen Luo rose from his bed, astonished. What the hell? Hadn't Qi Haonan claimed that this method would surely lead to becoming a zombie if one could not awaken their abilities? That rascal surely did not wish for me to awaken my powers prematurely. Could one assess their potential for awakening abilities by the sensations experienced during crystal absorption? Chen Luo shook his head. He was certain he possessed the aptitude for abilities and had no need for such methods. This was merely Lin Yi's conjecture, lacking extensive experimentation to ascertain any likelihood of transformation into a zombie. Even a 1% chance of becoming a zombie was tantamount to courting death. Glancing at the time, it was past 10 o'clock. Chen Luo stepped outside, intending to reason with Wang Lei, hoping he might possess the spirit of sacrifice for the exploration of abilities and contribute to humanity's survival. Upon exiting, Chen Luo spotted Han Qianxue carrying a large bundle, faintly glimpsing a cucumber within. Chen Luo was taken aback. Where had Han Qianxue procured supplies? Which sycophant had provided them? However, Chen Luo deemed it irrelevant. It was Han Qianxue who had presumably purchased them from a nearby resident. In this apocalypse, was money still of any use? Not everyone shared Chen Luo's understanding that the apocalypse was uncontrollable, nor did they all regard wealth as worthless. Han Qianxue had spent a staggering 500,000. Do you comprehend the magnitude of 500,000? How many individuals could withstand such temptation? Yet, Han Qianxue had negotiated credit. She could hardly possess cash, nor could her cards likely still function, but her identity as a wealthy heiress was well known, and the seller chose to trust she would pay. Han Qianxue cast a glance at Chen Luo. Money, after all, was omnipotent. Yet, Chen Luo's indifference towards her prompted a flicker of annoyance within her. As Chen Luo stepped outside, he encountered a group of students grimacing as they transported the corpses of zombies or survivors. Lin Yi was responsible for leading people to slay zombies, while those who dared not engage in battle merely toiled away. Chen Luo subtly nodded in approval. Lin Yi was indeed impressive, and it remained to be seen how her innate talent would manifest. Currently, she was far too weak. Though she possessed second-level strength abilities, she was likely only capable of performing menial tasks. In contrast, Jang Wei'an was different. He was destined to become a formidable figure and had a good rapport with Chen Luo as a younger brother. Would you become a strong individual in the future? Chen Luo sought out Wang Lei, intending to lure him to Jang Wei'an's residence under the pretense of knowing someone who had dozens of pounds of beef. His plan was to knock Wang Lei unconscious with a swift strike and transport him to an isolated location for his own experiments. After inquiring about the two, Chen Luo successfully located Wang Lei. One day, with sword in hand, I shall slay all those who have wronged me. Wang Lei was busy exacting revenge on those who had offended him before the apocalypse, leaving them bruised and battered. As for murder, he was too frightened, at least to do it publicly. The woman he had killed last night had been a tragic accident. He had merely pushed her into a horde of zombies. Damn it, I asked you to bring me food, and you couldn't even manage that. Look at where you are now. Wang Lei sneered, lifting his chin defiantly as he landed a punch that sent blood gushing from his victim's nose. After all, he was an ability user with significantly greater strength than an ordinary person. The assaulted individual dared not utter a word. A bystander, unable to bear the sight, interjected, Wang Lei, don't go too far. If you continue to act so recklessly, when help arrives, you won't have a good outcome. Wang Lei scoffed in derision. I possess powers. I'm a treasure. Even the authorities must cater to my needs. Do I not have merit for slaying zombies? The peacemaker was also met with a beating. Chen Luo observed from outside, musing, indeed, you are a treasure. Wang Lei strode out of the courtyard, his demeanor cold and indifferent as Chen Luo prepared to greet him with a friendly smile and share the news of the beef. However, upon seeing Chen Luo, Wang Lei's displeasure was palpable. Wang Lei was short and stout, his face riddled with acne, and to describe him as unattractive would be a generous understatement. In stark contrast, Chen Luo was tall and handsome, his skin smooth and radiant. In his presence, Wang Lei resembled nothing more than a wretched toad. Wang Lei's irritation flared, and he spat. What are you staring at? Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. What are you looking at? Before he could respond further, Wang Lei approached with an aggressive demeanor. Chen Luo never anticipated that a mere glance in a crowd would provoke such a reaction. While he wished to conceal his strength, it did not mean he would allow himself to be humiliated or bullied. He had always been the one to strike others. Very well, we can settle this later. I, Chen Luo, have awakened my own strength abilities. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, waiting for Wang Lei to draw near when suddenly, a figure streaked across the sky. Someone exclaimed, "What the hell? Someone is flying in the air." Wang Lei froze, looking up to discover someone soaring toward him. What on earth was happening? How could someone fly? Was it some sort of ability? Damn it, why did others have awakened powers too? Chen Luo watched as Jang Wei'an's secret of flight was laid bare. He could not curtail Jang Wei'an's aerial freedom. After all, he was a bird. A free bird. It was only a matter of time before others discovered this. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Jang Wei'an landed gracefully. He glared fiercely at Wang Lei. "Are you looking to fight my brother?" Without waiting for Wang Lei to explain, Jang Wei'an launched a powerful strike. Wang Lei raised his arm to block. Feeling a tingling sensation, his head buzzing, he was taken aback. How could Jang Wei'an possess greater strength than Lin Yi? In truth, Jang Wei'an's strength was not much greater than Lin Yi's. She had not exerted herself when pushing Wang Lei. However, Jang Wei'an was giving it his all. Chen Luo shook his head. Jang Wei'an had only 1/10 of his strength, yet Wang Lei could hardly withstand such a blow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Lei felt utterly humiliated, lowering his head, his expression darkening as he gathered flames in his hand, directing them toward Jang Wei'an. Wang Lei had barely begun to harness his powers. This attack drained nearly half of his energy. The ensuing scene astonished even Chen Luo. The flames Wang Lei unleashed sped toward Jang Wei'an, a blur that no ordinary person could evade, only to suddenly reverse course and head back toward Wang Lei. Unable to avoid it, Wang Lei was struck directly in the chest, letting out a cry as blood stained his shirt. Chen Luo realized that Jang Wei'an must have controlled the fireball with his mental abilities. This mental prowess was rather impressive. Jang Wei'an laughed derisively. "Is that all you have, a little fireball? It's laughable." Jang Wei'an attempted to strike Wang Lei again, but Chen Luo intervened. Killing him outright would be unwise. Chen Luo had initially intended to abduct Wang Lei, but that plan was now thwarted. If he took Wang Lei in plain sight and the latter disappeared afterward, it would be evident that Chen Luo was behind it. He resolved to find an opportunity to take Wang Lei later that night. Together with Jang Wei'an, Chen Luo arrived at the latter's home. "What shall we have for lunch?" Chen Luo had initially craved hot pot, but the oppressive heat without air conditioning made him reconsider. "Forget it, let's not." This community lacked natural gas lines, relying instead on coal for cooking, which required fuel. After some thought, he decided they would have steak for lunch. "Wei'an, how about we settle for some steak?" Chapter 48. I have my eyes on this dog. Upon hearing Chen Luo mention steak, Jang Wei'an swallowed hard. Sure, the last time I had steak was ages ago. Jang Wei'an's family was impoverished, relying on government assistance, making it difficult to enjoy such luxuries. Chen Luo instructed, "You guard the front door. Anyone who tries to come in, give them a good slap." This? Jang Wei'an promptly moved a stool to sit by the door, his eyes fixated on the kitchen. Chen Luo took out the steak, each piece of premium meat already sliced, approximately half a pound each. He heated the oil in the pan, preparing to fry the steak. As a seasoned foodie, Chen Luo was not only skilled in the culinary arts but also enjoyed cooking. However, his laziness often led him to dine out when he lacked enthusiasm. Typically, he would prepare at least 4 dishes, but today, he was merely settling for some steak. Naturally, the exhaust fan was not in use, so Chen Luo opened a window to let in some air. It would not be surprising if the aroma of the steak wafted outside. Many residents had likely stocked up on meat prior to the apocalypse and were also having meat for lunch. Why save meat if you could consume it? In this weather, without a refrigerator, try leaving it out for 2 days, and who knows, it might spoil by nightfall. Ironically, people were reluctant to eat items with longer shelf lives. Cooking in his personal space was ideal, as no odors would escape. However, leaving only a jade pendant outside could lead to unforeseen consequences. Chen Luo contemplated that Han Xinshua's cucumbers were fresh, and most houses in the community had yards where residents could grow vegetables and fruit trees. They still bore fruit, indicating that cultivation remained viable and that human civilization had a foundation to endure. Chen Luo felt a sense of relief. He truly did not wish for the apocalypse to arrive. Who would be insane enough to anticipate such a calamity? One cannot change the world. One can only adapt to it. Chen Luo planned to fry 50 pieces of steak, intending to eat 30 himself and see how much Jang Wei'an could consume, finishing the rest if needed. Jang Wei'an, catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, eagerly awaited, unable to contain his excitement. Bro, is it ready yet? I'm dying of anticipation. Why not say you're dying of hunger? Once the first batch was done, Chen Luo said, it's ready. You can dig in. Jang Wei'an rushed over, gazing at the golden brown steak, saliva pooling in his mouth. Just about to grab a piece, he hesitated and placed it back down. Bro, you haven't eaten yet. I can't go first. Chen Luo chuckled, it's fine. You go ahead. Jang Wei'an insisted on waiting for Chen Luo, who did not press the matter further. After half an hour, Chen Luo had fried 52 pieces of steak, reserving 2 for the landlady and Yu, 1 for each. For an ordinary person, 1 piece was usually sufficient to satisfy. As soon as Chen Luo began to eat, Jang Wei'an wolfed down his portion. Chen Luo took out 2 bottles of drinks, sighing at the missed opportunity. They were not chilled, and in this heat, they lacked flavor. The two enjoyed their meal, while many residents went hungry. Most survivors in the community were unwilling to share their food with students. Some had no water to cook, and others lacked even rice. Watching others eat, some students could no longer hold back and resorted to stealing from the residents. University students are killing. University students are robbing. Many still lack the courage to commit such acts, as it was only the first day of the apocalypse. Moral boundaries still existed, and they held some respect for order in 3 days, or rather, 2 at most. If help had not arrived, the situation would change drastically. Jang Wei'an managed to eat 12 pieces of steak before reaching his limit, while Chen Luo, having consumed 36, also found himself full, not because he couldn't eat more, but due to the heaviness of the meal. Wei'an put some effort into it and finished the last 2 pieces. Jang Wei'an thought Chen Luo had not had enough and insisted, bro, you eat. There's no need to let me have it. Chen Luo burped, go ahead. I can't eat anymore. Jang Wei'an, a bit anxious, urged, bro, I'm not a kid anymore. You don't need to let me have it. I mean it, if I don't eat, I must be a dog. In his mind, Jang Wei'an thought, I've said it this way, surely you'll eat now, right? He feared Chen Luo had not eaten enough. Just then, someone knocked on Jang Wei'an's door. The visitor was Lin Yi. When Jang Wei'an had dealt with Wang Lei, Lin Yi was not present. Upon hearing others speak of Jang Wei'an's abilities, his flight and control over Wang Lei's fireball, she was intrigued. This marked the 3rd ability user she had encountered, and Lin Yi approached to introduce herself. Upon entering, she immediately heard Jang Wei'an's voice. If I don't eat, I must be a dog. Lin Yi wondered what unappetizing food they were consuming. Regardless of how distasteful it might be, she felt that she would not be picky as long as it was something edible. As someone knocked at the door, Jang Wei'an recalled Chen Luo's instruction. Anyone who attempted to enter would receive a good slap. He raised his hand to open the door, asking, is anyone home? Had it not been for Chen Luo hearing the voice of Lin Yi and offering a word of caution, Jang Wei'an would have slapped her. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo suggested, let her in. Lin Yi found it peculiar that Jang Wei'an appeared ready to strike her. Upon entering the courtyard, she was greeted by a tantalizing aroma, causing her nose to twitch incessantly. Jang Wei'an, with a predatory gaze fixed on Lin Yi, said, come inside. My brother wishes to see you. Lin Yi nodded, reflecting on how fortunate Chen Luo was to have such an extraordinary brother, despite not having awakened any abilities herself. As soon as they entered the room, Jang Wei'an pointed to the remaining steak and said, brother, you eat. I've already told you when I eat, I'm a dog. Lin Yi's eyes fixated on the steak, and upon hearing Jang Wei'an's words, she felt momentarily stunned. Glancing from Jang Wei'an to Chen Luo with a look of disbelief in her heart, she screamed, if you don't want to eat, let me have it. If you give it to me, I'll consider you my loyal dog. Are you even human? Others are starving, and you're playing around with this? Are you out of your mind? Lin Yi felt hungrier. She hadn't eaten enough when she awakened her abilities and instinctively swallowed. Chen Luo remarked, if we don't eat the remaining steak soon, it will go to waste. Will you eat it? Under normal circumstances, Lin Yi would have said, if you give me the steak, I'll ensure your safety. However, Jang Wei'an was clearly stronger than her, and Chen Luo didn't need her protection. Chen Luo sat there, exuding an air of calmness and indifference, unlike others who, upon discovering she was an ability user, wore eager smiles. When Chen Luo asked if she would eat, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. To refuse felt too harsh. Yet why should she eat someone else's food? Chen Luo smiled. Go ahead. You've worked hard this morning. Lin Yi replied bashfully. Thank you. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. Chapter 49. Tonight, the hunt begins. Lin Yi found that the steak was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. Unfortunately, after consuming 2 pieces, she was left only slightly satiated. It was fortunate that she arrived at a time when the steak was simply left over. As Chen Luo sought to cultivate goodwill. Although Lin Yi's abilities were lacking, her character was commendable. Once she finished eating, Chen Luo inquired, by the way, have you made any progress on the method to absorb the crystal to awaken abilities? Lin Yi initially thought Chen Luo wanted to use the crystal to awaken abilities himself, and hurriedly produced the earth-type crystal wrapped in tissue paper. Lin Yi lamented, there were 4 of us who held the crystal, trying to awaken our abilities, but unfortunately, none of them succeeded. They only felt pain in their bodies. The good news is that none turned into zombies. When the 5th student tested it, he had a strange experience. He felt exhilarated, with only slight discomfort. We all thought he was about to awaken his abilities, but he did not. The 6th and 7th students experienced no pain whatsoever during their trials. Lin Yi sighed. After that, regardless of who touched the crystal, they felt nothing at all. We believe the energy of the crystal was completely absorbed by the first 4 students, leaving little for the 5th, hence his only slight discomfort. His exhilaration was not due to the crystal but rather a subjective illusion, thinking he could awaken abilities. Chen Luo nodded thoughtfully. So, the energy of the crystal is finite. A single crystal cannot be used for multiple tests. Lin Yi confirmed, yes, we are fairly certain of this, though we still need further verification. Chen Luo chuckled. No one was foolish, and a few simple tests had led Lin Yi and her group to grasp some secrets of the crystal. Even though the probability of zombies awakening abilities was much higher than that of survivors, not every survivor would have the opportunity to use crystals to attempt awakening their powers, in the future. Whoever obtained a crystal would likely be eager to use it as a test subject. Lin Yi was curious about why Jang Wei'an could fly, and what type of ability that was. So she asked. The answer completely exceeded her expectations. Are you seriously asking why a bird can fly? Have you ever seen a bird that can't fly? Lin Yi thought to herself, if it weren't impolite. I'd definitely say, are you out of your mind? She smiled awkwardly. Chen Luo said nothing about Jang Wei'an's specific abilities, still unsure of Lin Yi's depth of understanding, so he chose to remain silent. Chen Luo said, I know your name is Lin Yi. I am Chen Luo, and now we can consider ourselves friends. Well, we should get some rest. Lin Yi nodded and bid farewell. Chen Luo turned to Jang Wei'an and said, you should rest. I'll go deliver the steak to the landlady. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had only been acquainted with the landlady, but that morning she had given him some food, leaving him touched. Jang Wei'an reciprocated kindness to those who were good to him, and Chen Luo was no different. He cared for those who cared for him. On the way, some students pointed at Chen Luo, remarking, he has a brother who is incredibly impressive. I wish I had a brother like that. In the middle of the day, with few people on the streets, Chen Luo walked alone when suddenly a zombie lunged at him, snarling and clawing. Chen Luo glanced at it and, as it approached, delivered a resounding slap. Lin Yi, who had not gone far, rushed back and swiftly struck the zombie down with 2 axes. Chen Luo nodded. Thank you, Lin Yi replied with a smile. What is there to thank? We are friends. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Lin Yi watched Chen Luo's retreating figure, sensing that he was no ordinary person. As an ordinary individual, he remained so composed in the face of zombies. Upon arriving at the landlady's restaurant, Chen Luo heard her voice calling, kids, are you hungry? Come eat. Inside the courtyard, voices of gratitude resounded. Landlady, you are truly a good person. If you don't mind, can I call you my godmother? Chen Luo frowned, contemplating, and then turned to leave. The landlady was indeed a good person, but in such an environment, kindness was ill-advised. Once he obtained some crystals, he would see if the landlady had the potential to awaken abilities, allowing her to survive. Their acquaintance was fleeting, and this was the extent of what he could do for her. Returning to his home, Chen Luo didn't need to call. Yu entered his room. Yu relayed the results of Lin Yi's experiments to Chen Luo, which Lin Yi had already mentioned. However, Yu was quite insightful, and Chen Luo rewarded her with a portion of steak. Though Yu wasn't as hungry as Lin Yi, she still swallowed hard. Chen Luo remarked, if the meat isn't eaten soon, it will spoil. I made an extra portion for you. I've already eaten. Wai Yu consumed a small piece of steak and said, "I'll save some for later." Wai Yu shared her speculation. "I believe Lin Yi's experiment wasn't thorough enough. Those who didn't awaken their abilities don't necessarily lack the talent for them. That zombie lady should have a strength-based ability, and Lin Yi was lucky enough to awaken directly because she possessed the strength attribute. If it were a fire-type crystal, Lin Yi might not have awakened." Chen Luo praised, "You're quite astute. However, this means ordinary people may go into a frenzy over crystals. A single first-grade crystal is only enough for 4 people. The Earth-type 1T suffice, and they definitely need to test Wind-type, Ice-type, and others. With crystals being so scarce, and given that one person requires multiple tests, how could there possibly be enough?" As Yu exited Chen Luo's room, she was spotted by Han Qianxue. Han Qianxue looked at her with disdain, thinking, "This Chen Luo is such a brute. He has called Yu to his room several times this morning, in the afternoon." As everyone anxiously awaited rescue, it still did not arrive. However, another group of students fled to them. They had been hiding in a nearby park, but an exceptionally powerful zombie had appeared there. Chen Luo found this news intriguing. A formidable zombie? The park itself had little to offer in terms of food, and they had fed mosquitoes all night, returning with red welts, and had no choice but to risk escaping to the community. Upon their arrival, chaos ensued. "Damn it, we thought you had food here, but there's nothing. Hurry, give me water. I'm about to die of thirst." The influx of people did not foster unity. Newcomers clashed with the original group over supplies. The drawbacks of having too many survivors began to surface. Wai Yu reported, not far to the east, a student named Zhang Jian has voluntarily awakened a lightning-type ability. As soon as he awakened, he complained of hunger and snatched a resident's food in the morning. Lin Yi also felt very hungry when she awakened. When someone asked Wang Lei, he mentioned he was also starving when he awakened. It seemed that a substantial amount of energy was required during awakening. Wai Yu expressed her concern. Many people are starting to find ways to hoard food in preparation for awakening their abilities. Chen Luo scoffed, as if so many people can awaken abilities. But who wouldn't he think they are the lucky one? This was of no concern to Chen Luo. He had intended to find Wang Lei for an experiment that evening. But a single ice-type crystal from Qi Haonan would likely not suffice. Tonight, the hunt begins. Chapter 50. You are a bird. You wouldn't understand. Wang Lei clutched his abdomen, having been burned by a fireball he conjured himself. The force was not great. Ability users generally possess robust physiques, and while Wang Lei was injured, it was not severe. By the afternoon, he could manage to walk. Wang Lei kicked open the door of a house, and a large yellow dog immediately barked at him, the unwelcome intruder. Wang Lei chuckled and lunged at the dog with a knife, stabbing its belly, causing blood to spill profusely. He delivered several more strikes, and the yellow dog quickly succumbed. Wang Lei's target was this very dog. It was fresh dog meat after all. A boy of 16 or 17, alerted by a sound, rushed out only to discover the lifeless body of a large yellow dog. His eyes reddened instantly as he fell to the ground, sorrowfully calling out, "De Huang! De Huang!" He pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Lei and shouted, "Why did you kill my dog?" Wang Lei scoffed disdainfully. "When people can barely survive, how can one afford to keep a dog? That's where you went wrong. I have confiscated this dog." The boy fought back fiercely, but was met with a slap from Wang Lei that left him dazed. Wang Lei contemptuously remarked, "I am helping you deal with zombies, yet you show no gratitude, utterly unappreciative." He callously dragged the dog's corpse away, soon transforming it into a hot pot of dog meat. He had already planned this, having seized several packages of hot pot base from the supermarket. Wang Lei mused to himself, "I have no other options, but I do eat a lot. It must be this way." Nearby, his lackeys drooled in anticipation, while Wang Lei savored his beer, showing no intention of sharing, as he himself was not adequately fed. One of the henchmen approached, reporting, "Boss Lei, it's bad news. Besides Zhang Jian, another person has awakened their powers." Wang Lei was taken aback. Did they achieve this by absorbing crystals? No, it was a voluntary awakening. This one has wind abilities and is currently serving as a fan for everyone, the lackey explained. Wang Lei's expression darkened. He had thought he was the sole awakened one, but now others were following suit. The advantage he once held was slipping away, especially with someone as outrageous as Jang Wei'an. Wang Lei muttered to himself, "I am the first awakened, a chosen one. What right do you have to compete with me? Surely, there must be even greater powers awakening within me." It was the only consolation he could find. After finishing the dog meat hot pot, Wang Lei felt a surge of heat coursing through him, his head slightly spinning as he made his way to Chen Luo's residence. He had learned that Chen Luo was Jang Wei'an's older brother. If I can't deal with you, Jang Wei'an, then surely I can handle you. Chen Luo? Wang Lei thought, fueled by the humiliation and injuries he had suffered at Jang Wei'an's hands. With a sinister glint in his eyes, he planned to scout Chen Luo's location, waiting for an opportunity when Jang Wei'an was absent to punish Chen Luo properly. He concealed himself near Chen Luo's home, observing intently. Yu had also heard about the emergence of a wind ability user and hurried home to inform Chen Luo. Standing at around 1.65 meters, with a cherubic face and a pleasing figure, Yu caught Wang Lei's attention as she walked, her movements enticing him. Before the apocalypse, Wang Lei's unattractive visage, short and stout frame, combined with his empty wallet, had rendered him incapable of attracting a girlfriend. But now, as an ability user, he believed this was his ticket. Relying on charm was futile with someone like Yu. Strength was his only avenue. Unable to restrain himself, he called out, "Beautiful lady, interested in joining me? I can offer plenty of food and supplies." Yu turned, looking at him with disgust. This guy is truly revolting. Our landlord is tall and handsome, offering us water without ulterior motives, and in comparison, you are nothing but a filthy insect. Without saying a word, she strode back home. Wang Lei dismissed her disdain, thinking that if soft persuasion failed, he would resort to forced in this chaotic world. No one would care if Yu vanished, perhaps devoured by zombies or rats. How reasonable that would be. Upon returning home, Yu informed Chen Luo about the wind user. Chen Luo expressed slight interest. A fan, you say? But upon learning it was a male, his interest waned. What if he were to ambush me in my sleep? Yu hesitated. Landlord, your brother injured Wang Lei earlier today, right? I just saw Wang Lei lurking in the corner. Had he not called out to me, I would have missed him. He might be seeking revenge on you. Given Wang Lei's brashness, Yu was well aware of him. She recounted the events to Chen Luo, who stroked his chin thoughtfully. I was about to come to you, yet you've come to me first. Wang Lei must be dealt with swiftly. Chen Luo continued. Yu, could you do me a favor? Without hesitation, she agreed. Just say the word, and I will help. Chen Luo instructed, tell Wang Lei to meet you at the abandoned warehouse at 7 this evening. Just relay the message. You need not go there yourself. Leave the rest to me. If Wang Lei agreed, he would likely come alone and quietly, ensuring that apart from Yu, no one would be aware of his fate, turning him into a mere test subject. This also served as a test of sorts. Yu, not foolish, quickly grasped Chen Luo's intentions and whispered, you mean to ambush Wang Lei? Chen Luo remained silent, watching her. After a moment of contemplation, Yu nodded. It is indeed dangerous to provoke someone like Wang Lei. Landlord, do not act recklessly. It is not worth breaking the law for a scoundrel. Her unspoken implication was clear. It would be justifiable if Wang Lei were to be consumed by zombies. Chen Luo smiled and nodded in agreement. Yu made her way to Wang Lei's residence, standing at the entrance, waiting for him. Upon hearing a voice, Wang Lei's face lit up with excitement at the sight of Yu. She quietly conveyed, at 7 this evening, I will be waiting for you at the warehouse. With that, she jogged away. Wang Lei watched her retreating figure, feeling a rush of elation that made his earlier pains fade away. Now that I am an ability user, how could I not attract numerous women? At 6:30, Wang Lei began preparing to leave. One of his lackeys inquired, Boss Lei, where are you headed? Wang Lei replied flamboyantly, some things are better left unasked. Humming a cheerful tune, he happily contemplated how his injury would prevent him from moving vigorously, allowing Yu to take the initiative. How coy. She knows to find a secluded spot to avoid prying eyes. The warehouse of Qi Haonan was unappealing, too stifling for anyone to want to stay there. During the day, they had thoroughly ransacked it, leaving nothing behind. Chen Luo and Jang Wei'an were already waiting inside. Jang Wei'an whispered, bro, you're something else. How did you know he would come before 7? Chen Luo shot him a sidelong glance. You wouldn't understand, would you? Chapter 51. No need to conserve bullets. Wang Lei entered the warehouse through the wall that Chen Luo had blown apart, only to find not Yu, but 2 burly me and I. In an instant, he realized he had been ambushed. But it's too late now, he thought. If Jang Wei'an can control his attacks, I won't strike back. Just are you in, Theo they dare to kill in public? Yet, before he could flee, he felt a sudden blur before his eyes, and Chen Luo was upon him. delivering a resounding slap that rendered him unconscious. Chen Luo hoisted Wang Lei as if he were a mere chick, bringing him to the inner warehouse, preparing to ascend to the rooftop. Initially intending to take the stairs, Jang Wei'an instead used his psychic powers to levitate all three of them directly to the rooftop. Chen Luo sensed a mysterious force lifting him, Jang Wei'an's psychic energy. So, this was how Jang Wei'an could float in midair, allowing for prolonged flight. Chen Luo realized that this force was not insurmountable. With enough struggle, he could break free from Jang Wei'an's control. However, if Jang Wei'an maintained his psychic grip, while he could potentially escape, it would undoubtedly hinder his speed. Though Jang Wei'an was not an enemy, Chen Luo felt a sense of urgency. If there were several Jang Wei'ans, he would find himself in peril. Wei'an, keep an eye on Wang Lei and ensure he doesn't escape. I'll return shortly, Chen Luo instructed. Jang Wei'an nodded in agreement. Concerned about Jang Wei'an being affected by any mutated creatures, Chen Luo sprinkled a bit of salt around him and provided some food and drink. This conjuring of items surprised Jang Wei'an. Not at all magic, right? I get it, he said, settling down to eat sunflower seeds. Bro, come back soon, he added. Chen Luo nodded. If Wang Lei wakes up, knock him out again. If he proves uncontrollable, eliminate him. Chen Luo set off to hunt for some crystals, intending to experiment on Wang Lei once he had them. What if he awakened his powers the next day? Preparation was key. Originally, Chen Luo planned to acquire the crystals first and then bind Wang Lei, but given Wang Lei's unstable nature, he decided to strike first. Even without conducting experiments, it was crucial to eliminate the threat at its inception. Without hesitation, Chen Luo leaped from the rooftop to the ground and quickly made his way. His speed was approximately 10 meters per second. Although swift, it would not draw too much attention. Crossing the lake, he spotted 2 universities ahead. Chen Luo opted against entering the schools, as they were densely populated and would likely be swarming with zombies. The presence of numerous zombies posed a risk. Chen Luo was not afraid. Rather, he aimed to prevent mass zombie casualties. How absurd, preventing zombie deaths. He mused, it was merely the second day of the apocalypse, and many survivors had yet to awaken their powers, just like the zombies themselves. Would it not be better to wait until the zombies had evolved and then eliminate them? According to Qi Haonan, the probability of zombies awakening their powers far exceeded that of survivors. The community had already been largely cleared of zombies by Lin Yi and her team, resulting in Chen Luo encountering very few with abilities. Ordinary zombies posed no threat to Chen Luo. Killing them offered no advantages. Why waste bullets on them? Crystals were not only a means of awakening powers, but also a source of strength. Wasting time on mass zombie killings was akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. The apocalypse was not solely defined by zombies. Indeed, Chen Luo thought, if first-level crystals did not benefit him significantly, perhaps it would be wise to let the zombies evolve a bit more. The roads were littered with overturned cars, and no pedestrians could be seen. When a magnetic field erupts, it can induce excruciating pain in the body, rendering drivers incapable of operating their vehicles, which ultimately leads to numerous car accidents. There are still a few zombies around. Chen Luo strode into a black sedan, and upon emerging, he was fully equipped. Combat suit, helmet, combat boots, tactical gloves, everything was in order. Chen Luo felt quite satisfied. With this attire, ordinary zombies would be utterly incapable of scratching his skin with their nails. Nearby, another figure, obscured by a helmet and sunglasses, was also concealed from view, and the combat suit effectively disguised Chen Luo's physique. Even Yu, standing beside him, would not recognize him. Chen Luo jogged leisurely, scanning his surroundings incessantly. As he passed a row of storefronts, he came to a halt point. One of the establishments was a supermarket, which, from the outside, appeared to be stocked with numerous supplies, yet Chen Luo had no interest whatsoever. His own supplies were so abundant that he could not possibly exhaust them in several lifetimes. Taking anything from inside would bring him no joy, and it would be better left for the brave survivors who dared to venture out in search of resources. Always leave a thread of hope. The condition being, do not provoke me, or I shall act decisively. Chen Luo had his sights set on a nearby liquefied gas station. The community lacked a natural gas pipeline, relying almost entirely on this station for gas. Fuel was essential for cooking. While Chen Luo had no shortage of supplies, he indeed required gas. This storefront was not a mixed-use establishment and was entirely vacant. After confirming that no one was inside, Chen Luo wasted no time, pulling out his spatial storage and placing every gas canister, regardless of whether they were empty or full, into it in no time. Over 80 gas canisters had been stored. If used sparingly, it would last Chen Luo for a year. A subtle smile graced his lips. He need not worry about running out of gas. He continued his journey towards the park. Having heard tales of a formidable zombie clad in a security uniform, presumably a park guard, as he traversed an open area, Chen Luo encountered a minor inconvenience. Over 20 zombies, transformed from elderly men and women, spotted him and astonishingly attempted to chase after the remarkably swift Chen Luo with their frail limbs. Judging by their attire, it seemed they had been dancing in the square when the apocalypse struck. Perhaps, even among these elderly zombies, there lurked the potential for one to possess unique abilities. Chen Luo need not kill them. By simply probing their minds, he could ascertain which among them was an empowered zombie. Moving swiftly, he eluded the pursuing zombies among them. One elderly male zombie, appearing to be in his 50s, ran with extraordinary speed, easily clocking in at under 10 seconds for 100 meters, a whirlwind of wind swirling around him as he ran. He stood out sharply, leaving the others far behind. Chen Luo paused. Could it be that one of them truly possessed special abilities? He turned around and drew his Barrett rifle, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the elderly zombie. The gunfire erupted in the dusky twilight, sparks flaring brilliantly, tinged with an ethereal blue, a machine gun that spewed blue flames. Wouldn't you be frightened? In a mere second, the elderly zombie fell. Although it took but a second. At least 20 rounds had struck its body. Chen Luo was uncertain of the zombie's level, but he observed that while a level 2 empowered individual surpassed an ordinary person significantly, they still fell within the human spectrum. If 100 rounds were insufficient, then 1,000 rounds would suffice. Even if Chen Luo were struck, he would still kneel. Why should this elderly zombie not? Fearing that the elderly zombie might feign death, Chen Luo discharged another second of bullets to ensure its demise. Better to be cautious. There was no need to conserve ammunition when he possessed 1,000,000 rounds. Chapter 52. Zombies are the easiest to bully. The elderly zombie collapsed, only to suffer further indignities and death. Chen Luo prepared to extract its crystal when the ordinary zombies, who had once danced alongside it, approached. With no other choice, Chen Luo dealt with them as well. In mere seconds, over 20 zombies lay lifeless on the ground. This is the power of technology. Even a mere ordinary person wielding a firearm can effortlessly eliminate a horde of zombies. Chen Luo crouched down, unsheathing a dagger to perform a cranial extraction on the elderly zombie. The scene was somewhat gruesome. Having seldom engaged in such acts, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Lin Yi seemed to be quite the expert in this. Though her abilities were rather weak, she was commendable as a professional disemboweler. As Chen Luo searched for the crystal, he caught sight of a figure approaching him from the corner of his eye. It was a young man. The youth had been hiding in a room on the second floor of an adjacent square when he suddenly heard the gunfire. The encroaching darkness obscured his vision. Could it be that rescue had arrived? Yet, no rescuers seemed to have entered the square. He had been trapped in the square for a day, feeling dizzy from hunger and parched, unable to endure much longer. He was determined to latch onto any rescue team. Summoning his courage, he approached, only to see not the anticipated throng of rescuers, but merely a solitary figure clad in peculiar attire. "Big brother, can you help me?" In such situations, Chen Luo was well prepared. When utilizing military-grade weaponry, stealth was impossible and discovery was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Unless he abstained from using it, why would he hoard firearms? Chen Luo refrained from silencing the youth. The increased frequency of gunfire would attract more attention to his presence. He was the machine gun brother. Concealing his existence was futile, but he could obscure his true identity. It was imperative that no one learned of his trump cards. With a stoic expression, Chen Luo fired 2 rounds beside the youth. If he were clever enough, he would retreat, daunted. Should he dare to approach, Chen Luo would not hesitate to fire at him. The youth let out a shriek, terrified, collapsing to the ground. Chen Luo still needed to extract the crystal. He could not allow the youth to linger nearby. He fired 2 more rounds, and the youth, trembling, crawled away in a frantic scramble. With a dismissive huff, Chen Luo resumed his search for the crystal, soon locating one slightly larger than a grain of rice. Chen Luo felt a pang of disappointment. It was considerably smaller than Qi Haonan's crystal, indicating it was merely a level 1 crystal. Judging by its color, it appeared different from the few he had encountered previously. Could it possibly be of the wind element? He carefully placed the crystal into a glass vial he had prepared earlier and continued on his way. Chen Luo's objective for this outing was to acquire several distinct types of crystals to observe the absorption effects on Wang Lei. Ideally, he sought a fire-type crystal akin to Wang Lei's to compare the absorption results with those of other types. The security zombie in the park was of the fire element. Employing his method of purification through zombies, should any zombie exhibit remarkable speed or utilize their abilities, Chen Luo would eliminate them without hesitation. Aside from the youth he had just seen, he had encountered no other survivors. This was hardly surprising. When the apocalypse struck, it was around 8 in the evening, and most people were at home. Those who ventured outside during the onset would surely seek refuge, akin to students awaiting rescue. Mingzhu City's university town was situated in the outskirts, a vast area replete with greenery, trees, and flowers. Chen Luo proceeded with caution. The roads were flanked by rows of trees, and Chen Luo dared not walk along the sides, fearing the presence of murderous trees, opting instead for the center of the road. One tree, notably taller than its counterparts, boasted lush foliage. Beneath it lay several shriveled remnants, resembling oversized dried sugarcane, but the sight of a skull and 2 pairs of shoes sent a shiver down Chen Luo's spine. Another murderous tree, albeit different from the last he had encountered. The previous tree seemed to drain blood, while this one appeared to consume and regurgitate its remains. Chen Luo kept his distance. He could deal with it, but saw no need to engage. Bullets would likely be ineffective, and using grenades or rockets would be a waste. It had not wronged him, thus it did not warrant his intervention. Suddenly, Chen Luo felt an itch on his backside. Upon inspection, he discovered a green leaf in his hand. Another leaf flew towards him like a playing card, which he deftly evaded. Chen Luo soon realized it was a circular shrub about a meter high. Its branches laden with leaves, which were being hurled at him. Stunned, he thought, "You little rascal, do you feast on humans too? Quite sinister of you to ambush me as I pass. A normal person, with bare legs, would likely suffer cuts from its leaves." Adhering to his principle of ridding the world of harm, Chen Luo set it ablaze. Clapping his hands, he scoffed, "Dare to offend me, will you?" Upon reaching a traffic light intersection, where accidents were frequent and zombies more numerous, one of the latter, glowing with a green light, approached him. Noticing its peculiar nature, Chen Luo immediately aimed his firepower at it. It was evident that, upon being struck by the machine gun, it had attempted to evade, but it was too late. Chen Luo extracted a pale blue crystal from its cranial cavity. Astonished, he wondered if this was a lightning element. The purple grass he had encountered earlier emitted purple lightning. Simultaneously, a smile crept across Chen Luo's face. In the short span of time, he had encountered fewer than 100 zombies, yet had already found 2 with awakened abilities. The community's zombie count barely reached 300, and most had been cleared away early on, thus yielding only 2 empowered zombies. It seemed the likelihood of zombies awakening abilities far exceeded that of survivors, a fact that could not be dismissed lightly. Chen Luo pondered, could it be that the zombie genes had mutated, setting them apart from survivors? A gust of cool wind brushed against him, refreshing Chen Luo immensely. An unremarkable tree, devoid of any apparent abnormalities, appeared to sense a living entity nearby as it generated a strong, sucking wind. The force was considerable. An ordinary person would undoubtedly be drawn toward it, yet Chen Luo stood his ground. Unyielding, he gazed thoughtfully at the tree. Like the purple grass, it too possessed a form of power. Though it paled in comparison to the purple grass, should he eliminate it? Chen Luo mused, if zombies with awakened abilities contained crystals within their skulls, might this tree, endowed with powers, harbor something beneficial for survivors, such as fruit or a tree's heart? Perhaps it warranted further investigation. Chen Luo had temporarily refrained from disturbing the tree, opting instead to observe it by day, intending to eliminate it for thorough study. For now, he could not afford to linger, as Jang Wei'an and Wang Lei were awaiting him. After some contemplation, Chen Luo decided against visiting the park, reasoning that the multitude of trees there would only increase. He had barely walked for a short while before encountering several mutated plants. Strangely, it seemed that aside from the survivors, the zombies were perhaps the easiest adversaries to confront. Chapter 53. Why don't you give me fish? One must select soft persimmons. The more zombies one encounters, the greater the likelihood of acquiring a few crystals. There was no necessity to venture into the park and court danger. The circumstances he faced upon exiting diverged sharply from his expectations, prompting Chen Luo to alter his plans on the fly. Quack. Chen Luo's gaze fixated on a leaping frog ahead. Typically, ordinary frogs are about the size of an adult's palm, but this one was as large as a basketball, remarkably oversized. It hopped energetically, continuously flicking out its tongue, devouring the mosquitoes and insects around it. The frog noticed Chen Luo, yet paid him no heed, bounding away. Did it lack aggression towards humans? Was this frog mutated? A 25-year-old giant frog, however, given the presence of rats the size of cats, such a large frog was not entirely astonishing. Fortuitously, it encountered me. Had it met Jang Wei'an, it surely would have ended up in a frying pan. Chen Luo arrived at a residential complex, encountering 3 more mutated trees along the way. This area, aside from the school, was one of the few places bustling with people. The street-facing entrance of the complex featured a row of storefronts. Here, zombies were notably abundant, wandering restlessly at the entrance. Numerous corpses littered the ground, with some zombies beginning to feast on them. Employing his zombie purification technique, Chen Luo dashed past the zombies, which immediately shifted their focus to chase after him. The living. Only by reducing his speed could the horde of zombies keep up with him. Gradually, 2 zombies emerged from the throng, and Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement. One of the zombies appeared unremarkable in appearance, but moved with remarkable speed. Outpacing the other, the latter, however, glimmered with a white light in its hand, seemingly poised to strike Chen Luo. Chen Luo was taken aback, having never before witnessed such a supernatural ability. What manner of zombie was this? Regardless, he remained vigilant, as he had always maintained the highest level of alertness. Coming to a halt, Chen Luo withdrew his Barrett rifle, initially anticipating that the glowing zombie would possess formidable abilities. To his surprise, it collapsed without offering any resistance under the rapid fire. Concerned it might resurrect, he continued firing for an additional 2 seconds. Once assured it had perished, he cautiously approached to examine its head. A crystal, imbued with white luminescence, materialized in the palm of his gloved hand. Chen Luo regarded it with curiosity. Could it be a light attribute? Such a crystal must be quite rare. He had encountered few zombies with abilities, leaving him uncertain about the prevalence of this particular attribute. The other zombie, on the other hand, appeared to possess strength-based abilities, a crystal type Chen Luo had seen before. Ultimately, he collected 4 crystals, yet none were of the fire attribute he sought. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to explore the interior of the complex, hoping to uncover something more. If not, it would be of little consequence. Upon entering the complex, he found himself in a garden. An inexplicable chill enveloped him, distinct from the earlier cool breeze he had experienced. Surveying the garden, he noted several varieties of flowers, predominantly roses. While plants could mutate, not all would, as the current rate of mutation remained relatively low. The chill emanated from a blue rose, and as Chen Luo approached, it abruptly unfurled its bud, releasing a gust of frigid air. All the other roses were red, save for this one, which exuded an icy blue hue, a frosty rose. Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be an air conditioner? He seized an ordinary zombie, which offered no resistance in his grasp. Chen Luo pressed the zombie close to the frosty rose, which seemed to sense the proximity of another being. Yet, aside from emitting cold air, it took no other action. After 2 minutes, the zombie remained as lively as ever, indicating that the flower was likely non-toxic. In fact, when Chen Luo placed a bottle of soda beside the rose, it quickly chilled. Chen Luo chuckled to himself, recognizing its value. He could bring it back for Wang Lei to enjoy. Surely, he would be touched by the gesture. Presuming Wang Lei would not mind assisting him in conducting another experiment, Chen Luo procured a large glass jar and retrieved a backpack, carefully uprooting the frosty rose and placing it within the jar before stowing it in his bag. The cold emanating from the frosty rose could be likened to a powerful air conditioner. It posed no threat to humans, albeit it was not particularly strong. Nevertheless, Chen Luo found it quite appealing. Until he could locate a suitable ice-type ability user, he would make do with this. Utilizing resources to their fullest potential, an eco-friendly and health-conscious biological air conditioner. With the backpack slung over his shoulders, he considered the rose as a living entity, placing it in his spatial compartment out of concern for its well-being. Chen Luo continued his search for fire attribute zombies. After several minutes of fruitless searching, he suddenly heard a cat's meow in a secluded corner of the building. A black cat sensed the approach of a human and let out a sound. Chen Luo cautiously approached, and upon discerning the scene before him, His eyes widened in shock. A human corpse lay there, nearly devoid of flesh, while the black cat, unafraid of Chen Luo, continued to feast on the remains. The cat wore a collar, indicating it was a pet, and it appeared rather well-groomed, its fur sleek and shiny. Yet, it was consuming human flesh. Chen Luo recalled a news story about a person who unexpectedly died at home, going undiscovered for several days. With a cat that had been deprived of food in its desperation, the starving cat had resorted to gnawing on its owner's corpse to survive. It was evident that the black cat was famished, greedily devouring the flesh. According to Qi Haonan, some mutated creatures had lost their sanity, but the vast majority had merely evolved without significant changes in temperament. Evolution required energy, and as food supplies dwindled, they inevitably turned their gaze toward the abundant human population. Chen Luo pondered whether this cat had awakened an ability that rendered it insatiably hungry, compelling it to consume human flesh from his spatial compartment. Chen Luo retrieved a fish. Though deceased, its flesh remained fresh. Tossing it beside the black cat, he watched as it immediately abandoned the corpse in favor of the fish, devouring it voraciously. Within a minute, the fish was gone, and the cat gazed at Chen Luo with yearning eyes. Chen Luo mused that the black cat did not enjoy eating humans. It was simply starving. He stroked his chin in thought. He considered whether the cat had indeed awakened an ability. Unfortunately, it had consumed human flesh, leaving him hesitant to observe its temperament. Had it proven agreeable, he might have taken it home as a pet. Like humans, each cat possessed a distinct personality. Yet, the thought of it having eaten human flesh made Chen Luo uneasy. Seeing that Chen Luo had not immediately provided more fish, the black cat became furious. Its fur bristling as it leapt high, sparks seemingly gathering in its mouth, it moved with remarkable speed and agility, launching itself towards Chen Luo's head with ferocity. "Give me fish. Why won't you give me fish?" Chapter 54. Are you the villain? Even a regular cat pouncing on a normal person would pose a challenge to evade. This black cat, however, moved with incredible swiftness, leaving a dark streak in the air. Chen Luo, quick to react, deftly grasped its tail and hurled it against the wall with force. "Is that how it is? You want fish but dare to attack me?" The black cat, caught off guard, emitted a terrified meow as its head met the wall with a sickening thud. Chen Luo showed no mercy. To him, this feeble creature was no match, and it was only natural that its head would burst. With brains splattering across the ground, he carelessly discarded the remains of the cat's body and began searching for its crystal. Noticing the flames flickering in the black cat's mouth earlier, he surmised it had awakened an ability but lacked proficiency in its use. Without much effort, he spotted a glint of red amidst the dimming light. Picking it up, he examined it. It was similar in size to the crystals found in zombies' heads. Likely just a Tier 1 crystal. Chen Luo recognized a relatively straightforward method for locating crystals. Next time he encountered an ability-wielding zombie, he would simply shoot it in the head. Aside from the transparent crystals associated with strength, the others were quite conspicuous. This crystal belonged to an animal, not a zombie. What would happen if he absorbed it? Furthermore, it was a fire attribute, perfect for experimenting with Wang Lei. With a soft chuckle, he secured the fire crystal and retraced his steps, carefully avoiding the trees flanking him. Upon returning to the familiar black sedan, he removed his combat gear and entered the warehouse. The round trip had taken him less than an hour, and Wang Lei remained unconscious. Upon Chen Luo's return, Jang Wei'an remarked, "Brother, it's quite strange. I thought I'd be a feast for mosquitoes, but they didn't bite me at all. I initially assumed mosquitoes were averse to bird blood. But after using this creature for an experiment, I discovered I was mistaken. Mosquitoes absolutely love bird blood." Chen Luo glanced at Wang Lei, who lay exposed as Jang Wei'an had removed his trousers, revealing his lower anatomy. Several black mosquitoes speckled with white were vigorously feeding. Chen Luo's lips twitched. Was he a devil? Jang Wei'an had avoided bites because of the salt Chen Luo had sprinkled, while Wang Lei was outside its protective circle. "Perhaps it's because you're a good bird, and he's a bad bird," Chen Luo replied with a forced smile. What a sight for sore eyes. Setting down his backpack, he produced the frosty rose, which immediately began to exhale cold air upon being exposed to the atmosphere. Chen Luo retrieved the chilled soda, opened it, and placed it near the rose's petals. Allowing some of the cold air to infuse the drink, he then splashed the soda onto Wang Lei's face, some of it trickling into his mouth. The sudden chill jolted Wang Lei awake, who instinctively began to drink the soda. Wang Lei opened his eyes, disregarding the cola, and feigned calmness as he said, "What do you intend to do? Imprisoning me and infringing upon my freedom is against the law." "You know," Chen Luo scoffed, "you didn't think about the law when you were being arrogued at a tea that moment." Wang Lei felt an intense itch in his lower region. Looking down, he was horrified to see that his manhood had swollen. Terrified, he exclaimed, "What have you done to me? You even target men." Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, "This is merely an accident. Now, Mr. Wang Lei, let's get straight to the point. There is an operation to save humanity that requires your cooperation as the first ability user." Chen Luo ominously added, "If you refuse to cooperate, I can make you a woman." "Turn me into a woman? What do you mean?" Wang Lei was utterly frightened, not just by Chen Luo's words, but by the malevolence etched on his face. Wang Lei had no doubt that Chen Luo was capable of such a thing. He glanced around, contemplating calling for help, unable to believe that Chen Luo would dare to kill him at that moment. A cold, hard object pressed against his lower body, rendering him motionless with fear. Wang Lei desired to resist, but even a single Jang Wei'an was beyond his capability, not to mention that Chen Luo, appearing ordinary, had knocked him unconscious with a single slap. Trembling, Wang Lei asked, "What experiment?" "I will cooperate." Chen Luo smiled with satisfaction. "I always persuade with reason. The experiment is as follows. Ordinary people can awaken their abilities through crystals, as you know. But can crystals enhance the powers of an ability user?" Wang Lei had pondered this question, yet fear held him back. He was terrified of absorbing a crystal and ending up like the two individuals from earlier. Transformed into zombies. "All right," Wang Lei said, "when you find the crystals, I will cooperate." To Wang Lei's astonishment, Chen Luo produced a glass bottle containing several colorful crystals. "Where did these come from?" Wang Lei asked in disbelief. If Chen Luo had 1 or 2 crystals, Wang Lei would not have been surprised, but there were 6 in the bottle. Chen Luo merely chuckled and offered no explanation. A dreadful thought crossed Wang Lei's mind. Chen Luo must have killed 6 ability users to obtain them, and he could very well become the 7th. Chen Luo said, "Let's do it now." He then took out the ice crystal belonging to Qi Haonan, curious to see what would happen if Wang Lei absorbed a crystal whose attributes were in conflict with his. Wang Lei's face fell. "I don't want that one. Isn't there a fire-type crystal? Use that for the experiment." Lin Yi had awakened her power through a strength-type crystal, and Wang Lei had his suspicions. Chen Luo's expression turned cold, and he slapped Wang Lei hard across the face, demanding, "You want it? Speak, do you want it?" Wang Lei felt his head buzzing, dizzy and seeing stars as Chen Luo continued to strike him. It seemed he would not stop until Wang Lei complied. Despite his desire to endure, the pain was unbearable, and he sobbed, "Fine, I want it." Only then did Chen Luo appear satisfied. "You see, I always persuade with reason. Now, hold it." Wang Lei bowed his head, choking back tears, filled with resentment towards Chen Luo, who was utterly despicable. Using him as a test subject, if it turned out safe, he could absorb the crystal himself. He still had a chance to turn the tables. As the first actively awakened ability user, a prodigy, absorbing this crystal could potentially lead to his death or transformation into a zombie, but there was also the possibility of a significant power increase or awakening other extraordinary abilities to retaliate against them. Yes, it had to be like that. After all, he was the protagonist, and protagonists always found a way to turn the tide. With that thought in mind, Wang Lei shakily grasped the crystal. The cold sensation coursed through him, swiftly followed by a wave of familiar agony. Wang Lei was terrified and released the crystal, only to receive another sharp slap. Chen Luo roared, "Hold it!" Wang Lei cried, "I'm just a child. Can't you treat me differently?" Chen Luo covered Wang Lei's mouth, exasperated, and thrust a dagger towards his foot, nearly piercing through it. Wang Lei writhed in pain, desperate to scream but unable to. Chen Luo coldly warned, "If you defy my orders again, next time it will be your manhood." Wang Lei thought he had been wicked enough, only to realize there were others far worse than him. "You must be a villain." Chapter 55. Variable frequency air conditioner after a cordial and harmonious negotiation. Wang Lei once more grasped the crystal, watching Chen Luo with trepidation. Despite the pain coursing through his body, he dared not let go. 10 seconds later, Chen Luo allowed Wang Lei to release the crystal and inquired, "What do you feel?" Regardless of whether it was a magnetic storm or a crystal, The worst it could do was turn someone into a zombie. It seemed one couldn't die from it. Wang Lei hesitated before answering, "It hurts." Then he added, "And I'm a bit hungry." Chen Luo's eyes brightened. Hunger indicated that the body was evolving and required energy replenishment. In front of Wang Lei, Chen Luo produced several packages of roasted duck and roasted chicken. The taste was not particularly appealing, something Chen Luo had no desire to eat unless he were on the brink of starvation with nothing else available. Surely no one would believe Wang Lei could leave alive? Having offended him, Chen Luo could never let him go, fearing retaliation in the future. Thus, conjuring items from thin air was unnecessary to disguise. To Wang Lei's surprise, he exclaimed, "You have space abilities?" A mix of astonishment, jealousy, and suspicion spread within Wang Lei. Such a method was likely the legendary space ability. Space abilities were far more impressive than his fire abilities. After all, conjuring objects out of thin air was beyond his grasp. Chen Luo paused. "You truly are talented." He agreed. "Indeed, I am a space ability user. In case my spatial abilities are exposed one day, I will use space abilities to cover it up. Thanks for that." Wang Lei cast Chen Luo a complex glance before beginning to devour the food. Chen Luo did not offer the food out of kindness. He wanted Wang Lei to be well fed in order to proceed with the experiment. A hungry stomach would affect Wang Lei's subsequent sensations. As Wang Lei ate, Chen Luo observed him closely. He appeared to be in good spirits, showing no signs of turning into a zombie. The two students who had absorbed crystals earlier had quickly transformed into zombies. Dispelling any notion that one could become a zombie after several days, it seemed that even Wang Lei, a fire ability user, could grow stronger by absorbing an ice crystal. Wang Lei consumed only 2.5 roasted chickens before stopping, indicating that his evolution was minimal. Chen Luo retrieved the ice crystal, observing Wang Lei. After half an hour, Wang Lei showed no signs of becoming a zombie. Everything appeared normal. Chen Luo then handed Wang Lei a wind-type crystal and asked after about 7 or 8 seconds, "What do you feel?" Wang Lei's eyes flickered. He did not experience the same pain he had with the ice crystal. There was a slight discomfort, but mostly, it felt pleasant. However, Wang Lei was reluctant to give an honest answer. Unfortunately, when trying to lie, one must not let their eyes betray them. He was much too naive compared to Qi Haonan. Chen Luo seized Wang Lei, pinning him down and rubbing his face against the ground. "Soon, I will have Weiyan use his mental powers to detect whether you are lying. He is a mental ability user and can discern the truth. You better be honest." This was, of course, a ruse to extract the truth from Wang Lei. "Apologies for marring your handsome face." Wang Lei covered his face, weeping softly. He had never encountered someone so cruel in his life. It doesn't hurt as much as the ice crystal. In fact, it feels a bit pleasant. Wang Lei sobbed. Chen Luo pondered. Could it be that ice and fire were in conflict? Chen Luo's expression turned impassive. "Open your mouth." He held the fire crystal belonging to the black cat near Wang Lei's mouth. Wang Lei was stunned. Did he want him to consume the crystal raw? Would this not be fatal? Wang Lei refused to open his mouth, no matter what. Chen Luo growled, "Eat it." "Why won't you? Just eat it." In the end, Wang Lei could not withstand Chen Luo's pressure and swallowed it whole. If he could hold the crystal with his hands, what would happen if he consumed it directly? Wang Lei felt an intense heat enveloping him. Warm and comforting, though it was hot, it did not hurt. Every cell in his body seemed to awaken. However, the heat intensified, surpassing what Wang Lei could bear. Blood trickled from his nose, and pain began to set in. Wang Lei screamed, "It hurts!" Chen Luo was puzzled. He understood the pain from the ice crystal, but why was there pain from the fire crystal? Perhaps it was due to the excessive amount given at once. After all, Wang Lei was only a level 1 and likely could not absorb so much energy from the crystal. Suddenly, Wang Lei felt as though he had broken through a physical limit. Some energy within him, presumably his ability, surged dramatically. His strength multiplied, and his body felt lighter. The pain dissipated rapidly. Although Wang Lei's talent was not exceptional, it was not particularly poor either. His strength at awakening was not far from level 2, roughly equivalent to 70% of a level 1. Chen Luo's forceful feeding of so many crystals had initially exceeded his limits, but now he had reached level 2, and the pain vanished. Along with a significant increase in power, joy radiated from Wang Lei's face. He had leveled up. He knew he could turn the tables. One of life's great illusions. I can strike back. Chen Luo observed, noting that this young man had not transformed into a zombie. It seemed he had indeed leveled up. A simple test would confirm. Chen Luo again pinned Wang Lei down, rubbing him against the ground. Wang Lei wished to resist but despairingly realized that he lacked the strength to do so. Wang Lei wailed in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Lei's resistance had indeed grown stronger. It appeared he had truly leveled up. Absorbing crystals could indeed lead to advancement without turning into a zombie or dying suddenly. However, Wang Lei needed to be monitored overnight. At that moment, Jang Wei'an approached with the frost rose and curiously remarked, "Hey, why aren't you exhaling cold air anymore?" He had noticed the effects of the frost rose. Chen Luo looked at the frost rose, appearing somewhat listless. Of course, it was not a perpetual motion machine. How could it continuously emit cold air? Its strength is quite feeble, lacking any semblance of lethality, barely matching that of a first-level ability user. Perhaps it has depleted its energy reserves. An idea struck Chen Luo. Could it possibly absorb crystals? He placed the ice-based crystal belonging to Qi Haonan before its petals. It sensed something and instinctively approached, its petals fluttering slightly as they enveloped the ice crystal. Then, the petals closed tightly, as if guarding its prize from any would-be thieves. Chen Luo observed without intervening. Merely 3 seconds passed before it regurgitated the ice crystal, evidently having absorbed its fill. Subsequently, its entire stalk and petals began to tremble rapidly. What could this mean? Chen Luo recalled the purple grass. The soil around it must have been drained of nutrients, for even plants in their evolution require energy. He instructed Jang Wei'an to keep a close watch on Wang Lei and took the frost rose to the soil by the lake. The frost rose ceased its trembling, settling down, clearly famished. After a short while, it gently exhaled a breath of cold air onto Chen Luo, providing him with great relief. While the temperature of the cold air had risen slightly since their initial encounter. It was perfectly balanced, refreshing without being overly frigid. Chen Luo was astonished. How remarkable, it functions like a variable frequency air conditioner. Tomato has released the epilogue feature for completed works, allowing for additional writing even after conclusion. Spurred by a fleeting impulse, I plan to pen a chapter about a child as an epilogue to the billion resource story, aiming to complete it within this week. Chapter 56. The early bird catches the worm. Chen Luo unearthed the frost rose from the soil once again. It had absorbed some nutrients. He decided to take some soil home to cultivate it, changing its soil daily. Upon holding the frost rose, he was taken aback as it instinctively nestled against him. Displaying a surprising affection, it seemed to recognize that he had provided it with the crystal and nourishment, harboring no malice, but rather fondness. Chen Luo was somewhat astonished. Was this flower sentient? Perhaps it possessed a rudimentary awareness. It likely had a timid disposition. Upon sensing anything unfamiliar approaching, it instinctively exhaled cold air for self-preservation, though it proved harmless. Confirming that it posed no threat, he recognized it as a treasure for himself and allowed it to continue its affectionate embrace. Yet, an odd sensation lingered. Upon returning to the rooftop of the warehouse, Jang Wei'an scrutinized the frost rose and said, "Bro, let me have a go with it. It's quite fascinating." Chen Luo felt a stir in his heart and handed it over. The moment the frost rose was in Jang Wei'an's grasp, it seemed to sense that it was not Chen Luo holding it, beginning to sway restlessly, the flower straining toward Chen Luo as if yearning for attention. Akin to a baby reaching out for its mother, Chen Luo took it back, and it promptly quieted down. Amused, he couldn't resist playfully teasing its petals with his fingers. The frost rose enveloped Chen Luo's fingertips, and its petals closed in response. Chen Luo felt a ticklish yet refreshing sensation. How delightful that this little creature sought to please. Jang Wei'an scoffed, "Even the bird doesn't like you." His stomach soon began to grumble. Chen Luo had longed for hot pot. Once heated, he would have the frost rose exhale cold air, a truly delightful prospect. He retrieved a gas canister, a gas hood, and 2 large pots, filling them with water and hot pot base ingredients. After bringing it to a boil, he added vegetables and slices of beef and lamb. The two of them devoured their meal, lips glistening with grease. Wang Lei, swallowing hard, inquired, "Big brother, can I have some? If you want to experiment, I will definitely cooperate." After all, if he refused, Chen Luo would undoubtedly reason with him. Chen Luo cast a glance. "Wait until we've finished. I'll make you a pot specifically." Wang Lei nodded eagerly, feeling an increase in body heat. Chen Luo wished for the frost rose to blow cold air, but since he posed no threat, it refrained from doing so. Scratching his head, he wondered if a forceful approach might alienate it. He attempted to tease its petals continuously, and the frost rose, unable to resist, gently exhaled a breath of cold air, as if to say, "How annoying." This pattern continued, with the frost rose seemingly understanding the command. A light touch from Chen Luo prompted it to release cold air. The temperature of the air adjusted according to the pressure of Chen Luo's fingers. Ding, training successful. Chen Luo beamed with joy. Though regrettably, it soon ran out of energy. No matter. It still served as an excellent experimental subject. With a few days of nurturing, it might very well become a 24-hour air conditioner. Wang Lei observed the two of them eating, occasionally scratching himself, and coughed. The bird is getting plump. Chen Luo mused, once I finish my meal, I'll send you on your way. Jang Wei'an, noticing Wang Lei scratching himself, remarked, if you get bitten by mosquitoes, you can't blame me. My brother said you're a bad bird. Wang Lei, taken aback, replied, did you take off my pants? Jang Wei'an nodded, yes, I wanted to test if mosquitoes would suck bird blood. Such an experiment would be unthinkable to any sane person. Overcome by the grievances endured at Chen Luo's hands, Wang Lei erupted, his face flushed. Are you out of your mind? This was Jang Wei'an's fatal trigger. His expression turned icy as he retorted, what did you say? Wang Lei, without a moment's thought, responded, are you out of your mind? Jang Wei'an's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Wang Lei, prompting the latter to curl up, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Chen Luo, holding his chopsticks, wondered if this was a mental assault directed at Wang Lei. If it were him, how would he handle such an invisible attack? Wang Lei, however, did not lose his ability to act. If it were him, he would certainly endure the pain and retaliate against the mental attacker. After all, it was usually him, Chen Luo, who ambushed others. Jang Wei'an was furious, and the consequences were dire. Wang Lei's fate was grim. Not long after, Wang Lei felt no more pain, lying motionless on the ground, devoid of life. Chen Luo curiously asked, Wei'an, try attacking me with the method you just used. When I say stop, you must halt immediately. Jang Wei'an shook his head like a rattle drum. No way, you're my brother. Chen Luo chuckled, just give it a try. Hurry up, or I'll be angry. Jang Wei'an cautiously replied, if it hurts, you can't blame me. I'll start with a quarter of my strength. With a quarter of his strength, Chen Luo merely felt a slight dizziness. Jang Wei'an gradually increased his power, at half strength. Chen Luo felt a gentle prick akin to a needle. When he unleashed full force, Chen Luo indeed felt a genuine ache in his head. However, this pain was entirely bearable. Though it hurt, it did not impede his movements. Chen Luo pondered whether his strength was at level 4 or 5. If Jang Wei'an was correct, he was at level 3, but there must be varying strengths even within the same level. Where did he stand among them? Shaking his head, Chen Luo retrieved Wang Lei's second-level fire crystal and dug a grave for his body. After finishing their meal, they all returned to their respective homes at this hour. It was 3 in the morning when Chen Luo returned home through the window. Apart from the purple grass, he had not encountered any creatures that posed a threat to him. Zombies simply provided resources, and that wind tree was merely spared from his wrath. The students seeking refuge in his home had proven largely ineffective. After observing for another couple of days, it was indeed somewhat inconvenient to have them around. He would allow them to leave, and if they did not comply, he could prompt Jang Wei'an to take action. Chen Luo placed the frost rose in a flower pot beside his bed. Upon gently prodding it, it began to produce cold air. Chen Luo was quite pleased and soon drifted into a light sleep. In his slumber, the frost rose seemed to sense Chen Luo's fondness for its cold air, occasionally blowing a gentle breeze his way. Approaching noon, Chen Luo remained in bed, having no phone to occupy himself with. What else was there to do but sleep? To his surprise, Lin Yi found him. She held a box containing 2 crystals, saying, this morning, I went out with some classmates to hunt zombies, primarily to scavenge for supplies. Unexpectedly, we encountered 2 ability-wielding zombies. 1 crystal could awaken abilities in 4 individuals. And I specifically saved 1 opportunity for you with each of the 2 crystals. Chen Luo examined them, noting a pale green and pale blue crystal, wind-based and ice-based. The ice crystal was perfect for the frost rose. Lin Yi bashfully inquired, do you still have any stake? It seemed she was indeed waiting for this, proving that kindness often has ulterior motives. Although it was an exchange, Lin Yi had good intentions. Chen Luo replied, I have a little left. Once I prepare it, I'll bring it to you. Lin Yi nodded eagerly. All right. After enjoying steak yesterday, Lin Yi was still reminiscing about its flavor. Chen Luo cautioned, "Be careful. Your awakening may be significantly stronger than others. Not all zombies will be mere low-level ability users. Some may even rival you, or be even more powerful." Lin Yi smiled wryly. "I suspect as much. But if I don't go out to scavenge for supplies, what will I eat? I went out this morning on an empty stomach." Indeed, what would they eat if they did not venture out for supplies? Unless Lin Yi resorted to stealing from others. Just as they were discussing this, Jang Wei'an arrived. Jang Wei'an clutched a 2-meter-long snake, its body a dull gray, writhing in his grip. Although his strength could not compare to Chen Luo's, being at level 3, he struggled to hold the snake firmly. With a fierce glare, he subdued the gray serpent, delivering a heavy blow to its head. Beaming with joy, Jang Wei'an exclaimed, "Bro, let's have snake soup for lunch. I'll prepare it, and you can just wait to eat." Chen Luo could only shake his head, bemused at his penchant for consuming anything he could catch. Lin Yi gazed at the snake in astonishment. "It's so thick. Although I've heard snakes are delicious, I find it rather unsettling." Jang Wei'an scoffed, "When you're starving, we'll see if you still feel that way." Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly, "By the way, where did you go this morning? I wanted to team up with you to search for supplies, but found no one home when I knocked on your door." Jang Wei'an replied, "The early bird catches the worm. I went out at 5 to catch some bugs." Lin Yi's lips twitched in disbelief. "You really are something else." Chapter 57. Jang Wei'an gets hurt with a thunderous boom. 2 powerful P6-15 grenades exploded within a tree, sending dust and splintered wood flying into the air. Last night, while searching for crystals, Chen Luo encountered a tree that seemed to draw in the wind. He speculated whether the interior of such a tree might contain objects akin to crystals. During the day, he decided to investigate further. The tree had a hollow, and without hesitation, Chen Luo tossed an object into the opening. Initially concerned about his aim, he was taken aback when the tree effortlessly absorbed the grenade. With a playful smirk, he threw another grenade without a hint of regret. Chen Luo believed that in the early stages, the munitions could prove immensely beneficial, but their utility would diminish over time. If it came to it, any enemy that could be dispatched by the weapon could also be easily vanquished by him. Thus, he resolved to leverage the advantage of his arsenal in the early stages without hesitation. Beside the tree lay 6 corpses, 4 men and 2 women, each bearing deep, grievous wounds. Chen Luo surmised that the tree was responsible for their demise. He lowered his gaze, eager to discover what the tree had expelled. Among the splintered wood, one peculiar object caught his eye. An irregular, fist-sized piece of wood, reminiscent of a coconut. Chen Luo took out his dagger, curious to pry it open. It was remarkably sturdy, requiring considerable effort for him to pierce through. Inside, he found a viscous green liquid. What could this be? Tree sap. Did trees even possess such a substance? He procured a branch from a neighboring normal tree and dipped it into the green liquid. Observing no change, after some contemplation, he decided to insert a frost rose into the liquid. Perhaps this green sap was nourishing, or it could be toxic. Yet, Chen Luo felt the likelihood of it being beneficial outweighed the risks. While the normal branch showed no transformation, he wondered about the mutated frost rose. He had some attachment to it, albeit not an overwhelming one. As the frost rose submerged in the green liquid, it erupted with a blast of cold air after 2 seconds, as if thanking him. Chen Luo observed the frost rose, noting that its colors were becoming increasingly vibrant, exuding a lively energy. Gradually, the level of the green liquid receded. After approximately 20 seconds, the frost rose began to struggle, prompting Chen Luo to swiftly pull it out. The liquid's level had visibly dropped by about 1/6. Around the petals of the frost rose, white frost emerged, releasing a gust of cold air. Chen Luo was thrilled to discover that not only had the temperature decreased, but the wind had intensified as well. The level 1 ice crystal given by Lin Yi had already been nearly depleted by the frost rose, leading him to retrieve Qi Haonan's crystal. Previously, the frost rose had shown great affinity for it, but now it resisted, refusing to approach. Chen Luo tucked it into his combat suit, where the frost rose gently exhaled cold air towards a specific spot. A sense of unease washed over Chen Luo as he adjusted the frost rose's position. Clearly, the green liquid had a significant positive effect on it. He decided to store it in his spatial pocket, uncertain if it would yield the same benefits for humans. For the time being, he opted to use the frost rose as a test subject. With an air conditioner in tow, he felt no discomfort from the heat. Nor did he need to forage for food or gather crystals. He could simply lie at home and await the awakening of his abilities. In the bright midday sun, a black Rottweiler roamed the street, seemingly scavenging for food. Upon spotting Chen Luo, it barked excitedly. An idea struck him. After the apocalypse, he had been restless in his sleep, waking at the slightest sound, fearing danger. Having a dog to guard him might not be such a bad idea. It had been a long time since he had owned a dog. During his childhood, a dog he had cared for 4 years had succumbed to illness, leaving him heartbroken. Since then, he had refrained from keeping pets. Fearing the emotional attachment, the Rottweiler barked at Chen Luo, who offered it a chicken leg. The dog paused momentarily before scampering over eagerly. As the dog devoured the chicken leg from his hand, Chen Luo affectionately patted its head, and the Rottweiler accepted his touch without protest. Soon, the chicken leg was consumed. Chen Luo smiled and reached to stroke the Rottweiler's head, but abruptly, it turned aggressive, barking furiously at him. Chen Luo was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden change. He retrieved another chicken leg, and once again, the Rottweiler became submissive, only to revert to hostility when the treat was gone. Frustration washed over Chen Luo as he kicked the dog lightly, sending it rolling a few meters away, yet it continued to bark at him, and of course, he hadn't exerted much force. This was not a particularly robust creature. Ungrateful mutt, you had your chance, he muttered. Shaking his head, it was evident that intelligent dogs were few and far between, and those that possessed both intelligence and loyalty were even rarer. Back at home, Chen Luo idly entertained himself by teasing the frost rose's bud with his fingers, which responded playfully by opening and closing. He wondered how much this little creature could grow in the future. Approximately half an hour later, Yu rushed to the door, flustered, exclaiming, "Landlord, something's wrong. Lin Yi has returned gravely injured." Lin Yi had mentioned that they were friends, and as such, Chen Luo felt compelled to check on her condition and find out what had harmed her. Upon entering, he found Lin Yi lying on the bed, her arms and abdomen marred by distinct burn marks, the wound severe. Her expression was devoid of vitality, an unmistakable lack of spirit reflected in her demeanor. Chen Luo inquired, "What happened?" in a hushed tone. Lin Yi replied, "I encountered a zombie of comparable strength outside, one that wielded lightning. It electrocuted 2 of my companions instantly. I attempted to confront it head-on, urging the others to flank it and assist me. But when I engaged it, I realized everyone had fled, leaving me alone. I was furious. I wanted to escape as well, but I was no match for that zombie in speed and couldn't get away. I had no choice but to fight to the death, and I managed to kill it." Lin Yi seethed with anger. "Those useless fools. They spoke so bravely when we formed teams this morning. Yet when danger arose, they all ran away." It was evident that the physical pain was secondary. The emotional blow was far more devastating. Chen Luo felt helpless, knowing he could do little to alleviate her wounds. Just as he was about to retrieve the first aid ointment he had brought, Lin Yi, increasingly agitated, sprang from the bed and stormed outside to confront her teammates. "Zhang Jin, you better hand over the supplies we gathered this morning," she demanded, slapping him across the face. "I'm asking you, are you going to give them or not?" Zhang Jin, who had awakened lightning abilities the previous night, nodded submissively, frightened by Lin Yi's rage. "I'll give them," he stammered. This woman was a force to be reckoned with. She had slain an immensely powerful lightning zombie, and Zhang Jin didn't believe he could withstand her fury. Lin Yi methodically went through the ranks of her teammates, demanding supplies from each one, meting out punishment to those who couldn't comply. Chen Luo shrugged, sensing that this was not a particularly grave situation. However, he was taken aback to discover that Jang Wei'an had also sustained injuries. Chapter 58. The display of firepower. Jang Wei'an dashed through the community, his astonishing speed leaving the onlookers in awe. Blood poured from his shoulder, where a chunk of flesh was missing, the crimson droplets trailing behind him. Whispers circulated among the survivors. "That fool has been injured." The community had not been entirely decimated. Jang Wei'an was infamous within its confines, known as a notorious eccentric. Most students recognized him as the local madman, remembered for having hung Wang Lei up and tormented him with fireballs. When Lin Yi returned in the afternoon, she too bore injuries, indicating the outside world was perilous. Chen Luo, having just left Lin Yi, was approached by a student who exclaimed, "Your brother is hurt. You should check on him." Alarmed, Chen Luo hurried to find Jang Wayan, who was attempting to bandage his wounds. Chen Luo quickly retrieved bandages and ointment to treat him, horrified to see the extent of the flesh wound. What happened? Chen Luo asked sternly. He was not surprised by Lin A's injuries. She was relatively weak, but Jang Wei'an was not. Jang Wei'an grimaced as he spoke. I was flying high up and spotted a bird over a meter long with multicolored feathers. I thought it would be fun to race it. To his dismay, the bird attacked him immediately. But luckily, he managed to transform and escape into a building. Chen Luo was astounded, anger bubbling within him. Are you out of your mind? You dared to approach a creature over a meter long and challenge it? If you want to die, at least be decisive about it. Remember, you are not a bird. Chen Luo's frustration was palpable. It was a miracle Jang Wei'an had survived. In a moment of exasperation, he inadvertently revealed Jang Wei'an's taboo. How had this fool managed to endure until now? Qi Haonan had said he would become strong, but would he even live long enough to see it? Jang Wei'an, feeling the gravity of Chen Luo's anger, shrank back in fear. Actually, I wasn't trying to race it. I just thought it looked delicious and wanted to bring it back for you to grill some chicken wings. Chen Luo sighed, covering his face in disbelief. What do you see and think to catch? It turns out you have a good heart. Chen Luo exhaled. Next time you come across something strange and enormous, just run away. Seeing Chen Luo no longer angry, Jang Wei'an nodded vigorously. I understand. Bro, don't be mad. I'm fine now. As Chen Luo bandaged his wounds, he wondered what kind of bird could possess such power. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed from outside, followed by a long, piercing call from a bird. Jang Wei'an's expression shifted as he exclaimed, Damn it, it's still chasing me. It seems it really wants to compete. Chen Luo's expression hardened as he glanced at Jang Wei'an's wounds. Could it be that the creature had followed the trail of blood? Come with me, Chen Luo commanded, pulling Jang Wei'an along. To be able to inflict a wound on Jang Wei'an signifies that its strength is undeniably formidable. However, the fact that Jang Wei'an managed to escape its grasp suggests that its power has its limitations. It may be exceedingly powerful at level 3, or perhaps it has yet to encounter a level 4 adversary. Chen Luo harbors intentions of eliminating it, seeking vengeance for Jang Wei'an while simultaneously expanding his horizons. There is a degree of risk involved, yet the potential rewards appear substantial. Chen Luo remains confident. After all, can you withstand nearly 300 rounds of grenades and rocket launcher fire? Chen Luo led Jang Wei'an to a small grove in the north, where the trees stood withered, devoid of any mutations. With a grave expression, Chen Luo surveyed the surroundings. A large bird, predominantly black with white speckles on its neck and wings, tinged with a hint of red, was standing atop the corpse of a young woman within the community. The area was deserted, all inhabitants having fled in terror. The girl's scream had disturbed the bird, inciting its wrath, culminating in her demise. The bird's gaze was piercing, and it continued its pursuit, following the blood trail left by Jang Wei'an. Upon reaching Jang Wei'an's home, the bird refrained from entering, tracing the scent until it arrived at the small grove. Chen Luo regarded the creature with a cold stare. It had indeed come. Is this a turtle dove? Aside from its size, it bore a striking resemblance. It was difficult to fathom that such a large creature could be a turtle dove. Jang Wei'an pointed and exclaimed, That's it. Under Jang Wei'an's astonished gaze, Chen Luo brandished a satlin machine gun. The turtle dove approached with remarkable speed. Once within precise firing range, Chen Luo unleashed a barrage of fire. Suddenly recalling something, Chen Luo handed a satlin to Jang Wei'an, and together they opened fire. Jang Wei'an was exhilarated. Thankfully, firing was not overly difficult, and he mimicked the act with considerable flair. The two satlin machine guns rattled as they unleashed a relentless assault on the turtle dove. Theoretically, this type of satlin could fire 6,000 rounds per minute. Of course, this was merely a theoretical maximum. Under normal conditions with rapid ammunition loading, it would be around 1,000 rounds per minute. As bullets struck the turtle dove, its feathers quivered violently, and tufts of plumage cascaded from the sky. Chen Luo was both astonished and reassured. Astonished by the formidable defenses, yet comforted by the knowledge that machine guns were not entirely ineffective. Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement. Encountering such a rare mutated creature promised high rewards. Soon, the feathers on the turtle dove's abdomen were stripped bare, bullets embedding themselves in its flesh, effectively breaching its defenses. If it were a level 1 or 2 zombie, it would have perished numerous times already, yet the turtle dove boldly pressed closer. Chen Luo decided to retreat while continuing to fire, leading the bird on a chase. However, the turtle dove suddenly accelerated, crashing into a tree and snapping it in two. Although the turtle dove did not fall, its momentum was impeded, allowing Chen Luo to fire at will. Jang Wei'an burst into laughter. What a little rascal! Jang Wei'an exerted his mental prowess to control the turtle dove, providing it with an accelerated force. Slowing its speed would have had minimal effect. Rather, accelerating it caused the turtle dove to lose control over its body, yielding superior results. Jang Wei'an, being a bird himself, understood this well. The overwhelming firepower forced the turtle dove to lower its head, as hundreds of bullets penetrated its body. The weight of the turtle dove became burdensome, and it finally realized it needed to flee. But could it escape? To Chen Luo's surprise, the foliage surrounding the turtle dove suddenly flourished, forming a verdant wall of vegetation before it. Yet, there were gaps in this wall. Chen Luo snorted derisively, producing a grenade and, without a glance, threw it through the gaps toward the turtle dove. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions resounded. After a brief moment, the wall of foliage dissipated, the plants collapsing to the ground, revealing the turtle dove lying in a pool of blood, having lost a significant portion of its feathers, riddled with wounds, and utterly silent. Was a level 4 mutated creature truly so easily felled by gunfire? Chapter 59. The bountiful turtle dove meat. The turtle dove lay motionless, appearing lifeless. As a highly vigilant individual, Chen Luo feared it might be feigning death. He drew a dagger and said, "Wei'an, cut open its belly and see if it's pretending." Jang Wei'an nodded vigorously, first using his mental strength to flip the turtle dove onto its back. The creature lay limply, blood pooling around it, unmistakably deceased. The turtle dove's abdomen had already been injured. And with great force, Jang Wei'an easily sliced through its belly. In moments, crimson organs spilled forth. Chen Luo exhaled a sigh of relief. It was truly dead if it could feign death to such an extent. He would concede defeat. A smile graced Chen Luo's face. A level 4 mutated creature had not easily succumbed to his firepower. A mere handgun posed no threat to it. Jang Wei'an approached, eagerly plucking the turtle dove's feathers. His face a mask of excitement as he meticulously removed the bullets. It was evident that Jang Wei'an was eager to feast upon the bird's flesh. Chen Luo shook his head, exasperated. Best not to eat it. It might be toxic. Jang Wei'an retorted, "Don't worry, even snakes can't poison me. I doubt this creature is toxic." With a fierce expression, he added, "If it bites me, I will surely devour its flesh." Chen Luo pondered. Despite the biological mutations, he had yet to encounter anything truly toxic. Jang Wei'an had consumed cicadas and gray snakes without issue. This was not an apocalypse caused by a virus. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Chen Luo then examined the turtle dove's brain for any crystals, only to discover that it caused an abundance of grass to grow. Chen Luo had grown accustomed to exploring the brain's intricacies. He deftly uncovered a crystalline object resembling a small glass orb, filled with a vibrant green reminiscent of flourishing flora. Holding it aloft in the sunlight, it appeared akin to a verdant pearl. Whether this turtle dove was level 4 or 5 remained uncertain, but Chen Luo surmised it was likely level 4. Was a level 4 crystal truly this large? He had yet to awaken his abilities. It might be best to give it to Jang Wei'an to enhance his strength. However, seeing Jang Wei'an excitedly preparing the turtle dove's meat, Chen Luo shook his head. Creatures with level 4 capabilities were exceedingly rare. Even if they existed, the likelihood of encountering one was slim. It was prudent to observe for any side effects from the crystal absorption before providing it to Jang Wei'an. While Jang Wei'an busied himself with the turtle dove, Chen Luo proceeded to clear the battlefield of spent cartridges. A makeshift grill was set up on site, as Jang Wei'an sliced the turtle dove into manageable pieces, skewering them with branches to roast. Otherwise, the small grill would unable to accommodate the whole bird. Despite its seemingly large stature, the turtle dove likely weighed no more than 20 pounds. That moment, Lin Yi approached, panting slightly. She gazed in astonishment at the chunks of meat and feathers strewn about. "Did you guys kill that giant bird?" Many had witnessed the turtle dove, yet none could ascertain its true strength, so Lin Yi was not overly shocked. Jang Wei'an huffed, "Of course. My brother and I easily took it down together." Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly. "I heard people saw you heading this way, and I thought you would engage in battle with that bird. I came to see if I could help. if there was danger. I would have bolted. I didn't expect you wouldn't need my assistance at all. Lin Yi's words were quite pragmatic, yet Chen Luo was unfazed. If it came to pledging unwavering support, it was all mere rhetoric. However, her decision to come and check was commendable. Lin Yi then realized, you and your brother teamed up? Chen Luo, you've awakened your abilities too. Chen Luo contemplated for a moment, then smiled. Yes, I'm of the strength type. I should be a bit stronger than you. I just didn't feel the need to boast like Wang Elias. There's something wrong with being of the strength type? Chen Luo had resolved to masquerade as a strength type from now on. When facing foes, he could exploit his awakened abilities for a surprise attack. It would be prudent to seize an opportunity to reveal his strength type, lest he be bullied by anyone and everyone. Yet, what type of abilities did he truly possess? Qi Haonan had once mentioned seeing a glow emanating from his hands. Lin Yi exclaimed, no wonder you remained so composed when a zombie lunged at you yesterday afternoon. Lin Yi mused, stronger than me by a bit? Jang Wayan chimed in light of your assistance, you can have the bird's neck, and I'll even give you its backside, as for the wings and legs. Don't even think about it. Lin Yi had a few supplies but no meat. For some inexplicable reason, seeing meat now made her salivate. Hearing Jang Wayan's words, she was unbothered and instead appeared quite pleased. All right, I'll make sure to share my delicious finds with you in the future. Chen Luo had little desire to consume the turtle dove. He had plenty of meat at home and could eat whatever he wished. Perhaps he would indulge in some braised pig trotters for dinner. Chen Luo had never been one for consuming peculiar meats like snakes, dogs, or cats. Jang Wei'an returned home to fetch seasonings, while Lin Yi took charge of roasting the meat. Gradually, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Chen Luo's nose to twitch. What could be so fragrant? The delightful scent emanated from the turtle dove, and Lin Yi, standing nearby, could not help but swallow repeatedly. Jang Wei'an returned, salivating, his eyes fixated on the roasting meat. Once the meat was perfectly cooked, he immediately handed a skewer to Chen Luo, saying, brother, you should try this. The skewer glistened with a golden hue, dripping with fat, and the aroma was irresistible. Just the scent alone ignited a powerful craving within Chen Luo. Taking a deep breath, he thought, even if it were toxic, it wouldn't kill him. Why should it poison someone with a robust constitution like his? With a cautious bite, he immediately spat it out if there was any discomfort. The moment the meat touched his stomach, Chen Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. He vowed he had never tasted anything so delectable in his life. It was not merely the skill of Jang Wei'an and Lin Yi that made it so delightful. The meat itself was exquisite, incredibly tender. It was infused with the essence of the surrounding flora. One bite enveloped him in warmth and comfort, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. As Chen Luo began to speak, Jang Wei'an commenced devouring his meal with abandon, while Lin Yi watched eagerly, her neck craned in anticipation. Still recovering from her injuries, the ordinary beef was no challenge for Chen Luo, who could consume over 30 pounds with ease. However, after merely 5 pounds of the dove meat, he felt only half sated. An astonishing testament to its energy-rich content. Jang Wei'an, with grease smeared across his lips, continued to feast. Soon, both Chen Luo and Jang Wei'an, satisfied, rubbed their bellies, having polished off all the meat, while Lin Yi had barely eaten and clamored for more birds. Chen Luo let out a burp, feeling a warmth spread through his body, brimming with an energy he had no outlet for. Damn, this stuff is incredibly nourishing, he mused. Jang Wei'an, equally flushed, suddenly inquired, by the way, do you think this bird has ever feasted on human flesh? Chen Luo's expression darkened. It surely had not. What a buzzkill to utter such thoughts after indulging in a meal. Chapter 60. Chen Luo's girlfriend Lin Yi was somewhat petite. Her figure unremarkable, fair and delicate, but certainly not a stunning beauty. Yet, at that moment, Chen Luo found her features unexpectedly charming. The dove meat had indeed bolstered his spirits. However, the recollection that Lin Yi was a professional killer quickly dispelled his admiration. After finishing his meal, Jang Wei'an announced his intention to bathe in the river, claiming he felt overheated. Lin Yi, sensing her wounds were less painful, decided to return home to rest and recover swiftly. Chen Luo approached the purple grass from a distance, observing it. Compared to yesterday, it had not undergone any significant changes. Despite its formidable initial strength, possibly at the pinnacle of level 4 or even 5. It might just be an ordinary level 4, yet it seemed unlikely that its power would increase any further. The surrounding soil's nutrients were likely depleted by its voraciousness, leaving other plants languishing. Although remnants of the magnetic storm lingered, its intensity was far diminished. Jang Wei'an had also started at level 3. Was there truly no progress? Would it still take 3 months for it to undergo a remarkable transformation? What exactly made it so precious? The frost rose possessed a slight awareness. With further nurturing, it could potentially be trained to attack. The purple grass was not comparable to the frost rose. Its might was formidable, and it would likely grow even stronger. Was its rarity due to its function as an enforcer? Initially, the frost rose had been indifferent to Chen Luo. It was only after he fed it that it began to warm up to him. Pondering this, Chen Luo produced a green liquid from his spatial pouch and, summoning his courage, approached the purple grass, sprinkling some around its roots. "Look, brother, I'm feeding you," he teased. Yet, the purple grass remained unresponsive. Chen Luo scratched his head. Perhaps he had misjudged, or perhaps the purple grass, being a highborn, looked down upon his humble offerings. What could it possibly desire? That wind-type tree was only level 2 at most. It was likely that such a powerhouse as the purple grass would disdain such trivialities. He decided to seek out a higher-grade liquid before attempting again. Upon returning home, Chen Luo noticed Yu drinking some murky water. He inquired, "What are you drinking?" Yu wiped her mouth and replied, "It's lake water. Some people have started to drink it. What choice do we have? It's better than dying of thirst. Some have complained of severe stomachaches after drinking, while others suffered no ill effects. I suspect it relates to their immunity. I'm willing to drink it. I believe zombies might not be contagious, and the water should be safe. Sooner or later, the water you provided will run out. And I have no alternatives." Chen Luo nodded. If nature's water was undrinkable, humanity would scarcely survive a year. Ordinary individuals would perish within 3 months. Yu was always sensible and understanding. Chen Luo beckoned her to follow him to his room. Upon entering, he encountered Han Qianxue. Realizing he would soon request that everyone except Yu vacate. To his surprise, Han Qianxue smiled upon seeing him and greeted, "Landlord, you're back." Chen Luo looked at her. Astonished, was she out of supplies and attempting to charm him into providing more? Unbeknownst to him, Han Qianxue had learned of his exceptionally formidable younger brother and sought to forge a good relationship with Chen Luo in hopes of being protected by him in critical moments. Well, everyone knew Jang Wei'an was quite impressive by now. Chen Luo merely nodded. Leading Yu to his room, he asked, "You understand that absorbing crystals carries a certain probability of awakening special abilities. Do you wish to awaken?" Yu hesitated before nodding solemnly. "Of course, I want to awaken my abilities so that I can ensure my safety on my way home. My brother and father are still in Guizhou. I have no knowledge of their circumstances. However, if I return, there's a 99% chance I won't make it." Guizhou wasn't too far, but it was still several hundred kilometers away. Chen Luo sighed. He was curious to see if Yu possessed any talent for special abilities. As it could aid him, he momentarily set aside her familial ties, for he himself was an orphan. Even if Yu awakened her abilities, she would still return home. Chen Luo retrieved a pale white crystal, suspecting it to be a light-type crystal. With Lin Yi injured, Chen Luo, no matter how strong, could only provide basic first aid. But what if he had a light-type ability? If he were injured, it would be beneficial to have a healer. Observing the crystal, Yu appeared unfazed. She understood Jang Wei'an's prowess and recognized that obtaining a crystal was no great feat. She hesitated. "Landlord, what is this?" Chen Luo replied, "You can try to absorb it, but you're aware of the risks. There's a chance you could become a zombie." Yu queried, "But landlord, don't you want to awaken your abilities as well? Have you tried?" Chen Luo responded, "I have already awakened voluntarily. Like Lin Yi, in the power category, it's best to keep it confidential." Gazing at the crystal, Yu felt a twinge of desire, aware of its value yet feeling undeserving. Chen Luo urged, "Give it a try. Jang Wei'an and I have managed to obtain crystals without difficulty." Yu softly agreed. "All right." She took the crystal, familiar with the process of awakening, having witnessed many before her. Chen Luo sensed that Yu had a certain priestly quality about her. He was eager to see if she truly possessed the talent. Pain flickered across her face as she held the crystal, but after a few seconds, she released it. Dejectedly, she lamented, "It's no use. My body doesn't feel that exhilarating sensation. If I hold it any longer, I might turn into a zombie." Chen Luo felt disappointed as well, offering consolation. "It's all right. You know that only those with power-type talents can awaken from power-type crystals." You simply lack the talent for this type of crystal. I have others, but you can't absorb too many at once. Let us try again tomorrow. You appeared despondent, grasping the opportunity yet failing to seize it. At that moment, a knock resounded at Chen Luo's door. A male voice called out, "Who's there?" A melodious female voice replied, "And who are you? Is Chen Luo home, or has he perished?" She then called out, Chen Luo, if you're here, open the door." Chen Luo paused. That voice? It couldn't be his ex-girlfriend? As a normal man, having had past relationships was hardly unusual. After all, he had 2 previous girlfriends. "Who are you? And what do you want with the landlord?" "I'm his girlfriend." "Who do you think I am?" Chen Luo dashed downstairs, astonished to find Xiao Baiwei at his doorstep after the apocalypse. Technically, they were not in a relationship. Xiao Baiwei, a vision of beauty, was the campus belle of Ming University, with fair skin, exquisite features, and long legs, her figure unmatched by Han Qianxue. Chen Luo, young and affluent, tall and handsome, it was no surprise they had hit it off. However, their connection had been purely physical, and they had lost touch for the past 3 to 4 months since the onset of the apocalypse. Chapter 61. Zhang Xiaoyang Xiao Baiwei wore knee-length denim shorts and a white t-shirt. Her complexion pale and delicate, rivaling Han Qianxue's beauty. Yet, she appeared somewhat haggard, her hair disheveled. After the outbreak, Chen Luo had not thought to rescue her. Her school was not far from here, and her failure to seek refuge immediately spoke volumes. They shared some feelings, but not many, merely a pure, platonic friendship. Having not been in contact for several months, they understood each other without needing to articulate it. Now, Xiao Baiwei claimed to be Chen Luo's girlfriend, a statement he chose not to contest. "Come in," he invited. Upon entering, Xiao Baiwei noticed several boys and girls but showed no surprise. She knew many students had fled to this community, indicating that Chen Luo had taken them in. "You Xiao Baiwei?" A boy recognized her, for she was quite renowned as the campus belle. Xiao Baiwei merely nodded, turning to Chen Luo, "Let us go to your room." The onlookers watched the pair ascend the stairs. Some muttering, "Damn, who would have thought our landlord had such luck with the ladies?" Yi was equally astonished but considered that given Chen Luo's kindness and looks, it wasn't difficult to comprehend why someone like Xiao Baiwei would be interested in him. Once inside the room, Xiao Baiwei closed the door and asked in a hushed tone, "Is there anything to eat?" Chen Luo nodded, "Yes." Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't share food with just anyone, but given their past. He wasn't heartless. He retrieved a box of milk and a bag of cream bread from his nightstand. Xiao Baiwei eagerly began to eat, her haste tempered by a semblance of elegance. After finishing, she muttered, "Last night, some guy tried to trade a bottle of mineral water for a night with me. Ugh, what a pathetic loser." "Chen Luo, aren't you skilled in martial arts? You're strong. Next time you see that loser, teach him a lesson for me." Xiao Baiwei knew of Chen Luo's capabilities but was unaware of their true extent, merely assuming he was comparable to a special forces soldier. Chen Luo teased, "So, all it takes is a box of milk and a bag of bread to settle the score, huh?" Chen Luo had been a monk for quite some time, which was unremarkable in itself. However, the squabbling over the dove meat had become rather excessive. Unconsciously, his hand reached out towards Xiao Baiwei. She retorted, "What time is it? And you still have the luxury to think about this?" Yet, she did not decline, for she was currently residing here and wished to avoid offending Chen Luo. More importantly, the arrival of the apocalypse had cast a heavy pall over her heart, necessitating some form of release. At 9 in the evening, Xiao Baiwei, feeling utterly drained, gasped, 2 online acquaintances meeting up, and the man treated the woman to 6 yuan worth of spicy noodles, several times now. She twisted Chen Luo's waist with irritation, exclaiming, "Are you a beast? I've only had a box of your milk, 5 times, 5 times." Chen Luo, indulging in a post-coital cigarette, caressed the frost rose, which, upon receiving a command, immediately began to exhale cold air. Xiao Baiwei, taken aback, inquired, "What is this?" Chen Luo replied, "I found it by the roadside. It's a mutated flower. I suppose it expels cold air. Consider it an air conditioner." Xiao Baiwei, momentarily stunned, clung to Chen Luo's arm and cooed, "Could you give it to me, please?" Without a second thought, Chen Luo declined, "No, that's not possible." Xiao Baiwei scoffed. Chen Luo then casually asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Baiwei's expression turned serene as she stated, "I shall wait for rescue. If the situation remains uncontrollable and we enter what people refer to as the apocalypse, then I shall seek out a formidable power and cling to them for protection. You may possess some skills, but they are insufficient, Chen Luo remarked. The times have changed. You must have encountered ability users who are entirely beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Tio put it bluntly, if she were to find such a powerful ally, she would undoubtedly kick Chen Luo aside. Such was the stark reality. Chen Luo inhaled deeply from his cigarette and responded, "Well, I wish you luck." After consuming the dove meat in the afternoon, Chen Luo felt ravenous and hurried to Jang Wei'an's place to prepare a large pot of braised pork, accompanied by rice. After some contemplation, he sought a dish of cabbage and beef to bring to Xiao Baiwei. Xiao Baiwei, feeling utterly exhausted, was roused from her slumber by Chen Luo's noise, displeased, but her eyes sparkled upon seeing the cabbage and beef. Chen Luo chuckled, "You need to eat well to have strength." Xiao Baiwei flirtatiously remarked, "You do have a semblance of conscience, sharing such delicacies with me." After a fierce battle, Chen Luo closed his eyes and mused. "It is the 4th day. I should have awakened my abilities by now." However, to his surprise, it was Xiao Baiwei who awakened her powers instead. In the middle of the night, she suddenly sprang up, clutching her stomach and murmuring, "Hungry, so hungry." Spotting the food Chen Luo had left on the bedside table, she rushed to devour its contents ravenously. A chill emanated from her, prompting Chen Luo to ponder. Has she awakened ice abilities? Feigning a search under the bed, he discreetly retrieved some food from his spatial storage for Xiao Baiwei. Chen Luo thought, "I have shown you loyalty. Yet, fate can be quite peculiar." Little did Chen Luo anticipate that mere hours later, he would find himself taking Xiao Baiwei's life. Around 7 in the morning, 4 young individuals entered the community, making their way directly to Qi Haonan's warehouse. Upon seeing a section of the wall that had been blown apart, they appeared somewhat bewildered. The leader was a tall, imposing young man with a steady demeanor. "Brother Xiaoyang, this is the warehouse," he stated. Prior to the apocalypse, many supplies were transported here. Qi Haonan's warehouse was quite conspicuous, known to many in the vicinity. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded, "Let us go inside and see if there are still supplies available." Zhang Yangyang and his 3 companions were all ability users, forming a small team of enhanced individuals. Lin Yi had also formed a team with 2 first-level ability users, but her group included some robust students as well. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoyang's team consisted entirely of ability users. Zhang Xiaoyang held the highest status among them due to his overwhelming strength. He surpassed the others by a significant margin, and even when the other 3 joined forces, they could not match him. They had come here driven by rumors of the warehouse in search of supplies. Upon entering the warehouse, they were met with desolation, completely devoid of any goods. Stunned, Zhang Xiaoyang contemplated. "It seems many have fled here and likely taken everything. Let us check the community point," one of his companions remarked. "With so many people, there must be a few who have awakened their abilities. Brother Xiaoyang, with your strength, it would be easy to recruit them and bolster our team. 4 people is still a bit sparse." The others agreed, and Zhang Xiaoyang had no objections. Jang Wayan typically rose early, for the early bird catches the worm. This time, he brought Lin Yi along, as her presence would likely yield more food. Lin Yi had no objections. In fact, she welcomed the opportunity. Chapter 62. "I have nothing to lose, Brother Yang." "Is that you?" It's Xiao Fei. Within the community, Zhang Xiaoyang encountered a friend he recognized, and they quickly engaged in conversation. After the pleasantries, Zhang Xiaoyang inquired, "Xiao Fei, isn't there a warehouse nearby? Has your group cleaned it out?" Xiao Fei replied with a wry smile, "Brother Yang, you've heard about the warehouse too. It's strange, but on the night of the apocalypse, I fled here, and there was nothing inside. I've been starving for days." Observing Xiao Fei's sallow complexion, Zhang Xiaoyang noted he did not appear well fed. Curiously, he asked, "What happened to the supplies in there?" Xiao Fei shrugged. Disappointment washed over Zhang Xiaoyang and his companions. Having set out early in the morning and braving dangers to reach this place, they found themselves empty-handed. Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaoyang asked, "Are there any awakened ability users among you?" With no supplies to acquire, they hoped to recruit some ability users instead. Xiao Fei nodded. "There are a few." A total of 6. Zhang Xiaoyang mused silently. With so many people, 6 isn't too many. Even among awakened users, their strengths varied considerably. He then asked, "What are their abilities like?" Xiao Fei replied, "You might not believe this, but there's a flying lunatic among us." Xiao Fei recounted the incident involving Jang Wei'an and Wang Lei's confrontation. Zhang Xiaoyang and his companions were astounded. A flying individual who could reflect fireballs? One of Zhang Xiaoyang's companions exclaimed, "That's incredible. Seems even more impressive than," he hesitated, avoiding the comparison to Zhang Xiaoyang. Unfazed, Zhang Xiaoyang considered that with the emergence of abilities, flying was not particularly strange, and their strength might not be as formidable as it seemed. Expanding the size of the ability user team was another of Zhang Xiaoyang's aims, so he inquired, "Where is he?" Jang Wei'an's residence was not a secret, and Xiaofei immediately led Zhang Xiaoyang to his home. On the way, Zhang Xiaoyang remarked, "It seems there are no zombies in the vicinity." Xiaofei explained, "They were all cleared out the day before yesterday. Besides Jang Wayan, there's also a Lin Yi, who is quite strong. I heard she killed one with her bare hands. Well, a second-level zombie, I suppose." The varying strengths of ability users were not a secret. The most basic were individuals like Wang Lei and Zhang Jian, while those slightly stronger, like Lin Yi, were often classified as first or second level. One of Zhang Xiaoyang's companions casually remarked, "If that's the case, our brother Yang must be at least a third or even fourth level." Xiaofei looked at Zhang Xiaoyang in shock and quickly asked, "Brother Yang, can I join you?" Zhang Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before responding, "Sure, but if you're an ordinary person, be prepared. You can only do menial tasks." Upon arriving at Jang Wei'an's home, they found it empty. Xiaofei shrugged, "Not home." Then, recalling something, he suggested, "Oh, he has an older brother. He might be at his brother's place. Let us go look for him." The group made their way to Chen Luo's residence. "Why you had stepped out to fetch water from the lake?" While Chen Luo was amusing himself with the frost rose, and Xiao Baiwei was eagerly familiarizing herself with her ice abilities, Chen Luo glanced over and assessed her skills as merely that of a first-level novice. A knock echoed at the door, followed by a shout from downstairs, "Landlord, someone is looking for you." Chen Luo cursed under his breath, "What useless people need to see me?" Peering out from the second-floor window, he spotted Zhang Xiaoyang and his group. Instinctively, he sensed they were not ordinary individuals. Their eyes held a spark of vitality, entirely absent from the anxious expressions of common folk. Descending the stairs, Chen Luo calmly inquired, "What brings you here?" Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Zhang Xiaoyang. I heard your brother is an ability user." Chen Luo paused. Zhang Xiaoyang. That name sounds somewhat familiar. He recalled seeing it in Qi Haonan's notebook, where it was noted that Zhang Xiaoyang was a relatively strong ability user. However, this Zhang Xiaoyang seemed less impressive, unlike Jang Wei'an, who had received a star rating from Qi Haonan, while Zhang Xiaoyang had not. Chen Luo pondered, "Zhang Wei'an awakened as a third level. I wonder what level Zhang Xiaoyang is at." Chen Luo replied, "My brother indeed possesses abilities." "What is it you wish to discuss?" Zhang Xiaoyang explained, "Given the current situation, I aim to form a team composed entirely of ability users. This would greatly enhance our chances of survival when searching for supplies or facing dangers, while also allowing us to hunt down those zombies with abilities. I've heard your brother is quite powerful. I wish to invite him to join my team. As his brother, you may join as well," he added. "Let me share a secret. The crystals from zombies can aid ordinary people in awakening their powers. If your brother joins the team and obtains a crystal, you can be prioritized for awakening." Chen Luo's response caught Zhang Xiaoyang off guard. Chen Luo then asked, "So will my brother be the leader of this team?" Zhang Xiaoyang's expression froze. "The position of captain relies not only on strength, but also on wisdom. I've heard your brother is not in good spirits." Chen Luo responded with an acknowledgement. "You know he isn't exactly bright. Yet you still dare to ask? Besides, killing zombies is perilous. What would happen if he were to die? By the way, what is your strength?" Zhang Xiaoyang's companion held his head high. "I've heard that Lin Yi from your place is quite formidable. If she is at level 2, then our brother Yang must be at least level 4." At Xiao Baiwei, listening from the second-floor window, was taken aback. "Level 4? Zhang Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively. "Don't spout nonsense." In truth, Zhang Xiaoyang was merely at level 3, but one must boast extravagantly. Chen Luo was astonished. "Level 4? Is that real?" Instinctively, she stepped back slightly from Zhang Xiaoyang. Xiao Baiwei descended the stairs, gracefully approaching. "Zhang Xiaoyang, I didn't expect to encounter you here." Upon seeing Xiao Baiwei, Zhang Xiaoyang momentarily froze before his face lit up with surprise. "Baiwei." They attended the same school, and before the apocalypse, Zhang Xiaoyang had pursued Xiao Baiwei. Yet despite his handsome looks and good grades, he lacked wealth. Xiao Baiwei smiled and nodded. "I was upstairs and heard that you were forming a team of supernatural beings. I awakened my powers last night as well." Saying this, a frost began to coalesce in Xiao Baiwei's fair palm, emanating a chilling aura. Chen Luo observed. Although Xiao Baiwei was merely at level 1, she was still slightly stronger than the frost rose. Last night, Xiao Baiwei had candidly stated that if she encountered a strong ally, she would cling to them. It seemed she intended to align herself with Zhang Xiaoyang. Unfortunately, while the frost rose was useful, it was unnecessary for Xiao Baiwei to lower her temperature for Chen Luo. If she wished to soar, let her fly. Her arrival was already an unforeseen event. Chen Luo understood that Xiao Baiwei had always been a pragmatic woman and was mentally prepared. She looked at Zhang Xiaoyang. Despite her preparation, she felt slightly irritated. Should she secretly give him a rocket launcher? Never mind, from another perspective, she wouldn't be at a loss. No, she would actually gain. Chapter 63. Do you dare to scheme against me? Zhang Xiaoyang wore a congenial smile as he surveyed the courtyard, then pointed at Chen Luo and inquired, Baiwei, what is your relationship with him? Xiao Baiwei maintained her smile without changing her expression, a friend. Xiao Baiwei glanced at Chen Luo, who understood her. She also had a grasp of Chen Luo and knew he wouldn't expose their relationship. Chen Luo nodded. Yes, we are friends. Didn't you just say she was your girlfriend yesterday? Zhang Xiaoyang's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of hostility flickered in his eyes as he regarded Chen Luo. Before the apocalypse, he had pursued Xiao Baiwei, deeply infatuated with her beauty, but alas, he was merely a child from an ordinary family, and Xiao Baiwei had looked down on him. Zhang Xiaoyang had heard more than once about Xiao Baiwei having a boyfriend outside of school. In fact, he had personally witnessed her getting into Chen Luo's car over 6 months ago. At that time, Zhang Xiaoyang had only caught a glimpse of Chen Luo's profile. Now, with Xiao Baiwei claiming they were merely friends and not mentioning their previous acquaintance during the crisis, Zhang Xiaoyang began to harbor suspicions. Damn it, did you sleep with my goddess? With this thought, Zhang Xiaoyang clenched his fists. Xiao Baiwei smiled sweetly. Xiaoyang, I just heard upstairs that you possessed level 4 strength. May I witness it? Xiao Baiwei was not foolish. The allure of a strong ally was undeniable, and she would not rush to cling without confirming the uncontrollable nature of the apocalypse. She could play the waiting game. Acting as a backup, hearing that Xiao Baiwei wanted to see his strength, Zhang Xiaoyang had no intention of refusing. Before the apocalypse, wealth was power. Now, strength was the true currency. How could he not showcase it to the goddess? Chen Luo was also curious about Zhang Xiaoyang's capabilities. Zhang Xiaoyang replied, Let us engage directly. I fear I might unintentionally injure you, as I cannot fully control my power yet. Thus, I will stand still while you attack me with all your might. Xiao Baiwei nodded, beginning to condense a mass of white frost in her palm, which grew increasingly solid. Familiar with her powers, she shaped the frost into a pointed form. Chen Luo observed, in a real battle, there would be no time for such theatrics, little Cammy. Xiao Baiwei gathered most of her power, not throwing it with her hand but rather controlling it with her mind as it shot towards Zhang Xiaoyang. Awakened supernatural beings have an enhanced mental capacity. Although it cannot compare to those with psychic powers, their mental strength is still formidable. The hailstones were a part of Xiao Baiwei. Controlling them was far easier than manipulating other objects. Zhang Xiaoyang stood still, raising both palms, from which 2 orbs of flame suddenly emerged. Chen Luo's pupils constricted. These flames were unlike any she had seen, not red or blue or purple, but pure black. They burned fiercely, reaching half a meter in height. The previous Wang Lei was utterly incomparable to Zhang Xiaoyang. In the presence of his beloved, Zhang Xiaoyang showcased his strength without reservation. Under the illumination of the black flames, his figure appeared sinister and bizarre. Zhang Xiaoyang gently rotated his hands, directing the black flames towards the hailstones. Upon contact, the hailstones melted away instantly. The disparity in strength was overwhelmingly apparent. After all, Xiao Baiwei was merely at level 1. Chen Luo mused, Is Zhang Xiaoyang a fire type? Why is the flame black? Oh, right. Zhang Jian, who awakened lightning powers, had blue lightning, while Zikao had purple. The quality and nature of their powers were vastly different. Does the color of flames and lightning change upon leveling up? Xiao Baiwei exclaimed. Impressive, Xiaoyang. May I join your team? I am not a burden. Although I cannot compare to you, I have awakened my powers as well. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded without hesitation. Of course, it would be my honor. Even if you weren't a supernatural being, Baiwei, you could still join. Zhang Xiaoyang's companions looked at him with a mix of envy and jealousy. Having strength was indeed advantageous, The students residing with Chen Luo appeared somewhat gleeful. When Xiao Baiwei arrived, she had claimed to be Chen Luo's girlfriend. Ina One was oblivious. Given the current situation, it was clear what had transpired. Just then, an unexpected upheaval occurred. Chen Luo suddenly felt the ground tremble, and the others stared in astonishment at the floor. Mere seconds later, the ground shattered, and a grotesque, dark bronze creature emerged from the earth. Its body was adorned with sharp claws, and its face was terrifying beyond measure. Approximately 1 meter long, it abruptly burst forth from the ground. The earth continued to quake, and soon 3 more similar monsters erupted from below. Albeit varying in size, the 3 creatures lunged at 3 students, who immediately let out blood-curdling screams as flesh was torn from their bodies. Chen Luo broke out in a cold sweat. Was it a centipede? How could it be so large? Chen Luo had advised Jang Wei that upon encountering large, strange creatures, one should not hesitate to flee. She was utterly unaware of these centipedes' strength, or whether they possessed remarkable venom. They might even spray toxins. Terrified, Chen Luo took off running, instinctively grabbing Xiao Baiwei's hand as she fled. Zhang Xiaoyang and his group were momentarily stunned by the sudden chaos, but upon seeing Chen Luo run, they hastily followed her out of the courtyard. Chen Luo sprinted desperately, but her pace with Xiao Baiwei was insufficient. Fortunately, the centipede seemed to prefer the students as prey and did not pursue them closely. 2 more giant centipedes emerged from the ground. Zhang Xiaoyang's expression darkened as he glared at Chen Luo. This guy had slept with his goddess, at least for half a year. There was one way to ease his resentment, if he were to die. Who would bother with a corpse? In such disarray, it was the perfect time for murder. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoyang had no intention of directly confronting Chen Luo. He merely planned to make subtle moves. Standing beside Chen Luo, he flashed a brilliant smile. Suddenly, a mass of black energy, resembling a hand, unexpectedly ensnared Chen Luo's right foot. While running swiftly, encountering an obstacle without noticing could easily lead to a fall. Moreover, this hand-like entity gripped Chen Luo's foot tightly. A normal person would undoubtedly stumble. Feeling something beneath her foot, Chen Luo was terrified and exerted all her strength, causing the dark energy to shatter immediately. They reached an open area where everyone halted. Xiao Baiwei patted her chest, still shaken. That was terrifying. Zhang Xiaoyang looked at Chen Luo with suspicion. How could this be? Chen Luo's face turned ashen, dark and menacing, as she pointed at Zhang Xiaoyang. Do you dare to scheme against me? Chapter 64. A cruel blow to the flower. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaoyang's radiant smile directed at her, Chen Luo might have merely suspected him but not been certain. Now, however, she was convinced he was the culprit. Zhang Xiaoyang feigned innocence and confusion. What are you talking about? Xiao Baiwei frowned. Hadn't they agreed to be just lovers? Did she sense her desire to cling to Zhang Xiaoyang and feel displeased? Xiao Baiwei said, Chen Luo, don't make a scene. Am I being unreasonable? Chen Luo was on the brink of fury. Do you have any idea how terrifying that was? If I had fallen and been bitten by that dreadful centipede, I would have died. Chen Luo seized Xiao Baiwei by the collar, loathing. You came here, consuming my food, drinking my drink, sleeping in my space. I provided you with food when you awakened your powers. And I even carried you while running just now. And now you claim I'm being unreasonable? Are you lining up on the right side now? In light of your past with me, I shall grant you another chance to rephrase your words. Xiao Baiwei had never before witnessed Chen Luo's anger. It was utterly terrifying, rendering her momentarily speechless. For reasons unknown, Zhang Xiaoyang found delight in the conflict between the two. Nearby, a solitary giant centipede made its presence known. This mutated centipede, though large in size, possessed an unknown level of power. Zhang Xiaoyang unleashed a flame approximately half a meter in length, directing it straight towards the creature. The black flames engulfed the centipede, causing it to writhe in agony. After a brief struggle of around 10 seconds, the centipede succumbed to its bizarre howls, its body charred and lifeless. This was not indicative of the centipede's weakness. Zhang Xiaoyang, at level 3, found it relatively easy to dispatch a level 2 creature. Standing aloof, he displayed no trace of triumph, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Do not overestimate yourself. Do I truly need to resort to cunning against you? If I were to employ true treachery, would you survive? Zhang Xiaoyang's companions exchanged barbed comments. Brother Yang slays monsters while you vent your frustrations on women. Look at your accomplishments. Just because you have a gifted younger brother, You think you're invincible. Brother Yang, teach him a lesson. Witnessing Zhang Xiaoyang's victory over the centipede, Xiao Baiwei made her choice, her expression calm as she addressed Chen Luo. Chen Luo, times have changed. Wealth is of little consequence. Let go of me. Chen Luo released Xiao Baiwei without a word, his eyes icy as he charged towards Zhang Xiaoyang. Dare to betray me? No one can save you now. With unreserved ferocity, Chen Luo unleashed his incredible speed, appearing before Zhang Xiaoyang like a wraith. Clenching his fist, he aimed a powerful strike at Zhang Xiaoyang's face. Zhang Xiaoyang's expression shifted dramatically as instinctively. He raised his hand to shield his face, his palm igniting with black flames. Uncertain of the true nature of these black flames, which appeared formidable, Chen Luo refrained from recklessly continuing his assault. With lightning speed, his other hand swung around, delivering a resounding slap to Zhang Xiaoyang's left cheek. The impact caused Zhang Xiaoyang's head to spin uncontrollably, his face becoming a mottled shade of purple. Although he felt intense pain, his awareness began to blur. Before he could process anything further, Chen Luo's knee struck mercilessly between his legs, sending him hurtling through the air. Chen Luo coldly pursued him, delivering a powerful kick to Zhang Xiaoyang's head just as he was about to land. Zhang Xiaoyang's consciousness was fading. He was utterly unable to defend against Chen Luo's strike. The sound of his skull fracturing resembled that of a watermelon bursting. Concerned he might still be alive, Chen Luo lifted his foot and forcefully stomped down on Zhang Xiaoyang's handsome face. Zhang Xiaoyang muttered, "Could you not have a bit more confidence? I was already dead." The onlookers were left in shock at the sight of Zhang Xiaoyang's bloodied visage. They had all witnessed his power. He was exceptionally strong, unmatched even by their combined efforts, despite being gifted individuals themselves. Their pride rendered them subservient in his presence. Xiao Baiwei, equally stunned, could hardly believe Chen Luo's actions. One of Zhang Xiaoyang's companions trembled in fear, stuttering, "Big brother, let us talk this over. Zhang Xiaoyang must be dead now." Chen Luo remarked coldly, turning his icy gaze toward Zhang Xiaoyang's three companions, ready to deal with them. They were merely level 1, and escape was futile. Though they had committed no grave sins, Chen Luo was devoid of mercy. From the moment he struck until the conclusion, no more than 10 seconds elapsed, and the once mighty Zhang Xiaoyang and his companions lay lifeless on the ground. As he gazed at Zhang Xiaoyang's corpse. Chen Luo scoffed, "I expected more from you. And no wonder Qi Haonan did not regard you highly." Regrettably, he pondered the mystery of Zhang Xiaoyang's black flames and the bindings that had ensnared him. Turning to Xiao Baiwei, he found her, a clever individual, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Chen Luo, I was wronged. I will remain by your side and serve you faithfully." Chen Luo replied gently, "I had given you a chance." Xiao Baiwei's expression shifted as she retorted, "Are you going to kill me? I've been by your side for over half a year. Just yesterday, Chen Luo's demeanor returned to normal, his tone surprisingly gentle. "We can never return to what we once were. What transpired earlier is something I will never forget, thus you cannot remain by my side." Nodding with a changing expression, Xiao Baiwei responded, "Very well. I will leave and never appear before you again." Chen Luo smiled, "You mentioned last night that you would find a powerful ally. What will you do when you seek revenge on me?" As Chen Luo approached Xiao Baiwei step by step, he assured her, "Rest assured, you will depart with dignity." Overwhelmed with an infinite dread, Xiao Baiwei screamed, "If you had only told me sooner of your prowess, would I have betrayed you? You cannot blame me for this." Chen Luo nodded, "Indeed. It is all my fault." As Xiao Baiwei attempted to flee, Chen Luo drew near, twisting his hand gently, snapping her neck, observing her lifeless form. A hint of sorrow flickered in Chen Luo's eyes. "Xiao Baiwei, you were astute enough to discern Zhang Xiaoyang's intentions. He sought to eliminate me, yet you aligned with him. Choosing the wrong side leads to such a fate. You were clever and beautiful. Allowing you to live posed a potential threat of revenge in the future." Chen Luo gently closed Xiao Baiwei's unblinking eyes. "Why did I not reveal my strength to you? You are practical, and so am I. You seek a formidable ally. Our relationship could only be that of lovers. I could never allow such a pragmatic woman to become my wife. Thus, how could I ever disclose my true capabilities? One day, you might encounter someone stronger than I, or I might find myself injured, and I cannot guarantee your loyalty in such circumstances, can I? You remind me a bit of Nie Feng's mother. I offered you a chance, but unfortunately, you proved unworthy." Chapter 65. Yu awakens. Chen Luo opened Zhang Xiaoyang's mind, retrieving a black crystal the size of half a broad bean, within which flickered what appeared to be flames. Darkness type, but why did Zhang Xiaoyang wield fire? Chen Luo recalled Qi Haonan's words, noting that a supernatural being might possess more than one ability and could control multiple powers simultaneously. He had even encountered individuals with 4 abilities. Though they were not particularly strong, was Zhang Xiaoyang a fusion of fire and darkness? Chen Luo dismissed further contemplation and hastened towards the lakeside. Yu had gone to fetch water. He hoped she had not encountered any danger. Upon finding her, Chen Luo was taken aback. Yu sat trembling beneath a tree, the water bucket abandoned beside her, surrounded by a dozen zombies, seemingly searching for something. Yet, the creatures paid her no mind. Wandering aimlessly as they approached the community, misfortune compounded. Dozens of zombies had drifted toward the vicinity. The community's zombies had been eliminated, but that did not guarantee others would not arrive. Perhaps they had failed to find sustenance at the school and ventured here instead. Chen Luo was astonished. Surely, zombies could not possess such poor eyesight. Just days prior, one had successfully lunged at him with pinpoint accuracy. Why did they not attack Yu? Without further thought, Chen Luo dashed towards her, dispatching any zombies that obstructed his path. Seeing the zombies retreat, Yu stood, but the lingering zombies seemed to have detected her presence anew, rushing towards her. Chen Luo was bewildered. What was happening? Among the zombies, one had awakened a power, albeit only at level 1, which Chen Luo dispatched effortlessly with a kick. To him, the distinction between level 1, level 2, and those without awakening was negligible. Yu remained unaware that the creature Chen Luo had casually slain was a level 1 zombie. Gratefully, she exclaimed, "Thank you, landlord." Yu was genuinely appreciative of Chen Luo's intervention. "I just witnessed something remarkable. Why did the zombies not attack you? How did you manage that?" With a dozen zombies in pursuit, Yu had been terrified. As she was merely an ordinary girl, she ran from them. She found herself racing against their speed, which was no less than that of their living days. Eventually, she stumbled and fell beneath a tree, filled with dread as the zombies lunged at her. She longed to return to her brother and father. She crouched by the tree. She thought, "I am a tree. Do not come near." Surprisingly, the zombies did not pounce on her but wandered aimlessly, confused about the disappearance of the earlier human presence. When Chen Luo inquired, Yu, equally puzzled, admitted her uncertainty, sensing changes within her body. "I think I may have awakened a power. I feel significantly stronger and am incredibly hungry, which aligns with the characteristics of awakening." Having observed several awakened supernatural beings, Yu was quite familiar with the signs. Chen Luo was taken aback. He had not provided her with a crystal today, yet she had awakened on her own. This seemed to align with the third method of awakening that Qi Haonan had mentioned. Occurring under extreme life-threatening stress, Yu recalled, "When the zombies lunged at me, I kept repeating to myself, 'I am a tree. I am a tree.'" Chen Luo was speechless. Who would have thought that would work? Perhaps Yu had entered a unique state, and upon breaking free from it, the zombies had sensed her again. Yu was elated, having unexpectedly awakened her powers in such a scenario. Chen Luo asked, "Can you try to wield any abilities? Could it be that she, like Jang Wei'an, was of the psychic type, mastering hypnosis?" Yu, somewhat perplexed, attempted to concentrate her newfound energy in her palm. A misty, greenish-blue energy materialized. Though it remained insubstantial, resembling AFOG, Yu wished to test the power of her abilities, and the nearby tree served as the perfect target. She concentrated her verdant energy upon it, though her dismay. The bark remained intact, while the yellowing leaves on its branches visibly gained a hint of green. Yu felt a profound disappointment, sensing a lack of potency in her powers. Observing this, Chen Luo pondered. Is this wood-based? It seems that rather than hypnosis, Yu possesses a wood affinity, channeling her abilities throughout her body, imagining herself as a tree, causing the zombies to perceive her as one and spare her. It appeared that Yu's powers were beneficial to plants. Lamenting the lack of lethality, Yu felt disheartened, yet Chen Luo experienced a glimmer of hope. Setting aside the frost rose at home, he wondered if there was potential for the purple herb. Yu paused, uncertain, then remarked, "I think I can sense the tree's emotions. It seems quite jubilant." Chen Luo examined the tree, which appeared quite ordinary but clearly thrived under Yu's abilities. Could it be that Yu was capable of communicating with plants? Chen Luo urged. Let's see if you can establish a connection. Wai Yu looked at him, bewildered. Please, don't overestimate my capabilities. She replied, I cannot. Reflecting on the frost rose at home, which would serve as an ideal test subject, Chen Luo suggested, let us return. As they passed by the fragrant building restaurant, Chen Luo noted that the proprietress appeared to be unoccupied. Upon Jang Wei'an's return, he intended for Zhang to show the proprietress the crystal. Awakening would be ideal. Given their acquaintance, Chen Luo felt his involvement could extend only so far. Why you inquired, landlord, where is your girlfriend? She was puzzled as to why Chen Luo did not protect her in the face of danger. In a hushed tone, Chen Luo replied, she has passed away. Wai Yu was taken aback and softly consoled him. My condolences. The death of Xiao Baiwei certainly weighed heavily on Chen Luo, as they had shared moments of joy. Moreover, Chen Luo realized that the gap between his strength and that of others was diminishing. Previously, he had confidence in confronting other ability users, even Lin Yi, believing he could easily defeat her. However, against Zhang Xiaoyang, he had struck him with all his might, yet failed to deliver a fatal blow. The strength of ability users was evidently on the rise, while he remained without his own awakening. Should a level 4 ability user emerge, he feared he would have to rely on cunning rather than direct confrontation, which posed a significant risk. At that moment, chaos reigned in the community, with an alarming number of mutated centipedes attacking survivors indiscriminately. The familiar rodents returned, accompanied by some zombies, causing a cacophony of cries. Chen Luo observed coldly, letting them cry, shout, and wail. Natural selection would eliminate the unfit. He had only just attended to Yu, and had yet to collect the crystals from Zhang Xiaoyang's 3 companions. Methodically gathering them, Wai Yu exclaimed in shock, landlord, you. Chen Luo paused momentarily, utilization of waste. Chapter 66. The unyielding purple herb. Regarding the death of Xiao Baiwei, Chen Luo explained coolly, I merely separated from them for a moment, unaware they were slain by some dreadful creature. That creature was, in fact, Chen Luo himself and Yu's mind. Her landlord was a good person, and she harbored no doubts regarding his words. Chen Luo did not take Xiao Baiwei's crystal. Allowing her to depart with dignity, he wrapped her in white cloth and buried her. Chen Luo recalled there was another crystal, belonging to the centipede slain by Zhang Xiaoyang. He cautiously searched the centipede's remains, careful to avoid its sharp edges. Curiously, he found no crystal on the centipede. Had it been incinerated by Zhang Xiaoyang's flames? After a time, the rodents and centipedes, having satisfied their hunger, disappeared, and Chen Luo took Yu home, where a few surviving students wept. With an impassive expression, Chen Luo awaited Jang Wei'an's return, intending to let him vent his frustrations. He led Yu to her room, and upon his arrival, the frost rose seemed to sense him. Its petals shifting towards Chen Luo, moving incessantly. Why Yu gasped, it can move. It seems quite happy. Chen Luo encouraged, go ahead and touch it. Gathering her courage, Yu reached out, but the frost rose recoiled and exhaled a gust of cold air. When Chen Luo touched it, it merely released a gentle chill. However, when others attempted to touch it, it unleashed what it deemed a powerful icy blast to protect itself. Chen Luo suggested, try using your abilities on it. Just then, Yu's stomach growled. Chen Luo chuckled softly, realizing she had just awakened. He crawled beneath the bed, feigning the search for something, and retrieved several large packets of beef jerky, offering them to Yu. Here, eat up. Jang Wei'an has plenty more. Once you've awakened your abilities, you can repay me later. Wai Yu nodded, famished, and quickly devoured the jerky. It was little more than a snack and insufficient to satiate her hunger. Chen Luo instructed, direct your abilities towards this rose. Wai Yu complied, sending her greenish energy towards the frost rose. To Chen Luo's astonishment, the petals grew increasingly vibrant, their colors deepening, and their size slightly increasing. The frost rose released a burst of cold air, causing the room's temperature to plummet from nearly 30 degrees to about 10. Chen Luo marveled at the evident enhancement of the frost rose's chilling aura. I can feel it. It's incredibly excited, Yu declared. Chen Luo contemplated for a moment, then took the frost rose outside. Seeking a zombie to test its capabilities, he placed the frost rose beside the zombie, which sensed the unfamiliar aura and became agitated. Launching an all-out assault, a small ice arrow shot forth, piercing the zombie's body one after another. The arrows were unleashed, and the ordinary zombie fell. Chen Luo praised. This little one is impressive. It may already possess level 1 strength. It was clear that Yu abilities fostered its growth. However, it was not solely due to Yu's efforts. Chen Luo had previously cultivated it with Qi Haonan's crystal and green liquid. Yet, Yu's contribution was undeniable. Chen Luo had always believed that only crystals or similar green liquids could facilitate plant growth, but now Yu demonstrated otherwise, he mused. In truth, evolution merely requires energy. Regardless of the source, the distinction lay in the fact that Yu's abilities seemed to affect only plants. Chen Luo encouraged Yu to test her abilities on him, but she merely felt a pleasant sensation. Akin to basking in a sauna, Jang Wayan and Lin A returned, both appearing disheveled, their ankles caked in mud. Lin E cradled a large fish, likely weighing several dozen pounds, while Jang Wei'an clutched a burlap sack emitting a buzzing sound. "Brother, I've caught a whole bag of cicadas and this fish," Jang Wei'an exclaimed with excitement. Lin E, equally thrilled, added, "With this fish, we have a food source for today. I also saw an enormous eel, but it got away." She gestured, indicating it was about half a meter long and 10 centimeters thick. Chen Luo personally prepared the fish, while Jang Wei'an opted to fry the cicadas. "I overheard some students disparaging you in my absence. They dared to insult my brother. Make sure to chase them off," Chen Luo instructed. Jang Wei'an's demeanor shifted to one of fury as he stormed towards Chen Luo's home, demanding, Who dared to call me crazy?" His expression became one of a man possessed, eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Within minutes, Chen Luo's students, including the few girls and Han Qianxue, were swiftly expelled. They attempted to reason with him, but how could one reason with a madman? There were plenty of other houses nearby, and they quickly departed. Suddenly, a downpour erupted, intensifying into a torrential rainstorm. With a crash of thunder, bolts of lightning illuminated the darkened sky. Many people rushed to collect rainwater. Desperate for hydration and indifferent to its purity, rainwater was preferable to tainted water. The arrival of the storm also cooled the air, prompting some individuals to bathe in the rain, as for the purple herb. The relentless downpour battered everything, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. The herb swayed violently in the tempest, arcs of electricity flickering around it. Just as Chen Luo had surmised, during the initial days of the apocalypse, the purple herb had absorbed substantial nutrients from the surrounding soil, enabling rapid growth, yet it had since reached a bottleneck. Unable to grow any further due to insufficient energy, it could only barely sustain itself. Despite the presence of energy buried deep within the earth, which was challenging to extract, the thunderstorm seemed to present a pivotal opportunity. The purple herb emitted electric arcs, as if attempting to draw down the lightning from above. A deafening clap echoed. Whether by coincidence or the herb's influence, a bolt of lightning struck it directly. The purple herb quivered violently as its electric energy collided with the lightning. Some of the force coursed through its body, while the rest was channeled into the ground. Lightning fire began to emerge from the purple herb, and the rain could not extinguish it quickly enough. The herb burned fiercely, but soon the flames extinguished. A deep fissure marred its surface. The heavens roared, and within the depths of the clouds, a fearsome bolt of lightning appeared to be brewing. The sound of electricity crackling filled the air, instilling fear even in Jang Wei'an, who hastily retreated home. The dim sky was momentarily illuminated by a flash of lightning. Boom! A second, even thicker bolt of lightning struck the purple herb once more. This time, the herb turned charred, collapsing onto the ground. Time passed, and slowly the purple herb rose, its blackened form defiantly stretching upward, reminiscent of a once immovable stone that had pressed upon it. Heavy beyond measure, yet unable to extinguish its indomitable will to reach for the light of day. Chapter 67. The miserable Han Qianxue, Jang Wei'an, and Lin Yi returned with a grass carp weighing no less than 50 pounds. Whether it had always been this size or was a result of mutation remained uncertain. Chen Luo meticulously cleaned it, removing any potentially toxic parts. The thunder outside was deafening, startling the birds. Jang Wei'an, drenched from the rain, immediately began preparing cicadas, showing a clear preference for them over the fish. Chen Luo observed that these cicadas were nearly the size of a palm. Before the apocalypse, they were typically only as long as a finger. Chen Luo had already prepared half of the grass carp and added some soybeans to the mix. Half an hour later, the meal was ready. Yu had just awakened and was famished, while Lin Yi was not far behind, already devouring cicadas alongside Jang Wei'an. The meal commenced. Yu was reserved yet ate quickly, while Lin Yi indulged heartily. Chen Luo glanced at Yu, curious about the level of her awakening power, contemplating a test after the meal. There was more than enough food. Over 20 pounds of fish and plenty of fried cicadas. As they neared the end of the meal, Lin Yi wiped her mouth, set down her chopsticks, and suddenly paused, only to pick them up again and eat ravenously. Jang Wei'an grumbled, "Eat a little less. Leave some for my brother." "Feel free to indulge," Chen Luo replied. He was somewhat astonished. Could it be that Lin Yi had leveled up? It was hard to fathom how she could be so ravenous after just finishing a meal. Blushing, Lin Yi exclaimed, "I don't know what is happening. I suddenly feel hungry again. Oh, I think my body has changed." With excitement, she declared, "I feel stronger. Could it be that I've leveled up?" Chen Luo took a step back and lit a cigarette. Ensuring the smoke wooden tea disturbed the others, while observing Lin Yi deep in thought it seemed she had indeed leveled up without the use of crystals. Following the magnetic storm's transformation, leveling up for an ability user no longer required crystals. They merely accelerated the process. For instance, while a normal level up might take 6 months, using crystals could shorten that to a month or even half a month. While crystals were not essential, food was. Without sustenance, where would the energy for evolution come from? Lin Yi had likely been close to level 3 upon awakening, having consumed some dove meat yesterday and a substantial amount of cicadas and fish today. Her advancement was not without explanation. Lin Yi sighed. "I suspect that the magnetic storm on the day of the apocalypse altered the creatures on Blue Star, ushering in a potential for evolution alongside the chaos. Yet, given the current state of the world, I wish it had never come." Jang Wei'an scoffed, "I was always a bird. What does that storm have to do with me?" Chen Luo dropped his cigarette. Why had zombies and ability users emerged? It was precisely due to that magnetic storm, which altered the genetic makeup of living beings. Numerous ability users had surfaced, though Chen Luo was certain that awakening abilities earlier did not guarantee better talent. However, awakening later was undoubtedly unfavorable. "I still haven't awakened," he thought, jolted awake by Lin Yi and Jang Wei'an's conversation. Both had been transformed by the magnetic storm, while he, albeit having experienced it, had retreated into his personal space out of fear, thus minimizing its impact on him, insufficient to awaken any abilities. Some individuals absorbed crystal energy to awaken their powers, likely due to insufficient magnetic stimulation. With just a bit more crystal absorption, they would naturally awaken their abilities. If he waited normally, he might never awaken autonomously. In fact, while others could awaken with a little crystal, he might need to absorb a significant amount without guarantee of awakening. Chen Luo's expression darkened. Was this the truth? Absorbing crystals could lead to becoming a zombie. Awakening abilities would not greatly enhance Chen Luo's strength. The increase would be minimal. He speculated that he was already at level 5. And even if he awakened to level 3 abilities, the resulting enhancement could not be multiplicative. It could only be additive. Would a level 5 strength, combined with a level 3 enhancement, yield significant improvement? Yet, abilities were peculiar. For instance, Jang Wei'an had soared into the air upon gaining his powers. Chen Luo could amplify his strength rapidly through crystals, but relying on his jade pendant for gradual enhancement. What use would it be to reach level 7 in 2 years? Qi Haonan had mentioned that, a year later, the highest level among survivors was level 7. It was highly likely that he would be unable to awaken abilities, leaving Chen Luo in a rather dismal mood. Devoid of the desire to probe Yu and Lin Yi further. Rising, Chen Luo murmured, "I need some peace. I'll head home. Please don't disturb me." Jang Wei'an inquired, "Brother, what's wrong?" Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, offering no reply as he opened his umbrella and walked towards home. The torrential rain continued unabated. Outside Chen Luo's home, a figure was weeping inconsolably in the downpour, resembling a madwoman. As he approached, he discovered it was Han Qianxue, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Although he couldn't fathom why this privileged beauty, once the envy of many before the apocalypse, was in such despair, he had no inclination to engage with her. As he passed by, Han Qianxue continued to cry loudly, her clothes soaked through, her face marred by rain and tears. Upon entering his home, Han Qianxue followed him, striving to stifle her sobs but failing to cease her whimpering. "I know my personality isn't likable. Many despise my lofty demeanor. I come from a good family. I'm beautiful, my parents dote on me, and I excel in my studies. What's wrong with being a bit proud? I've never harmed anyone or bullied anyone. Why do they take my supplies? Why do they call me a wretch and drive me out?" Jang Wei'an had expelled Han Qianxue, and her companions from Chen Luo's residence, forcing them to flee to the neighboring courtyard. The morning's appearance of centipedes and rat zombies had claimed numerous lives and altered some people's mindsets. Having waited so long, rescue still hadn't arrived. More critically, supplies were dwindling. Some had gone over a day without food. Particularly, several less attractive girls had no admirers to rely on. On the second day of the apocalypse, Han Qianxue had purchased a considerable amount of supplies and had also received gifts from admirers. She had not indulged excessively, instead saving and rationing her provisions. Therefore, she still had a little left. However, many were envious of Han Qianxue, fueled by factors such as her background, hunger, and jealousy. Not only had she been robbed, but she had also been brutally beaten and then expelled. Thus, Chen Luo found her weeping inconsolably in the rain. Impatient, Chen Luo remarked, "What does it matter to me? I didn't steal anything. Find out who did." To his surprise, Han Qianxue unexpectedly knelt before him. "Chen Luo, I know your brother is formidable. Go kill them for me, and I will do anything you ask." Chapter 68. Awakening abilities out of fear of death. I've never been in love. Everything I have is still intact as long as you help me. You can do as you wish. Han Qianxue's eyes were red, filled with despair as she looked at Chen Luo. Her hatred for those who had bullied her was profound. She was willing to sacrifice everything for revenge. Though she had some disdain for Chen Luo, his handsome appearance was far superior to the ugly, pockmarked faces of those who had tormented her. In a desperate act, Han Qianxue tore open her shirt, revealing herself, choking out, "I can do what you can do. Am I not prettier than her?" Indeed, Han Qianxue was more beautiful than Yu. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had heard of her reputation as the campus belle. Yet, Chen Luo was in a deeply troubled state, fearing he might not awaken any abilities. Although Han Qianxue was beautiful, her face was now somewhat twisted, resembling that of a madwoman. Chen Luo had no patience for this. "Nobody can help you. The only one who can help you is yourself," he coldly replied, shutting the door and rejecting her without mercy. Wiping his face with a towel, Chen Luo lay on his bed, lost in contemplation. He decided to give himself a fortnight. If he still hadn't awakened any abilities by then, he would be forced to resort to the second method, absorbing crystals to attempt awakening. When Qi Haonan had first mentioned this second method, Chen Luo had outright dismissed it as far too dangerous. He couldn't possibly choose that path. Yet, now he found himself potentially compelled to do so. He hadn't anticipated that the once proud Han Qianxue would kneel before him, offering herself in exchange for his assistance. As Chen Luo rejected her, Han Qianxue's cries became even more heart-wrenching. "I've humiliated myself to this extent, and you still refuse me? The only hope for revenge has been extinguished." Han Qianxue slumped in the rain, wailing upwards, indifferent to the downpour. After about 5 minutes, the sobbing Han Qianxue suddenly stood up, her once delicate hands having transformed into a purplish-black hue without her noticing. She kicked open the door to Chen Luo's neighbor's house, her long hair obscuring her face. Raising her darkened hands like a vengeful spirit, in a state of extreme sorrow and rage, Han Qianxue awakened her abilities, and it seemed they were far from ordinary. Though her stomach growled with hunger, she felt no pangs. All she desired was to annihilate those who had just tormented her. Han Qianxue's intrusion instantly provoked the ire of a plump girl in the room. "Get out! Who let you in, you wretch?" someone exclaimed. "Her hands!" The onlookers gazed in shock at her purplish-black hands. Han Qianxue, resembling a vengeful ghost, let out a chilling laugh, lifting her head to reveal a grotesquely contorted face. She lunged at the plump girl, clawing at her face with reckless abandon. Flesh and blood flew as Han Qianxue mercilessly assaulted her, and the plump girl screamed in terror, pleading for mercy. However, barely uttering 2 sentences, she succumbed to an immediate and violent demise, her body turning a ghastly shade of purple-black. Han Qianxue, with an icy demeanor, declared, "You all must die." As some attempted to flee, Han Qianxue exhaled a plume of black mist, causing the faces of everyone present to turn a deep purple-black, their bodies collapsing in a feeble heap. It was a veritable hell on earth. Han Qianxue ruthlessly extinguished the lives of all in the room, regardless of whether they had previously tormented her. Lowering her head, she let out a chilling laugh, lost in thought before murmuring, "There's still one left. Who could it be?" Of course, it was Chen Luo. Han Qianxue's loathing for Chen Luo was no less intense than for those who had bullied her. The door to Chen Luo's residence was equally flimsy, and Han Qianxue kicked it open with the same force. The noise startled Chen Luo, who rushed to the window and gasped, "Han Qianxue." Her face turned ashen. "Who gave you the audacity?" "No, it couldn't be. How could an ordinary person like Han Qianxue possess the strength to shatter her locked iron door?" The roar of the torrential rain masked the sounds of murder, and Chen Luo, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, had not yet reached the point of jumping out the window to escape, the stairwell between the first and second floors. Chen Luo positioned herself to block Han Qianxue's path, expressionless as she drew a machine gun and aimed it at her. Han Qianxue stared in shock at the weapon in Chen Luo's hands. Any sane person would have raised their hands in surrender. Yet Han Qianxue's face contorted into a snarl. "Let us perish together." Chen Luo, bewildered by Han Qianxue's transformation, shouted in outrage, "What grievance do you hold against me?" As she spoke, the machine gun unleashed a merciless barrage upon Han Qianxue, who instantly became a sieve. However, with a resounding explosion, Han Qianxue's body swelled and detonated. Chunks of flesh scattered throughout the living room, a grotesque and foul stench permeating the air. Upon witnessing the grotesque inflation of Han Qianxue's body, Chen Luo sensed impending doom and dashed upstairs. Han Qianxue's self-detonation had no impact on Chen Luo. Yet the stench of blood reached her nostrils. Chen Luo felt lightheaded and nauseous, the lunch she had consumed threatening to resurface. Her expression shifted. Had Han Qianxue become a vengeful spirit? Was she toxic? "Damn it, although I never particularly liked you, I never targeted you either. Could it be that because I did not avenge you, you seek revenge on me instead? I've always maintained that only you can help yourself. Surely I am not succumbing to Han Qianxue's poison, am I?" The more she pondered, the more Chen Luo felt a heaviness in her chest. Her breathing labored. While no other symptoms manifested, her anxiety escalated. "I am poisoned. Could this be a slow-acting toxin, its potency increasing over time?" Han Qianxue's death was terrifying, and it was entirely possible. Chen Luo had neither the time, the will, nor the courage to address the aftermath of Han Qianxue's rampage. She sat trembling on the bed. Damn it, even in death, she seeks to harm others. Chen Luo rummaged through her supplies, searching for any antidote. Having prepared some common medications, she found a bottle of Niu Huang pills, extracted two, and swallowed them. Whether it was merely her imagination or not, Chen Luo felt increasingly unwell. What to do? What should I do? I might be on the brink of death. She reassured herself, "I will be fine. Even if Han Qianxue awakened as a level 3 poison user, she could not possibly kill me, right? At most, I would feel unwell for a few days. That's right, it must be so." The thought of Han Qianxue's explosion filled Chen Luo with dread, imagining that she too might meet such a fate. Where's the priest? I need an antidote ability. Damn it, why have I yet to encounter a light-based individual? Should I try searching for a light-based zombie? Amidst her trembling, Chen Luo suddenly felt an inexplicable change within her body. It trembled as if electrified, accompanied by a fierce hunger. Deep within her pupils, a pitch-black light began to emanate, soon giving rise to a brilliant white glow. The white light gradually overshadowed the black, ultimately extinguishing it completely. Perhaps out of sheer terror of death, her abilities awakened. Chapter 69. The effect of purple grass. Chen Luo, oblivious to the radiance in her eyes, sat gasping for breath, her body tinged with excitement and hunger, though not overwhelmingly so. Her eyes reflected shock, joy, and disbelief. Have I awakened an ability? Suddenly, she felt an unfamiliar strength coursing through her, easily accessible when called upon. Although this power emerged unexpectedly, it felt natural, as if it had always been there, waiting to be unleashed. A soft, white light materialized in the palm of Chen Luo's hand. The torrential rain dimmed the sky, and the unlit room felt even darker. The gentle glow illuminated her face. Chen Luo gasped in awe, then channeled more of her ability, instantly brightening the entire room. Bewildered, she realized, a light-based ability? Am I a light user? Chen Luo pressed the light from her right palm against her left forearm, and a wave of warmth and comfort washed over her. Hesitating, she drew a dagger and lightly grazed her arm. No cut. Gritting her teeth, she pressed harder, creating a small wound from which crimson blood flowed. She applied her ability to the injury. In a miraculous moment, the bleeding ceased, and the wound healed at a visible pace, restoring her skin in under 3 seconds, leaving no trace of a scar. Without a priest in sight, must I become one myself? Chen Luo mused, realizing that her limited experiences with magnetic storms had likely hindered her ability to awaken powers independently. Yet here it was, manifesting directly. In the face of life-threatening circumstances, awakening abilities is indeed possible, as seen with both Yu Yu and Han Qianxue today. It merely required sufficient external stimuli. Excitedly, Chen Luo sprang to her feet. Reveling in her newfound powers, hunger gnawed at her, and she retrieved various meats. While others fretted over food upon awakening, Chen Luo found her supplies to be more than ample. She devoured the food voraciously, eager to satiate her hunger and familiarize herself with her abilities. Once full, she summoned her light powers again and approached the window. Chen Luo sensed a connection between her spirit and the energy in her hands, allowing her to manipulate its shape and direction. She flung her energy out the window, dramatically proclaiming, "Holy light judgment." The light struck the ground outside, akin to a stone cast into the ocean, creating not even a ripple. Chen Luo stared in disbelief. What has happened? Why does my ability possess no lethality? She concentrated once more, conjuring another sphere of light and pressing it against the wall of her home. The light penetrated the wall, vanishing entirely. Chen Luo was astounded. Could it be that her power truly lacked any destructive capability? Like a priest in a game, devoid of offensive abilities? How could this be? Chen Luo pondered whether her unfamiliarity with her powers was the cause of this ineffectiveness. She took stock of her body and strength, noting a slight increase, though not substantial. Chen Luo could not ascertain whether she had awakened as a level 2 or 3 user, but she was certain she wasn't a mere level 1 novice, as one would not be capable of wielding so much power. Just as she had previously speculated, awakening abilities did not bring about a significant boost in strength. However, she could rapidly enhance her abilities through the absorption of crystals. Chen Luo retrieved a small vial filled with crystals, selecting a pale white one, speculating that it belonged to the light category. Clenching it tightly, she felt a tingling sensation as it touched her skin. The excitement she had felt during her awakening returned, yet there was no pain. After approximately 20 seconds, her body felt numb. Releasing her grip, she noticed the crystal had dulled considerably. Had its energy been depleted? Though her recently satisfied hunger returned, Chen Luo was not disheartened. This crystal was merely a level 1. After testing it with Yu Yu, she wondered how much energy it contained. From her experimentation with Wang Lei, who was fire-based and absorbed flames effortlessly, it was clear she was indeed a light user. Chen Luo then retrieved the wood-based crystal she had from a dove. Though she wished to absorb light crystals, none were available. Having only seen that one. Eager to grow stronger, she was willing to absorb the wood crystal, as she did. A mix of excitement and slight pain coursed through her on that day. When Wang Lei absorbed a non-fire crystal, he did not transform into a zombie, prompting Chen Luo to boldly continue her absorption. As her hunger intensified, the sensation shifted to pure pain, devoid of any excitement. Decisively, she halted her crystal absorption, sensing her body had reached its limit. Why did only pain remain? Chen Luo speculated that her body required time to digest. Overindulgence would undoubtedly lead to discomfort. Unlike the light crystals, which had been expended, the wood crystals still retained substantial energy. After satisfying her hunger, Chen Luo contemplated one's talent determined by the level at which they awaken. She believed that another factor held greater importance, the quality of the abilities. For instance, the black flames released by Zhang Xiaoyang, the purple lightning of Zikao, and the azure lightning of Zhang Jian, all varied significantly despite their elemental similarities. Chen Luo had often wondered why Jang Wei'an, merely a level 3, could achieve prolonged flight. Some wielded water abilities, while others had milk. Though the quantity was the same, the quality, potency, and effects could differ greatly. This was merely Chen Luo's conjecture, and she remained uncertain of its validity. As Chen Luo prepared to leave Jang Wei'an's home, descending the stairs, she recalled the gruesome remains of Han Qianxue still littering the living room below, leading her to resolutely decide to jump out the window. Yu Yu and Lin Yi remained at Jang Wei'an's place, as Chen Luo had instructed them not to disturb her. Unaware of how long it had been since the home had been cleaned, Yu Yu and Lin Yi assisted in tidying up after their meal. Lin Yi, let me test your strength, Chen Luo stated. Lin Yi paused briefly before responding with excitement. Sure. Previously, you claimed to be slightly stronger than me. But now that I've leveled up, I should be significantly stronger than you. Once again engaged in an arm wrestling match, This would allow Chen Luo to ascertain the true extent of Lin Yi's strength. Lin Yi chuckled as she exerted herself, yet Chen Luo felt little to no strain. Furrowing her brows, Chen Luo remarked, "No holding back, give it your all." Lin Yi indeed held back, not initially using her full strength, and replied, "But you said so." Lin Yi contemplated that if she were to apply her full force, she could easily pin Chen Luo's wrist to the table, which would be quite embarrassing for her. However, to Lin Yi's astonishment, despite her earnest efforts, Chen Luo's hand remained unmoved. Chen Luo insisted, "Put in more effort." "I said to give it your all." Lin Yi's face flushed. "I truly am giving it my all." "Could it be that you've leveled up, Chen Luo?" Observing her expression, Lin Yi sensed that she was not lying. The strength of Lin Yi, at level 3, seemed to amount to no more than a fraction of Chen Luo's capacity. During her previous contest with Jang Wei'an, he had still possessed half of his strength. It was conceivable that upon awakening, Jang Wei'an had already attained peak 3 level power, while Lin Yi had only just reached level 3. The disparity between the peak and the novice was evident, yet it shouldn't be so vast, should it? While there was a slight factor of Chen Luo's awakened abilities enhancing her physicality, the primary reason likely lay elsewhere. Perhaps, as Lin Yi speculated, the quality of abilities among different practitioners varied significantly. Chen Luo pondered, could it be possible that other level 3 strength users might only possess half of Lin Yi's strength, making her relatively formidable? Turning to Yu, Chen Luo inquired, "What level were you at when you awakened?" Yu uncertainly replied, "I believe it was level 2. Like herself, Yu's abilities lacked lethality but seemed remarkably effective on plants. The downpour had lessened, while Yu could sense the emotional state of plants, and an idea sparked in Chen Luo's mind. She urged Yu to try sensing the feelings of the purple grass. Chen Luo stood and said, "Let us head to the purple grass." The purple grass was not a secret in the vicinity. After all, it had electrocuted a person not long ago. The 4 of them, shielding themselves with umbrellas, approached the purple grass and halted 20 meters away. The sight of the purple grass took Chen Luo aback. It was charred all over. Chen Luo was astonished. What could have injured the purple grass? No, the purple grass was already exceptionally powerful. Who could possibly harm it? Chen Luo scanned the surroundings but saw no signs of monstrous remains. Had the purple grass engaged in a battle, leaving both contenders injured? Did another creature flee? Yu remarked, "I sense its mood is quite calm, perhaps even slightly joyful." Chen Luo glanced at Yu, initially believing that the disparity in levels might hinder her ability to sense the purple grass's emotions. Yet she was indeed able to perceive them. However, why would the wounded purple grass exhibit any joy? Was it a misperception on Yu's part? Could it be that its happiness stemmed from seeing its brother? Instinctively, Chen Luo felt compelled to have Yu heal it, but then she recalled that as a light user, she too could offer healing. Summoning her courage, she approached the purple grass, and amidst the astonished gazes of her companions, she conjured a soft, milky white light to envelop the purple grass. The light gradually merged with its form, and the purple grass slowly began to regain its original appearance. Chen Luo's spirit soared as she devoted herself entirely to using her light abilities. However, her powers were limited, and she could only restore 1/3 of the purple grass's body. Chen Luo immediately asked, "What is its mood now?" Yu replied, "It still appears quite tranquil." Chen Luo questioned in confusion, "Could it be that you misinterpreted?" At that moment, Jang Wei'an exclaimed, pointing at the purple grass, "Look, brother, a petal is flying this way." From the bud atop the purple grass, a white petal drifted toward Chen Luo, gently floating before her and slowly descending. Chen Luo quickly caught it in her hand. Even this small frosty rose seemed to possess a rudimentary consciousness. Chen Luo found it hard to believe that the purple grass did not. Was this a gesture of gratitude for her healing? Qi Haonan held it in high regard, but Chen Luo was uncertain of the reasons, only knowing it was remarkably powerful. She had previously speculated that the buds of the purple grass might hold astonishing properties. Now, a petal was right before her. It seemed implausible to cultivate another purple grass from just a petal. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo decided to consume the petal. As it slid down her throat, a tingling sensation coursed through her, and after a while, she felt a subtle shift in her abilities. With her powers nearly depleted, a faint white light appeared in the palm of her hand. But unlike before, the edges of the light shimmered with a delicate golden hue. Chen Luo stared in disbelief. Had the quality of her abilities changed slightly? Chapter 70. I have returned. After being a couch potato for 4 or 5 months, I am finally ready to embark on a new writing journey. Circumstances led to this hiatus. I found myself lacking the motivation to write. Thankfully, my mother's health has stabilized considerably, allowing me the time and mental space to continue my writing. I have decided to change the direction of this book. It seems I can no longer maintain the previous storyline due to the long hiatus. And many ideas have slipped my mind. If one remembers the plot, it is clear that this new work will delve into the realm of light and dark abilities. Previously, I explored time and space. It is essential to innovate with this new narrative. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to abandon the earlier project. During this hiatus, I received numerous inquiries from readers asking when I would update or begin a new book. I couldn't provide a definitive answer, as I myself was uncertain when I would write again. At times, I dreaded opening the platform, fearing the backlash for my inactivity. One particular fan left a lasting impression. Every weekend, they would essentially support me through their enthusiasm, likely a student. Their username was "This person is dead. Please do not disturb." I sensed a hint of sarcasm in that. I am grateful for their concern. After such an extended break, many of my old fans may have forgotten about me. However, that is all right. As long as I have a successful book, they will return, and I wonder if I can ignite that spark once more. The new book will still be set in a post-apocalyptic world. The primary antagonist will possess light and dark powers. It is currently under review. I've only written 1 chapter, so I will update gradually to find my rhythm. It is frustrating that the platform requires a minimum of 1,000 words for a single chapter submission. This word count is hardly sufficient, so I need to pad it a bit. I want to innovate with gun hoarding, eliminating systems, and reincarnation, which are typical tropes in post-apocalyptic narratives. I aimed for innovation, but as I began to write, I realized that without reincarnation, crafting the story would be quite challenging. For instance, the various post-apocalyptic knowledge, the function of crystals, and how to level up require the protagonist to experiment and deduce. Consequently, the writing became somewhat tedious. Additionally, I set the protagonist to be overly cautious and fearful of death, resulting in a character that comes across as timid and unappealing. The beginning lacks a sense of anticipation or intrigue, which may be one reason for its underwhelming performance. During moments of boredom, I often revisit that overly cautious book. Many passages still elicit a chuckle, though in retrospect, they seem rather juvenile and incomplete. There are numerous plot points I could have elaborated on, yet I merely brushed past them. Missing out on ample content in the early stages of that book, the absence of an army was a significant flaw. It wasn't due to a lack of desire to write, but rather fear of censorship. It seems others have tackled that subject, so perhaps I should muster the courage to do so as well, which would allow for considerable expansion. For this new book, I suppose I should stick to the tried-and-true concept of reincarnation, as it will make the writing process much smoother and generate greater anticipation. The inspiration for this new book struck suddenly. The protagonist's father becomes a powerful figure in the apocalypse, but he wishes to establish a harem. The protagonist and his mother cannot possibly agree. I need to ask my mother if she would approve. I also need to inquire if my powers of light and dark would permit it. Don't make me break your legs. It seems I still haven't reached the 1,000-word requirement for publishing a single chapter. It's still insufficient. How many words are needed? This 1,000-word stipulation is truly vexing.